darkness, warmth. He found himself enveloped in an endless liquid, a gentle heartbeat intricately linked to his very existence. Who is he? Yilin Fan.No. That was the name from his previous life. In his former existence, he was the most elite special forces operative in Huaxia, known by the codename Zhulong. His last memory was of betrayal and ambush. To protect his comrades, he valiantly held the line with a tactical long rifle, Poji, fighting to the death. When he opened his eyes once more, he had become an unborn fetus. His consciousness retained the indelible imprint of his past life, preserved in its entirety. He could distinctly perceive the world around him. This was not a cold palace, but a tranquil bamboo grove. The wind rustled through the bamboo leaves, filling the air with the refreshing scent of nature. They resided in an elegant bamboo house. Your Highness, do not overthink it. The Emperor holds you dear in his heart. A gentle voice drifted in, belonging to his mother's personal maid, Chunlan. Chunlan, I understand. His mother's voice was like a clear spring in the mountains, pure yet tinged with an unshakable sorrow. She gently caressed her prominently rounded belly, her touch heartbreakingly tender. I only fear, this child may one day resent us. How could that be? Chunlan's tone grew more urgent. You are the rare sword-heart Lioli body. Had it not been for the Emperor, you would have already been the future leader of the Wanjian sect. The Emperor has promised that once he secures his throne, he will splendidly bring you and the little prince back to the palace. Yet, the Emperor has just ascended the throne, and his foundation remains unstable. The remnants of the former crown prince have not been eradicated, and the court is in turmoil. I and this child are ultimately a burden to him. Yi Linfan's consciousness suddenly sank. The implications were weighty. His adoptive father was a newly crowned emperor who had usurped his brother's position. Did that mean he was a prince? Moreover, an illegitimate one, hidden away from the light. What a thrilling start. Shoo! His mother quickly hushed her. Do not speak of this again. There's Shadow 7 guarding outside, but we must still tread carefully. Shadow 7.Y Linfan's consciousness immediately extended outward, and he indeed sensed a subtle, yet sharp aura lurking outside the bamboo house, akin to a hawk concealed in shadows. That was a member of the Dark Crow, sent by his adoptive father to protect them. It seemed he had a modicum of conscience, not entirely forsaking the two of them. Your Highness, you've been overly fatigued. This servant has prepared a calming soup for you. Please drink it while it's warm. It was Chunlan again. You're thoughtful. His mother's voice bore the weight of exhaustion. Just as Chunlan brought the bowl of soup closer, a chilling coldness, seemingly out of nowhere, pierced Yi Linfan's soul. This was not a physical chill, but an instinctual warning from the Special Forces operative Zhulong, a primal alert to imminent danger. His consciousness sharpened. The source of danger appeared to be right before him. He could not discern what it was, yet he could distinctly feel a frigid, lifeless force, one that devoured vitality, creeping closer as Chunlan approached. Desperation clawed at him. With all his might, he thrashed within his mother's womb, punching and kicking, attempting to issue a warning. Ouch! His mother gasped lightly, yet with a hint of amusement as she stroked her belly. This child is quite lively today. It was futile. He was merely a fetus, and this motion would only be interpreted as ordinary fetal movement. He could only despairingly sense that the dangerous force lingered near his mother, while she, with a hint of comfort, continued to sip the concoction in her hand. It was over. A wave of icy despair enveloped him instantly. Having just traversed into this world, he was already faced with hellish difficulty, destined to share a tragic fate with this gentle yet unfamiliar mother. As the toxic soup settled within her, a sinister energy rapidly spread throughout her being, like countless icy serpents surging through her veins, racing toward his location. He finally comprehended that this cold, lifeless, vitality-devouring force emanated from the calming soup his mother had just consumed. Its target was him. Poof! His mother's body trembled violently, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining her plain dress crimson. You! Chunlan! You! Her voice brimmed with disbelief and pain. Hith! Chunlan's gentle voice transformed into a sharp, venomous tone, her previously respectful demeanor replaced with a grotesque sneer. Lin Suxin, if there is blame, it lies with the wretched spawn in your womb. You should never have come into this world. There are orders from above to ensure that you and this wretched child vanish without a trace. No sooner had she finished speaking than a jarring clang echoed from outside. Clang, followed by a muffled grunt. It was Shadow 7. He had encountered an attack. Bang! The door of the bamboo house was violently flung open by a tremendous force, and a blood-soaked figure was thrown inside, a long sword embedded in his chest. Loyal protector Shadow 7, with his last ounce of strength, he cast a glance toward his mother, his eyes filled with guilt and reluctance, before his head drooped and he fell silent. Two figures, radiating a potent aura of malice, stepped over Shadow 7's lifeless body and entered. On the left stood a middle-aged man clad in the garb of the Wanjian sect, his gaze sinister, wielding a blood-dripping sword. On the right, shrouded in a black robe, exuding a nauseating stench as if he had just crawled from a heap of corpses, was a master from the Nanli Wanda sect. Behind them trailed 7 or 8 figures in black, brandishing sharp blades, effectively sealing off the small bamboo house. Excellent. The insider has done well. The man in the black robe emitted a hoarse, grating laugh, akin to sandpaper scraping against wood. The middle-aged man from the Wanjian sect snorted coldly, his gaze landing on the mother without a trace of warmth. Lin Suxin, as the former saintess of our Wanjian sect, you have shamefully fallen, conceiving a child in secret, truly a disgrace to our sect. Today, by the command of the Grand Elder, I shall cleanse our ranks. Lin Suxin pressed one hand firmly against her belly while supporting herself on the table with the other, struggling to stand. Her complexion was as pale as paper, yet her clear eyes momentarily glimmered with a sharpness akin to a drawn sword. Wanjian sect? Nanli Wanda sect? She coughed up a mouthful of blood and scoffed. It seems that the one in the capital truly cannot tolerate us mother and child. Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man guffawed. Facing death, you still dare to speak defiantly. You have been afflicted by the Nanli Wandu sect's Qinjiyin. How much of your energy can remain? Just accept your fate. Yi Lin Fan could sense his mother's vitality rapidly waning. That venomous force was not only eroding her internal organs, but was also, like a shark drawn by the scent of blood, relentlessly assaulting him, the unborn fetus. His consciousness began to blur, and his bodily sensations faded swiftly. No, he could not die. He, Yi Lin Fan, had fought valiantly for his country and people in his past life, perishing on the battlefield, a noble death. In this life, he could not succumb so pitifully, so helplessly within the womb. He had yet to even identify his enemies. An overwhelming fighting spirit, rooted deep within his soul and belonging to the Special Forces King Zhulong, ignited within him, fueled by the imminent threat of death. It was a bloodlust forged in the crucible of carnage. It was an indomitable will, a resolve to live against the odds. Boom! His soul felt as if it were ablaze. Want to kill me? Want to kill my mother? You are not worthy. In an instant, an invisible, overwhelmingly powerful storm of intent erupted from him, centered around his being. Yi Lin Fan's will surged forth like a dormant volcano, long silenced for eons, erupting suddenly from the depths of darkness. In a past life, his resolve had been marked by a fierce determination and an unstoppable force, yet in this moment, the primal instinct for survival ignited within him. He did not wish to perish. Moreover, he could not bear the thought of his mother, this woman who was valiantly battling the toxins to protect him, meeting her end here. Battle. A silent roar reverberated deep within his soul. This pure, domineering will, steeped in the essence of iron and blood, violently shattered the confines of his fetal form, transforming into a torrent that crashed into the sea of his mother-esque consciousness. Lin Suxin, who was desperately holding on, felt her body tremble. She distinctly sensed a powerful, yet strangely familiar will emanating from her womb, one that was both alien and intimately connected by blood. This will was not akin to the sharpness of a swordsman or the elegance of a scholar. Rather, it resembled a spear that could pierce the heavens and crush all in its path. It was imbued with an unyielding, fierce, and relentless momentum. Is this the will of my son? How could an unborn fetus possess such clarity, such might, and even an aura reminiscent of blood-soaked battlefields? In the fleeting moment of her astonishment, Lin Suxin had no time to contemplate. Her innate sword-heart Liuli body seemed to resonate and be invigorated by this overwhelming will. Beginning to operate autonomously with fervor, a melodious sword cry erupted from within her. An exquisitely pure and sharp sword intent soared into the sky. This sword intent was no longer solely her own. It entwined with Yi Lin Fan's iron-blooded will, belonging to the Zhulong, in an extraordinary fusion. The razor-sharpness of the sword combined with the might of the spear, yielding an unprecedented, destructive power. What? The leaders of the Inquiry Sword sect and the 10,000 Poisons sect simultaneously paled. They distinctly felt that Lin Suxin's aura, far from diminishing due to the poison, was escalating at an astonishing pace. The celestial domain, initially hindered by her poisoning and pregnancy, now unfolded in an even more bizarre and domineering manner. The air thickened into a viscous mire, laced with countless invisible steel needles that pricked their skin with sharp pain. This was no longer the pure and sharp Liuli sword domain Lin Suxin had once wielded. Within this space, a ferocious iron-blooded aura now resonated. causing their very souls to tremble. What is happening? The leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect spoke in a raspy voice, barely concealing his astonishment. Her sword intent has transformed. The leader of the Inquiry Sword sect gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his knuckles widening. It had become purer, sharper, and more dominant. This was no longer right. It transcended the realm of the sword heart, Liuli body. Within her, it felt as if another will resonated with her. The figure in the black robe suddenly realized something, unleashing a chilling cackle. How amusing, truly amusing. The mother falters, yet the fetus's will to survive awakens its potential. This is exquisite alchemical material. Enough of this chatter. Delay could spell disaster. Kill her. The leader of the Wanjian sect, no longer hesitating, let out a thunderous roar, unleashing the oppressive aura of a fourth-tier celestial realm, attempting to disperse the peculiar force field surrounding Lin Suxin. His sword transformed into a glimmering serpent, its tip quivering as a sharp whistle pierced the air, aiming directly at Lin Suxin's heart. Simultaneously, the leader of the Wandu sect made his move, raising both hands to conjure a swirling mass of dark green poison mist. Under his domain, it morphed into a grotesque visage, its gaping maw rushing toward Lin Suxin. Begone! Lin Suxin commanded with a clear, resonant voice. It was a declaration of pride emanating from a top-tier warrior, even in dire straits. She would not allow the insignificant to act with impunity. The sword in her hand seemed to come alive. There were no complex maneuvers, merely a straightforward horizontal sweep. Yet, as the sword was swung, a sharp, metallic shriek echoed through the air, reminiscent of tearing metal. A condensed, moonlit sword energy, imbued with a crushing dominance, instantaneously cleaved through the poison mist. The sword energy's momentum did not wane. It surged forward, colliding violently with the leader of the Wanjian sect's sword. With a thunderous clang, the impact resonated through the bamboo house. The leader felt an overwhelming force transmitting through his sword, a power that was not only sharp, but also carried a relentless impact, fracturing his grip and causing blood to flow freely. He watched in horror as his protective aura was shredded as if made of paper, his body uncontrollably hurtling backward, crashing heavily against the wall. With a cough, he spat out blood, his expression one of disbelief as he gazed at Lin Suxin. How is this possible? You were ensnared by the qi manipulation, your energy locked, your domain collapsing. How can you wield such formidable strength? Lin Suxin offered no reply. She understood that this was a miracle birth from the union of her own strength and that of the child within her. This power did not solely belong to her, yet it was intricately connected to her bloodline, a sensation both wondrous and reassuring. She could not linger in battle. She had to flee. With one sword stroke, she repelled the two adversaries without a moment's hesitation, turning to shatter the fragile walls of the bamboo house and charging forth. Trying to escape? Not so easily. The leader of the Wanjian sect bellowed, pursuing relentlessly alongside the Wandu sect leader and their subordinates. The bamboo forest, shrouded in night, swiftly transformed into a battleground of life and death. Yi Linfan curled within his mother's womb, pouring all his willpower into her. He could feel her every heartbeat, each breath, and every swing of her sword. Her pain, her resolve, her love, all transmitted with clarity. Child, do not fear. Mother is here. Her thoughts resonated distinctly in his consciousness. No longer mere vague reassurances, but a profound connection between mother and child. Yi Linfan's soul trembled. In his past life, he was an orphan, raised in the harshest of training camps, never having known parental love. There, only cold commands and brutal eliminations existed. In this life, he had a mother, one willing to sacrifice everything for him. Mother, I am not afraid. He responded inwardly. We will fight our way out together. His resolve solidified. The iron-blooded ferocity belonging to the Zhu Long fused seamlessly with her radiant sword intent. Lin Suxin's speed had increased yet again. She darted through the bamboo grove like a beam of radiant moonlight. Behind her, the pursuers clung to her like maggots, relentless in their chase. Wretched woman, you cannot escape. Surrender the spawn, or you shall find yourself in a state of unbearable torment. Lin Suxin remained silent, fiercely channeling her inner energy. The toxins were eroding her internal organs, and each surge of energy felt as though she were being flayed alive. Yet, she could not afford to stop. To do so would mean certain doom. Yi Linfan sensed that her life force was rapidly dwindling. If this continued, even if she managed to escape, she would not survive. No, a solution must be found. His mind became acutely focused, eliminating all distractions, leaving only the purest instinct for survival. He could not see or hear, yet his perception of danger and his yearning for life were sharper than ever. There were 9 pursuers, 2 leaders positioned centrally behind, while the remaining 7 fanned out in a surrounding formation. Their presence felt akin to a tightening net, In contrast, his mother's essence flickered like a candle in the wind. Desperation. At that moment, he perceived a subtle difference in the air from one direction. There was no aura of malice. Instead, it bore a flowing, moist quality. Faint, yet undeniably present. Water. Mother. To the left ahead. Charge. An unmistakably clear thought, imbued with an authoritative tone, surged with all his might into Lin Suxin's consciousness. Her swiftly moving body suddenly froze. This thought was entirely different from the pure will to survive she had felt before. It was calm, resolute, and even carried the essence of a seasoned strategist. A fetus commanding her to fight? The notion was so absurd that she almost dismissed it as a hallucination brought on by the toxins. Yet, the unwavering confidence in that will, along with a pure connection free of malice emanating from her very bloodline, fervently urged her to trust him. Logic and instinct clashed violently in her mind, but it was merely a fleeting moment of hesitation. In the next instant, Lin Suxin suppressed all doubts and confusion. She chose to believe. Unconditionally, she placed her faith in the child within her. With a sudden twist of her body, her sword traced a sharp arc at her side, unleashing a burst of sword energy that repelled a dark-clad assailant from the flank, as she surged forward at full speed toward the direction of his perception. Chapter 3. Born from the womb, a cry resounds, striking fear into the hearts of masters. Bursting forth from the bamboo grove, she found herself on an expansive riverbank. The moonlight cascaded down, casting a frosty sheen upon the desolate silver sands. The gentle sound of flowing water transformed into a mournful dirge at that moment. Lin Suxin reached the center of the riverbank, abruptly halting and pivoting. This motion was decisive and unencumbered by hesitation. She poured every last ounce of her remaining strength, the resonant will of the Zhu Long, and her ultimate maternal protection into this single strike. The riverbank was vast, with no place left to hide. The approaching leaders of the Wenchuan sect and the Wan Poison sect wore grins reminiscent of cats toying with their prey. They were utterly unprepared for the audacity of the woman they deemed a certain conquest, daring to retaliate in such a dire predicament. The leader of the sword-seeking sect felt a tightening in his facial muscles, hastily twisting his waist to position his sword defensively before him. Yet, it was too late. Lin Suxin's strike transcended mere swordplay. It was the final brilliance of life, the most magnificent blaze of motherhood. Before the sword even reached him, the fierce and determined intent tore through the night sky, bearing down upon him. The leader felt a chilling wave surge from his head to his toes. What he beheld was not merely a sword, but a meteor trailing a long tail of flames, intent on obliterating all in its path. The sword in his hand emitted a mournful cry, overwhelmed by the burden. In a flash, the blade gleamed. His protective energy was as fragile as a cicada's wing, instantly pierced through. The tip of the sword punctured his right shoulder with terrifying precision, the dreadful sword energy exploding within him, unleashing a torrential rain of blood. A piercing scream escaped his lips, and he was propelled backward by the immense force, akin to a nail driven deep into the distant sand. Meanwhile, the leader of the poisonous cult met an even grimmer fate. His expertise lay in insidious tactics, and close combat was not his forte. Faced with this earth-shattering strike, he could only cross his arms, imbued with potent poison, in a desperate attempt to shield his chest. The fierce sword energy grazed his arms as it swept past. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed clearly across the silent riverbank. His arms were brutally twisted into a grotesque shape. The black sleeves of his robe quickly soaked with spurting blood, falling limply to his sides. My hands! My hands! The leader of the poisonous cult emitted a sound devoid of humanity, staggering backward, his face a mask of horror. One sword. Merely one sword. It had severely wounded two formidable masters. Yet, the cost was immense. Lin Suxin coughed up a mouthful of black blood, her body shaking violently. The sword slipped from her grasp, clattering to the ground. That single strike had drained her of everything. The venom within her body seized the opportunity to retaliate fiercely, transforming her once pale visage into a lifeless ash-gray hue. Yi Linfan distinctly felt the connection between their souls swiftly weakening. Her life force was on the verge of extinguishment. Mother! His heart clenched, as if gripped by an invisible hand, painful enough to steal his breath. Just then, a shadow darted silently from the bamboo grove. The figure moved with unparalleled swiftness, leaving a faint afterimage in the moonlight. Upon emerging, without a moment's hesitation, the short dagger in his hand transformed into two streaks of deadly darkness, swiftly slicing through the throats of the black-clad assassins trailing behind, who had yet to react. Blood sprayed forth, and 7 bodies collapsed softly, scarcely a sound escaping their lips. It was Chunemo, the leader of the Dark Crows. He had finally arrived. After dispatching the lesser foes, His gaze locked onto the center of the riverbank. As he beheld Lin Suxin's exhausted visage, the blood-soaked sand beneath her, and the two leaders nearby, struggling and wailing, his face concealed behind a raven mask betrayed no emotion. Yet, the eyes visible beyond the mask were instantly flooded with overwhelming remorse and chilling intent to kill. Suxin, he emitted a suppressed roar, rushing toward her in a frenzy. Upon seeing him, a flicker of light reignited in her dimming eyes. Chen Mo, you've come. Her voice was as faint as a sigh carried by the wind. I am too late. I am too late. Chen Mo's voice was laced with undeniable anguish and guilt. It's not too late, Lin Suxin smiled. A smile both tragic and resolute. Lowering her head, she summoned her last strength to gently gaze at her swollen abdomen, then raised her eyes to Chen Mo. Take care of him for me. Before her words faded, she executed an act that shook the souls of all present, including Yi Linfan. With trembling hands, she picked up the bloodied long sword from the ground, and with her final ounce of strength, she pointed the still sharp tip toward her elevated belly. No, Suxin, don't. Chen Mo's face twisted beneath the mask as he surged forward once more, but it was too late. Lin Suxin looked at him, her eyes conveying a final trust and boundless love. With a soft thrust, the sword pierced flesh. There were no screams, no hesitations, only a mother, choosing the most harrowing and sole path for her child's survival. With trembling hands, she drew forth Yi Linfan, the infant now drenched in her warm blood. Take him. Live, were her final words to the world. Her hand fell limply, her body slowly collapsing. Under the moonlight, her face still bore that tender yet tragic smile. Yi Linfan had been born, in the most brutal and bloody manner, one that would forever etch itself into his soul. Cold air rushed into his lungs as he abruptly opened his eyes, greeted by the sight of his mother lying in a pool of blood, her body growing cold. The first cry he emitted was heart-wrenching. This cry, unlike that of an ordinary infant, resembled the roar of a beast, long confined, and finally breaking free from eternal shackles, unleashing its first bellow to the heavens. From him, an invisible wave of malevolent energy erupted. This energy was neither mystical nor a sword intent, but rather stemmed from the deepest recesses of his soul, an ultimate will to fight to the death, belonging to the soldier, the Zhulong. It was pure, distilled to the essence of slaughter and destruction. The gravel on the riverbank silently crumbled to dust, and the gently flowing river water eerily stilled at that moment. The air thickened and sharpened, each inch of space filled with invisible blades that grazed everyone's skin. A series of faint yet distinct cracking sounds emanated from the two gravely injured leaders. The leader of the sword sect, filled with dread, realized that the celestial domain he had desperately maintained to fend off his injuries was now under the relentless assault of this overwhelming malevolence, akin to a mirror shattered by a heavy blow, adorned with a web of cracks. No, my domain. The leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect fared even worse. His realm, suffused with sinister toxins, crumbled like ice beneath the scorching sun, emitting a hissing sound as it rapidly melted away. Ah, my wounds. What is this abominable thing? The backlash from the shattering of their domains, coupled with the intrusion of this fierce energy, elicited a heart-wrenching wail from both. They felt as if countless red-hot needles were piercing their very souls, the horrifying essence invading their injuries, erasing flesh and blood bit by bit. It was a torment 100-fold more excruciating than death, by 1,000 cuts. Their domains, the foundations of two fourth-grade celestial realm masters, were utterly shattered by the mere cry of an infant. Chen Mo staggered back a step, enveloping himself in protective energy, his gaze fixed in horror upon the infant cradled in a pool of blood. How could this murderous intent, this profound hatred, possibly emanate from a newborn? Just as everyone was paralyzed by this overwhelming aura, behind Yi Linfan, a colossal dragon shadow flickered across the moonlit, blood-streaked night sky, obscuring the heavens. Those indifferent golden-slit pupils traversed time and space, coldly surveying the earth below. All was silent. The astonishment etched on the two leaders' faces swiftly morphed into sheer terror. What they beheld was not an infant, but an ancient demon cloaked in human skin. Yi Linfan paid no heed to their lamentations. His golden-eyed gaze, ablaze with fiery wrath, remained fixed upon his mother's cold corpse, boundless sorrow transforming into an inferno of rage and vengeance. Chen Mo's heart raced as he finally broke free from the depths of grief and shock. He glanced at the two writhing on the ground, now utterly devoid of threat, and then at the blood-soaked infant, exuding malevolence. His mission today was not merely one of rescue. It was to witness the birth of a monster. He stepped forward cautiously, using his energy to lift Yi Linfan's bloodied form, cradling him in his arms. The moment their bodies met, The overwhelming malevolence surrounding Yi Linfan slightly receded, and those golden slit pupils turned toward him. Chen Mo's heart skipped a beat. In those eyes, he found not the innocence of a child, but the scrutiny and vigilance of an adult. Fear not. Chen Mo's voice was hoarse as he removed his outer robe, wrapping it around Yi Linfan. I am a friend of your mother. At that moment, the leader of the sword sect finally struggled to lift his head, pointing at Yi Linfan, his voice trembling with unending fear. The demon spawn. He is the spawn of a demon. Chapter 4. A bloodied path north. A corpse returns to the capital. The overwhelming malevolence that swept across the heavens came swiftly and departed just as quickly. It originated from the deepest recesses of Yi Linfan's soul, a confluence of all his past and present discontent and fury. Yet this frail body, just born into existence, could not possibly bear such a terrifying will. The strength ebbed away like the retreating tide, and an overwhelming sense of weakness instantly engulfed Yi Linfan. The world before him began to distort and blur. The image of his mother, collapsed in a pool of blood, her tragic and resolute smile, felt like the dullest knife, repeatedly slicing through his very soul. The pain was excruciating. The cold was biting. In the final moment of his consciousness's descent, he beheld a shadow adorned with a raven mask. The aura emanating from that figure bore a striking resemblance to his own, a blend of boundless regret and overwhelming murderous intent. A roar, more beast than human, erupted from Chun Mo's throat. He gazed upon Lin Suxin, lying in her blood, her abdomen brutally cut open, and the blood-soaked infant she had brought forth with her life. Madness consumed him. A terrifying aura, profoundly silent and utterly lethal, surged forth from him. This aura was not the tyrannical force that stemmed from the infant, but rather a fierce malevolence akin to an abyss, imbued with the essence of annihilating all vitality. With trembling hands, he cautiously took Yi Linfan from his mother's now-cold grasp, wrapping him in his own still-warm cloak. His movements were so gentle. They betrayed not the nature of one who commanded the bloodiest espionage agency of the Great Xia. Then, he stood slowly, his eyes concealed beneath the raven mask, now a horrifying crimson. From his core, a silent darkness began to spread. It was not that the light was consumed, but rather a more peculiar phenomenon. The gravel on the riverbank, the flowing waters, the distant bamboo groves, all were shrouded in a deathly gray hue, as if all color in the world had been instantaneously withdrawn. The air thickened, silence enveloped the surroundings, and even the wind ceased its movement. In this domain of the fourth-rank celestial phenomenon, the land of raven silence, Chen Mo stood as the sole sovereign of death. Like a cornered beast driven to fury, he fixated on the two foes on the riverbank, who had yet to succumb to death. The leaders of the Sword Inquiry sect and the 10,000 Poison sect were momentarily stunned by the bloody and tragic scene before them. They had taken countless lives, prided themselves on their ruthlessness, yet had never witnessed such a resolute woman. What struck terror into their hearts was the horrifying malice that had erupted from the infant moments before. Such energy was not of this realm. Their celestial domains shattered with that wail, their foundations severely compromised, and now, under the shroud of Chun Mo's land of raven silence, they felt as though their very souls were on the verge of being frozen and torn apart by this realm of death. Retreat. The leader of the Sword Inquiry sect, clutching his shoulder pierced by sword energy, made a swift decision. He recognized that raven mask. It belonged to the most insane and reckless hound of the Xia Emperor. It was not worth engaging a madman in a life-or-death struggle. Did they think to flee? Chun Mo's voice rasped like two rusty iron plates scraping against one another. Cradling Yi Linfan, he advanced step by step, slowly drawing nearer. With each footfall, the aura of death around him thickened, causing the gravel on the riverbank to tremble silently beneath him. Today, you shall all perish here, to accompany her in death. As the words hung in the air, Chen Mo moved. He employed no intricate techniques, merely raising a hand. With this gesture, the viscous darkness within the realm of Crow's silence instantaneously surged, coalescing into dozens of lifelike, pitch-black crows. They emitted no sound, yet carried a far more terrifying aura of death than any shriek, as they lunged towards the two men. This is dire. The leaders of the sword-questioning sect and the 10,000 Poisons sect paled in shock, utterly unprepared for Chun Mo's self-destructive approach. Trading his own well-being for their demise, they hastily summoned the scant remnants of their energy to erect a defense before them. However, their protective barriers crumbled before the silent harbingers of death, as fragile as paper. Thud, thud, thud. The black crows effortlessly pierced their defenses, crashing into them with brutal force. Both men were struck as if by a mighty hammer, each spitting forth a mouthful of blood, sent hurtling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The crows did not dissipate. Rather, they gnawed at their very essence, relentlessly eroding their energy and vitality. The leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect, already crippled with severed arms, was further battered, his insides churning, his vision darkening. The leader of the sword-questioning sect fared little better, as his shoulder wound burst anew, blood gushing forth. A madman, truly a madman. Struggling to rise, he beheld Chun Mo, cradling the infant that radiated a sense of destruction, and found his fighting spirit utterly extinguished. Flee, quickly, he roared at the leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect. The two men, no longer daring to linger, ignited their life force and, while enduring the crow's relentless assault, crawled and rolled back into the bamboo grove, fleeing in utter disarray. Chun Mo did not pursue, for within his arms, Yi Linfan's breath had grown faint to its utmost limit. At that moment, his rationality eclipsed his thirst for slaughter. His mission was to protect this child. He turned, clutching Yi Linfan, and slowly made his way back towards Lin Suxin's lifeless form. Just then, from within the bamboo grove, a dozen black figures glided silently forth. Adorned with raven masks, they were Chun Mo's subordinates, the shadowy assassins of the Dark Crows. Upon witnessing the carnage by the riverside, the infant in their leader's arms, and the cold corpse on the ground, they fell into a hush. The air was thick with a deathly silence. Leader, the foremost of the Dark Crows, knelt on one knee, burying his head low. Chun Mo did not regard him. He simply crouched down, extending his trembling hand to gently close Lin Suxin's eyes, which had gazed longingly at her child. Suxin, I am sorry. I have come too late. For the first time, his voice bore an unmistakable weight of emotion, a pang of guilt and anguish potent enough to soften the hardest of hearts. Then, he rose and issued two commands. His voice regained its detached, hoarse coldness. Dark 3, take 2 others and escort the lady's remains back to the capital. He paused, seemingly expending every ounce of strength to continue. No matter what, she must be allowed to meet His Majesty one last time. Dark 3's body trembled at being singled out. Before he bowed deeply, his voice resolute. Yes, I shall not fail in my duty. Having spoken, he rose and, along with 2 other Dark Crows, cautiously lifted Lin Suxin's lifeless body in their black robes. Without a glance at Chun Mo, they resolutely turned and hastened towards the capital. This path was destined to be far more perilous than their own. Chun Mo watched their vanishing figures before turning to his remaining subordinates. The rest of you, follow me. We are heading to the northern frontier. His words were unwavering and commanding. The capital had become a den of danger, teeming with the Empress and the Prince's faction. Returning there would be akin to walking into a trap. His Majesty has decreed that if matters become untenable, we shall send the young master to the general's residence of the State Protector. That is the safest refuge. Understood. The Dark Crows replied in unison, their voices harmonious and devoid of any tremor. Chun Mo, cradling Yi Linfan, cast one last glance at the blood-stained riverbank. Every inch of this land bore witness to a mother's determination and a child's indelible hatred. Though Yi Linfan's consciousness wavered in weakness, deep within his soul, several names were etched indelibly. The Sword Inquiry Sect, the 10,000 Poisons cult, and that unseen mastermind who orchestrated it all. He, Yi Linfan, swore upon his mother's blood. One day, he would personally sever their heads, using their blood as an offering to honor his mother's spirit in the heavens. Chapter 5. The Script of Rebirth. From guardian to debtor, the seed of hatred had been sown the moment Yi Linfan was born. Nourished by his mother's blood and life, he was tightly embraced by Chun Mo as they departed from the bamboo grove and riverbank that would forever haunt his memories. A larger-scale manhunt soon ensued. The leaders of the Sword Inquiry Sect and the 10,000 Poisons cult, having been momentarily repelled by Chun Mo, quickly regrouped and summoned more followers to pursue them relentlessly. They surged forth like sharks, sensing blood, converging from all directions. With but one target in sight, the newborn Yi Linfan, still swaddled in his blanket. The sole guardians of this child were Chun Mo and his band of Dark Crows, a group not particularly numerous. Thus commenced a harrowing relay of death. Although Yi Linfan was merely an infant, his soul was that of a candle dragon, allowing him to perceive the world around him with clarity. The wind howled in his ears, carrying the scent of blood and the fragrance of earth. The warhorse beneath him jolted violently, each leap threatening to displace his very organs. Chun Mo's hands, straining with visible veins, remained steadfast as he created a sanctuary of safety for Yi Linfan with his own body. Yi Linfan observed as 3 Dark Crow assassins, in a desperate bid to break through a barricade formed by disciples of the Sword Inquiry Sect, summoned every ounce of their inner energy. Their faces were devoid of emotion. Yet in the final moments of their charge, they cast a resolute gaze back at them, one tinged with a hint of liberation. Clear the path for the young master. There were no grandiose declarations, no last words, only this low, fervent roar. Boom. A blinding white light engulfed everything. The furious gusts of wind uprooted the trees lining the road, while the flying debris scattered like shrapnel. 3 vibrant lives, in the most harrowing manner, carved a path of blood and flesh. Chun Imo did not look back, nor utter a word. He simply urged his steed onward, charging through the charred and blood-soaked terrain. Yi Linfan observed as, within a narrow valley, a strange green toxic mist drifted ominously ahead. The mist carried a nauseating sweetness, withering the vegetation in its wake, while the rocks emitted a hissing sound as they corroded. It was the handiwork of the 10,000 Poisons sect. This time, 5 shadowy figures of the Dark Ravens seized the reins. Dismounting without a moment's hesitation, they formed a formidable wall of despair, standing shoulder to shoulder. They did not even glance back. The murky green mist surged forth, swiftly engulfing them. Yi Linfan heard the sound of flesh and bone being eroded, accompanied by muffled groans of extreme suppression. Then, silence reigned. The wall of men transformed into pools of bubbling, blackened ichor, leaving not a single intact bone behind. Chun Imo bore increasingly numerous wounds. A profound gash, deep enough to reveal bone, marred his left arm, the black attire soaked in blood, clinging tightly to his flesh. His back had turned a deep bruise after taking a vicious blow meant for Yi Linfan. Yet he remained silent. This feeling was hauntingly familiar, too familiar. In his previous life, during that last life and death mission, his comrades had fallen one by one, creating opportunities for his escape. Ultimately, it was his turn. Armed with a tactical long spear, he had held off an overwhelming enemy force, fighting to the death. He had believed that was the end. Little did he know, it was merely a new beginning. Now, history repeated itself. The one he protected had shifted from a comrade to an utterly defenseless infant. And the executioners of this brutal mission were the very assassins known as the Dark Ravens. Yi Linfan's emotions were profoundly complex. As a former soldier, his spirit understood the significance of such sacrifice. It was an order, a duty, an honor. Yet, as the protected, he felt an unbearable weight of guilt and responsibility. Each lost life etched a new scar upon his soul, searing and profound. Their sacrifice had secured his survival. If he could not live well, if he failed to avenge them in the future, he would be nothing but a complete failure. The sound of hooves still thundered onward. Chun Imo held him, silent as a statue devoid of emotion. Yet Yi Linfan could sense the heaviness in each of his breaths. "Chief, there are enemies lying in ambush at the intersection ahead," cried a bloodied scout from the Dark Ravens, galloping back, a broken arrow lodged in his chest, blood gushing forth. He coughed violently, spitting crimson foam. "It's the law enforcement hall of the sword-seeking sect. They've formed a sword array. We cannot circumvent it." Chun Mo's voice remained undisturbed, raspy as though it had been sanded by coarse paper. Thus, he charged forth. "Yes," answered the dark crow with a heavy tone. A flicker of light passing through his eyes before his body slackened and he tumbled from the horse. He was dead. Soon, the steed slowed its pace. At the intersection ahead, flames soared into the sky. Dozens of swordsmen clad in white garments, wielding 3-foot-long blades, formed an impenetrable sword formation that blocked the path completely. The chilling sword aura coalesced, rendering the air thick and sharp. "Halt!" came a thunderous shout, filled with commanding authority. "Surrender the spawn." The one presiding over the sword formation was a middle-aged Taoist with a pale face and a clean-shaven chin. The long sword in his hand glimmered with a cold light beneath the fire. No mercy for the defiant. "Charge!" Chun Imo uttered a single word. The few remaining Dark Crow assassins by his side hesitated not for a moment. They spurred their steeds onward, like a volley of black arrows unleashed, hurtling straight into the deathly web woven of swordlight. Seeking death, the middle-aged Taoist roared, his face etched with disdain. "Change formation. Annihilate them." Swish, swish, swish. The dense sword light instantly intertwined into a massive wheel of blades that emitted a piercing sound as it rushed towards the charging Dark Crows. There were no screams, no struggles. The foremost Dark Crows, along with their horses, were instantly cleaved into countless fragments by the unparalleled sword aura. Blood and flesh rained down like a torrential downpour. Yet, their deaths were not without significance. With their own flesh and blood, they had valiantly created a fleeting crack in the seemingly flawless sword formation, a momentary opening. Now, Chun Imo fiercely squeezed his legs against the horse's belly, causing the steed to emit a pained whinny as its speed surged to its peak. He pressed himself against the horse's back, using his body to shield Yi Linfan securely in his embrace. "Stop him. Don't let him escape." The middle-aged Taoist's complexion shifted. He had not anticipated that these black rats would be so frenzied, and a momentary chaos erupted among the disciples within the sword formation. Countless beams of sword light surged from all directions, striking towards them like venomous serpents. Clang, Clang, clang. An ebony dagger had somehow appeared in Chen Mo's empty right hand. The dagger danced into a dense curtain of light, deflecting every weapon aimed at them. Sparks flew. The clashing of metal and iron resonated endlessly. Blood also splattered in abundance. Some belonged to the enemies, and some to him. Uft. A cunning beam of sword light evaded his defenses, slicing fiercely across his left arm. Yi Linfan could feel a warm liquid dripping onto his swaddling. It was Chen Mo's blood. He was wounded. Yet, he remained silent. Akin to a solitary wolf driven into a corner, as he fiercely fought through the deadly thicket with Yi Linfan in tow. At last, they broke through the sword formation. Behind them echoed thunderous roars and the pounding of hooves in pursuit. Yet, for the moment, they were safe. This blood-soaked path to the north was paved inch by inch with the lives of countless dark crows. Yet, for Yi Linfan, the debt owed is one of blood that can never be repaid. The horses gallop wildly, and Chen Mo crouches upon the steed, gasping for breath. Warm droplets of blood fall upon Yi Linfan's face, one after another. Chapter 6. A shot piercing through 3,000 miles. North Border King Yi Xiaotian. The northern winds never cease. The biting cold they carry gnaws at the very marrow of one's bones. Nestled in Chen Mo's embrace, Yi Linfan feels the man's warmth, which pierces deeper than the snow-laden gusts. He does not know how long they have journeyed. All he is aware of is that from the original party, he stands alone now, accompanied only by a battle-weary steed and the remnants of his own dwindling self. Blood loss, exhaustion, internal injuries. Chen Mo's body has become but an empty shell, sustained solely by an unwavering resolve. He teeters on the brink of collapse. They remain amidst the boundless expanse of the wilderness, where indeed lies hope. Suddenly, Chen Mo's heavy footsteps come to an abrupt halt. He raises his gaze, fixed upon the horizon. There, a colossal city, entirely shrouded in darkness, looms like an ancient beast in slumber, spanning the heavens and the earth. The walls, forged of an unknown black iron, reflect a chilling light beneath the pallid sky. High upon the battlements, a grand banner, embroidered with the character for Yi on a black background, flutters violently in the gale. Jinbei City, the northern gateway of the great Xia dynasty, the stronghold of General Yi Xiaotian. At last, they have arrived. In that instant of sighting the fortress, the taut string of Chen Mo's resolve snapped entirely. His throat convulsed, emitting a broken, muffled sound, indistinguishable between laughter and tears. In the next moment, he could bear no more. His legs buckled, and he knelt heavily upon the ground. Yet, even in this state, he summoned his last vestiges of strength to shield Yi Linfan within his embrace, preventing him from succumbing to the bitter elements. At last, they have arrived. His voice, like a worn-out bellows, coaxed forth a few hoarse words. However, the specter of death had not yet dissipated. Behind them, a dozen chilling threats pursued silently, as relentless as maggots on decaying flesh. The final pursuers, the most formidable of assassins. The two at the forefront were none other than the elder of the Wenjian sect, grievously wounded by Lin Suxin's dying counterattack, and the leader of the Wandu sect, who had lost an arm. They had somehow survived and pursued them relentlessly to this point. Chen Mo, the elder of the Wenjian sect, clutching his bleeding shoulder, fixated his vengeful gaze upon the kneeling figure, his expression a manifestation of raw hatred. Where do you think you can run this time? The one-armed leader of the Wandu sect cackled like a night owl. His remaining fingers splayed as a dark green toxic mist coalesced in his palm. This is already the territory of the North Border. Should we slay you and then eradicate that abominable spawn, we can make our swift escape. Even Yi Xiaotian would be powerless against us. They discerned at a glance that Chen Mo was utterly spent. Yet, they were still several miles from Jinbei City. This distance was ample for them to execute their final lethal strike. Chen Mo slowly lifted his head, and beneath the raven mask, his eyes remained shrouded in an abyss of silence. He uttered not a word. Instead, he quietly adjusted his stance, shielding Yi Linfan completely behind him. With his battered body, he intended to serve as the final bulwark. Still pretending, may you perish. The leader of the 10,000 poison sect could no longer restrain himself and launched the first assault, forcefully pushing with his left hand. The concentrated toxic mist morphed into a grotesque skull, reeking with the stench of decay, rushing towards them. Simultaneously, an elder from the Sword Inquiry sect acted, his sword vibrating as a fierce sword energy sliced through the air, aimed directly at Chen Mo's head. This is the end. Must I truly fall before the gates of hope? Yi Linfan was unwilling to accept such a fate. Just at this critical juncture, the entire world suddenly fell silent. The wind ceased, and the snow halted. An indescribable aura of terror descended from the direction of North Town, traversing miles in an instant. This pressure was unlike Chen Mo's realm of silence. nor was it akin to the sharpness of the Sword Inquiry sect's sword energy. It was saturated with the essence of iron and blood. It embodied the charge of 1,000 galloping steeds, the accumulation of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and the indomitable spirit of countless battles. The domain of a third-grade grandmaster, the iron blood-killing domain. With a soft pop, the toxic mist skull was obliterated mere 3 feet from Chun Mo, bursting into a wisp of azure smoke. The fierce sword energy disintegrated inch by inch, failing to even stir a ripple. The malicious grins on the faces of the elder from the Sword Inquiry sect and the leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect froze in an instant. They felt as though they were being crushed beneath an invisible mountain, their inner energies stagnating, making even the slightest movement a distant fantasy. The domain belonged to a grandmaster. The elder's teeth chattered in fear. Who is it? Answering him was a piercing sound of wind slicing through the air. A streak of black light shot forth from the direction of North Town, its speed so swift that the naked eye could scarcely perceive it, even surpassing sound. The person had not yet arrived, but the weapon had. With a resounding thud, the streak of light embedded itself precisely into the frozen ground just a foot in front of the 2 pursuers. It was only at that moment that the deafening sonic boom followed, erupting with a thunderous roar. The shockwave surged forth, scattering the snow that lay upon the ground. As they focused their gaze, their hearts nearly leapt from their throats. It was a pitch-black long spear. The weapon still bore the remnants of terrifying malevolence. Its tip was deeply embedded in the frozen earth, while its tail vibrated at a high frequency, emitting a low hum as if it resented not having tasted blood. This spear, if it advanced just another foot, would skewer both of them like candied hawthorns. Thud, thud, thud. The earth suddenly began to tremble rhythmically. Initially subtle, it resembled a distant heartbeat. Yet, the sound grew louder and denser, soon transforming the entire wasteland into a colossal drum, struck by an invisible hammer. On the distant horizon, a writhing black line emerged. This line surged towards them at a terrifying speed, expanding and thickening. It was not merely a line. It was a tide composed of deathly black-armored knights. They stood in silent unison, their presence resonating like a thunderous roar. The sound of hooves merging into a formidable symphony, a palpable aura of ferocity that seemed capable of shattering the very clouds above. The Xuanjia army, the most elite heavy cavalry of the great Xia dynasty, the guardians of the northern frontier. At the forefront of this iron tide stood a towering figure upon a majestic, jet-black steed, clad in formidable, dark armor. He sat there quietly, emanating a pressure so tangible that it made it difficult to breathe. A cruel scar traced from the corner of his brow, across the bridge of his nose, and down to his chin, adding an even more menacing aspect to his already austere visage. His gaze swept over, chilling to the bone, more so than the biting winds and snows of the north. The Grand General of the nation, the Butcher, Yi Xiaotian. He has arrived. The elder of the Sword Inquiry sect watched in horror as all color drained from his face. His lips trembling, his grip on the sword wavering. The sinister countenance of the leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect froze instantly, as if doused with a bucket of icy water, leaving him shivering from head to toe. They could disdain the officials of the court, could disregard the city's defenders, but they would never dare to act recklessly before this harbinger of death. This general was a man who would not hesitate to command his 300,000 Xuanjia soldiers to trample their stronghold into oblivion. With a thunderous rumble, the Xuanjia army, 100 meters away, halted in perfect synchrony, as if they were a single entity. Thousands of iron steeds stood in silence, the only sound being the snorts of the horses, with not a single extraneous noise to be heard. That oppressive, mountain-like aura of murderous intent enveloped the entire expanse. Yi Xiaotian alone urged his mighty steed forward slowly. The hooves struck the frozen ground, echoing with a crisp, heavy thud, each step resonating like a heartbeat against the chests of the elder of the Sword Inquiry sect and the leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect. His gaze first swept past the kneeling Chun Mo, briefly lingering on the infant wrapped in a blood-red swaddle within Chun Mo's embrace, before finally settling upon the 2 assailants. Rendered immobile by the overwhelming pressure of his presence, his expression remained calm, too calm, inducing a sense of unease. To him, these 2 notorious masters of the martial world were no different than mere stones by the roadside. At last, he halted 10 paces from them, looking down from his elevated position at the 2 pallid-faced individuals. Chapter 7. The Iron Cavalry's massacre comes to an end. The hardcore guardian emerges. Yi Xiaotian's movements were deliberate and unhurried. He urged his steed forward slowly, the hooves striking the frozen earth with a clear, resonant thud, each sound echoing like the pulse of impending doom for those about to meet their end. However, his gaze did not linger upon the soon-to-be casualties. It passed over them and fixed directly upon the kneeling Chun Mo and the infant swathed in crimson. A complex array of emotions flickered across his scarred, stoic face. There was sorrow, acceptance, but above all, a heavy sense of finality. He reined in his horse, looking down from his lofty perch, and in a tone only Chun Mo could hear, murmured gravely, "At last, you have come." The words struck Chun Mo's heart like a massive stone plummeting into a tranquil lake. He abruptly raised his head, and beneath the raven mask was an abyss of sorrow intertwined with a fleeting sense of relief. Yi Xiaotian ceased to speak further. He slowly turned his head, his eyes, now transformed into a blood-red abyss, finally locked onto the two pursuers, who were rendered immobile by the oppressive domain. He recognized them and understood their purpose. More importantly, he was acutely aware of the identity of the bloodied, faintly breathing infant cradled in his arms. He did not roar nor interrogate. Instead, he spoke calmly, his voice low yet heavy enough to render the air of the desolate plain stagnant. The sword-questioning sect? The 10,000 Poisons cult? With each name he uttered, the hearts of the elder from the sword-questioning sect and the leader of the 10,000 Poisons cult contracted further. What audacity! To pursue a prince into my northern territory. The final sentence, devoid of any tremor, fell like an invisible mountain, crashing down upon them. The elder and the cult leader trembled violently, their faces paling to a ghostly white. They were not facing merely a man, but a god of slaughter emerging from a sea of corpses and blood. The concentrated aura of death bore down upon them, threatening to shatter their very souls, rendering even the act of breathing a luxury. "General Yi, you are aware?" The elder's voice was hoarse and trembling, stripped of all the authority typically associated with his rank. "Aware?" A chilling smile curled at Yi Xiaotian's lips. He dismounted, the weighty thuds of his battle boots upon the gravel producing a crisp sound. Each step resonated like the drumbeats of death, echoing against the hearts of the two pursuers. He approached Chun Mo, first gazing at the nearly lifeless Yi Linfan in his arms, before scrutinizing the myriad of wounds adorning Chun Mo's body. He extended his calloused and scarred hands. Yet his movements were unexpectedly gentle as he carefully retrieved Yi Linfan from Chun Mo's embrace. Such tenderness starkly contrasted with his fearsome reputation as a butcher of the northern plains, as if he were cradling the most fragile treasure in existence. Yi Linfan was nestled within his arms, which were wide and steady, imbued with strength. The pungent scent of rust mingled with sweat, typically overwhelming. Yet at this moment provided Yi Linfan with an unparalleled sense of tranquility. This man was formidable, a force capable of sheltering him beneath an expansive sky. "Chun Mo," Yi Xiaotian murmured, casting his gaze upon the infant in his arms, his voice low and terrifying. "Where is Su Xian?" Chun Mo lifted his head, the raven mask seemingly encased in frost. He uttered two words, "Gone." Boom. An indescribable wave of terrifying killing intent erupted from Yi Xiaotian, soaring into the heavens. The air around him twisted under the weight of this malevolent energy, howling in anguish. Those stalwart soldiers of the Xuanjiao army, standing like statues behind him, instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, while the warhorses restlessly pawed at the ground. Yi Xiaotian slowly lifted his head, his already fierce eyes transformed into a silent, blood-red abyss. He didn't spare another glance at the elder from the sword-questioning sect or the leader of the 10,000 Poisons cult. He merely issued an exceedingly simple command to the blackened steel forest behind him: kill. A single word, one that determined the fates of numerous renowned masters of the martial world. The elders of the sword sect and the leader of the poison cult were gripped by terror. They yearned to plead for mercy, to argue their case, to flee. Yet, under Yi Xiaotian's third-grade Grandmaster Realm's iron blood-killing domain, they found themselves utterly immobilized. Unable even to twitch a finger, they could only watch helplessly as death approached. "No, Yi Xiaotian, how dare you? We act on the orders of our benefactor. To slay us is to make an enemy of the noble ones in the court." The response to their pleas was the thunderous charge of the Xuanjiao army. Without the slightest hesitation, without a moment's delay, orders were to be obeyed without question. The black torrent of steel did not immediately engulf them. The foremost heavy cavalry, brandishing their long spears, did not aim for their vital points. With a sickening thrust, the spears accurately pierced their limbs, pinning them mercilessly to the frozen ground. The heavy iron hooves of the warhorses followed swiftly, shattering their ribcages and pelvises. A chilling wail, more horrific than human, erupted from their throats, echoing across the desolate plain. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As the first wave of cavalry surged past, they remained alive, contorted in pools of blood, writhing in agony as each inch of their bones was crushed. Following closely was the second wave, then the third, a relentless black torrent, like the most merciless of grinders, repeatedly rolling over them. Their cries transformed from sharp screams to hoarse gasps, then faded into indistinct wheezes, ultimately vanishing entirely. All that remained was a puddle of unrecognizable flesh and blood, alongside a few tattered garments, deeply embedded in the earth. Yi Xiaotian, in the most direct, domineering, and brutally sanguinary manner, declared his stance. He avenged Yi Linfan's first blood feud. The wind swept across the wasteland, carrying away the last traces of bloodshed. Yi Xiaotian cradled Yi Linfan, turning to raise him high, facing the now eerily silent steel forest behind him. You all see clearly. His voice boomed like thunder, resonating in every ear. He is Yi Linfan, the ordinary Linfan. Yi Linfan lay in his embrace, and upon hearing that name, a tempest surged within his heart. Yi Linfan was, astonishingly, identical to the name he bore in his previous life. Was it mere coincidence? Or was it destiny woven by the heavens? So be it. From this moment forth, he shall be Yi Linfan, whether as the candle dragon of his past life or the prince of this existence. Both were buried with that great fire. He lived solely for vengeance. From today onward, he is the son of Yi Xiaotian, the sole heir of my general's manor that safeguards the nation. Whoever dares to lay a finger on him shall become my enemy, an enemy to my 300,000 iron cavalry of the northern frontier. I, Yi Xiaotian, vow here. He paused, his voice resounding through the heavens. I am a sky. Should the heavens fall, I shall bear the weight. Boom. Behind him, thousands of armored soldiers simultaneously struck their long spears heavily against their shields. A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens, as if attempting to rend the very sky asunder. The torrent of indomitable will and fierce spirit emanating from countless iron-blooded warriors coalesced into an invisible barrier, steadfastly protecting Yi Linfan. The crisis had finally been averted. Yi Xiaotian cradled him and approached the unconscious Chen Mo, who had succumbed to exhaustion, personally aiding him and entrusting him to a nearby loyal soldier. Relay my orders. Open the city gates. Summon the finest military physicians from the northern frontier. Spare no effort to save Chen Mo. He paused momentarily, as if unaccustomed to the situation, casting a glance at Yi Linfan in his arms, his voice imbued with an unfamiliar warmth, albeit somewhat awkward. Fetch a bucket of hot water and procure some goat's milk. Ensure it is the finest available. One of his lieutenants, sporting a thick beard and a scar that stretched from the corner of his eye to his mouth, appeared taken aback. General, goat's milk? This lieutenant, known for his ruthless demeanor, seemed perplexed by the order. He had heard the general command massacres and charge in a battle, but never had he been instructed to procure milk. Yi Xiaotian shot him a sharp glare. My son requires it. Is there a problem? The lieutenant, startled, quickly straightened his posture and bellowed with fervor. No problem. I shall gather all the milking ewes within 100 miles for the young general. With that, he dashed off. Yi Xiaotian nodded in satisfaction, gazing down at Yi Linfan, his previously stern visage softening. Young one, do you hear me? From now on, you shall be my son, Yi Linfan. No matter the gravity of the situation, I will be here. Chapter 8. Goat's Milk and Iron Palm. My cradle is a giant iron shield. Yi Linfan was now in a state of panic. He harbored grave suspicions that this newly minted father intended to raise him in an exceptionally peculiar manner, perhaps even to the point of his own demise. Only to replace him with another. He was brought back to the general's residence. The reality starkly contrasted his imaginative visions of a grand estate. There were no intricately carved beams or pavilions, nor the melodious chirps of maids. The entire residence resembled a magnified military barracks. Everywhere he looked, there was blue stone and steel, exuding simplicity and ruggedness, with a rich aroma of iron and leather permeating the air, intermingled with a faint trace of blood. In the courtyard, squads of soldiers in gleaming armor patrolled, their footsteps synchronized and radiating an aura of ferocity. His forthcoming existence would profoundly illustrate the unique, hardened parenting style of a soldier. The first order of business was a bath. Earlier in the wilderness, he had distinctly heard Yi Xiaotian instructing his aides to prepare hot water, and he had envisioned fragrant, steaming water with gentle maidens providing a complete baby spa treatment. However, reality proved to be merciless. Yi Xiaotian, towering at nearly 6.5 feet, his body a mass of sinewy muscle, took matters into his own hands. He disregarded the trembling aide holding a basin of hot water and with a sweeping gesture declared, "Take that away. My son, Yi Linfan, requires none of this." The loyal guards, as if granted a reprieve, fled with a swiftness surpassing that of a rabbit. With a single hand, he hoisted Yi Linfan, resembling a kitten extracted from its nest. With a resounding splash, Yi Linfan was unceremoniously tossed into an immense wooden tub filled with water freshly drawn from the well. The icy chill pierced him to the bone. Aghast, he emitted a piercing wail, an anguished cry of murder, of infant cruelty. with all the strength of a newborn. Yi Linfan screamed, the frigid sensation nearly stealing his breath away. Unperturbed, Yi Xiaotian waved his hand dismissively. What are you crying about? A true man should endure a cold bath to strengthen his sinews and temper his will. As he spoke, he seized a coarse burlap cloth, the kind typically used to polish weapons or scrub the floor. He soaked it in the frigid well water, wrung it out, and then vigorously scrubbed it against Yi Linfan's delicate skin. Yi Linfan felt as though he were not bathing, but rather being sanded down by a robust man wielding a piece of wet sandpaper. His skin burned with agony. He swore he had never felt such pain, not even when shot, and having salt poured into the wound in his past life. What are you crying for? If you cannot endure this little pain, how will you ever face the battlefield or become a great general? Yi Xiaotian admonished as he polished his son. Yi Linfan protested. Brother, I have only just been born. Face the battlefield. I can hardly turn over. At long last, this torturous scrubbing came to an end. Yi Linfan felt as if he had shed a layer of skin, his entire being flushed a deep crimson like a boiled shrimp. Next came the feeding. Naturally, there were no wet nurses in the general's residence. Yi Xiaotian's reasoning was quite simple. My son shall not drink another's milk. Just then, the bearded deputy rushed in, his voice booming with excitement. General, I have successfully fulfilled my duty. I have brought back all 53 milking ewes within a 100-mile radius for the young general. They are now settled in the eastern courtyard. Yi Xiaotian cast a satisfied glance at him, then proceeded to the eastern courtyard, selecting the most robust-looking goat. He personally extracted a full bag of fresh goat's milk, not even warming it. Then he pried open Yi Linfan's mouth and poured it directly inside. A pungent, overpowering odor, mingled with the icy liquid, rushed straight to his head. He nearly choked, on the verge of losing consciousness. Gulping and gasping, Yi Linfan rolled his eyes back, his limbs twitching weakly. He vowed that in this life, or in the next, he would never again wish to encounter the scent of goat. Having eaten and drunk his fill, it was time for sleep. His final hope was shattered. There was no soft, silk-lined cradle awaiting him. Yi Xiaotian brought him to his training room, pointing grandly at an object in the corner. Son, behold, this is the cradle I have prepared for you. Yi Linfan followed his father's finger, only to find a gigantic, heavy shield gleaming with a chilling metallic luster under the moonlight. The inner side of the shield gleamed with a brilliant luster, adorned with the pelt of an unknown beast, thick and snow-white, its softness imbued with a subtle warmth. Beside it lay a neatly folded piece of the same fur, presumably intended as a blanket for him. A sleeping iron shield? Even with the beast's hide, it remained an iron shield. Yi Linfan's worldview was once again subjected to the relentless scrutiny of his unreliable father. Yi Xiaotian placed him upon the shield, patting its edge with satisfaction, producing a resounding clang. Ah, splendid. This is the skin of the ice ape from the snowy mountains, warm in winter and cool in summer. The sleeping iron shield can absorb the malevolent aura of metal, nurturing an indomitable spirit of decisiveness from a young age. My son, Yi Xiaotian, shall undoubtedly become a dragon among men. Yi Linfan lay upon the warm, soft fur, beneath which lay the cold, unyielding Xian iron, feeling utterly despondent. Whether he would become a dragon or not was beyond him. He only knew that if this continued, he might not survive to see his first month. His father was far too unreliable. As night deepened, Yi Linfan tossed and turned within the iron shield, unable to find sleep. In the training room, only the cool moonlight seeped through the window, casting a glimmer upon the frigid weapon rack. He assumed that his burly father had long forgotten about this makeshift training prop. However, he was mistaken. A tall, imposing figure silently appeared at the doorway of the training room. Yi Xiaotian. He did not light a lamp. His towering frame cast a vast shadow across the entrance as he stood there quietly, gazing at Yi Linfan. In an instant, Yi Linfan closed his eyes, slowed his breathing, and feigned sleep. Believing Yi Linfan to be unconscious, Yi Xiaotian lightened his footsteps and approached slowly. Surprisingly, the weight of his armor made no sound. He crouched beside the iron shield, peering at Yi Linfan's face in the moonlight, studying him for what felt like an eternity, long enough for Yi Linfan to nearly betray his ruse. Then, he extended his hand, calloused and capable of crushing an enemy's throat, intending to caress Yi Linfan's face. Yet, midway, he abruptly halted. Looking down at his rough palm, he seemed to fear inflicting pain upon the fragile infant. After a lengthy hesitation, he withdrew his hand, gently brushing the back of his finger against Yi Linfan's forehead. The gesture, clumsy and unfamiliar, was imbued with a cautious tenderness. Yi Linfan could sense the fierce malevolence that could strike terror into the hearts of thousands, dissipating entirely in that moment. He was merely a man bearing the weight of heavy promises on a quiet night. In a barely audible whisper, he murmured, as if speaking to the dust illuminated by moonlight, or perhaps confiding in a soul behind Yi Linfan. Look, your child bears an uncanny resemblance to you. Within his voice lay a tremor and profound sorrow that Yi Linfan had never encountered before. I promised you that I would raise him as my own flesh and blood. Rest assured, I, Yi Xiaotian, vow to the heavens that as long as I draw breath, no one shall lay a finger upon him. The suffering inflicted upon you by those individuals shall not be endured by this child. I shall raise him to be stronger than anyone else, impervious to manipulation and harm. After uttering these words, he rose to his feet, his imposing figure standing motionless for a prolonged moment, akin to a silent monument. At last, he turned, departing as quietly as he had arrived. Yi Linfan gradually opened his eyes, observing the solitary silhouette of the man, reminiscent of a mountain, fading away at the doorway. His heart a tumult of emotions. This man, though his methods of child-rearing were rather unorthodox and extreme, exhibited a sincere devotion to the responsibility he had pledged to uphold. It was a profound, clumsy, and unarticulated commitment, characteristic of a staunch soldier, a guardian who had suffered the loss of a cherished loved one. Very well. For the sake of this heavy promise, he would endure the cold water baths, the raw goat's milk, and the iron shield bed. Was it not merely a rigorous approach to parenting? He, a former king of special forces, had faced countless hardships and endured untold tribulations. He could withstand it. Yet, as Yi Linfan lay upon the iron shield, he suddenly sensed a chilling aura seeping from the shield beneath him, gradually penetrating his body, traversing the layer of warm animal skin to make contact with him. This essence bore a sharp, lethal intent, yet once it entered his being, it became remarkably gentle. Was this what he referred to as the essence of golden iron? Intriguing indeed. Chapter 9. The entire household in shock. The divine baby cries not, nor falls ill. In the general's residence, there was a steward named Uncle Fu. His hair was streaked with gray, and his countenance was kind. It was said that he had been by Yi Xiaotian's side since the latter was but a bare-bottomed lad. Uncle Fu was the only sane individual Yi Linfan encountered within this fortress-like abode. When he was once again seized by Yi Xiaotian by the scruff of his neck, preparing to be plunged into the frigid, biting water, Uncle Fu rushed in, tumbling over himself in a panic. General, this must not happen. Uncle Fu gazed anxiously at Yi Linfan, who dangled in Yi Xiaotian's grip, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his face contorted with worry. How can such a young master endure such treatment? His constitution is precious. If he were to catch a chill, what would become of him? Yi Xiaotian waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. My son, Yi Xiaotian's offspring, has a frail constitution? Uncle Fu, you are far too cautious. A sapling cannot grow into a towering tree in a greenhouse. My son must be tempered from a young age. With a shake of his hand, he made Yi Linfan emit a resounding wail. Listen to that. Such vigor in his cries only attests to his robust health. Observing Yi Linfan gasping for breath amidst his tears, Uncle Fu's heart ached, and he nearly fell to his knees. General, he cannot sleep on an iron shield. It is cold and unforgiving. It will harm the young master. Nonsense, Yi Xiaotian retorted, his eyes flashing with fierce determination. In my youth, I had no iron shield to rest upon. I slept directly on the sandy ground. Yet, I grew up just fine. This is settled. No one is to persuade otherwise. Uncle Fu, realizing his entreaties were futile, could only pound his chest and sigh in resignation as he withdrew. Watching Uncle Fu's worried and helpless figure retreat, Yi Linfan began to contemplate deeply. It is imperative that the strategy undergoes a transformation. Resistance proves futile. The more he weeps and struggles, the more invigorated Yi Xiaotian feels, perceiving in him a spirit that only fuels his enthusiasm. The man regards this as a form of training. If this continues, he is bound to be exhausted by this so-called father. Yi Linfan, once a king of special forces in his past life, excels in adapting to his environment and surviving in dire circumstances. Since resistance is ineffective, he has chosen to acquiesce. From that day forth, he transformed. When Yi Xiaotian next cast him into the cold water barrel, he ceased his crying. Instead, he gazed at him with wide, glistening eyes, his expression devoid of emotion, exuding a tranquility that belied his tender years. Even as Yi Xiaotian scrubbed him with coarse burlap, inflicting pain that made him grit his teeth, he refrained from struggling. The pain was indeed excruciating, akin to being scraped by a dull blade, yet he endured. When Yi Xiaotian presented him with a bowl of pungent raw sheep's milk, he even opened his mouth willingly. Gulping it down in one breath, he smacked his lips afterward, a look of lingering satisfaction upon his face. At night, when placed upon the hard iron shield, he did not protest. He closed his eyes and fell asleep instantly, his breathing steady, embodying a serene composure as if time itself was at peace. His transformation delighted Yi Xiaotian immensely. Ha ha ha, Uncle Fu, come quickly and see. He lifted Yi Lin Fan with one hand, showcasing him like a trophy, calling out to Uncle Fu, who rushed over. I told you, my son is born to be a man of our northern frontier. Look at him, taking cold baths without so much as a blink, drinking raw sheep's milk with more gusto than water. In just a few days, he has adapted. Such physique, such willpower. Follow me. Uncle Fu observed the child's unusually compliant demeanor with astonishment. He approached cautiously, gently touching Yi Lin Fan's small hand and checking his forehead. It was neither cold nor hot. Everything appeared normal. In fact, the child's face had grown even more flushed compared to a few days prior, and his limbs seemed more vigorous. Strange, Uncle Fu murmured, his gaze fixed on the child as though he were a rare treasure. This young master is truly extraordinary. I have cared for countless children, yet none have been as easy to manage as he. No crying, no fuss. He eats and sleeps like a divine being descended to earth. What baffled Uncle Fu most was that any ordinary infant subjected to such trials would have succumbed to illness by now. Yet, the young master not only remained unharmed, but appeared more spirited with each passing day. Yi Xiaotian laughed heartily, causing dust to fall from the beams above. Indeed, just look at whose lineage he hails from. Yi Lin Fan lay in Yi Xiaotian's embrace, his heart a placid sea, even harboring a hint of amusement. Easy to manage. Divine being? You antiquated folk have no grasp of emotional regulation or the laws of survival. If I were to behave like an ordinary infant, I would inevitably face a more rigorous training regimen imposed by this father of mine, one that would render me incapable of crying. What I exhibit is not ease, but a strategic endurance. For the sake of survival, I find no shame in it. He marveled at his own resilience. The resilience of this body surpassed his expectations. Each time he was subjected to rigorous trials, he not only did not weaken, but instead experienced a refreshing sense of rejuvenation. As if he were being reborn, his vitality surged with newfound vigor. This was perhaps the sole legacy his mother had bequeathed him, the remarkable prowess of the sword-heart glass body. Thus, he resided within the general's mansion, leading a life that was both tumultuous and serenely tranquil. By day, he was the iron-blooded puppet in Yi Xiaotian's hands, molded to his whims. By night, when silence enveloped the world, his true cultivation commenced. Though he was but an infant, frail, and with unawakened meridians, he possessed the memories of his past life. The intricate knowledge of the body's 365 vital points, the 12 meridians, and the 8 extraordinary vessels resided within his mind. In his previous existence, others recognized him solely as a war king, a master marksman, oblivious to the fact that his true ace lay in a breathing technique gleaned from ancient texts. This technique enabled him to extract his latent potential even under extreme duress, allowing him to cultivate the so-called inner strength that had sustained him amidst a hail of bullets and elevated him to the pinnacle of survival. In this new life, reincarnated into a realm imbued with mysterious energies, he discovered that his body's constitution far exceeded that of his former existence. He was practically born for cultivation. The rudimentary breathing technique from his past had transformed into a key to harness the ethereal energies of this world. The grueling exercises imposed by Yi Xiaotian, perceived as torment by others, became an invaluable resource for tempering this mortal flesh. Cold water stimulated his skin, enhancing his ability to hold his breath. Coarse burlap rubbed against his acupoints, invigorating his blood and energy flow. Fresh goat's milk contained the essence of primal vitality. Beneath him lay an iron shield, a treasure stained with the marks of countless battles, exuding a faint yet palpable aura of sharpness. He carefully introduced this subtle essence into his body using the refined breathing technique, and with his frail yet tenacious will, he guided this unparalleled energy to cleanse his tender bones and meridians time and again. This process was excruciatingly painful and fraught with peril. A moment's inattention could result in severed meridians and instant demise. Yet, he had no alternative. This world was perilously dangerous. The lofty sword-questioning sect, the insidious poison cult, and the unseen hand lurking in the capital all sought his life. He could not place all his hopes solely in Yi Xiaotian. He must possess his own strength sufficient to safeguard himself against all treacherous schemes. Time slipped quietly away amidst the relentless demands of nurturing and clandestine cultivation. Chun Mo's injuries gradually healed under the devoted care of the finest military physicians in the northern frontier. He spent most of his days recuperating in his room, seldom making an appearance. Yet, each day, he would visit Yi Lin Fan once, silently observing him. His gaze was complex, filled with guilt, comfort, and an enigmatic flicker of hope that Yi Lin Fan could not decipher. On this day, after attending to a secret missive from the capital, he returned to Yi Lin Fan's chamber once more. At this moment, Yi Xiaotian was exuberantly lifting Yi Lin Fan one-handedly, treating him like a stone lock, while joyfully shouting commands. Charge! My son! Break through the enemy lines. As Chun Mo entered the room, he was greeted by this absurd scene. The typically impassive expression on his face finally betrayed a flicker of surprise, with the corners of his eyes twitching. Approaching the duo, the atmosphere in the room grew palpably tense. Yi Xiaotian sensed the shift, halting his playful antics and cradling Yi Linfan, frowning as he turned to Chen Mo. What is it? Is it those rascals from the capital again? Chun Mo remained silent, his gaze fixed on Yi Linfan before slowly lifting it to meet Yi Xiaotian's eyes. Xiaotian, he said in a calm tone, yet infused with a grave weight. We need to talk. Yi Xiaotian carefully set Yi Linfan down onto a snow-white beast skin draped over a massive iron shield. His imposing figure then pivoted towards Chen Mo, and the air in the training room felt as though it had solidified, heavy enough to suffocate. There were no outsiders present. Yi Linfan, with his bright eyes, played the role of an innocent newborn, oblivious to the world, yet his ears were perked up, capturing every word exchanged between the two men. Speak. What has transpired in the capital? Yi Xiaotian's fists tightened resolutely at his sides, his restrained voice rumbling like distant thunder. Chen Mo's face, obscured by a crow's mask, revealed no emotion, his words devoid of warmth, as if he were reciting a long-buried report. Your Majesty has already taken action. Taken action? Yi Xiaotian's robust form quivered slightly. So soon? The Empress has crossed the line this time, Chen Mo continued, a hint of turbulence finally creeping into his narrative. She should not have employed the Wan poison sect. The reach of the Southern Li Divine dynasty has grown too extensive. Silence enveloped the training room for a brief moment. Yi Linfan lay on the cold iron shield, yet his mind was as clear as day. So it was that opportunistic biological father of his. The newly ascended Emperor Xia Qiyuan of the Great Xia was indeed a formidable character. He was not ignorant of the Empress being the mastermind. Rather, he was biding his time, waiting for a justification that would allow him to act legitimately while minimizing his losses. And the Empress, a woman blinded by jealousy and ambition, had unwittingly delivered this lethal justification to him on a silver platter, all in a bid to smooth the path for her only son, the second Prince Xia Jingxian. The conflict among princes and the intrigues of the harem were affairs of the Great Xia. Behind closed doors, they could tussle as they pleased. The victor would be king, and the vanquished a rebel. But colluding with external enemies altered the nature of the conflict entirely. The Wan poison sect was not merely a sect within the martial world. It was the very core of the Southern Li Divine dynasty's rule. Using their members to assassinate a prince of the Great Xia was no longer a simple act of murder, but treason, an act of betrayal against the nation. What does His Majesty say? Yi Xiaotian's breath grew heavier, imbued with the gravity of an impending storm. A secret decree has been dispatched to the Inspection Bureau and the Dark Crows. Chun Mo stated the facts with an unwavering demeanor, ordering a thorough investigation into all officials and merchants in the capital connected to the Southern Li dynasty. Those implicated, regardless of their rank, were to be dealt with ruthlessly. Ruthlessly? Yi Xiaotian echoed these words, trembling slightly against the iron shield, resembling a frightened infant. Goodness, this was no mere investigation. It was a political purge masquerading as a counter-espionage operation. Yi Linfan could almost envision the current scene in Tianqi City, undoubtedly awash with blood. The iron claws of the Dark Crow and the blades of the supervisory court would mercilessly strike at all forces linked to the Nangong family and the Queen's faction. This move by Emperor Xia was astute. He refrained from directly confronting the Queen, as her backing from the Nangong family was substantial due to their significant contributions in the power struggle. Acting rashly would only incite turmoil within the court. Instead, he raised the banner of eliminating foreign spies, skillfully targeting the roots that supported the Queen's power. Even if this strike could not immediately topple the Queen, it would severely weaken her, making it difficult for her to stir up trouble for years to come. And what of the Wanjian sect? Yi Xiaotian inquired, recalling that Li Changfeng had perished in the northern frontier, and they would not let this pass quietly. They will indeed let it pass, Chen Mo's unexpected response revealed. They have no other choice. He paused, unveiling a shocking truth. Xiaotian, do you remember the former crown prince? Yi Xiaotian's body stiffened. The former crown prince, Xia Qiyuan, the current Emperor Xia's elder brother, once the heir to the Great Xia throne, had ultimately lost in the contest for the throne against Xia Qiyuan. The Wanjian sect had always been the strongest support for the former crown prince. Chun Mo's account was harsh and direct. Now, the former crown prince had become a remnant, barely surviving. The sword of the Wanjian sect, having lost its master, had become a rootless reed. They were in desperate need of a new patron. So, they intended to ally with the Queen? Yi Xiaotian quickly grasped the connection. Correct. However, the Queen's actions have revealed her foolishness. Chen Mo continued his analysis. asserting that the emperor had seen this clearly. He would not impose severe penalties on the Wanjian sect, as that would entirely push this formidable force into opposition. Then what does he intend to do? To intimidate, to divide, and then to win over? Chun Mo recounted without infusing personal sentiment. Yet even Yi Linfan, the passive listener, felt a chill. The emperor's decree summoned the elders to the capital for questioning, an intimidation aimed at Lu Qianji, seeking to fracture the sect's internal unity. Following this, he would undertake a significant action to showcase to the Wanjian sect and the world. What action? To proclaim the eldest prince, Xia Jingyao, as the crown prince. What? Yi Xiaotian abruptly looked up, disbelief etched across his face. Proclaim the eldest prince? He is not. This is precisely the balance, Chen Mo interrupted. The eldest prince's mother passed away early, and her family holds no power. What does a rootless crown prince require most? Yi Xiaotian fell silent. He needs a sword. A blade that can carve paths for him and secure his position. The emperor is signaling to the Wanjian sect. Chen Mo articulated each word carefully, revealing the endgame of this strategic maneuver. The old master has been dismissed, and the new master has been established. To continue as a lost dog of misfortune, or to reclaim glory and become a loyal minister to a future sovereign, the choice lies with you. Within the training chamber, an oppressive silence prevailed. Yi Linfan lay upon the iron shield, feeling a chilling sensation surge from his feet to the crown of his head. It was utterly terrifying. This emperor, his biological father whom he had never met, was nothing short of a devil. He exploited the queen's transgressions, not only purging her influence, but also seizing the greatest political legacy left by his brother, the formidable Wanjian sect, a sword suspended over the Xia, effortlessly bringing it under his control without a single soldier's sacrifice. He shackled the Wanjian sect with a puppet-like eldest prince, ensuring that it would henceforth serve as a supporter of the new crown prince, counterbalancing the power of the Nangong family behind the queen. The machinations of a sovereign. Dreadful indeed. The precondition for all this was that Chun Mo's mask once again turned towards Yi Linfan. The third prince must perish in this pursuit, utterly and completely. Thus, this was his fate, a pawn whose identity had been erased since birth, destined to offer his life as the final sacrifice in his father's grand political chess game. The so-called paternal love was merely a distant calculation across mountains and rivers. The notion of protection was but a lie and burden wagered by another man. Enough, leave. Yi Xiaotian's voice shattered the silence, brimming with uncontrollable irritation and disdain. Don't stand there and annoy me. Your lifeless face vexes me. Chen Mo remained unmoved, approaching the iron shield and crouching down, the crow-like mask hovering close to Yi Linfan. He seemed to want to reach out, yet imitating Yi Xiaotian. His hand extended halfway before retracting, awkwardly nodding instead. Then he turned and melted into the night outside. Yi Linfan gazed at that solitary figure, silently mocking, coward. At that moment, Yi Xiaotian's towering form approached, lifting him off the iron shield and roughly rubbing his stubble against Yi Linfan's face. What are you staring at, you brat? He hoisted Yi Linfan high, his eyes gleaming fiercely in the moonlight, as if two flames were burning within. Did you hear? From now on, you are Yi Linfan. I am your father. Those scoundrels in Tianqi City have nothing to do with us. Once I raise you, I will teach you marksmanship and military strategy. The 300,000 iron cavalry of the northern frontier, along with my life, will be yours from now on. His rugged declaration echoed through the silent courtyard, filled with an undeniable dominance and reassurance. Yi Linfan looked at him and suddenly broke into a grin, a genuine smile emanating from within. To hell with princely status. To hell with the intrigues of the capital. From this day forth, he was Yi Linfan. The northern frontier was his home. This unreliable yet affectionate father was his sky, and he would ensure that this sky would never collapse, using his own means. He reached out with his chubby little hand and grasped one of Yi Xiaotian's fingers. Chapter 11. The Illusion of 5 Years of Peace. The venomous snakes of the capital emerged from their lair, probing the northern frontier. Chen Mo has departed. On the day he departed from northern frontier, news arrived from Tianqi City that the crown prince Xia Jingyao had been officially designated as the heir apparent, sending shockwaves through the court and the common populace alike. The empress, Nangongyu, withdrew into her palace for 3 days, and when she re-emerged, she appeared as the same dignified and resplendent matriarch, as if the political purge, cloaked under the guise of counter-espionage, which had severed countless of her connections, had never occurred. Yet, all were acutely aware that something fundamental had irrevocably changed. A rootless prince, a queen stripped of her foundations, Emperor Xia Qiyuan, whom she had never met, had exchanged the life of a deceased son for the political equilibrium he so fervently desired. The shifting tides of intrigue within the capital gradually reached Yi Xiaotian's study through the clandestine channels of the Dark Crow. Meanwhile, Yi Linfan remained blissfully ignorant of these developments, at least on the surface. He continued to be the easily manageable infant, daily cherished by Yi Xiaodian in the most rigorous manner imaginable: cold baths, coarse linen, fresh goat's milk, and obsidian shields. Day after day, year after year, time, the most equitable yet merciless force in existence, showed no inclination to pause for the likes of a prince or a general's son. A curious tranquility enveloped northern frontier for 5 long years. The empress of Tianqi City, akin to a wounded viper, retreated into her lair, nursing her wounds and amassing her venom. Throughout this period, she never ceased her vigilance over northern frontier. Yi Linfan, in turn, was granted the invaluable gift of a 5-year respite. During these years, he grew to the age of 5. His physique, under the rigorous nurturing of Yi Xiaodian and the relentless tempering of the Gung metal's malevolent energy, had far surpassed that of his peers. Particularly with the enhancement of the mysterious breathing technique from his previous life, his growth astonished even himself. The potential of this body resembled an unfathomable abyss. His physical cultivation had quietly entered the 8th tier of bone refining, while his qi cultivation had also crossed the threshold of the 9th tier of qi induction. On this day, he was practicing horse stance in the courtyard when Yi Xiaodian, standing like an iron tower with his hands clasped behind his back, scrutinized him with a complex expression. He finally felt that it was time to intervene. This boy could no longer practice aimlessly. "Come here, lad," Yi Xiaodian beckoned. Yi Linfan ceased his practice and trotted over. "In these years, your body has grown robust like a young calf, and your internal qi has begun to flourish on its own. Quite commendable," Yi Xiaodian remarked, patting his shoulder with considerable force. "The world believes our Yi family to be mere brutes of physical cultivation. They know nothing." A trace of disdain flickered across Yi Xiaodian's face. He crouched down to meet Yi Linfan's gaze directly. "Remember, the dragon-elephant suppression technique of our Yi family is not merely a physical cultivation method. It is the most domineering martial path of spear technique." Yi Linfan felt a stirring in his heart. The qi cultivated through this technique was extraordinarily violent, far beyond what an ordinary person's meridians could withstand. Once activated, it could lead to catastrophic self-destruction. Yi Xiaodian pointed at Yi Linfan's sturdy frame. "Thus, to cultivate this technique, one must first possess a physique as formidable as that of a dragon or elephant. The body serves as the dam that holds back rivers and the furnace that contains volcanoes. The foundation you have forged over these 5 years is the perfect cornerstone for mastering the dragon-elephant suppression technique." The admiration in his eyes was nearly overflowing. "Ha! Truly a stroke of fate. I have yet to impart any teachings, yet you have instinctively embarked upon the most righteous path. How enlightening. A practice primarily based on spiritual cultivation, with the physical body as its foundation, a pseudo-dual cultivation technique." No wonder Yi Xiaodian was not only unsurprised by his early dual cultivation performance, but rather pleased to witness it. In his view, he was merely laying the most perfect foundation for the cultivation of the Yi family's techniques. Little did he realize that the path he trod was entirely distinct, a truly holistic journey internally and externally, cursed by the laws of the world. The breathing technique from his past life was, in fact, his true Tao. "From this day forth, I shall impart to you the essence of the dragon-elephant suppression technique, and then teach you the Yi family's 7 forms of the Overlord breaking spear." Yi Xiaodian rose, his voice booming like thunder. "The technique is the oil, while the spear technique is the fire. Once you grasp the fundamentals of the technique, you will be able to wield this spear and unleash the dragon-elephant power within you with tremendous force." He believed he was guiding Yi Linfan toward a broad avenue, unaware that Yi Linfan was merely carving out a wider and far more perilous path alongside it. During these 5 years, he undertook another endeavor, adopting orphans. In his previous life, he too was an orphan. He could not bear to witness those children who lost their parents on the battlefield, struggling for survival in the muck. He instructed Uncle Fu to bring them to the general's residence, providing them with a home, food, and education. More importantly, he taught them how to survive in this brutal world, like wolves. Yi Xiaodian was delighted by this endeavor, patting Yi Linfan's head and laughing heartily, remarking on his childlike nature and fondness for merriment. He knew not that Yi Linfan was sowing seeds of loyalty solely to him for the future. Among these children, there was one particularly special boy named Zhu Yi, a name bestowed by Yi Linfan himself. He never smiled and spoke rarely. His eyes resembled those of a lone wolf, starved for 3 days on the prairie, always vigilant and fierce. While other children fought and bled over a meat bun, he silently gnawed on the hardest of rations, his gaze fixated on the meat bun's direction. Yi Linfan invested the most effort into him, personally teaching him how to conceal his presence, observe his surroundings, and inflict the most lethal damage in the simplest manner, skills that were once the hallmark of the Zhulong in his past life. He believed such tranquility would last for at least a few more years. Yet, he ultimately underestimated a mother's resentment and a woman's desire for power. When the Jingyun merchant group from the capital arrived, laden with exquisite treasures, only to exchange them for a crude slingshot, a detailed report, alongside 5 years' worth of intelligence, was presented before the queen, Nangongyu. She dismissed all others, sitting alone on the Phoenix throne, perusing the intelligence from the northern frontier repeatedly. Her network of informants had long infiltrated the northern territories, though the core of the general's residence was as secure as an iron barrel. The trajectory of Yi Linfan's growth over these 5 years had still been pieced together into a general outline, speaking at 2 years, recognizing 1,000 characters by 3, and racing with hunting dogs in the snow by 4. The robustness of his physique and the precocity of his intellect far exceed the bounds of reason, rendering him almost otherworldly. Nangongyu pushed aside all the confidential reports, massaging her throbbing temples. A disquieting contradiction lingered in her mind, one that she could not shake off. She had dispatched individuals to conduct an in-depth investigation regarding Yi Linfan's origins, and the findings were nothing short of impeccable. A concubine of Yi Xiaotian had tragically passed away in the northern frontier 5 years prior, shortly after giving birth to a male infant, only to succumb to blood loss. The timeline, location, and witnesses, all details were flawlessly aligned. According to the intelligence, Yi Linfan was indeed the flesh and blood of Yi Xiaotian. Yet, therein lies the crux of the issue. This information was too immaculate. It resembled a meticulously woven narrative. As Nangongyu closed her eyes, the strikingly ethereal visage of Lin Suxin appeared before her, alongside her unparalleled sword-heart luminous body. A progeny bearing such a lineage, should he survive and exhibit any extraordinary talent, would seem entirely plausible. Thus, what is the true nature of this enigma? Is Yi Xiaotian's son truly a prodigy beyond compare? Or is this flawless intelligence merely an elaborate ruse? Has Yi Xiaotian, by claiming the identity of his own son, perfectly concealed the existence of this aberration? Regardless of the answer, it posed a significant threat to her. An exceptionally gifted heir of the Yi family would inevitably become a formidable adversary for her son in the future. Moreover, a progeny with royal blood would serve as a perilous root of instability for the kingdom. Since he turned 6, a series of peculiar accidents began to transpire around him with alarming frequency. When he went fishing by the riverbank, a startled iron-skinned bull would miraculously charge down from upstream. While he strolled the streets, a lavish carriage would inexplicably lose its axle and careen toward him uncontrollably. Even the delicacies brought by Uncle Fu had been laced with a colorless, tasteless, slow-acting poison. Each of these trials became increasingly insidious and more lethal. Yet, the outcome was always akin to a silent slap, striking her face with brutal force. That runaway carriage, as he seemingly stumbled in panic, had brushed perilously close to him. The poisoned delicacy, accidentally toppled to the ground, led the family dog to foam at the mouth and perish that very night. Every incident was a coincidence. Every instance was a stroke of fortune. This inexplicable streak of luck rendered all her conjectures utterly powerless. Finally, she comprehended that her fixation on the child's true identity had become utterly meaningless. In the realm of genuine power struggles, there exists no room for mercy, only the potential for miscalculation and the imperative to eliminate. The presence of Yi Linfan, who loomed over the northern frontier, his true identity obscured in shadows, was the greatest affront and threat to her authority. The dread of the unknown, coupled with uncertainty about the future, had drained her patience to its very last drop. This time, she would no longer test the waters. Instead, she would lay down a true and lethal strategy. Chapter 12. The Sword Body's Malevolent Domain. 8-year-old counterattack against the Celestial Realm. Yi Linfan is now 8 years old. Over the span of 3 years, under the lavish accumulation of resources by Yi Xiaotian, his prowess has surged to astonishing heights. In physical training, he has attained the 7th rank of the Easy Muscle Realm. In energy cultivation, he has reached the 7th rank of the Gathering Essence Realm. 2 7th ranks. Such a velocity of growth has long surpassed the realm of mere genius, resembling instead a prodigy that ought not to exist in this world. Within Yi Xiaotian's heart swells both pride and an increasingly profound concern. This exceedingly radiant gem can no longer be concealed by the dust of obscurity. Far away in Tianqi City, the patience of the queen has finally been eroded by 3 years of tranquility. At the banquet celebrating Yi Linfan's 8th birthday, Yi Xiaotian, inebriated, boldly declared before all the core military leaders of Jinbei City, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Behold, this is the seed of Yi Xiaotian, the sole heir of our national general's mansion. This announcement struck like a thunderclap, traversing mountains and rivers, crashing into the depths of the Imperial Palace in Tianqi City. It became the final straw that broke the camel's back. 3 days later, an urgent military report, emblazoned in crimson, shot like a fiery arrow into Jinbei City. The Beiming Empire had assembled 100,000 elite cavalry under the banner of the Tianlang, launching a fierce assault on Fenghao Gorge last night. The situation was dire. Yi Xiaotian barely had time for a final glance at Yi Linfan before donning his armor, seizing his spear, and hastening to the front lines. The narrative bore a striking resemblance to past events, yet this time, the lurking threat concealed in the night was 100-fold more potent than it had been 8 years prior. That night, under the darkened sky and howling winds, Yi Linfan practiced with a spear in the desolate courtyard. The 72-pound black iron spear felt weightless in his hands. Each swing tore through the air with a resonant whoosh. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of danger, akin to a rising tide, enveloped him in silence from all directions. It has come. He tightened his grip on the spear, the solid texture calming his heart further. Come out, he uttered, his youthful voice breaking the stillness of the night, remarkably composed for an 8-year-old. As his words faded, shadowy figures materialized from the inky darkness, silently occupying the corners of the courtyard. Their faces were obscured by grotesque, twisted masks, revealing only their emotionless eyes. A chilling, rigid aura, born solely for slaughter, permeated the air. They were the elite assassins of the Nangong family, the Nangong Shadows. The leader, merely standing there, exuded such oppressive force that the very air thickened around him. 4th rank, Celestial Phenomenon Realm. The son of General Yi certainly possesses some audacity, remarked the masked figure. His voice gravelly, akin to stones grinding against one another, laced with a mocking tone reminiscent of a cat playing with a mouse. He did not strike immediately but approached with a unique, silent gait. Boy, your demeanor does not reflect that of Yi Xiaotian, the brute. Instead, I see traces of someone from the capital. He was probing. Yi Linfan's heart sank suddenly, yet upon his face, there momentarily emerged the quintessential fear and confusion that should befit an 8-year-old child. Who are you? What do you want? Yi Linfan's grip on the long spear began to tremble slightly, and his feet instinctively retreated. My father is the Grand General of the state. If you dare to act recklessly, he will not let you go. He portrayed a cowardly child with remarkable authenticity. The masked man seemed to have heard the most amusing joke, letting out a harsh, mocking laugh. Your father? At this moment, he is likely struggling to save himself. The 3 shadow guards behind him, like serpents poised to strike, formed a triangular formation, steadily closing in, sealing off all of Yi Linfan's escape routes. Child, stop pretending. The tone of the masked man suddenly turned cold, the mockery vanishing, replaced by unmasked murderous intent. We come at the behest of Her Majesty the Queen to take your life. If you submit willingly, you may suffer less. The Queen. A tempest of fury surged within Yi Linfan, yet his face remained a mask of bewilderment. What Queen? I do not understand what you are saying. You have mistaken the wrong person. Mistaken the wrong person? The masked man let out a derisive laugh, dripping with scorn. It seems that a lesson must be taught to elicit the truth from you. Go, leave him with just enough breath. With a command, the 3 6th-rank shadow guards surged forward like arrows released from their bowstrings, attacking Yi Linfan from 3 directions. Kill. Yi Linfan abandoned his pretense. With a low roar erupting from his youthful throat, the power of his dual 7th-rank abilities erupted like a dormant volcano, fierce and explosive. All traces of fear and confusion vanished from his eyes, leaving only a resolute and fierce determination that belied his age. The black iron spear in his hand transformed from a child's toy into a harbinger of death, a black lightning bolt that surged forward to meet them. Overlord's breaking spear, sweeping through thousands. The battle erupted in an instant. The spear moved like a dense forest, its cold light reminiscent of a prison. In a flash of lightning, Yi Linfan's figure intertwined with that of the 3 shadow guards. Puff, puff. 2 heads adorned with ghastly masks soared into the air, hot blood arcing in a mournful trajectory. The last shadow guard staggered back, clutching his shoulder pierced by the spear's tip. His eyes beneath the mask filled with sheer horror and disbelief. Monster. He is a monster. The strength of the celestial realm finally stirred. He was astonished by the power Yi Linfan had unleashed in an instant, a flicker of realization flashing in his eyes, quickly replaced by an even greater surge of murderous intent. Indeed, it is you. You wretched spawn, you have truly survived. No longer concealing his intent, he unleashed the terrifying aura of a 4th-rank celestial realm expert. If that is the case, let me ensure your demise. He stepped forward, and the air in the courtyard seemed to solidify instantly. Domain of the Ghost Wind. Centered around him, a visible stream of gray-black energy suddenly expanded, enveloping the entire courtyard. The wind wailed, resembling countless vengeful spirits lamenting. The shattered stones on the ground were swept up, turning to dust in the air, while the atmosphere brimmed with a razor-sharp sensation. This is the embryonic form of the fourth-tier celestial realm. In this domain, he reigns supreme. With a single stroke of his sword, the glimmer of the blade transcends mere brilliance, enveloping the entire realm in a chilling, spectral wind, morphing into a black dragon of malevolence that seeks to devour Yi Linfan. Are you still defiant? Young man, allow me to narrate a tale, one you could never fathom. A story of your own birth. Your mother, that wretched woman named Lin Suxin, was truly obstinate in her resolve. For the sake of your existence. Do you know what she ultimately did? She audaciously plunged a sword into her own belly. How does that feel? I truly wish to ask you, did your first breath carry the scent of your mother's blood? Boom. These words struck like bolts of black lightning, traversing the span of 8 years, ruthlessly piercing the very depths of Yi Linfan's soul. The memories he had meticulously sealed away, the ones he dared not confront, surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam. The icy riverbank. His mother's gentle yet resolute gaze, the sword that unhesitatingly pierced her abdomen, and the warm, crimson blood that stained the heavens, transforming the world into a tapestry of red. An indescribable fury and sorrow, violent in its intensity, instantaneously consumed his reason. The bloodline within him erupted with unbridled ferocity. The sword-heart luminous body, Buzz, his form suddenly radiated a translucent brilliance akin to glass. A terrifying sword intent sharp enough to cleave through all things erupted from every pore. Simultaneously, deep within his soul, the innate, hellish malevolence surged forth. Ignited by this overwhelming emotion, erupting with cataclysmic force, the sword intent and the malevolence, two distinctly powerful, yet equally tyrannical forces, fused within him in an unfathomable manner. A domain, uniquely belonging to Yi Linfan, one that had never graced this world, unfolded in an instant. The sword-body malevolent domain, boom, centered around him. A realm infused with the brilliance of glass and the sanguine malevolence expanded outward like a sun of destruction. The proud domain of the celestial realm expert. The ghost malevolent wind domain let out a mournful wail upon contact with his own domain, as if fragile ice had collided with a searing iron. The wailing ghostly winds were severed and obliterated in an instant. The contorted shadows were vaporized by the overwhelming malevolence. What is this? The sinister grin on the celestial realm expert's face froze, replaced by sheer horror and dread. His domain, his greatest reliance as a fourth-tier master, was utterly shattered in a single encounter with the domain of an 8-year-old child. He obtained the answer he sought, confirming Yi Linfan's identity. Yet, he profoundly underestimated the price that this revelation would exact. Now it is my turn. Yi Linfan's voice echoed in his ears, as if it emerged from the depths of the netherworld. He did not discard the long spear. Instead, he gripped it tightly. The glass-like sword intent and blood-red malevolence surged chaotically into the dark iron spear in his hands. A resonant hum emanated from the spear, burdened beyond its capacity, as bizarre patterns of intertwined glass and crimson emerged along its shaft. He stepped forward and thrust the spear. It was a seemingly unremarkable thrust, devoid of flamboyant techniques, embodying only the purest and most profound penetration. The spear tip collided thunderously with the sword edge. Crack! The fourth-grade treasured sword shattered inch by inch from the tip, disintegrating into a myriad of iron shards. Yet, the momentum of his spear remained unabated, fiercely piercing through the heart of the celestial realm powerhouse with an overwhelming dominance. As he lowered his head, disbelief washed over him as he beheld the spear that had pierced through his own chest, still resonating with a hum. In that fleeting moment, his vitality was utterly crushed, a counterattack against the celestial realm. However, after unleashing that earth-shattering thrust, the power within Yi Linfan receded like a receding tide. Darkness enveloped him, and he fell backward, rigid. In the last moment before losing consciousness, he glimpsed the towering figure of Yi Xiaotian at the courtyard entrance, descending like a celestial being, finally making his appearance. He had returned, albeit a moment too late. Chapter 13. The Nation's Fury. A bloodbath across 3,000 miles of the northern frontier. Yi Xiaotian stood frozen at the entrance of the courtyard. He had returned. He had swiftly dealt with the military situation at Fenghao Gorge. The so-called 100,000 Wolf Iron Cavalry was merely a facade of bluster, a clumsy distraction orchestrated by Bei Meng. The ominous premonition that had tormented him since receiving the military report burned fiercely within him. He had rushed back with all his might, only to find himself a step too late. He beheld the lifeless body in the courtyard, its chest pierced through, vitality extinguished. The malevolent mask on the face had shattered. revealing a visage he had seen in the dark records of the Crow. It was the fourth-grade celestial realm offering of the Nangong family, a bloodied executioner. He also saw two headless corpses sprawled in pools of blood, clad in identical shadow guard attire. Finally, he beheld the small, motionless figure lying on the ground. In that moment, Yi Xiaoyan's breath came to a halt. Time froze. The wind ceased, the night fell silent, and the entire world was left with that small, unmoving body. Fanner, a heart-wrenching roar erupted from deep within Yi Xiaoyan's throat, akin to an injured primordial beast, shaking the very rafters of the general's estate. He dashed forward. Yet as he neared Yi Linfan, his movements softened with utmost gentleness. Trembling, he extended a hand to feel for Yi Linfan's breath. Faint, but still present. Boom. The taut string within Yi Xiaotian snapped. What followed was an inferno of wrath capable of scorching the heavens and boiling the seas. He carefully lifted Yi Linfan, the frail little body barely stirring, with a slight rise and fall of the chest. He could sense the chaotic breath within Yi Linfan, as if it had endured a catastrophic tempest, now reduced to mere embers of survival. To still be alive was nothing short of a miracle. Yi Xiaotian cradled him and slowly rose to his feet, his movements deliberate. His gaze swept across the three corpses in the courtyard, lingering on the dark iron spear still embedded in the chest of a formidable adversary, and then upon the still wet bloodstains that belonged to his son. Under the cold moonlight, his face bore no expression, yet those familiar with him understood that this was the most terrifying state of the national general. It was not his silent wrath that instilled fear, but rather the profound silence that signaled his boiling murderous intent. Fu Bo, he called, his voice low yet resonant, instantly reverberating throughout the estate. The elder steward, Fu Bo, with his white hair, rushed in accompanied by a group of guards wielding weapons. Upon witnessing the grim scene, a chill swept through them all. Even Fu Bo's voice trembled. Seal off the entire estate. Not a single fly is to escape. Yi Xiaoyan's voice was devoid of warmth, carrying a dire warning. Should even a whisper of tonight's events escape, all of you shall be summoned to face the consequences. Understood. The guards replied in unison, their faces etched with fear and resolve. Cradling Yi Linfan, Yi Xiaotian turned towards the inner courtyard but paused at the entrance, issuing another command without looking back. Hang those three corpses on the city tower of Jinbei. Fu Bo shuddered. General, these are members of the Nangong family. To do so would mean. Yi Xiaotian slowly turned his head, his eyes ablaze with hellfire, fixing an intense gaze on Fu Bo. My son was assassinated in our own home by these scoundrels from the capital. Shall I still adhere to their so-called rules? I intend to send a message to the venomous serpent of Tianqi City, to inform the world, those who harm my son shall perish. Hang the bodies out for all to see. I want the 300,000 soldiers of Jinbei to witness what kind of malignant growth they have sworn to protect in the Great Xia. Each word dripped with a palpable bloodlust, as if forced through clenched teeth. Fu Bo fell silent, bowing his head deeply. Your orders, my lord, shall be obeyed. Yi Xiaotian carried Yi Linfan into the training room, gently placing him upon the broad dark iron shield. He removed his outer robe and draped it over Yi Linfan. Then, he turned and strode to the center of the training room. From within his robe, he produced a crimson command medallion, adorned with the totem of the Xian bird. Xuanjiao army. He barked, channeling a strand of true essence into the medallion. Buzz. The medallion emitted a soft chime, sending forth invisible waves that radiated from the General's estate, expanding outward in all directions. This was the highest level assembly order of the Xuanjiao army, one that could only be invoked in times of national crisis. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, a formidable aura surged from every corner of Jinbei City, rising like a torrent of rivers converging towards the general's mansion. Captain Zhang Meng, greetings to the great general. Lieutenant Li Tai, greetings to the great general. 10 heavily armored generals of the Xuanjiao army, exuding an intense malevolence, knelt on one knee before Yi Xiaotian. Each of them was a battle-hardened warrior, having emerged from a sea of corpses and blood, with strength exceeding the 6th rank of the Qi Si realm. They gazed at the young master, unconscious upon the Xiantai shield, and then at the general's face, which was dark and brooding, nearly dripping with tension. Great General, Zhang Meng, the leader of the Baiman, inquired cautiously, is it not Baiman? Yi Xiaotian interrupted him. It is an internal traitor. He slowly enunciated those 3 words. The bodies of all the generals trembled. How many years have you served alongside me? Yi Xiaotian suddenly posed an unrelated question. I have followed the general for 15 years. I have served for 20 years. I have been by the general's side since he began his military career. Yi Xiaotian nodded. Very well. Tell me, how have I treated you, Yi Xiaotian? The general has treated us with immense kindness, akin to a mountain. Zhang Meng and the others roared in unison, their voices nearly shattering the roof. Then, Yi Xiaodian slowly raised the Xian bird military order in his hand. This night, I require you to carry out a task for me. A task that may earn you the title of butcher and could even lead to your prosecution by the court. Do you dare? Zhang Ming lifted his head sharply. Witnessing the madness in the general's eyes, along with an unfathomable pain lurking beneath it. Without hesitation, he struck his chest plate with his fist, producing a resounding thud. By the general's command, I shall face mountains of knives and seas of fire, unyielding to death. Unyielding to death. The other 9 echoed fiercely. Yi Xiaodian exhaled a breath of foul air, his proclamation resonating through the training hall like a chilling wind from the depths of the abyss. Relay my order. Seal off all 4 gates of Jinbei City. No entry, no exit. Command the city guards to take over the defense. The entire city is under martial law. Mobilize the Xuanjia army, 30,000 iron cavalry, 10,000 heavy infantry, to set out immediately. The target, all strongholds, branches, warehouses, and caravans associated with the Jinyan Trading Company within the northern frontier. All individuals related to the Nangong family. All unidentified spies sent from the capital. You have one night. He paused, delivering the final command with deliberate emphasis. Find them, and then eliminate them. Not a single one shall remain. Chapter 14. The Forbidden Domain. Has my son traversed this dead end? The night deepened. Outside Jinbei City, the sound of hoofbeats thundered, the cold gleam of iron armor shattering the moonlight. A bloody purge against all lurking forces within the northern frontier commenced under Yi Xiaodian's wrath, unfolding in the most severe and unreasonable manner. Yi Xiaodian did not leave the training hall. He remained quietly seated beside the Xiantai shield, guarding the unconscious Yi Linfan. The cries of battle and screams from the outside seemed to be isolated from this place. His fury, far from abating after issuing that slaughter command, transformed into a more profound and frigid tempest, raging wildly within his chest. His gaze fell upon Yi Linfan, the child he regarded as his own, whom he had vowed to protect with his life. This child now lay here, teetering on the brink of life and death. He slowly extended his hand, his broad, calloused palm gently resting upon Yi Linfan's forehead. Vital energy flowed like a gentle stream, cautiously probing into Yi Linfan's body. In an instant, Yi Xiaodian's robust frame shook violently. Chaos ensued. What he discovered was a battlefield, ravaged as if repeatedly slashed by countless divine weapons. Many meridians lay severed, the internal organs sustained damage, and the essence of blood had dwindled to a horrifying extent. A mere ordinary warrior, subjected to such grievous internal injuries, would have succumbed to the cold embrace of death. Yet Yi Linfan still clung to a breath. An astonishingly tenacious vitality pulsated deep within him, like wild grass in the dark, stubbornly fighting for existence. What force sustained him? Yi Xiaodian's vital energy delved deeper, and he soon uncovered the source of that vitality. It resided within that very flesh. Yi Linfan's bones, muscles, and even blood contained an extraordinarily refined and sharp characteristic of a peculiar power. This force was neither entirely the ethereal energy of a Qi practitioner nor purely the essence of a body cultivator. It resembled a perfect amalgamation of the two. This power was spontaneously and gradually repairing his shattered body. Yi Xiaodian's heart tightened suddenly. Dual cultivation. He had long been aware that Yi Linfan was engaged in dual cultivation. He also recognized that Yi Linfan's physical talents far exceeded what was required for the dragon-elephant suppression technique he had imparted. Yet, he had always believed this was merely a reflection of the child's innate yearning for power, thinking that dual cultivation before reaching the 4th rank would lay a more solid foundation, which was a good thing. But now, he was horrified to realize how utterly mistaken he had been. Yi Linfan was not merely playing. He was not merely laying a foundation. He was utterly serious. He was truly racing down this cursed dead end. Yi Xiaodian's gaze shifted from Yi Linfan to the center of the courtyard. There lingered a faint, chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. It was the lingering resonance of a clash of realms, not yet fully dissipated. One of the auras was cold, treacherous, suffused with a ghostly energy. Yi Xiaodian recognized it as the sinister ghostly aura of the Nangong family's celestial realm expert. The other aura, Yi Xiaodian rose, slowly walking to the center of that aura, closing his eyes. As a 3rd-grade grandmaster, his domain was already perfected. His understanding of the domain surpassed that of a 4th-grade celestial realm practitioner. As his consciousness immersed itself to perceive the residual aura, even his soul trembled. What did he sense? Sharpness. Utterly supreme sharpness. It felt as if it could slice through all things in the world, capable of cleaving space itself. This sword intent bore an uncanny resemblance to the aura emanating from that woman in his memories. The sword heart, glazed body. Indeed, it is the bloodline of Lin Suxin. This secret has ultimately been unveiled. Yet, This revelation is not what astonished him the most. Amidst this piercing sword intent, he also sensed a power that was utterly distinct, dominant, ferocious, filled with an overwhelming will of destruction and slaughter. This malevolent aura seemed to emanate from the depths of the abyss, imbued with a resolute determination to fight to the bitter end, undeterred by the multitude of foes. How could an 8-year-old child possibly harbor such terrifying malice? This is not something that can be attained through cultivation. It is a nuance distilled from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, born from countless life and death struggles. These two fundamentally different powers should be incompatible, clashing with one another. Yet here, they interwove and fused together in an almost eerie manner, creating a wholly new realm that he had never seen before, nor even imagined. Yi Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly flew open. An absurd thought, so ludicrous that it made him chuckle, began to proliferate in his mind. The external domain is a realm formed by practitioners of qi drawing upon the power of the surrounding world, crafting a space of control outside their bodies. The internal domain, on the other hand, is where body cultivators radiate their vital energy outward, forming an absolute barrier impervious to all forms of attack. Since ancient times, dual cultivators have been unable to break through the fourth rank due to the fundamental and destructive conflict that arises in the moment of breakthrough between these two realms of external and internal origin, ultimately leading to their demise. This has been the ironclad rule of the Zhongshuan continent for millennia. A curse, but how can one explain the phenomena before him? The lingering essence of this realm possesses characteristics of both external domain energy and the inner domain's divine resonance. Unity of inner and outer, the fusion of water and fire. A forbidden realm that ought not to exist in this world. Has he succeeded? Yi Xiaodian murmured to himself, his voice dry. Has he truly shattered that curse? Has he traversed that dead-end path? This realization stirred within him a tumult more tumultuous than the fiercest storm of wrath. Half was elation, half trepidation, joyful that his son, his only mortal child, is an unprecedented prodigy, a miracle capable of overturning the conventional wisdom of martial arts across the continent, yet fearful that this miracle is exceedingly fragile. He understands better than anyone the adage that possessing a precious treasure brings about peril. A prince with a sword hard of glazed jade is already sufficient to keep the empress restless, sparing no effort to extinguish him. So what of a being that has broken the dual cultivation curse, possessing a forbidden realm of unity? A creature whose potential might even surpass that of terrestrial immortals? If this news were to spread, what kind of terrifying covetousness and murderous intent would it attract? The sword sect would go mad. They would spare no expense to reclaim Yi Linfan, coercing him to cultivate the sword and forge him into the sharpest weapon of the sect. The northern Mangwolf Valley would go mad. They would dispatch the most elite assassins to crush this potential threat to the entire empire in its cradle. The southernly divine dynasty would go mad. Even the man seated on the throne of Apocalypse City, his good brother, Yi Linfan's biological father. What thoughts would he harbor upon discovering this news? Could he remain composed? Would he perceive this pawn as beyond his control? Might he, for the sake of the so-called grand scheme of the world, destroy this son who could potentially alter everything? The heart of an emperor is unfathomable. Yi Xiaodian dared not wager on it. He did not even dare to contemplate it. He only recognized that from this night onward, Yi Linfan's greatest secret was no longer his identity as a prince, but rather the viability of his dual cultivation path. It was this forbidden realm known as the sword body killing domain. This secret must never be divulged to another soul besides himself. He abruptly turned, gazing once more at Yi Linfan, who lay upon the black iron shield. But why? Why must it be this very night? What had provoked him? What had ignited this force within him that even he could not comprehend? The overwhelming malevolence that had seemingly materialized from thin air, and that unwavering resolve uncharacteristic of an 8-year-old child. Where had it originated? For the first time, a sense of unfamiliarity stirred within Yi Xiaoyan's heart towards this child he had watched grow. It was as though within that small body lay another ancient soul, entirely inscrutable to him. This fleeting thought was quickly suppressed. Regardless, he was his son. That was sufficient. Yi Xiaodian felt a sharp pang in his heart. He approached, crouched down, and gently brushed his rough palm across Yi Linfan's pale little face. Silly boy, it's your father. Useless. It's your father who failed to protect you. His voice, for the first time, carried a hint of choking emotion. Chapter 15. The Father and Son Confrontation. From now on, let us be regarded as useless. Yi Linfan awakened. His consciousness slowly resurfaced from the endless abyss of darkness. The first sensation to return was pain. His entire body felt as if it had been trampled by countless war chariots, each bone and vein lamenting under the unbearable burden. He struggled to open his eyes. Before him lay the familiar ceiling of the practice room and a magnified face filled with worry and fatigue. It was Yi Xiaotian. Awake? His voice was hoarse, as if he had endured a long night. Yi Linfan attempted to sit up, but found his body utterly limp, devoid of any strength. Don't move. Yi Xiaotian firmly pressed him down, his movements rough yet controlled, causing him no pain. He fetched a bowl of dark, medicinal broth, rich with potent aromas, scooped a spoonful, blew on it, and brought it to Yi Linfan's lips. Drink this. His tone remained commanding. Yi Linfan did not resist. He opened his mouth and swallowed the bitter concoction. As the medicinal liquid flowed into his abdomen, it transformed into a warm current, swiftly spreading to his limbs and easing the intense pain that had previously consumed him. This bowl of medicine likely contained no fewer than 10 invaluable rare herbs. The unreliable old man, in his quest to heal him, had emptied his entire private treasury. After consuming a bowl of medicine, Yi Linfan felt a semblance of strength returning. How long have I been asleep? His voice was parched, akin to traversing a desert for 3 days and nights. 3 days and nights. Yi Xiaotian set down the bowl. The mention of 3 days sent a chill through Yi Linfan's heart. The final words of that formidable celestial realm expert echoed in his mind like an incantation. My mother split open her belly. My first breath was tainted with her blood. A sharp pain surged from the depths of his mind, compelling him to emit a groan, clutching his head with both hands. The gruesome scenes he had deliberately sealed away, the bloody memories of his birth, now flickered vividly before his eyes, frame by frame. Fanner. Yi Xiaotian grasped his shoulders, channeling a robust and gentle essence into his body, forcefully suppressing the tumultuous blood and energy within. Do not dwell on it, he bellowed. Those events are in the past. Yi Linfan gasped for air, his body trembling uncontrollably. In the past? How could it be forgotten? The vengeance for my mother's murder is an eternal grievance. He lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Yi Xiaotian. Is what you said true? Yi Xiaotian hesitated. What do you mean by true? He continued. My mother, to save me, cut herself open and brought me forth. Yi Linfan stared intently, articulating each word as he recounted that most harrowing image. He also said, my first breath was infused with her blood. Yi Xiaotian's imposing frame shuddered violently. The color drained from his face, replaced by a ghastly pallor. He yearned to inquire how Yi Linfan could possibly know such things. More so, he wished to ask why Yi Linfan would believe the words of a dying adversary. A newborn could not possibly retain memories. Yet, the questions lodged in his throat, unable to escape, for he witnessed the expression on Yi Linfan's face. It was not the curiosity of an 8-year-old child, but rather a profound, almost desperate anticipation of inevitable judgment. His silence served as the most poignant answer. Yi Linfan's heart sank gradually, akin to plummeting into a bottomless icy abyss. It was the queen, Nangongyu, was it not? He inquired again. Yi Xiaotian closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, they were filled solely with boundless weariness and anguish. From the moment Yi Linfan had turned the tables on the celestial realm, all pretenses and deceptions had lost their significance before him. He slowly nodded. Yes, a single word, yet it bore the weight of mountains. With the confirmation of his suspicions, the furious blaze of wrath within Yi Linfan began to quell, replaced by a profound stillness that seeped into his very bones. What transpired after I fell unconscious? He shifted the question. In the northern border, a cleansing was enacted. Yi Xiaotian responded nonchalantly. Yet behind those 5 words lay a river of bloodshed. That celestial realm expert and his 2 accomplices had their corpses hung on the city walls of northern town for 3 days. He regarded Yi Linfan, emphasizing each word as he elaborated. Fanner, I wish to convey to you, and to the world, that in this northern frontier, no one can harm you. Whoever dares to act against you shall meet their demise. A warmth enveloped Yi Linfan's heart. This man, perhaps not eloquent, nonetheless declared his stance to both him and his adversaries in the most direct and domineering manner. Father, he whispered softly, for the first time in his 2 lifetimes, genuinely uttering this term of endearment from the depths of his heart. Yi Xiaotian's body visibly stiffened. He turned his head aside, seemingly reluctant to allow Yi Linfan to witness the redness in his eyes. Impudent child, are you trying to summon my spirit? He scolded, masking his emotional turmoil. The training room fell into a brief moment of warmth and silence. Yet soon, Yi Xiaotian turned back, his expression once again grave. Fanner, I must speak to you about a matter that pertains to your very survival. He sat cross-legged before Yi Linfan, meeting his gaze. What was the source of the power you unleashed that night? Yi Linfan did not withhold the truth, revealing the secret of his dual cultivation, as well as the formation of the sword body calamity realm that arose unexpectedly after the bloodline surged. Naturally, he omitted the origins of the soul from his past life as a special forces soldier and the true source of that overwhelming malevolence. He merely stated that the malevolence was a seed of hatred sown deep within his soul, birthed from witnessing his mother's tragic death. This explanation was reasonable. Yi Xiaodian remained silent for a long while after listening. His face betrayed a tumult of shock, elation, and profound concern. The forbidden realm of internal and external unity. He murmured, as if grappling with a revelation that could overturn his entire understanding of martial arts. Father, is it truly impossible to traverse the path of dual cultivation? Yi Linfan voiced his greatest doubt. Yi Xiaodian lifted his head, his demeanor more serious than ever. No, you have succeeded. However, this means you have embarked on a path far more perilous than dual cultivation itself. He began to elucidate the implications for Yi Linfan. For millennia on the Zhongshuan continent, no one has broken the curse of dual cultivation, as the internal and external realms cannot coexist. Yet you, with the sword heart given to you by your mother and the domineering malevolence residing within your soul, have forcibly merged the two realms. This is both your extraordinary fortune and your greatest trump card. But, he shifted his tone, his words heavy with gravity. Fanner, have you considered what your success is founded upon? It is based on an extreme emotional outburst. It is the surging of your bloodline. It is your reckless disregard for life and death, as you exploited every ounce of your potential without concern for the consequences. This is a miracle that cannot be replicated. What about next time? When you once again face the formidable barrier of the fourth-tier breakthrough, will you find such an opportunity again? Can you withstand the terrifying impact of the realm's fusion that could tear you to shreds? His words fell like a cold shower, extinguishing any flicker of hope in Yi Linfan's heart. Indeed, the sensations of that night remained vivid in his memory. The agony of being torn apart, teetering on the brink of annihilation, was an experience he wished never to endure again. Thus, until you possess absolute certainty in discovering a method to seamlessly integrate the internal and external realms, you must refrain from recklessly attempting to transcend the dual fourth rank. Yi Xiaoyan's words were resolute and unyielding. Otherwise, the next time could very well be your demise. What your father implies is suppression. Yi Xiaodian uttered these two words. From this day forth, you must actively restrain the advancement of your qi cultivation. Maintain your realm firmly at the pinnacle of the 6th rank qi si, and never allow it to spontaneously break through to the 5th rank zhi xian. Devote all your energy to refining your physical prowess and martial techniques. Utilize your formidable physique to bear the increasingly potent essence of your sword domain. Yi Linfan instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. This was, at present, the only viable approach. By fortifying his physical cultivation, he could create a sufficiently robust vessel for his still unstable, forbidden domain. There is one more matter. Yi Xiaodian regarded him, his expression growing complex. Although you have survived this time, you have also exposed far too much. Your talent has transcended the realm of genius. It is now futile to masquerade as an ordinary prodigy. Such pretense will only invite endless probing and peril. What should be done then? Yi Linfan inquired. Yi Xiaodian pondered in silence for a moment, seemingly weighing his words. Given that being a genius is too perilous, we must adopt a different way of living. He was about to continue when Yi Linfan interjected. Father, I understand. He looked at Yi Xiaodian, his face adorned with a smile that belied his age, tinged with a hint of self-mockery. If being a genius leads to death, then I shall no longer be one. From this day forth, Yi Linfan will no longer be that astonishingly talented young prodigy. Yi Xiaoyan's prepared words caught in his throat. He merely stared blankly at his son. Yi Linfan enunciated the answer that had simultaneously emerged in both of their hearts. I shall become an irredeemable wastrel. Chapter 16. Father and Son United. A new tyrant in the northern frontier. Yi Xiaodian was taken aback. He had meticulously prepared a multitude of arguments, ready to employ a father's authority and a general's wisdom to guide this child, who had recently undergone a life-altering experience, onto a path that was both the most humiliating and the safest. Yet, he had not anticipated that Yi Linfan would articulate it himself. Moreover, he spoke with such calmness, as if he were merely deciding what to have for breakfast the following day, rather than determining the course of his future for decades to come. In those pitch-black eyes, there was none of the confusion or fear that one would expect from an 8-year-old, only a profound serenity born from having seen through the complexities of the world. His throat constricted, and after a moment, he managed to utter a single word through gritted teeth. Good. This word was laden with undeniable tremors. His towering figure swayed slightly, as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted, yet it also seemed as though he were being crushed by something far heavier. He understood Yi Linfan's intentions. Yi Linfan understood his father's anguish. A father, by his own hand, transforming his son from a celebrated genius into a scorned wastrel. This is more painful than killing him. Father, you need not be this way. Yi Linfan gazed at him, his voice unwavering and serene, having traversed the path of genius. It has been proven that this route leads to nowhere. If that is the case, then I shall take another path. It is of no great consequence. Have you truly come to terms with this? Yi Xiaotian remained unconvinced, crouching down to meet Yi Linfan's gaze, seeking even the slightest hint of reluctance on that youthful countenance. I have come to terms with it. Yi Linfan met his scrutiny without reservation, articulating each word with conviction, rather than being a genius coveted, tested, and suffocated by the admiration of many. It is preferable to be a worthless individual, overlooked, scorned, and abandoned by all. The former exists as a target beneath the spotlight, with every action scrutinized, while the latter lives as a rat in the shadows, unnoticed by all. I choose the shadows, for only there can one accomplish more. Yi Xiaotian fell silent. He gazed deeply at Yi Linfan, his tiger-like eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions, shock, heartache, pride, and desolation, all intertwining, ultimately manifesting as a long, bitter sigh. Ah, what a life it is to dwell in the shadows. He managed a bittersweet smile, reaching out with his rough hand to tousle Yi Linfan's hair. Fanner, you have grown, far quicker than I imagined, and it pains me even more. He rose and began pacing the training room, an aura of iron and blood unconsciously radiating from him, revealing his inner turmoil. The news from the capital has reached us through Chun Mo during your 3 days of unconsciousness. Yi Linfan immediately sharpened his focus. This was the crux of the matter. What does the Empress say? She will be furious, but more than that, she will be perplexed. Yi Xiaotian halted, a cruel smile, one only seen on the battlefield, gracing his lips. I have cleansed the northern frontier too thoroughly. The spies she sent, along with the deep-rooted connections of the Nangong family that have thrived here for over a decade, have been entirely uprooted. Not a single soul remains to relay the truth of that night. So, she will know nothing? Yi Linfan pressed. No, she will know precisely what we wish for her to know. Yi Xiaotian's lips curled into a slight arc. She must be informed that her envoy, Zhao Yin, a 4th-rank celestial realm practitioner, is dead. She must be made aware that the general's mansion in the north has been attacked, and my son, Yi Linfan, was gravely wounded in the assassination attempt, his meridians severed, his martial foundation destroyed, and he is now on the brink of death. She also needs to understand that I am furious, willing to invoke the order of the Shinbird army, to cleanse the northern frontier for 3,000 miles, and to display the heads of the Nangong family upon the city walls of the north, clearly declaring a vendetta against them. Yi Linfan instantly comprehended. This was a flawlessly executed game of information disparity. Empress Nangong, you resembled a gambler shrouded in thick fog. She had placed a hefty bet, eager to reveal his hand, only to find the entire table overturned by his father. She has lost, yet remains oblivious to the manner of her defeat. All she knows is that Yi Linfan, this pawn, appears to be far more resilient and formidable than she had anticipated. Yet she could never ascertain whether it was Yi Linfan who had turned the tide that night, or if it was Yi Xiaotian who had secretly orchestrated a contingency plan. As long as the truth remained elusive, she dared not resort to such reckless tactics for probing. The news of severed meridians and the destruction of her martial foundation was, however, a masterstroke. A once promising genius rendered utterly powerless would pose a significantly diminished threat. Yet, the intricacy of this scheme was too exquisite to overlook. The bloodshed in the northern frontier and the suppression of information were manifestations of the authority and tyranny wielded by the Grand General. However, the subsequent manipulation of public sentiment, the precise psychological manipulation of the Empress, and the delivery of a cleverly crafted piece of intelligence through the royal channel of Chun Mo. This was not the handiwork of a battle-hardened general accustomed to blunt confrontations. It bore the hallmark of a master strategist who had played the game of power for countless years. Was it Chun Mo? No, Chun Mo was merely the Emperor's shadow. A blade, not the guiding hand. Then, was it the man seated upon the dragon throne of Tianqi City? His biological father, whom he had never met. Was he safeguarding this pawn? Or was he merely utilizing his hand to chastise an overly assertive empress? This notion pierced Yi Linfan's mind like a needle. The unity he had perceived between father and son, the desperate counterattack, was merely a facade, backed by another unseen puppeteer. He remained that very pawn, unchanged. What do you intend to do next? Yi Xiaotian inquired, testing him. Though his mind was a tempest of thoughts, Yi Linfan's expression remained placid, and he uttered a single word, perform. How to perform? Yi Xiaotian pressed. What does a hopeless libertine require? Yi Linfan retorted, to revel in debauchery, squander wealth, dominate the weak, and regard others with disdain. These I can learn. Yet the most crucial element is to have a father who will support my whims without limits. He lifted his gaze to Yi Xiaotian and smiled, a smile imbued with mischief, ease, and complete trust in this man. Yi Xiaodian was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into hearty laughter, his booming voice rich with exuberance and boundless affection, dispelling the gloom that had accumulated over the past days. Very well. This support your father shall provide. From this day forth, in the northern frontier, should anyone cross you, strike them. Take what you desire. If the heavens should fall, your father will bear the weight. I wish to see who dares to touch my cherished son. This proclamation effectively cemented Yi Linfan's future as a libertine and ensured it against misfortune. Having concluded their discussion, the weight that had burdened his heart finally lifted. As his spirit relaxed, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him, every part of his body clamoring for rest. Yi Linfan could no longer hold on. His eyelids grew heavy, and he collapsed onto the large, dark iron shield, sinking into a deep slumber. This time, his sleep was profound and tranquil. In his dreams, he seemed to return to that blood-soaked riverbank, witnessing his mother's resolute silhouette. Yet this time, her face bore not sorrow, but a smile of consolation. She seemed to be urging him to survive, to live well by any means necessary. Unbeknownst to Yi Linfan, during his slumber, a far greater storm was silently brewing in the distant capital of the Great Xia dynasty. Chapter 17. The schemes of Kuan-Ning Palace come to naught. The Candle Dragon Pavilion rises tonight. Within the opulent Kuan-Ning Palace of Tianqi City, the Great Xia dynasty, the air was thick with the fragrance of the finest dragon's saliva incense, and the resplendent decor was enough to dazzle any visiting dignitary. Yet, amidst this grandeur, a chilling aura capable of freezing one's very marrow permeated the atmosphere. Incompetent fools, a bunch of worthless wretches. With a resounding crash, a fine porcelain teacup was hurled to the ground, shattering into countless shards. The queen, Nangongyu, adorned in her phoenix robe, contorted her stunning visage in fury. Before her knelt a black-clad shadow guard, trembling in fear, his head bowed low, even his breaths cautious and restrained. How could a 4th-tier Celestial Realm Guard and 2 6th-tier Qi-Si Realm Guards perish without a sound in that desolate northern frontier? Nangongyu's chest heaved violently. Where is Zhao Yin? Where is the Zhao Yin I dispatched? Is he not known as the Ghost Hand? Did he not boast of slaying opponents of his rank with ease? How could he have met his end? The Shadow Guard, trembling, reported back to the queen. According to the confirmed intelligence from Dark Crow, Zhao Gongfu fell at the hands of the great general of the state, Yi Xiaodian. Yi Xiaodian. Nangongyu's fury abruptly subsided, her eyes narrowing dangerously. The intelligence indicated that on the night of the attack, the general's residence was assaulted, and Yi Xiaodian fortuitously returned from the Fenghao Gorge military camp, interrupting the assassination. In a fit of righteous wrath, he executed Zhao Gongfu and the 2 shadow guards on the spot, subsequently ordering a bloodbath of all Nangong family strongholds in the northern territories. The shadow guard's voice grew fainter. Closing her eyes, Nangongyu opened them anew, her rage extinguished, leaving only calculation and suspicion in its wake. Something is amiss. Everything is too convenient. Why would Yi Xiaotian return precisely at that moment? I orchestrated friction at the northern Mang border to lure him to Fenghao Gorge. By all rights, he should not have arrived so swiftly, unless, from the very beginning, this was a trap, a scheme laid by Yi Xiaotian to draw out the snake from its hole. Or perhaps that reckless brood is merely a pawn on someone else's chessboard. And what of that wretched child? Nangongyu inquired coldly. Your Majesty, came the reply. It is reported that Yi Linfan was caught in Zhao Gongfu's sinister domain during the assassination, suffering severe heart damage, his Qi-Si shattered, and his martial foundation utterly destroyed. He is now rendered a cripple, bedridden, with his fate uncertain. Crippled? This news did not bring Nangongyu joy. Rather, it deepened the clouds of doubt within her. It was all too smooth, as if scripted by unseen hands. She had sought to probe into Yi Linfan's true capabilities, only for her agents to meet total annihilation, returning with no useful intelligence, while she lost a celestial realm powerhouse. Meanwhile, the target, Yi Linfan, was conveniently incapacitated, stripping her of both reason and goal to continue her schemes. Yi Xiaodian, that brash man, possesses such cunning? Nangongyu harbored doubts. She always sensed that behind this matter lurked unseen eyes, coldly observing her. Proclaimed this decree from the palace. She gradually resumed her position upon the Phoenix throne, her authority reasserting itself. Pause all actions concerning the northern frontier. Let those in concealment remain hidden and refrain from revealing themselves. Understood. Additionally, send individuals to the northern frontier, not warriors, but merchants, physicians, and storytellers. I require them to observe with their eyes and listen with their ears, monitoring Yi Linfan. I must know what he eats and drinks daily, whom he meets, and what he says, even if he has truly become a worthless being. I wish to understand how this worthless existence came to be. Yes, Your Highness. The shadow guard accepted the command as if granted a great reprieve, vanishing into the shadows of the palace. Within Kuan-Ning Palace, silence reigned once more. Nangong Yu picked up the fragrant tea offered anew by her maid, gently skimming the froth with the cup lid. Yi Xiaotian, Xia Qiyuan, Lin Suxin. She mulled over these names, resentment and ambition surging wildly within her heart. Just wait. Her son was destined to be the future master of this great Xia. Anyone who obstructed her path must perish. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away at the general's manor in the northern frontier, Yi Linfan did not awaken naturally, but was jolted awake by a surge of tumultuous energy. The moment he regained consciousness, he sensed something was amiss. The blood and qi within him surged like boiling magma, racing frantically through his meridians. In his dantian, the previously tranquil, profound energy now roiled violently, spinning and compressing to form a massive vortex. This was a sign of impending breakthrough. A chill ran through him. His father's warning echoed in his mind. He must suppress the advancement of his qi cultivation. Yi Linfan immediately focused his mind, attempting to quell the raging profound energy. Yet, it was futile. The force was overwhelmingly formidable. The medicinal potency of the concoction he had consumed earlier was astonishing. And coupled with the eruption of his sword body's fierce domain, his body had reached an unprecedented affinity for the heaven and earth's profound energy. In the days of unconscious slumber, his body had acted like a voracious black hole, mindlessly absorbing the surrounding profound energy. At this moment, the cup was overflowing. The breakthrough was irreversible. Damn it! He cursed inwardly and resolved to abandon suppression. Since it could not be contained, it must be guided. Yi Linfan began to operate the Yi family technique, directing the torrent to crash against the barriers of the Qi realm. Boom! An imperceptible explosion erupted within him. The sturdy barrier offered little resistance and was instantly shattered. His dantian expanded dramatically, and at the center of the vortex of profound energy, a droplet of liquid true essence began to coalesce. Qi cultivation, 6th grade, Qi realm. He had succeeded. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The breakthrough in Qi cultivation seemed to act as a trigger, instantly igniting another force within him. His blood began to vibrate at an extraordinary frequency. Every drop of blood resembled a molten iron bead, scorching, weighty, brimming with explosive potential. Body refinement, 6th tier blood refinement realm. Astonishingly, he had also achieved a breakthrough. Dual 6th tier. As Yi Linfan felt the surge of power within him, magnified several-fold compared to before, no trace of joy stirred in his heart. Rather, a profound chill enveloped him. A dead end. Once again, he had taken a significant step forward on this path of no return, drawing ever closer to the ominous threshold known as the 4th tier abyss. This cannot continue. I must devise a solution. Rising from the obsidian shield, an unprecedented urgency cloaked his heart. Relying on others, ultimately, is unreliable. He must possess a power that belongs solely to him, one that he can wield entirely at his discretion, a force lurking in the shadows, obeying only his command. This thought ignited like a wildfire. Once sparked, it could never be extinguished. Yi Linfan pushed open the door to the training room and strode directly towards the study. Upon seeing him, Yi Xiaotian paused momentarily, his expression shifting dramatically. You have broken through? Indeed, Yi Linfan replied calmly, nodding. Dual 6th tier. Yi Xiaotian sprang to his feet. Guilt and frustration etched across his face. Father, Yi Linfan interrupted his impending words. This is not your fault. It is my own choice, and I will bear the responsibility. Therefore, I require strength. He paused, emphasizing each word. My own strength. I wish to establish a force that belongs solely to me. Yi Linfan. He laid bare his vision. It must possess its own name. The moniker from his past life, resonating through the dark world, emerged in his mind. It shall be called the Candle Dragon Pavilion. The study fell into a profound silence. After a lengthy pause, Yi Xiaotian finally spoke, his voice hoarse. Do you seek followers or wealth? I desire both, Yi Linfan replied without hesitation. Yi Xiaotian turned, retrieving a heavy rosewood box and a weathered ledger from a concealed compartment in the wall, placing them heavily upon the table. Within, you will find banknotes amounting to 500,000 taels of gold, the sum of my years of savings. This ledger contains the names of 30 individuals, all seasoned veterans from the Xuanjiao army, utterly loyal to me. Yi Xiaotian gazed at his son, enunciating each word. From this day forth, their lives, along with their loyalty, are entrusted to you. Yi Linfan grasped the ledger, feeling its weight. He understood the significance of the 30 names it bore. They represented the foundation for his future. The first cornerstone of the Candle Dragon Pavilion. Father, he lifted his gaze, solemnly regarding the man before him. Thank you. Yi Xiaotian waved his hand dismissively. Returning to his chair, picking up a military report without lifting his head. Go forth. The sky over Beijiang will not collapse. Father, I will bear the weight. Chapter 18. The Birth of a Prodigy, the Embryo of the Candle Dragon Pavilion. Yi Linfan exited the study, the heavy ledger in hand. The afternoon sun was blinding. From this day forth, the name Yi Linfan would split into two. One is a wastrel, the young master of the Grand General's residence, basking in the sunlight. The other, the enigmatic leader of the Candle Dragon Pavilion, known as Zero, lurks in the shadows. He did not immediately seek out those listed in the roster. One must savor their meal bite by bite, and traverse the path step by step. The first step is to convince the world that Yi Linfan has been rendered powerless. Upon returning to his courtyard, the first act he undertook was to wreak havoc. Bang! He kicked over the wooden training dummy that stood in the yard. Bang! 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 The stone locks and iron sandbags, everything within his reach, were hurled to the ground with a resounding crash. Soon, the entrance of the courtyard was thronged with servants, their heads peeking in, their faces etched with fear and confusion. What has happened to the young master? It is said that his meridians have been severed, and his martial foundation destroyed. Alas, the heavens are indeed envious of such talent. The former diligent young master now seems unable to bear such a blow, perhaps driven mad. The murmurs were soft, yet distinctly audible to Yi Linfan's ears. Excellent. This is precisely the effect he desired. But it was not enough. Get in here, he bellowed, summoning all his strength to unleash a fierce roar at the crowd. His voice, strained from exertion, cracked and rang out harshly, akin to a wounded beast in a frenzy. The servants quivered in fear, yet none dared to move. What? My words no longer hold weight? He seized the last intact object nearby, a celadone vase, and smashed it violently at their feet. Crash! The shards scattered. Terrified, the servants scrambled in, rolling and crawling. Throw out all this detritus from my courtyard, he commanded menacingly, pointing at the training equipment. If I ever see these again, I shall break the legs of the one responsible. Yes, yes. Please, young master, quell your fury. The servants, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly began to clear the yard. Yi Linfan observed their frantic activity with a heart devoid of any turmoil. To deceive the enemy, one must first deceive one's own people. From this day forth, this courtyard would no longer serve as a training ground, but rather be the starting point of his descent. After a morning of tumult, he felt a gnawing emptiness in his stomach. Go, summon the finest chef in the manor. He seated himself regally upon a stone bench in the courtyard, crossing his legs, mimicking the tyrants from films of his past life, exuding an air of authority. Inform him that this young master demands a dish of tiger and dragon. It must feature the tiger whips from the northern snow mountains and the dragon gallbladder from the depths of the southern seas. If it is not prepared within half an hour, let him be cast out from the general's residence. Upon uttering these words, the courtyard fell into a profound silence. All the servants gazed at him with expressions of disbelief, as if confronting madness. Tiger and dragon? What manner of dish is that? Both tiger whips and dragon gallbladders are treasures of immeasurable worth, rare and unattainable. Even granting the chef half a year, he could not procure such items. What? Do you not comprehend human speech? Yi Linfan glared fiercely. The steward, trembling, stepped forward. This is truly too much to ask. Smack! Yi Linfan delivered a sharp slap. He controlled his strength, yet the sound was resonant. A clear handprint instantly appeared on the butler's face. He covered his face, utterly bewildered. Everyone was in shock. The former young commander, though aloof, had always been lenient towards his subordinates. He had never resorted to violence. To put them in a difficult position? This young master expects you to work for him out of respect. He stood up and approached the butler, jabbing a finger into his chest. My father is General Yi Xiaotian, the protector of the nation. I am his only son. Here in the northern border, I am the law. Whatever I desire, you must procure for me. If you fail, it is your incompetence. Now, immediately, go and fulfill my request. If you cannot, you shall receive 30 lashes in the punishment room. The butler, terrified beyond measure, stumbled away in haste. Yi Linfan returned to his seat with satisfaction. Before long, news of the precious son of the national general, having been rendered incapable due to his training and his transformation into a violent and extravagant figure, would spread throughout the entire northern town. This was precisely what he desired. As night descended, the once boisterous general's residence finally fell silent. Yi Linfan donned a nondescript black attire suitable for the night and stealthily scaled the courtyard wall. With a physique honed to the 6th rank of blood refinement, he moved like a phantom, landing soundlessly. Following the address given by Yi Xiaotian, he navigated through several narrow alleys, arriving at an inconspicuous courtyard in the western district of northern town. The gate was tightly shut, and not a flicker of light emerged from within, resembling a haunted dwelling. He extended his hand and gently tapped 3 times on the door, following the agreed-upon signal, 1 long, 2 short. Creak. The door opened a crack, revealing a tall, imposing figure behind it. He exuded an aura of iron-blooded ferocity, as if he had just emerged from a pile of corpses. Young Commander? His voice was deep and hoarse. It is I. Yi Linfan slipped inside, and the figure promptly closed the door. In the courtyard stood 29 similarly robust figures. They were dressed in various attire. Some appeared as laborers, others as workers, yet each stood upright, like spears poised to be drawn. They were the 30 retired soldiers from the roster of the Xuanjiao army. The one at the forefront was named Zhang Lai, a former centurion under Yi Shaodian, who had been forced into retirement after losing an arm on the battlefield. At that moment, 30 pairs of eyes, akin to 30 tempered steel blades, fell squarely upon Yi Linfan. Curiosity, scrutiny, but predominantly skepticism filled their gazes. They could not fathom why the general would entrust these battle-hardened men to an 8-year-old child, even if that child was his son. Yi Linfan remained silent, simply observing them. The atmosphere grew tense. Youth Commander, Zhang Lai broke the silence, his voice rasping like 2 iron plates scraping against each other. From this day forth, the lives of the 30 brothers shall be yours. His words, though polite, were laced with a palpable distance. We are simple men, unaccustomed to subtleties. Whatever orders you have, speak plainly. This is a display of intimidation. Yi Linfan smiled. Zhang Lai, the captain, is it not? He approached Zhang Lai, gazing up at the one-armed man who towered over him by 2 heads. Yes, my father once told me that you, at Haifengku, with 100 Xuanjia soldiers, bravely withstood the charge of 500 Northern Man cavalry for 3 hours, with fewer than 30 surviving in the end. In that battle, you personally severed the heads of 3 captains from the opposing side. Zhang Lai's body stiffened momentarily. This was the proudest yet most reluctant memory of his life. It is all in the past now, he said, his voice somewhat muffled. Is that so? Yi Linfan circled around him, and with the loss of 1 arm. Do you believe yourself to be rendered useless? Do you think you can only linger here, like an ordinary person, to pass the remainder of your days? You. Zhang Lai's breath suddenly became labored. This statement struck precisely at the deepest pain within him. Not just him. The breath of everyone in the courtyard grew heavy. Each of them had been compelled to leave their beloved army due to their disabilities. I do not mean to belittle you. Yi Linfan halted and stood before him once more. I merely wish to convey that leaving the Xuanjiao army is not the end of your lives, but rather a new beginning. I have not come here to play games with you. I intend to establish a force, one that will make the entire Great Xia, and even the whole Zhongshuan continent, tremble. Its name shall be the Zhulong Pavilion. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated like thunder in the hearts of everyone present. They stared at him, their expressions shifting from skepticism to shock, even bordering on absurdity. A mere 8-year-old child, audaciously proclaiming his intent to create a force that could shake the world? Just with us, these remnants of a defeated army? Zhang Lai laughed self-deprecatingly. Yes, precisely with you. Yi Linfan nodded, for within your hearts still burns a flame of discontent with mediocrity. The Zhulong Pavilion shall be divided into 3 divisions. The first, the commercial division, will be under your charge, Zhang Lai. He pointed at Zhang Lai. I want you to establish a commercial network throughout northern Xia within 3 years. Using this 500,000 taels of gold as capital, our caravans shall not only trade goods, but also disseminate information. I want our coffers to serve as our most acute ears and eyes. The second division, the Shadow Division, will have members personally selected and trained by me. They will be the sharp blades of the Zhulong Pavilion, fangs concealed in darkness, tasked with eliminating all obstacles. As for the third division, now is not the time. He paused, surveying the crowd. I understand your disbelief. Why should an 8-year-old child command you? It is quite simple. Yi Linfan stepped into the center of the courtyard, where a 500-pound stone lock was placed for training. Who among you can lift it with one hand? He asked. Everyone exchanged glances. They were all cultivators with considerable strength. Yet, those present were a mix of qi and physical cultivators, none having reached a high level. To lift a 500-pound stone lock with one hand remained an unattainable dream for them. Even the mightiest Zhang Lai could only manage to lift it with great difficulty using both hands. Yi Linfan chose not to utter another word as he approached the stone lock. The breathing technique from his past life activated instantaneously. The vital energy within him surged forth like a slumbering volcano, erupting with force. He extended his right hand and grasped the handle of the stone lock. Rise, he commanded in a low voice. Under the astonished gaze of all present, the 500-gene stone lock was effortlessly lifted above his head by an 8-year-old child with a single hand. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Chapter 19, The Little Tyrant's Rampage. The Seed of the Candle Dragon Guard. Boom. Yi Linfan brought the stone lock crashing down onto the ground, causing the entire courtyard to tremble. Dust soared into the air. The 30 iron-willed veterans gazed at him as if they had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. Shock, disbelief, and eventually deep reverence washed over their faces. In this world, strength is the swiftest route to earning respect. Now, who could possibly contest this? Yi Linfan brushed the dust from his hands, scanning each individual. No one uttered a word. Their reactions had transformed. No longer were there scrutiny and skepticism, but rather fervent admiration. A prodigy capable of lifting a 500-gene stone lock with one hand at merely 8 years old. This was beyond mere talent. It was monstrous. Following such a master, perhaps they could indeed usher in a second spring in their lives. Excellent. Yi Linfan nodded in satisfaction, having achieved his aim of establishing authority. Next, it was time to win their hearts. Zhang Lai, at your service. Zhang Lai knelt on one knee, this time with genuine submission. Thud, thud, behind him. The 29 veterans followed suit, kneeling in unison. We greet the esteemed leader. The voices of the 30 formed a powerful wave, echoing throughout the small courtyard. From this moment onward, the Candle Dragon Pavilion was officially established. Rise. Yi Linfan approached Zhang Lai and helped him to his feet. There were no unnecessary formalities within the Candle Dragon Pavilion. From now on, you shall call me Zero. Yes, Zero, Zhang Lai replied. Here, take this 500,000 taels. He handed him a purple sandalwood box filled with silver notes. The commercial and intelligence departments will initially operate as one. The first task I assign you is not to earn money, but to spend it. Spend money? Zhang Lai was taken aback. Yes, spend money. Acquire the finest storefront in North Town, establish the grandest tavern, and build the most luxurious trading house. I want everyone to know that a wealthy dragon has crossed the river into the northern frontier. Simultaneously, I need you to swiftly gather intelligence on all the major and minor trade routes, gangs, and officials in the northern border. I require a network, a comprehensive intelligence web that spans the entire northern frontier. I understand. Zhang Lai nodded vigorously, flames of ambition igniting within him. He had long been deprived of the exhilarating experience of strategic maneuvering and decisive victories. Once the commercial department was organized, Yi Linfan took 5 of them to another location, the northern city slums. This was the dirtiest and most chaotic corner of North Town. Stinking sewage flowed through the streets, and ragged beggars and emaciated children were a common sight. War devastates not only the walls of borders, but also countless families. Yi Linfan confidently stepped into a dilapidated courtyard, a place he had secretly rented with his meager savings. Within the courtyard gathered a group of children, a dozen or so, the eldest no more than 11 or 12, while the youngest were merely 4 or 5. They were all orphans, having lost their parents in the turmoil of conflict along the borders. It was Yi Linfan who had quietly brought each of them back from the heaps of corpses and refugee camps. Upon his arrival, the children, previously seated or lying about, instantly rose, their faces alight with dependence and affection. Brother Fan, they timidly called out. The 5 veterans trailing behind him were taken aback by the sight. They had not anticipated that this privileged young master, raised in the general's mansion, would mingle with these most destitute of orphans. I've come to see you, Yi Linfan said gently, revealing a warm smile as he produced some snacks and jerky from his pocket, sharing them with the children. They cheered and gathered around him. Except for one boy who remained still. He appeared to be around 10 years old, slight of build, yet his wariness resembled that of a lone wolf, alert and fierce. He huddled in a corner of the courtyard, tightly clutching a rusted short knife against his chest. His name was Zhu Yi, a name bestowed upon him by Yi Linfan. He was the first child to be rescued. When Yi Linfan found him, he was guarding his parents' bodies, scavenging for food among a pack of wild dogs. Please, eat something. Yi Linfan approached him and offered the largest piece of jerky. The boy did not take it, but instead fixed his wolf-like gaze on Yi Linfan. Brother Fan, don't mind him, he's mute. He hasn't spoken a word since he arrived half a month ago, remarked a slightly older child. Yi Linfan disregarded the comment and placed the jerky on the ground before Zhu Yi. If you wish to avoid starvation, you should eat it. With that, he turned away and addressed the 5 veterans. From today onward, you 5 will be responsible for staying here. Your tasks are twofold. First, ensure the safety of these children. Teach them to read and write, and instruct them in the most basic physical training. I want them to possess the skills to survive. Second, observe them closely. I need you to note each child's personality, talents, strengths, and weaknesses. They are the first seeds of the shadow division of the Zhulong Pavilion. What I seek is absolute loyalty and the sharpest of blades. The 5 veterans were taken aback, finally grasping Yi Linfan's grand design. The Commercial Intelligence Department served as the eyes and ears of the Zhulong Pavilion. These orphans, nurtured and trained by him, would become the most loyal and lethal weapons in his arsenal. What a profoundly intricate and terrifying game this was, as they regarded Yi Linfan. Only awe and fervor remained in their eyes. The following day, the news of Yi Linfan's madness spread throughout the town of Beiqing, just as he had anticipated. Sweeping across the streets overnight, he did not halt his performance. During the day, he paraded through the streets with a band of newly acquired sycophants. He ventured to the grandest gambling establishment in northern Xinjiang, the Tongtian Pavilion, where he squandered a fortune, losing 3,000 taels of gold in less than half an hour, an amount sufficient to sustain an ordinary family for a lifetime. He reserved the most renowned brothel in Jinbei City, the Baiwa Lu, not for any carnal pleasures, but merely to indulge in the off-key melodies of the courtesans, rewarding those whose singing was most discordant with greater sums. He even snatched a prized steed, coveted by the son of the deputy commander of the city defense, paying double its worth right before the young man's eyes, only to gift it to a stableman by the roadside. In that moment, he solidified his reputation as the foremost ruffian in northern Xinjiang. Throughout Jinbei City, whether among the sons of officials or the common folk, the name Yi Linfan was met with disdainful shakes of the head and scornful sneers. However, there were exceptions. One day, Yi Linfan was reveling in the largest tavern in the city, the Wangyue Lu, coercing the proprietor to sing for his amusement. At that moment, a young commander clad in silver armor, exuding an air of authority, strode in with purpose. His name was Li Hu, the son of a fierce general under Yi Xiaotian. Known for his integrity and disdain for Yi Linfan's debaucheries. Yi Linfan, he bellowed, silencing the entire tavern. Have you had your fill of mischief? Do you live up to the expectations of the great general? Do you honor the 300,000 Shuangguan soldiers who guard the northern frontier? Yi Linfan lazily lifted his gaze, casting a half-hearted glance at him. Oh, if at ISNT the esteemed young master Li. What brings you here today? Done with patrols. And now you've come to lecture this young master? Li Hu's face flushed with anger. I am not here to lecture you, but to admonish you. You cannot continue down this path of decadence. Decadence? Yi Linfan laughed, a brash and flamboyant sound. I relish it. Is it any of your concern? You. Li Hu, infuriated, drew his sword. Yi Linfan, I challenge you to a duel. If you lose, you shall return to the general's residence and reflect on your actions. A duel? Yi Linfan scoffed as if he had heard the most absurd jest. You? A mere 7th-tier GUN realm waste unworthy of engaging with me? He rose and approached Li Hu, lightly tapping the sword in his hand with his ivory chopsticks. If you wish to fight, so be it. Leaning closer to Li Hu's ear, he whispered in a tone audible only to the two of them. If you dare to point that sword at me again, believe me, I will have your father demoted to the kitchen to chop firewood by tomorrow. Li Hu's body stiffened abruptly. He gazed at Yi Linfan, whose arrogant visage concealed a chilling indifference to life, and fear gripped him. The sword in his hand became unsteady. Yi Linfan laughed heartily, patting Li Hu's face. That is more like it. Return to your duties as a soldier, and do not provoke this young master. With that, he departed with his sycophants, leaving behind the derisive gazes of the patrons. No one noticed that as he turned away, the triumphant smile vanished from his face, leaving no trace. Upon returning to the general's residence, he closed the door behind him. The clamor and pretense of the day faded completely. He sat cross-legged upon a massive shield of black iron, commencing the most crucial part of his daily routine, his training. He fervently operated the body refinement technique, guiding the ruthless energy of the metal element to temper every inch of his flesh and blood. The excruciating pain, akin to being mercilessly sliced by 1,000 blades, had long since become a familiar companion. The breathing technique from his past life functioned like a precise valve, meticulously controlling the circulation of his vital energy, allowing him to maintain clarity amidst the utmost agony and absorb energy with unparalleled efficiency. Simultaneously, he had to allocate a portion of his mental focus to firmly suppress the restless sea of energy within his dantian, akin to a caged beast incessantly battering against the barriers to the 5th-grade realm of the finger mystique. This sensation was reminiscent of igniting a war within his own body. One half of him was engaged in frenzied construction, while the other half was relentlessly engaged in destruction. It was a painful ordeal, yet remarkably effective. He could distinctly feel his physical form strengthening at a terrifying pace. In the courtyard housing the orphan, Zhu Yi finally consumed the jerky he had left behind. Meanwhile, Zhang Lai delivered the first piece of intelligence from the Zhulong Pavilion. Yi Linfan unfolded the note, which bore but a single line. The undercover agent from Kuan-Ning Palace has assumed the guise of a caravan steward and infiltrated Jinbei City. He will soon make contact with the deputy commander of the city's defense camp, Zhou Bapi. As he gazed at the note, a chill washed over his face. The fish was hooked. He picked up his pen and inscribed his first command on another piece of paper. Let him make contact. I want all of Zhou Bapi's dark secrets. Within 3 days, Chapter 20. 5 years sharpening a sword. Even a tyrant grows weary. The Zhu Long guard unsheaths. 6 years. For an ordinary person, this is ample time to establish a family and career. For him, it has been over 2,000 days and nights, enduring the torment of wearing the same mask. He was 14. In the northern frontier, Jinbei City, and throughout the entire northern frontier province, no one remained unaware of the infamous name of the little tyrant, Yilin Fan. His notoriety had even spread to the heart of the Central Plains through merchants and wandering men of the martial world. People spoke of the national general Yi Xiaodian, a hero in his own right, yet lamented the existence of his irredeemable son. They claimed he was tempestuous and extravagant, squandering wealth without care, excelling in all manner of debauchery, yet scoffing at the path of martial cultivation. They branded Yilin Fan as the indelible stain on the Yi family, a disgrace to the 300,000 Xinyan troops of the northern frontier. He listened to these rumors, spending lavishly in the 100 Flowers Pavilion, merely to elicit a false smile from a courtesan. He laughed, played, and etched the persona of a spoiled rich heir into the very bones of everyone around him. After 6 years of performance, he had grown accustomed to it. He had become accustomed to the scornful, disdainful, and pitying gazes. He had grown used to waking each morning to don the mask known as the little tyrant. Only in the dead of night, when he returned alone to the empty training room, save for the enormous black iron shield, could he briefly reclaim his true self, the Zero, burdened with deep-seated vendettas and treading the path of no return. Throughout these 6 years, his strength had surged exponentially. His body refinement had progressed steadily from the 6th-grade blood refining realm to the 5th-grade diamond realm. His physique was as resilient as tempered steel. His vital energy surged like a mighty river, and a single punch possessed the power to shatter stone and split rock. In the realm of Qi cultivation, he was relentlessly confined to the 6th level of the Qi realm, daring not to venture beyond the boundaries set before him. Within his being, two diametrically opposed forces coalesced into a peculiar equilibrium. The formidable vitality from his physical cultivation ceaselessly tempered his flesh, fortifying his foundation to an extraordinary degree. Meanwhile, the enigmatic Qi of the Qi cultivator served as a whetstone, refining his will and honing his mastery over power. The path of dual cultivation remained fraught with anguish, yet the rewards were equally substantial. He was confident that, should he confront an ordinary practitioner at the 4th level of the celestial phenomenon realm, he could certainly withdraw unscathed, even if he did not emerge victorious. This confidence was his steadfast foundation. Yet, only he comprehended the depths of his exhaustion. This fatigue was not merely physical. It stemmed from a profound weariness of the soul. By day, he donned the guise of a vibrant fool, navigating the veiled tests of those around him. By night, he endured excruciating torment in his training, while also dividing his focus to manage the overwhelming affairs of the Candle Dragon Pavilion. He was akin to a tightly wound spring, never allowing himself a moment's respite over the past 6 years. He felt as though he were on the verge of being torn asunder. At the hour of the rat, the night was as dark as ink. Clad in his night attire, he slipped away from the general's manor like a specter. In the secret courtyard on the western edge of the city, Zhang Lai awaited him, having been there for some time. 6 years had passed, and the malevolent aura surrounding him had considerably receded, replaced by the shrewdness and composure characteristic of a merchant. Zero, he greeted with a respectful bow. What is the situation? He inquired directly. Everything proceeds smoothly. Zhang Lai presented a thick ledger, stating, as per your instructions, our Sihai Trading Company has emerged as the premier commercial entity in the northern frontier. Our assets, including taverns, pawnshops, and apothecaries, are widespread across the 72 cities of the northern frontier. The annual influx of gold to our coffers exceeds 3 million taels. And the intelligence network? This was his primary concern. Under the guise of our trading company, our intelligence network has been established. Within the northern frontier, no movement of a city guard or troop redeployment escapes our notice. 3 years ago, you tasked me with investigating Zhou Poppy. We have since gathered irrefutable evidence of his embezzlement of military funds and collusion with Biming. He nodded, unsurprised by this information. Employing modern commercial strategies to undermine the feudal economy of this era was indeed a straightforward endeavor. And what of the Central Plains? How is our infiltration faring? A flicker of difficulty crossed Zhang Lai's face. It is challenging, he replied gravely. The Central Plains are unlike the northern frontier. The aristocratic families there have deep roots, and the major merchant associations are inextricably intertwined, often backed by sects and government officials. Once our caravans enter the Central Plains, they become akin to fish ensnared in a muddy quagmire, constrained at every turn. Our attempts to establish a foothold have been thwarted by an invisible force, resulting in significant losses. He fell silent, recognizing that this was the domain of imperial power and the foremost factions. In the northern frontier, the Candle Dragon Pavilion thrived under the protection of the formidable Yi Xiaotian, flourishing without restraint. However, in the central plains, they would be akin to rootless weeds. To extend their reach toward the heart of the Great Xia, a pivotal opportunity would be necessary. What of the Shadow Division? He shifted the topic. Please follow me. Zhang Lai led him through the courtyard and descended into a deep, secluded passageway. At the end of this passage lay a vast underground chamber, illuminated by the flickering flames of torches, revealing 50 youthful yet expressionless faces. These were the first cohort of Candle Dragon guards he had chosen from countless orphans. Averaging around 15 years of age, they donned identical black attire and wielded sharp blades, standing silently like 50 lifeless statues. However, the palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from them caused the temperature of the entire underground space to plummet several degrees. His gaze fell upon the individual at the forefront of the formation, Zhu Yi. 6 years had passed, and he had transformed from a frail boy into a tall, imposing youth. His face remained unremarkable, easily lost among a crowd, yet his eyes had become more fearsome. The vigilance and ferocity of his earlier years had vanished, leaving only a profound stillness, as if nothing in this world could stir even the slightest ripple in his heart. He existed solely as a pure weapon, crafted for the purpose of slaughter. 0. Upon seeing him, Zhu Yi knelt on one knee, his voice steady and devoid of emotion. With a swift motion, the 49 Candle Dragon guards behind him mirrored his actions, kneeling in unison. We pay our respects to 0. Their voices, though not loud, resonated with unwavering resolve. He approached Zhu Yi. Rise. Yes. Zhu Yi stood, still bowing his head, a habit cultivated over many years. Look at me, he commanded. Zhu Yi hesitated slightly before gradually raising his head. Meeting those lifeless eyes, he inquired, Do you remember what I taught you? I remember. What is the first tenet? Loyalty. Without hesitation, Zhu Yi replied, The lives of the Candle Dragon guards belong to 0. 0's will is our everything. Well said. He turned to address everyone. You are the sharpest blades in my hand. Yet, a knife that remains forever concealed in darkness will rust. His voice echoed in the cavernous underground chamber. An assassin who knows only how to kill is the most inferior of tools. What I desire is not a group of mere shadows lurking in the darkness. He paused, allowing each individual to absorb his words. I want you to become multifaceted. From this day forth, the Shadow Department shall no longer be merely shadows. Each of you will choose a new path according to your talents and personalities. He pointed to a boy on the left. You, with your meticulous mind and adept scheming, shall pursue the literary arts. I want you to wield the pen like a blade, stirring the winds of power in the court. He then gestured to a robust boy on the right. You, endowed with innate strength and a boisterous spirit, shall become a chivalrous wanderer. I wish for your name to resonate across the land. And all of you, he surveyed everyone, can become a divine healer saving lives, an ingenious craftsman, a wandering merchant traversing the streets, or a wealthy gentleman unrestrained by riches. You must learn to laugh, to cry, to feel anger, and to experience sorrow. You are to cultivate your own identity, your own life, and your own narrative. Your identity serves as your finest sheath, whether resplendent or tattered, designed to draw forth your most lethal blade at the most critical moment. The Candle Dragon Pavilion shall provide you with all necessary resources and ample time for your growth. When the moment is ripe, I shall usher you into the world to contend with the prodigies of various trades throughout the realm. I wish for you to become an imperceptible vast net, where each of you represents a node within. This net must encompass the entirety of the Great Xia, indeed, the whole world. I desire for there to be no secrets left unknown to us. Do you understand? The resounding answer of 50 voices echoed, no longer the previous silence, but imbued with unprecedented fervor and flame. He nodded in satisfaction. The 3 pillars of the Candle Dragon Pavilion, commerce, intelligence, and shadow, were beginning to take shape. The underground kingdom he had personally established was expanding at a frenetic pace, just as he had envisioned. He should have felt exhilarated and proud, yet at this moment, his heart was burdened by an indescribable weariness. He gazed at the ever-complex figures in the records, at the intricate web of relationships within the intelligence network. He knew he was nearing his limits. He could not sustain this pace indefinitely. He needed more time to cultivate his skills, to prepare for that damned 4th-grade chasm. He needed someone, a person capable of standing in his stead at the forefront of the Candle Dragon Pavilion, someone who could master this colossal machine. A true cornerstone. He was merely a chess player, not one to perform the role of a pawn. Once this thought emerged, it could not be suppressed. Chapter 21. The weary bird seeks its nest, the pavilion master seeks a chess player, the wind and snow meet Xing On. Upon returning to the general's residence, Yi Linfan spent the night in restless contemplation. Repeating in his mind was a singular query. Who could take the reins of the Candle Dragon Pavilion in his stead? Zhang Lai. No, that thought was swiftly dismissed. Zhang Lai was the finest executor, loyal, reliable, meticulous in his efforts. However, his vision and scope dictated that he could only serve as a steadfast general, incapable of becoming a commander who expands territories. The future of the Candle Dragon Pavilion encompasses the entire realm, not merely the northern frontier. Candle 1? Even less so. He was Yi Linfan's sharpest blade, the King of Shadows. His world consisted solely of obedience and slaughter. Assigning him the task of navigating the complexities of human emotions and the treacherous games of commerce would only lead to his ruin. This individual must possess sufficient intelligence to perceive the hearts of men and manipulate power dynamics. This person must harbor the ambition and capability to support the ever-growing expanse of the Candle Dragon Pavilion. Most importantly, this individual must have a vulnerability that can be firmly grasped in hand. Yi Linfan never believed in absolute loyalty. He only trusted in controllable interests and exploitable weaknesses. The following day, remarkably, he refrained from his usual escapades. He secluded himself in the study, remaining there for an entire day. This unusual behavior left the entire general's residence somewhat unsettled. Elder Yi Xiaotian even came to check on him personally. Upon finding him merely lost in thought, he breathed a sigh of relief, assuming that his wayward son was simply indulging in laziness and chose not to inquire further. Unbeknownst to him, his seemingly useless son was engaged in a cerebral storm, contemplating the future of an underground kingdom. As dusk approached, Yi Linfan finally organized all his thoughts. He penned a confidential letter, employing a cipher known only to himself and Zhang Lai, outlining all his demands of this chess master. He sought someone exceptionally astute, skilled in strategy, of unblemished background, and unconnected to any major factions. This person should harbor deep-seated grudges or unresolved obsessions. Ideally, the candidate should be a woman, for her identity would serve as the most effective disguise. He entrusted the missive to the Zhulong guard, who was lurking within the general's residence, instructing him to deliver it immediately to Zhang Lai. The directive was singular: deploy all intelligence resources of the Zhulong Pavilion in the northern frontier to locate this individual. Days turned into weeks. Yi Linfan's life reverted to its previous absurdity, yet his heart remained in suspense. The search for a perfect chess player who met all his criteria proved to be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. He had even resigned himself to a prolonged wait. However, on one fateful night, Zhang Lai arrived in person, bearing a dossier, his demeanor more solemn than ever before. 0. He said, "The person you seek has been found, but the situation is rather complicated." Yi Linfan's heart quickened as he accepted the dossier and opened it. Lu Qinghan, female, 16 years old, the only daughter of Lu Wenyuan, the former Minister of Revenue of the Great Xia. The initial part of the intelligence aligned closely with his expectations. Lu Wenyuan was an adversary of the Crown Prince's faction, wrongfully executed, and Lu Qinghan had miraculously escaped, adopting the alias Lu Ruyan, lying low in the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Yet the subsequent intelligence chilled his expression. The crux: this young woman was not merely in hiding. She wielded her beauty and talent to establish a circle centered around herself within the 100 Flowers Pavilion. She maneuvered among the sons of powerful families, inciting jealousy and rivalry among them, thus extracting intelligence and resources. Even some guards and maidservants of the pavilion had secretly fallen under her command. She was not awaiting rescue. Rather, she was actively weaving her own web, selecting the most valuable prey. This very night, the 100 Flowers Pavilion would auction off Lu Ruyan's virginity. This was her ultimate gamble in choosing a protector. The city's nobility flocked to the event. Just as Yi Linfan's lips curled into a slight smile upon reading this, Zhang Lai presented another urgent report. 0. Besides Zhou Chong, the son of Zhou Bapi, we have uncovered an unwelcome guest. Yi Linfan opened the report, the paper crinkling slightly in his grasp. A spy from Kuanning Palace, codenamed Qing Miao, had arrived in Jinbei City 3 days prior. This individual was an operative of the Nangong family embedded in the Central Plains, and tonight, he too would be present at the 100 Flowers Pavilion. His target likewise Lu Ruyan, Kuanning Palace, Nangongyu. The relentless specter of this woman had reached here as well. Had she set her sights on Lu Qinghan too? Indeed, Lu Wenyuan stands as the political adversary of the Crown Prince, thus representing the enemy of the Nangong family. Lu Qinghan, being the sole descendant of Lu Wenyuan, presents a duality for Nangongyu. She could either be an inevitable threat that must be eradicated or a splendid pawn to undermine the Crown Prince or to be strategically placed in the northern frontier. Given Nangongyu's inherently suspicious nature, Her decision to send for Lu Qinghan is chiefly motivated by the desire to exert complete control over this unpredictable piece on the chessboard. What an intriguing figure Lu Qinghan is, willingly casting herself as bait to lure a swarm of sharks. Zhou Chong, a local ruffian, is of little concern. However, the Qingyao from Kuan-Ning Palace resembles a colossal crocodile emerging from the depths of the ocean. How fascinating! Yi Linfan chuckled, though his mirth bore no warmth. Initially, he had intended to acquire a pre-existing player. However, it now appeared to evolve into a game of cards, a first, remote confrontation between himself and the queen, Nangang Yu. On the territory of the northern frontier, Lu Qinghan, in this scenario, serves as the wager on the table. Should she seek the mightiest of allies, he must ensure that she and all her summoned supporters comprehend who truly dictates the rules in the northern frontier. Prepare the carriage. Yi Linfan rose, a sanguine excitement surging within him. This night, he intended to visit the Baihua Tower and enlighten them on the true essence of surprise. At Baihua Tower tonight, the air was thick with the scent of wealth and hormones. At the center of the grand hall, the matron beamed with a face full of creases. 50,000 taels of gold. Young Master Zhou bids 50,000 taels. Is there no higher offer? Zhou Chong, his belly protruding, surveyed the room with flushed pride. This price was sufficiently daunting to deter nearly everyone present. His father, Zhou Bapi, had indeed invested heavily this time. Yet, just as he believed victory was assured, a calm call emanated from a silent private room on the second floor. 60,000 taels. This bid, though understated, doused the fervor of the hall like a bucket of cold water. All eyes turned toward the private room. Zhou Chong's countenance turned ashen. He was acutely aware of who occupied that space. A mysterious and affluent merchant from the capital, known for their extravagant spending, who had already subtly overshadowed him in recent days. 70,000 taels. Zhou Chong gritted his teeth and shouted. This exceeded the limit set by his father. The room fell silent for a moment before the calm voice re-emerged. Unperturbed. 100,000 taels. A roar of astonishment erupted throughout the hall. 100,000 taels of gold. All for a woman's first night. This was madness. Zhou Chong's face turned a shade reminiscent of liver, and he attempted to shout again, but found himself utterly speechless. He had lost. Just as the matron quivered with excitement. Preparing to finalize the deal, a resounding crash echoed through the venue. The lavish purple sandalwood door of Baihua Tower was forcefully kicked open from the outside. Amidst the flying splinters, a brazen shout reverberated through the grand hall. Damn it! This young master has come to enjoy the music. Who dares to wail here like a bereaved soul? Yi Linfan, elegantly waving a white jade folding fan, strode in with an entourage of sycophants, his presence commanding and unapologetic. The entire hall fell into an immediate hush. All eyes were fixated upon him, a mixture of terror, disdain, and confusion enveloping the atmosphere. Zhou Chong, upon seeing him, appeared as though he had encountered both a savior and a nemesis, his expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions. Meanwhile, a slender hand gently lifted a corner of the curtain in the elegant chamber on the second floor. A piercing gaze settled upon Yi Linfan. It was Qingyao. Observing Yi Linfan, his face bore no hint of panic, only a bemused scrutiny, as if he were regarding a mere jester. Chapter 22. The tyrant arrives. The game commences. I, Yi Linfan, the foremost little tyrant of Beijiang, have arrived. The entire Baihua Tower fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Every movement froze as if cast under a spell of paralysis. The once boisterous crowd, rife with desires and avarice, now converged their attention upon him. Fear, disgust, contempt, and a flicker of exhilaration at the unfolding spectacle filled the air. He relished this sensation. To be the center of attention, even in the guise of a fool. Oh, quite the lively scene. Yi Linfan waved his jade fan, pointing its tip at the already dazed matron on stage. What is this? Has this young master arrived too late for the show? The matron, startled, instantly contorted her face into a grimace worse than tears, scrambling towards him. Oh, young Master Yi. What brings you here? Please, take a seat. Disregarding her, Yi Linfan strode past the onlookers, his gaze landing on the rotund Zhou Chong. Zhou Chong's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, as if constipated for an eternity. He yearned to ingratiate himself, yet his pride held him back. His expression was a spectacle in itself. Zhou Fatty, you've grown quite bold, Yi Linfan remarked, swaggering over and playfully tapping his plump cheek with the fan, producing a resounding smack. 100,000 taels of gold. How much military funds has your father embezzled to gather this sum for wooing women? His words, though spoken softly, resonated clearly in the hushed hall. Zhou Chong's face drained of color. You're slandering me, he shouted, feigning bravado. Slandering you? Yi Linfan's face contorted into an exaggerated expression. What? Do you wish for this young master to retrieve that rosewood chest your father has hidden beneath the bed and publicly count the deeds and letters from the merchants of Byman? Boom. The crowd erupted. Collusion with Byman. This was a crime punishable by extermination of 9 generations. Zhou Chong trembled violently, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he looked at Yi Linfan, his eyes filled with sheer terror. This bully was not jesting. Yi Linfan, uninterested in casting another glance at him, deemed Zhou Chong unworthy even to be his adversary. His attention gradually shifted upward to the elegant chamber on the second floor, where the curtains still fluttered. A sharp scrutiny was firmly fixed upon him. Qingyao of Kuanning Palace. He could sense the evaluation emanating from the other. An air of superiority, as if observing a mere clown. Excellent. The fish has finally surfaced from the depths. Yi Linfan stood before the window, wearing an extraordinarily radiant, foolish grin. Today, the young master was in high spirits and decided to indulge himself. He turned to the stage, where Lu Rian, or rather, Lu Qinghan stood, and let out a loud whistle. My dear beauty, pay no heed to that impoverished fool offering a mere 100,000 taels. I shall bid 1,000,000 taels. He extended a finger, shaking it with audacious flair. The entire hall erupted in a fervor. 1,000,000 taels of gold. What a staggering sum. Enough to purchase 10 such flower pavilions. Sufficient to sustain a 1,000-man army for an entire year. Everyone regarded him with the incredulity reserved for madmen. Zhou Chong had completely slumped to the ground, his face ashen. From the private chamber on the second floor, a palpable pressure of scrutiny wavered. At that moment, Qingyao must have considered him a thoroughly spoiled simpleton, a fool who could only throw money around. This was precisely the effect he desired, to be underestimated, to be scorned, to be seen as nothing more than a trivial obstacle. However, just as the old madam was about to faint with excitement, prepared to announce this earth-shattering result, Yi Linfan waved his hand. Wait a moment. He sauntered to the front of the platform, gazing up at the composed woman who had remained unflappable throughout. Lu Qinghan. She was beautiful, a beauty tinged with a sense of fragility. Her eyes concealed an unshakable sorrow, yet she exuded an indomitable pride. Standing there, she resembled a winter plum poised to wither amidst a storm, yet still defiantly upright. Alas, in his eyes, no matter how exquisite the flower, it remained mere merchandise. To purchase it would be too mundane. He waved his fan, a look of disdain upon his face. What status did he hold? Could he be compared to those merchants reeking of copper? Everyone was taken aback, including Lu Qinghan on the stage and Qingyao on the second floor. Do you mean, young Master Yi? The old madam inquired cautiously. Yi Linfan snapped his fingers. Today, I wish to engage in something interesting. His gaze swept across the crowd, finally settling on the private chamber on the second floor. I do not enjoy competing for possessions, especially not for a woman. Here's the deal. He cleared his throat, drawing upon all his acting prowess to adopt the most insufferable, spoiled demeanor. I, Yi Linfan, declare that this woman shall be mine. Yet, I shall not spend a single coin. I wish for you all to plead with me to take her away. His words detonated like thunder in the minds of those present. Their expressions morphed from shock to confusion, then to absurdity. Plead for you to take her away? What kind of nonsensical logic is this? Yi Linfan, do not overstep your bounds. A cool, composed voice finally emerged from the second floor. Qingyao could no longer contain herself. Overstep my bounds. Yi Linfan laughed heartily, as if he had heard the greatest jest. In this northern town, I am the law. What of it if I take advantage of you? Suddenly, his laughter ceased, and his expression darkened. Today, I shall establish the rules here. He placed one foot upon the chair before him, pointing his fan at the stage where Lu Qinghan stood, enunciating each word with deliberate clarity. This woman, tonight. Whoever can make her weep, whoever can compel her to beg for mercy, whoever can force her to kneel and lick the shoes of this young master, shall claim the bounty of 1,000,000 taels of gold. And this woman, I shall take away without charge. A profound silence enveloped the entire Baiwa building. As if time itself had stilled, everyone was utterly stunned by his audacious proclamation. What an immense humiliation. This was no mere transaction for a woman. It was a flagrant violation of the dignity of a person, and indeed, of all present. He could sense Lu Qinghan on the stage shuddering violently. A crack finally appeared in her previously untroubled eyes, revealing a flicker of humiliation, fury, and disbelief. Meanwhile, in the second-floor private room, the scrutinizing gaze of the Qingyao transformed instantaneously into a chilling intent to kill. This was precisely the effect he sought, to upend the table and convey to all present, in the most brutal and unreasonable manner, that in the northern frontier, he, Yi Linfan, was the true dealer. He gazed towards the second floor, the mockery on his face growing ever more cruel. What is this? No one dares to play? Or do you believe that the dignity of a woman who has offered herself for sale is worth 1,000,000 taels of gold? Chapter 23. Ultimate Humiliation and the Queen's Game. Yi Linfan's words struck like a poisoned dagger, piercing the hearts of everyone present, especially Lu Qinghan's. Her shoulders trembled slightly, and her hands, hanging at her sides, clenched into fists, her nails nearly embedding into her flesh. Her pallid face now bore not a trace of color. Yet she did not weep. She revealed not a hint of weakness. Instead, she lifted her head, locking her cold, piercing gaze upon Yi Linfan. In her eyes, the earlier signs of fracture and sorrow had vanished, replaced by boundless humiliation and seething hatred, as if she wished to devour him whole. How intriguing, truly fascinating. Such a gaze was worthy of the strategist of the Candle Dragon Pavilion. If she were to weep or collapse in despair, she would simply be a fragile porcelain figure, unworthy of his game. What? No one has a word to say? Yi Linfan surveyed the room, his smile growing increasingly arrogant. 1,000,000 taels of gold. All it takes is for this woman to shed a tear and kneel in supplication, and she can be taken away. Such an opportunity is rare indeed. The hall remained steeped in silence, yet the atmosphere had shifted. The initially disdainful gazes of the spectators began to grow complex, as greed quietly took root. 1,000,000 taels of gold. This figure was enough to drive anyone to madness. Dignity? Morality? What do such concepts matter in the face of a sum that could secure 3 generations of comfort? Some had already begun to stir restlessly, their breaths growing heavier. Yi Linfan. The voice of the aloof man from the second-floor alcove rang out again, this time laced with an uncontainable fury. You are humiliating the entire aristocracy of the Great Xia. Qing Miao could no longer contain himself. He could not remain silent any longer. If he allowed Yi Linfan to take Lu Qinghan in such a manner, it would not only tarnish his personal reputation, but also that of the Kuan-Ning Palace behind him. Humiliating the aristocracy? Yi Linfan appeared to have heard the most amusing jest, exaggeratedly clearing his ears. When did I ever claim she was of noble lineage? A courtesan peddling laughter in a brothel is hardly worthy of association with the aristocracy. You. What about you? Yi Linfan interrupted him, pointing his fan in his direction and unleashing a torrent of abuse. Cowardly rodent. If you have the guts, come down and face me. If you lack the courage, then shut your beak. Your incessant prattle is tiresome. You seek death. Qing Miao's words were as cold as ice. An invisible weight descended, seemingly solidifying the air into iron blocks, ready to crush Yi Linfan. The pressure of a 4th-tier celestial realm was unabashedly apparent. Yi Linfan's complexion turned as pale as paper, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He stumbled, nearly losing his balance, and the white jade fan slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Under such pressure, an ordinary person would have already knelt in submission. Yet, he was no ordinary individual. But today he must be. He forced his trembling knees to remain straight, despite his body quaking uncontrollably, and lifted his head. A mixture of fear and madness etched upon his face as he shouted towards the elegant pavilion on the 2nd floor. What's this? Do you wish to make a move? Come then. His voice, strained with effort, trembled slightly, betraying his bravado. I stand here, daring you to touch even a single hair on my body. My father could have you minced and fed to the dogs by tomorrow. Do you believe me? He enunciated the words my father with a frenzied intensity. This was the ultimate essence of a worthless individual. No reason, only background. Within the pavilion, a murderous intent powerful enough to crush steel surged momentarily before gradually retracting. The oppressive weight dissipated, and Yi Linfan felt as though he had emerged from the depths of water, gasping for air. A cold and disdainful remark drifted down from above. To quibble with a worthless individual whose meridians were severed is to diminish oneself. Qing Miao had retreated. It was not that he feared to kill Yi Linfan, but rather that he deemed it beneath him. He could not bear the consequences of slaying Yi Linfan. Nor did he wish to sully his 4th-tier celestial realm status by striking down someone who relied solely on their father's influence. He had utterly dismissed Yi Linfan as nothing more than a clown. This was precisely the outcome he desired. If you dare not strike, then step aside. Yi Linfan spat disdainfully onto the ground, bent to retrieve his fan, and brushed off the dust. Do not delay my game. With that, he turned his attention away from the pavilion and focused once more on the local dignitaries who were on the verge of losing their composure. So, have you made your decision? Who will step forward first? He appeared like a devil tempting mortals to their downfall, luring them with subtle persuasion. The first to approach would seize the greatest opportunity. If I were to make her weep pitifully in my exuberance, I might even add another 100,000 taels. It is said that great rewards inspire great bravery. Just moments ago, witnessing Yi Linfan being cornered with such desperation, everyone's courage began to swell. A middle-aged man sporting a goatish beard, unable to contain himself, was the first to step forward. He was a salt merchant known for his cruelty in the city. Young Master Yi, are you speaking the truth? He licked his lips, greedily inquiring. My word is as solid as gold. Excellent. The goat-bearded man rubbed his hands together, an obscene grin stretching across his face as he approached Lu Qinghan on the high platform. Miss Lu, or should I say, Lu the harlot? He unleashed his venomous words. What pretense of virtue is this? Aren't you simply a woman who sells herself? Today, I shall make you understand what it means to wish for death. As he berated her, he extended his filthy hand, attempting to tear at Lu Qinghan's garments. Her body tensed, a glimmer of resolve flashing in her eyes. She would rather die than endure such humiliation. Just as the goat-bearded man's hand was about to make contact, whoosh, an ivory chopstick, whistling through the air, shot forth from Yi Linfan's hand. Thud! The chopstick pierced through the man's palm, pinning it firmly against the pillar of the platform. A wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig resonated throughout the hall. This sudden turn of events left everyone astounded. The very person who had incited the crowd to humiliate Lu Qinghan had, in an instant, been rendered incapacitated. What manner of sorcery was this? Confusion enveloped the onlookers. Yi Linfan leisurely ascended the platform. Under the fearful gaze of the goat-bearded man, he twisted the man's fingers, extracting the ivory chopstick inch by inch. Blood gushed forth. What I said was to make her weep, to make her plead for mercy, Yi Linfan remarked, wiping the bloodied chopstick on his garment, enunciating each word with precision. I did not say that you wretched lot were permitted to lay a finger on her. She is a toy of mine. You are beneath her. With a swift kick, he sent the man tumbling off the platform. Turning to face Lu Qinghan, he found her gaze filled with a tumult of emotions, shock, confusion. Yet the overwhelming hatred she harbored began to wane slightly. Yi Linfan approached her, close enough to catch the faint scent of plum blossoms emanating from her. It appears they are all worthless, he murmured softly, a tone laced with mockery. I must intervene personally. He extended his hand, and everyone anticipated he would treat her as the salt merchant had. The atmosphere on the second floor shifted once more. Lu Qinghan instinctively took a step back, brimming with vigilance. However, Yi Linfan's hand merely brushed aside a stray lock of hair from her temple, his touch astonishingly gentle. Lu Wenyuan, the Minister of Revenue, imprisoned 2 years ago for embezzlement, died 3 days later in a prison cell. His entire family was executed, leaving only a daughter unaccounted for. His words were scarcely above a whisper, audible only to the two of them. Yet each syllable struck Lu Qinghan's heart like a hammer, resonating with profound weight. Her body stiffened abruptly. The icy gaze, which she had managed to uphold, shattered in an instant. Shock, fear, and disbelief intertwined on her face. She could not comprehend how this debauched scion, deemed worthless by the entire world, could possibly know her most profound secret. Tell me, if I were to divulge this information to His Highness the Crown Prince, Yi Linfan's smile curled at the corners of his lips, akin to a devil's whisper. Would he not be delighted? After all, one must eradicate the roots of the problem. What method do you think he would employ to ensure your demise? Would it be through slow slicing, or by being torn apart? Lu Qinghan's lips began to tremble uncontrollably. The composure and facade she had so proudly maintained were, in that moment, utterly obliterated. No, she finally spoke, her voice hoarse and laden with desperate pleading. I beg you. A single crystalline tear slid down her pale cheek, plummeting to the cold floor with a shattering sound. She wept, forced into tears by his most cruel revelation that laid bare her grievous wounds. Precisely. Yi Linfan chuckled with satisfaction. He stood upright, surveying the crowd, raising his hand high as he proclaimed loudly, the game is over. This woman has cried and begged for mercy. Thus, the 100,000 taels of gold are now mine. And she, too, belongs to me. With that declaration, amidst the stunned reactions of the onlookers, he seized Lu Qinghan's wrist and dragged her roughly down from the platform. He afforded her no moment of reprieve, pulling her along as they exited. As they passed beneath the elegant hall on the second floor, he paused, glancing upward. Qingniao, remember this. Tonight, you have lost. Go back and inform Nangong Yu that her reach has exceeded her grasp. This northern frontier is not a realm for her to toy with. With those words, he lingered no longer, enveloped by a throng of sycophants as he departed with his greatest prize of the night, leaving behind a completely upended Baiwa Tower. Chapter 24. The Madness of a Gambler. The Birth of a Queen. Yi Linfan did not return to the general's residence. Like a conqueror dragging his spoils, he pulled Lu Qinghan all the way to a clandestine stronghold belonging to the Zhulong Pavilion in the western part of the city. Throughout the journey, she remained eerily silent. No tears fell, no protests arose, and no struggles ensued. She was akin to a delicate puppet, stripped of all its springs, her eyes vacant and her complexion devoid of color, allowing him to manipulate her at will. Yi Linfan thrust her into a clean yet modest room, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Zhang Lai stood behind him, his expression grave, his lips moving slightly. 0 what now? Do you aspire to be a saint? Yi Linfan cast him a sidelong glance, retrieving 2 dice from his pocket, tossing them playfully in his palm. The arrogance he had displayed at Baiwa Tower was absent. In its place was a contemplative demeanor, an air of amusement, as if he were observing an intriguing gamble. The demeanor of a mad gambler. Your subordinate does not dare. Zhang Lai averted his gaze, but she is, after all, the daughter of Lord Liu. I fear she may despair. Despair? Yi Linfan smiled. The dice danced upon her fingertips, resonating with a crisp clatter. Rest assured, she was not willing to embrace death. A gambler, until every last chip is depleted, will never abandon the gaming table. And she had only just taken her seat, yet to discern the true nature of her cards. Hatred was her ultimate stake. As long as this stake remained, she would undoubtedly devise a way to reclaim her losses. Yi Linfan disregarded Zhang Lai and pushed the door open. Inside, Lu Qinghan had already straightened her posture. She wiped away her tears and tidied her disheveled attire. Although her cheeks remained pale, the hollow depths of her eyes had rekindled a flicker of defiance. It was a mix of vigilance, confusion, and a hint of unwillingness. Excellent. A true gambler must never lack the spirit of defiance. Yi Linfan closed the door behind her. Her aura fully unleashed in that fleeting moment. It exuded a blend of languor, madness, and absolute confidence characteristic of a gambler. She was not there to negotiate. She was there to deal. Lu Qinghan's body quivered slightly. In that instant, she comprehended that the foolish dandy from the Baiwa building was merely a facade. The youth before her was his true self. This revelation sent the flicker of fire igniting in her heart into a wild tremor, filled with dread. Who exactly are you? Her voice trembled, betraying her unease. Who am I? Yi Linfan drew a chair closer, sitting backward with her arms draped over the backrest, resembling a street-side gambler. I am the dealer. A dealer who can restore your fortunes or leave you bereft of everything. She cast the 2 dice onto the table. They rolled, revealing 2 sixes, a pair of 6s. Lu Qinghan, let us wager. Her astonishment rendered her speechless. Wager? Indeed, wager. Yi Linfan flashed a grin, revealing a set of stark white teeth. I bet that you harbor a hatred for the prince, loathing all who contributed to your father's demise, wishing to reduce them to ashes. I wager you refuse to live like a dog or die in a state of disgrace. She leaned forward, fixing her gaze intently upon her. What truly matters is whether you dare to overturn this table. Yi Linfan retrieved a prepared dossier from her bosom and tossed it before Lu Qinghan as if it were refuse. This is your first card. The vice commander of the city defense camp, Zhou Bapi, the foolish Zhou Chang's father, has amassed evidence of embezzling military funds and colluding with the Baiman over the years. The evidence is irrefutable. Lu Qinghan's breath caught in her throat. She trembled as she opened the dossier. Upon a mere glance, her pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. The account books, correspondence, and testimonies contained therein could condemn the Zhou family 1,000 times over. What do you mean by showing me this? She lifted her gaze, astonished. The meaning is quite simple. Yi Linfan reclined against the chair's backrest, speaking languidly. I have dealt you the cards. How you play them is entirely your affair. You may take it and seek a place to hide, resigning yourself to a life of obscurity. You might consider entrusting it to the crown prince. Perhaps it could lead to a path of survival. Yet, there exists a greater likelihood that he would eliminate you to silence you. He paused, a deeper amusement glimmering in his eyes, and suggested, you could devise a way to deliver this to my father, the esteemed General Yi Xiaodian, who commands the nation. I shall grant you 3 days. During these 3 days, I shall neither monitor nor assist you, nor shall I safeguard you. Your fate, whether life or death, rests solely upon your own capabilities. This is the wager. I am betting on your audacity to engage and your ability to succeed. The room fell into a profound silence. Lu Qinghan stared at him, as if confronting a madman. She had envisioned countless scenarios, humiliation, captivity, being reduced to a mere tool, but she had never anticipated such a circumstance. The adversary had placed a life-altering card directly into her hands and simply told her to do as she pleased. This transcended mere transaction. This was a gamble with lives at stake. Why? She found herself utterly perplexed by his rationale. Because it's exhilarating, Yi Linfan replied nonchalantly, relishing the sight of a desperate individual struggling in dire straits, poised either to erupt like a splendid firework or to vanish silently like a whisper. Do you not find this more thrilling than any gamble? He rose and approached the door. Remember, you have but 3 days. If you are still alive and have successfully toppled Zhou Bapi, return here to find me. At that time, I shall introduce you to a far grander game. Of course, the odds are that you will likely perish along the way, but fret not. Consider it a misdeal on my part. With that, he swung the door open and departed without a backward glance, leaving Lu Qinghan alone, dazed. Seated amidst evidence potent enough to instigate a seismic upheaval in the political arena of northern town, alongside two crimson dice symbolizing a leopard. The following day, Lu Qinghan vanished. She took the dossier and dissolved into the vastness like a drop of water into the ocean, leaving no trace. Yi Linfan resumed his daily antics as a local tyrant. Parading through northern town, engaging in cockfights and dog races, the events of the previous night felt but a fleeting dream. Zhang Lai was in a state of anxiety. Dispatching all intelligence personnel to discreetly trace Lu Qinghan's whereabouts, yet he was sternly prohibited by Yi Linfan. Once a gambler takes to the table, outsiders must not intervene. Such was the rule he conveyed to Zhang Lai. Time ticked by. The first day passed without incident. The second day continued in tranquility. Zhang Lai's countenance grew increasingly grim. In his estimation, Lu Qinghan had likely fled with the evidence or had succumbed in some unknown corner. Yet Yi Linfan remained unfazed, biding his time for a resolution. Finally, on the evening of the third day, a sensational piece of news erupted throughout northern town. The esteemed General Yi Xiaotian received an anonymous tip-off and, with a thunderous resolve, personally led the Xuanjiao army to raid the residence of Zhou Papi, the deputy commander of the city's defense. The treasures unearthed were mountains high. Correspondence indicating collusion with Beimang served as irrefutable proof. The evidence was overwhelming. Yi Xiaotian issued an immediate decree to execute Zhou Papi and his accomplices on the spot, leading to the imprisonment of the entire Zhou family. The political landscape of Jinbei City trembled with this upheaval. When Yi Linfan received the news, he was enjoying a performance at the Baiwa Tower, and a smile graced his lips. He had won his gamble. That evening, he returned to the clandestine stronghold, where a figure had long been waiting within. It was Lu Qinghan, adorned in a pristine, simple long dress, her hair meticulously arranged. Though her face bore a sickly pallor, her eyes sparkled with a remarkable brightness. It was the radiant glow of vengeance fulfilled, entwined with the exhilaration of wielding power. She had transformed. No longer the lamb awaiting slaughter, but a she-wolf that had just tasted the sweetness of blood. As Yi Linfan entered, she remained silent, stepping before him to kneel slowly on one knee. This act was not born of coercion nor barter. It was a choice, a manifestation of ambition. Lu Qinghan is willing to serve the Lord unto death. Her words were resolute, devoid of any hesitation. From this day forth, I shall be the sharpest and most obedient blade in your hand. Yi Linfan gazed at her, the smile upon his lips growing ever more radiant. No, I do not wish for you to be merely a blade. He helped her rise, meeting her fiery gaze with unwavering intensity. I desire you to be the one who wields the blade. The leader of the intelligence department of the Candle Dragon Pavilion, Fengyu Jihua, Lu Rian. This position is rightfully yours. Chapter 25, The Queen's Ascendancy. The final piece is in place. Lu Qinghan, or rather, Lu Rian now, stood frozen. Her mind was a blank canvas. The notion of being the one who wields the blade, the head of the intelligence department, these 5 words weighed heavily upon her heart like massive mountains, rendering her nearly breathless. She had believed that by pledging her loyalty, she would merely become a useful pawn, a somewhat sharper blade in the hands of this enigmatic youth. She had never imagined that he would directly place the hilt of the blade into her hands. This was no longer a matter of trust. It was a level of audacity beyond her comprehension. She opened her mouth, but found her throat parched, unable to utter a single word. What? Are you afraid? Yi Linfan released her, returning to his seat, adopting the nonchalant demeanor of a gambler. The card table was set, and the most significant card had been dealt to her. Now, he inquired, are you unwilling to play? Lu Rian's breath quickened, his words striking her freshly built pride and ambition like a whip. Indeed, she feared nothing, not even death. If she could topple Zhou Papi, a seasoned tyrant entrenched in Jinbei City for years, what was there to fear? She bit her lip fiercely, and the last remnants of hesitation and timidity in her bright eyes were utterly crushed, replaced by an unprecedented resolve and fervor. Lu Rian, I accept the command. She knelt once more, this time holding her head high, her voice resonant and powerful, devoid of any wavering. Excellent. Yi Linfan nodded in satisfaction. He snapped his fingers. Outside the door, Zhang Lai and another shadowy figure, as elusive as a specter, entered silently. It was Zhu Yi. He still bore that ordinary visage, one that could easily be lost among a crowd, yet an air of profound stillness enveloped him, causing the temperature in the room to drop perceptibly. Upon seeing these two individuals, Lu Rian's pupils slightly constricted. She could sense the iron-blooded aura emanating from Zhang Lai. Honed through countless trials amid mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and she could feel the pure, soul-chilling intent of murder radiating from Zhu Yi. In an instant, she comprehended the gravity of the situation, The power wielded by this youth surpassed her darkest imaginings. 0. Both Zhang Lai and Zhu Yi knelt on one knee, their voices imbued with unwavering obedience. Rise. Yi Linfan stood, surveying his future 3 pillars of strength. One represented the veins of his wealth, another, the sharp blade of his darkness. Today, he had gathered them to reveal the final piece of the puzzle that was the Zhulong Pavilion, now finally in place. His words swept over the trio. Zhang Lai was animated, Zhu Yi remained impassive, while Lu Rian was a blend of tension and anticipation. Zhang Lai, Yi Linfan addressed him. Over these years, you have adeptly managed the commercial department, transforming the Sihai Trading Company into our most robust treasury, providing a ceaseless flow of resources. I dare not claim credit. It is all thanks to Zero's guidance, Zhang Lai replied solemnly. Zhu Yi, Yi Linfan turned to the silent youth. You have commanded the Shadow Department, honing the first batch of Zhulong guards into the sharpest of blades. They have lingered too long in the shadows, ready to unsheath for Zero at any moment. Zhu Yi's words were as straight as an arrow. Finally, Yi Linfan's gaze settled on Lu Rian. And you, Lu Rian, shall lead our newly established and most pivotal intelligence department, codenamed Listening Wind Tower. Lu Rian's body quivered slightly, savoring the name. Listening Wind Tower. To heed the winds of the world and gather intelligence from all corners. Such ambition. The commercial department serves as our backbone, the shadow department as our blade. And the Listening Wind Tower will be the nexus connecting them, our very brain. I envision the Listening Wind Tower existing in an entirely new form, Yi Linfan continued, observing her astonished expression. On the surface, it shall be the most elegant and luxurious den of indulgence in the entire Tsengshuan continent, a haven where scholars and poets linger, and a battleground for the affluent to spend extravagantly. We shall perform, but not sell ourselves. Every lady within the Listening Wind Tower must embody exceptional talent, beauty, and wisdom. They could be princesses of fallen dynasties, noble women in distress, or the last descendants of loyal subjects wrongfully slain. I want you to gather all those extraordinary women burdened by blood debts yet cornered with no way out, bringing them under our banner. I wish for the Listening Wind Tower to be their sanctuary, and more importantly, their stage for vengeance. In an instant, Lu Rian's eyes brimmed with tears. She thought of her own fate. Had she not encountered Yi Linfan, how tragically would her story have unfolded? In this world, how many individuals like Lu Qinghan are drowning in despair? What he offers her is not merely a position, but a grand endeavor for which she is willing to sacrifice everything. The commercial department's Sahaitong will seamlessly integrate with the network of Tingfeng Tower. Tingfeng Tower requires funds, and the Merchant Guild will provide them in abundance. The intelligence of Tingfeng Tower must be conveyed through the merchant convoys, ensuring safe and swift transmission to every corner. The Shadow Department's Zhulong Wei will serve as your most steadfast support. Anyone who dares to cause trouble at Tingfeng Tower or threatens your interests will swiftly be made to vanish from this world. Yi Linfan's words made Zhang Lai and Lu Rian's breaths grow heavy. They could vividly perceive the terrifying net gradually forming around Tingfeng Tower. A complete, logically cohesive, and fearsome blueprint for an underground kingdom unfurled before them. The commercial department is responsible for generating resources and transportation, the Shadow Department for execution and deterrence, while the newly established Intelligence Department serves as the command center, processing information. The 3 departments will serve as mutual pillars, supporting one another. Once fully operational, the energy unleashed will be terrifying. Zhang Lai was so overwhelmed he could hardly speak. His initial allegiance to Yi Linfan stemmed from loyalty to the general and dissatisfaction with his own fate. He had never imagined that the grandiose words of an 8-year-old child would, in just a few years, take shape as a force poised to sweep across the world. Yet, this is not enough. Yi Linfan shook his head, turning to Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi, do you remember the ultimate plan I shared with you for the Shadow Department? For the first time, a flicker of emotion crossed Zhu Yi's deadpan eyes. I remember. The Baixiang plan. Excellent, Yi Linfan nodded. Today marks the establishment of Tingfeng Tower and the return of the 3 departments of Zhulong Pavilion, signaling the official launch of the Baixiang plan. From this day forth, the 50 Zhulong Wei under your command will no longer be mere assassins. They will step into the world. For the one skilled in strategy, I shall enlist the finest teachers from the Great Xia to help him achieve scholarly distinction, so that he may wield his pen as a sword in the court. For the one endowed with innate strength, I will find the most exceptional martial arts for him to explore the martial world, aspiring to become a renowned figure in the realm of heroes. As for those who exhibit talent in alchemy, weapon forging, and formations, Zhulong Pavilion will spare no expense in providing resources, enabling them to compete with the world's greatest prodigies and become the brightest stars in their respective fields. Tingfeng Tower and the commercial department must fully cooperate with the Baixiang plan. If they require funds, provide them. If they need opportunities, create them. If they seek intelligence, supply it. They will infiltrate various industries, becoming the most covert and profound extensions of Tingfeng Tower. What I desire is not a group of mere shadows lurking in the darkness. Yi Linfan's voice echoed in the spacious room, resonating with a power that sent shivers through the soul. What I seek are future cabinet ministers of Great Xia, supreme commanders of the military, lords of the martial world, masters of alchemy, and divine craftsmen of weaponry, all of whom shall be mine. I desire this grand web woven by the Candle Dragon Pavilion, not merely to ensnare the shadowy corners, but to boldly envelop the skies above the entire realm. I yearn for a world where no secrets elude our grasp. I long for an era in which there is nothing we cannot achieve. Boom. In Lu Rian's mind, it felt as though countless thunderclaps reverberated simultaneously. She stared blankly at Yi Linfan, gazing upon this 14-year-old youth, feeling as if she were looking up at a true deity. This was no mere stratagem. It was a defiance of fate. She finally comprehended that she had triumphed in her gamble. What she wagered was not solely her own life and future, but the dawn of an entirely new epoch, and she would have the honor of being one of its pioneers. The tremors emanating from the depths of her soul ultimately transformed into an unparalleled fervor and excitement. Lu Rian vowed to serve as the pavilion master, to command the listening wind tower, paving the way for the myriad forms. Even if it meant facing death 1,000 times, she would have no regrets. She knelt heavily on the ground, her voice resolute. Zhang Lai pledged to serve as the pavilion master, overseeing the commercial department, laying the foundation for trade. Even if wrapped in horsehide, he would not decline. With tear-filled eyes, Zhang Lai knelt on one knee. Zhu Yi pledged to be Zero, leading the shadow department, embodying the myriad forms, becoming the blade of the pavilion master. Even if his soul perished, he would have no regrets. The act of kneeling was silent. Yet for the first time, a flame of faith ignited in his deadened eyes. Yi Linfan regarded the three kneeling before him. The cornerstone of his kingdom, a tripartite alliance, had finally been established. He approached Lu Rian, placing a token crafted from dark iron, engraved with a fearsome candle dragon, into her hands. This is your wind speech token. Take it to Northtown and establish the first listening wind tower. I desire it to become the place every man in the northern frontier dreams of within 3 months. Chapter 26. A shocking scheme. 3 fragments unveil a truth that shakes the Empress. In the Great Xia, at Tianqi City, within Kunning Palace. The palace was filled with the soothing scent of incense, its tendrils swirling, yet failing to disperse the oppressive atmosphere that hung in the air. Dressed in black, the Qing Miao knelt on one knee, bowing his head deeply, his breath deliberately subdued. He was reporting all that had transpired in North Town, every detail meticulously recounted without a hint of omission. From Yi Linfan's audacious entrance into the 100 Flowers Tower, to his extreme humiliation of Lu Qinghan, and finally to his audacious proclamation. As Qing Miao recounted the words relayed to tell Nangong Yu that her grasp had extended too far, the temperature within the palace plummeted to a freezing point. Crash! A gilded teacup depicting a phoenix was forcefully smashed to the ground, shattering into 4 pieces. Seated upon the phoenix throne, the Empress Nangong Yu could no longer maintain her usual calm demeanor, her well-preserved, regal face betraying her mounting fury. Within her Danfeng eyes, a terrifying storm was brewing. A mere 14-year-old child. Her voice trembled slightly with rage. How dare he address me so directly? How dare he humiliate me so? Qing Miao knelt tighter, his body tense with apprehension. He could sense the terrifying aura belonging to a 3rd-grade Grand Master surging above the Phoenix throne, stirring the air within the palace into disarray. Your Highness, please quell your anger. Quell my anger? Nangong Yu scoffed coldly, her voice sharp. My dignity has been utterly cast aside. She fixed her gaze on the azure bird, her chest heaving violently. After a moment, however, she compelled herself to regain her composure. Rage would resolve nothing. She was no fool. Having maintained her position for 2 decades, her intellect surpassed that of ordinary women. Speak. Her voice regained its icy demeanor. Yes, Yi Linfan knows Lu Qinghan's true identity. Indeed, the azure bird responded. His final words to Lu Qinghan accurately revealed Lu Wenyuan's official title, the case details, and the date of death. I was too far away to hear clearly at the time, but Lu Qinghan did indeed collapse in tears afterward. Nangong Yu's fingertips gently tapped the armrest, producing a soft, rhythmic sound. Current events. How could a 14-year-old scion from the northern frontier possess such knowledge of a secret case from 2 years prior? How could he know it so precisely? Yi Xiaodian, that brash man, was even less likely to concern himself with such court intrigues. The circumstances hinted at a scheme not originating from the northern frontier, but rather from Tianqi City. This familiar scent instantly reminded her of another matter. 5 years ago. That year, Yi Fan was merely 8 years old. On a whim, she decided to test the rumored son of Yi Xiaotian, dispatching a 4th-grade celestial realm expert to lead a team of Nangong shadow guards into the northern frontier. The result was that they vanished without a trace overnight, not even a ripple left behind. Shortly thereafter, Yi Xiaotian launched a bloody purge under the pretense of eradicating northern Mang spies, cleansing the northern frontier of her long-placed agents. At that moment, she sensed a profound, invisible warning. Now, the same tactics, the same ruthlessness, and the same meticulousness were at play. They had thrust Yi Fan, this rabid dog, into the spotlight to draw everyone's attention, and with Yi Xiaotian's blade, they would swiftly cut through the chaos, eliminating all loose ends. The interplay of light and shadow was seamless, compelling her to reflect on a more ancient, more fundamental event. 13 years ago, 13 years prior, the former saintess of the sword-questioning sect, Lin Suxin, perished in the wilds outside the capital. At that time, all the elite assassins dispatched by the sword-questioning sect and the 10,000 poisoned sect vanished without a trace, leaving the scene as pristine as if it had been cleansed by an army. Shortly after that incident, the childless General Yi Xiaotian suddenly had a newborn son. The timing was too coincidental. 3 events, 3 fragments, abruptly coalesced in Nangong Yu's mind, forming a complete truth that chilled her to the bone. Who could make Yi Xiaotian, the lion of the northern frontier, so obedient, willingly acting as both pawn and blade? Who could transmit the capital's secrets so precisely to the northern frontier, laying traps in advance for her to stumble into? The answer was singular. Emperor Xia Qiyuan, her enigmatic companion, forever shrouded in mystery. Your Majesty. Nangong Yu squeezed out these 2 words through gritted teeth, her voice laden with incredulous fear. Indeed, it is only he who possesses such extraordinary capabilities. Only he can compel Yi Xiaotian to bow in subservience. Only he can weave such an intricate web right beneath my very eyes. He is safeguarding that abomination, that unworthy prince of the great Xia, born of Lin Su's bloodline, who should remain hidden from the light. This conjecture brought a chilling stillness to Nangong Yu's veins. She finally comprehended the truth. Yi Fan's seemingly deranged and extravagant behavior, his declaration of my father is Yi Xiaotian, was not a mere performance for his own amusement. It was a spectacle for the entire world to witness. Your Majesty is employing this method to encase that abomination in the most formidable armor, known as the son of Yi Xiaotian. How profound and cunning your intentions are, Your Majesty. Nangong Yu smiled, a bitter and vengeful smile. Yet, soon her thoughts turned to another matter. The bluebird, could it be that Yi Fan's cultivation was indeed severed, rendering him merely a body-refining warrior? Reporting to Your Majesty. It is undoubtedly true. I have probed with my energy, and his internal aura is obstructed, devoid of any foundational cultivation. He is unequivocally a waste. A waste? A flicker of extreme disdain and confusion crossed Nangong Yu's eyes. Why would a prince, whom Your Majesty seeks to protect, be a mere cripple? Could it be that Lin Su, in her dying moments, employed some forbidden technique that harmed the fetus's foundation? Upon this realization, the anger of being outmaneuvered within Nangong Yu began to inexplicably subside, replaced by a lofty sense of pity and disdain. Very well, she slowly spoke, her voice tinged with a hint of amusement. Since Your Majesty is so intent on safeguarding a worthless individual, I shall oblige. A cripple, bereft of any foundation, cannot stir significant ripples. My adversary is you, not him. She had come to a resolution. The northern frontier, for the time being, must remain untouched. With Your Majesty and Yi Xiaotian jointly guarding it, it is a veritable den of dragons and tigers. To probe further would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. However, this does not imply that she would easily relent. Issue a decree. All those in the northern frontier are to remain dormant. Without my command, no action shall be taken. She rose slowly, walking to the window, gazing at the most imposing palace deep within the imperial compound. I shall wait here in this city of Tianqi, awaiting the day when this pampered, rabid dog, once freed from the protection of the northern frontier, throws itself into a trap. I am quite curious to see how he will bark. The bluebird felt a shiver run down its spine and bowed deeply. I shall obey. Chapter 27. The Emperor's Script? Is it paternal love? Is it protection? Or is it an investment? 3 years. For a mortal, it is ample time for an infant to grow into a mischievous child. For a warrior, it is but the blink of an eye through a few secluded meditations. Yet, for Yi Fan, these 3 years have been the period in which he has forged his kingdom, transforming blueprints into reality. In the northern frontier, at Jinbei City, within the General S residence, his study is no longer that humble bedroom of yore. It has been expanded several-fold. An entire wall is adorned with towering bookshelves, yet instead of the traditional classics, It is filled with rows of documents marked by a unique cipher. At this moment, he is already 17 years of age. His physique has matured, shedding the naivety of youth, and his countenance exudes a tranquility that belies his years. Seated at the table, his fingertips gently tap against a newly delivered annual confidential report from the headquarters of the Candle Dragon Pavilion. The report is thin, comprising merely 3 pages. Yet every word is steeped in ardor and ambition. Candle Dragon Pavilion's Annual Development Overview. Commercial Department. The Four Seas Trading Company has ascended to become the foremost commercial entity in the northern regions of the Great Xia. Branches are now established in 13 cities of the northern frontier, successfully penetrating 36 of the 72 prefectures within the Central Plains. We possess 500 large caravans and a protective force of 3,000, generating an annual revenue that could cause the Minister of Revenue to suffer a cardiac arrest. Our reach has extended into the territories of the southern Li and northern Mang through border smuggling operations. The Four Seas Trading Company is no longer merely a purse of gold. It has evolved into a lifeblood and intelligence network that spans half of the Great Xia. Zhonglai. Intelligence Department. The Listening Wind Tower has established branches in 13 cities of the northern frontier and 18 prefectures of the Central Plains. Each Listening Wind Tower serves as the most renowned haven for indulgence and elegant gatherings in their respective locales. We strictly adhere to your decree of only listening to the wind, never selling it. All intelligence remains confidential. The revelries and fine wines of the Listening Wind Tower serve as the most exquisite disguise, allowing the elite to lower their guard and treat it as a garden where they can speak freely. Those we protect, the Whisperers, act as the most patient hunters, gathering every secret they hear and see, contributing to the intelligence stream that belongs solely to you. It has become a sanctuary for men and our most discreet ears. Lu Rian, Shadow Department. The 100 Aspects Project has been fully initiated, with 37 of the first 50 Candle Dragon Guards successfully integrated into society. Among them, Candle 17. Under the alias Li Wei, passed the Scholar's Examination 2 years ago, and currently serves as the Chief Scribe in the Qingzhou Prefecture, enjoying the trust of the Governor. Candle 9, known as the Soul Cutting Blade, gained fame in the Jiangnan region a year ago, ranking 73rd on the local list, and has become an honored elder of the largest gang, the Rage River Gang. Candle 33 has joined the Valley of the Medicine King and, due to his alchemical talents, has been accepted as a direct disciple of an outer sect elder. Furthermore, in the past 3 years, there have been continuous skirmishes along the borders of the northern frontier and northern Mang. Following your directives, we have taken in a new batch of 128 war orphans, forming the reserve of the Candle Dragon Guards, who are currently undergoing foundational training at our base. They will serve as the cornerstone and blade of the Candle Dragon Pavilion in the future. Candle 1. Yi Linfan closed the document and shut his eyes. The development of the Candle Dragon Pavilion has surpassed all expectations, both in speed and in success. Zhang Lai's steadiness, Lu Rian's wisdom, and the loyalty of Candle 1. These 3 forces are propelling him forward with relentless ambition. His own strength has steadily increased over the past 3 years. His physical cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the 5th rank, the Diamond Realm. And his energy cultivation has attained the apex of the 6th rank, the Sea of Qi Realm. He resolutely suppresses his energy cultivation, refraining from confronting the daunting wall of death, known as the 4th rank abyss, that looms before all dual cultivators. His fingers lingered on the figure of 128 for quite some time. 128 children, much like candles in the dark, scavenged amidst the remains of the fallen, their eyes devoid of warmth, filled only with numbness and fear. He provided them with a sanctuary, sustenance, the dignity to survive, and the instruments for vengeance. Yet, deep within, he understood that as long as war persisted, orphans like these children would multiply relentlessly. Could the Candle Dragon Pavilion shelter 100, 1,000, or even 10,000, 100,000 of them? It could not. For the first time, a vague, distant, and somewhat absurd thought quietly took root in his mind. To end this ceaseless conflict might be the true path to resolution. This notion felt alien to him. A man who would stop at nothing for self-preservation, a strategist with cunning ingrained in his very being, pondering the ethereal concept of peace. He swiftly suppressed the thought, yet it lingered like a seed buried deep within his heart. Rather than pride, he was engulfed by a chilling unease. Everything felt too convenient, as if an invisible hand had cleared all obstacles from his path. 3 years ago, how did Lu Ruyan, a fragile woman, evade the watchful eyes of the Crown Prince's faction to deliver crucial documents to his father, Yi Shaotian? 2 years prior, why did the local governor personally intervene to imprison the adversaries of the Four Seas Trading Company in Zhongzhou under a ludicrous pretext? A year ago, upon the opening of the Listening Wind Tower in the capital, Why did the scions of the elite suddenly withdraw, citing a series of unfortunate events? And what of the meticulously detailed intelligence regarding the Queen's confidant, the Bluebird? Such information seemed far beyond the capabilities of the Candle Dragon Pavilion at that time. It felt as though it had been deliberately fed to them. Who wielded this unseen hand? As this thought emerged, he extinguished it within himself. The answer had always been present. In all the realm, only one person possessed the power to safeguard him throughout the entire Xia dynasty, effortlessly smoothing every obstacle in his path. Only one person could persuade the esteemed General Yi Xiaotian to willingly raise his son, maintaining silence for 17 years. That person resided high above, surveying all from the imperial throne, his biological father, the emperor of the great Xia, Xia Qiyuan. As this name surfaced in his mind, there was no doubt, only a chilling sense of finality. He abruptly rose, an unnamed fire igniting within his chest. Rage, boundless rage. It dawned on him that his struggles, schemes, and forbearance over the past 17 years, his misguided plans and the Candle Dragon Pavilion he had painstakingly built, were merely a one-man show upon a stage crafted by another. He was like a beast confined within a cage, believing he had carved out a territory, unaware that the cage's master had been watching him with a smile all along. This feeling of being utterly controlled was more humiliating than the Queen's pursuit or the Crown Prince's hostility. Yet, after the surge of anger, what filled his heart was an absurd sense of relief. So that was it. The ominous cloud that had loomed overhead finally revealed its true nature. There was no need for further speculation. He now understood who his adversary was, or rather, who his master was. What was this? Was it paternal love? No. In Yi Linfan's mind, the image of his mother, Lin Suxin, bleeding by the riverside, smiling as she departed from this world surfaced. If this was paternal love, why did he allow his mother to meet such a tragic end? If this was paternal love, why did he grow up in the harsh northern frontier as an illegitimate child, hidden from the light? This was not love, it was investment. A chess player making a long-term investment in his most valuable piece. All his efforts, all his accomplishments, were perhaps merely to enhance the value of this piece in the eyes of that emperor. A profound melancholy engulfed him like a tidal wave. He felt like the greatest of jokes. He exited the study, not heading anywhere in particular, but making his way to the most secluded and spacious training ground within the estate. The moonlight, like water, spilled onto the flagstones, casting a cold glow. By the side of the training ground, a long spear, entirely black, stood quietly on the weapon rack. The spear was unadorned, its tip blunt. It was a heavy iron spear meant for practice. He approached it and grasped the shaft with one hand. The familiar chill and weight greeted his touch. Only this spear truly belonged to him. In the next moment, he moved. No essence, no technique, only the most primal and ferocious swings. Whoosh! The spear sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, crashing down onto the flagstone. Bang! Sparks flew, shards scattered. Thrusts, sweeps, slashes, strikes. He was like a frenzied beast, pouring all his anger, humiliation, and sorrow into this spear. Sweat quickly soaked his garments, cascading down his cheeks, yet he paid it no mind. He merely needed to vent. He lost track of time, practicing until the moon reached its zenith, and the training ground lay in disarray. Only then did his movements gradually come to a halt. Leaning on the spear, he stood at the center of the ground, his chest heaving violently, breathing heavily. The extreme fatigue of his body brought about a startling clarity of mind. He lifted his gaze towards the south, in the direction of Tianqi City. He slowly raised the long spear in his hand, its tip tracing a cold arc in the moonlight. Very well. Since you wish to witness a spectacle, I shall perform a grand one for you. A tale of a pawn overturning the chessboard. Chapter 28. The 17-year chess game has finally begun. It is time for me to enter the fray. In the great Xia, deep within the imperial palace of Tianqi City, lies the observatory. This place is a forbidden area of the palace. No one may tread here except for the emperor himself. The loft is vast and desolate, devoid of any lavish decorations, with towering bookshelves lining the walls and an ancient, yellowed scroll hanging in the center. The painting depicts a woman. She stood before the bamboo grove, clad in a simple white dress, her gentle brow and eyes radiating warmth. Yet in her hand, she grasped a 3-foot azure blade. Her smile possessed the power to melt the ice and snow of the world, imbued with the carefree spirit of a swordswoman traversing the horizon. A man draped in a black robe adorned with 9 dragons, his stature imposing, stood silently before the painting. He was none other than the master of the great Xia, Xia Qiyuan. He had lingered there for an hour, contemplating. Suxin, our child, has grown. His words bore no imperial authority, only a tender affection belonging to a husband and father. He resembles you, so stubborn and unwilling to concede. Candle Dragon Pavilion, huh? Such grand ambition, Such audacious nomenclature. He believed he concealed himself well, that he was a hunter in the shadows. Yet little did he know, every move he made had never strayed from my chessboard. A complex expression flickered across Xia Qiyuan's face, one of solace, approval, and a hint of unspoken guilt. He surpasses my expectations. That fierce determination and intellect. Truly, he is your son. And he is also mine. Even the most fantastical strategies, like the 100 Forms plan, were conceived by him, bringing to life the pieces on a seemingly lifeless board, scattering them across the realm. This game he plays is far grander than I had envisioned. The board has been set for 17 years, and the pieces have been sharpened sufficiently. The small pond in the northern frontier can no longer contain this formidable dragon. To linger any longer would only dull his edge. He slowly turned, his gaze settling upon the shadowy figure in the corner, Chun Mo. It seemed he had been standing there all along, merging with the darkness, devoid of breath or heartbeat. Chun Mo, your servant is here. Do you think he is prepared? Xia Qiyuan posed an ambiguous question. Chun Mo hesitated before responding. Silence was his answer. Xia Qiyuan chuckled softly. You remain unchanged. Very well, go inform Yi Xiaotian. His tone regained the indifference of an emperor. That lad should return. Let him enter the fray. This stagnant pool must be stirred by his dragon's might. Chun Mo's body shifted slightly, as if he wished to speak, but ultimately succumbed to absolute obedience. Yes, his figure dissipated like a wisp of azure smoke. The stargazing pavilion fell silent once more, leaving Xia Qiyuan alone to gaze at the painting, murmuring softly. Sushin, rest assured. I failed to protect you then. This time, I shall not allow anyone to harm our child. His hand gently caressed the visage of the woman depicted in the painting. The calamity of the heavenly path approaches. The queen, the crown prince, the northern Mang, and the southern Li are merely trifling troubles. He is the final hope I have prepared for this realm. 3 months later, in the northern frontier, at the general's residence in Jinbei City, a bright yellow imperial edict was read aloud by a grand eunuch who had hurried from Tianqi City. Before all present at the general's estate, by the mandate of heaven, the emperor proclaims. The sharp voice echoed across the training grounds. Yi Linfan stood beside Yi Xiaotian, his expression impassive as he listened. Around them, the loyal guards and servants knelt on the ground, their faces betraying a mixture of shock and envy. The son of the esteemed General Yi Xiaotian, Yi Linfan, possessed a pure heart and extraordinary valor, winning the deepest favor of the emperor. Murong Shui, the daughter of the southern frontier's General Murong Tuo, was elegant and composed, a paragon of womanhood, perfectly suited to Yi Linfan. Thus, a royal decree was issued. When Yi Linfan reached his coming of age, he would wed in Tianqi City. Moreover, Yi Linfan, endowed with exceptional talent, would enter the capital post-marriage to serve as the commander of the Longxiang Guard, thus decreed. To marry the fiery phoenix of the southern frontier and assume a significant position in the capital, what divine favor! What overwhelming fortune! Only Yi Xiaotian, standing beside Yi Linfan, had his fierce eyes already swirling with tempestuous emotions. He clenched his fists tightly, his muscles taut like steel, an aura of a third-tier grandmaster emanating so intensely that it thickened the surrounding air. I, Minister Yi Xiaotian, accompanied by my son Yi Linfan, received the edict with gratitude. Yi Xiaotian nearly spat out these words through clenched teeth as he took the life-altering decree from the hands of the chief eunuch. The eunuch, wearing a facade of forced smiles, uttered a few congratulatory platitudes about the young general and the beauty of the match before tactfully excusing himself under the oppressive aura of Yi Xiaotian. As he departed, a shadow appeared on the training grounds. Chun Mo. With a thunderous crash, Yi Xiaotian could no longer contain his fury. Like a frenzied tiger, he seized Chun Mo by the collar and slammed him violently against the stone wall beside the training field. The wall cracked with a resounding roar, spiderweb-like fissures spreading as it groaned under the strain. Chun Mo. Yi Xiaotian's eyes blazed crimson. You promised me. His Majesty promised me that my son could live safely in the northern frontier for his entire life. Is this your promise? The commander of the Longxiang Guard? An alliance with the Murong family? Are you intending to roast him over a fire? To throw him into that meat grinder? Before the enraged lion, Chun Mo maintained his stoic demeanor, betraying no hint of emotion. This is His Majesty's will. Absolute nonsense. Yi Xiaotian roared, spittle flying onto Chun Mo's face. Have you forgotten how Su Xian perished? How she fell, bloodied, into your arms? Now you wish to cast Linfan into that den of horrors. What are you trying to achieve? To have history repeat itself? Yi Linfan observed the confrontation quietly, watching his furious foster father and his eternally composed brother. 17 years had passed, and finally, this day had arrived. The game was set in motion. Father, please release Uncle Chun. Yi Linfan spoke slowly. his voice soft yet commanding enough to silence both top-tier masters. Yi Xiaotian turned to face Yi Linfan, his wrath instantly transforming into concern and anguish. Yi Linfan stepped forward, gently prying his father's iron grip away. Then, he took the bright yellow decree from his hand, unfurled it, and gazed at the glaring characters inscribed upon it, smiling. "Oh, Father Emperor, you have truly played this hand beautifully. The marriage bestowed upon the southern frontier serves to secure a formidable ally. Appointing him to the Dragon's Might Guard is tantamount to placing a dagger firmly in his grasp. This is an invitation to chaos, urging him to upheave the very foundations of Tianqi City. Is this protection? Is this paternal affection? No, this is an investment. A high-stakes gamble that risks the entire fate of the Great Xia. He is the prized pawn in the Emperor's grand design. After 17 years of intricate maneuvering, it is finally my turn to take the stage." Yi Linfan rolled up the imperial edict and handed it to Chun Mo. "Uncle Chun, return and inform him that I accept this decree. I shall play my part to perfection." His words left Yi Xiaotian in stunned silence, his lips moving without sound. In Chun Mo's serene gaze, for the first time, a flicker of complex, almost comforting emotion appeared. He nodded, accepting the edict. "Tell him not to let me down," Yi Linfan added as a final remark. Chun Mo's body stiffened momentarily before he vanished once more. "Fan are you?" Yi Xiaotian regarded him with a face full of concern and confusion. "How could you agree to this? Do you realize what Tianqi City represents? It is a den of dragons and tigers. The Empress and the Crown Prince each wish for your demise." "Dad," Yi Linfan replied, offering a reassuring smile, "do not worry. I am not a child of 3 anymore. Is hiding in the northern frontier truly safe?" His words rendered Yi Xiaotian speechless. If the Empress was able to send assassins for me at 8, she can surely do so again at 18. I may evade them for a time, but not for a lifetime. Rather than passively awaiting their strike, I shall plunge into the fray and stir the waters myself. If he desires my entry into the game, I shall comply. I am eager to discover what kind of stage he has prepared for me. Chapter 29. A marriage contract shakes the realm. Yet, it leaves my sister heartbroken. The imperial edict fell like a colossal stone into the deep waters of the Great Xia. In an instant, tumultuous waves surged forth, sweeping across the land. The news spread with alarming swiftness from the northern frontier to all corners. In the southern frontier, at the southern pass, Morong Shui, clad in crimson armor, shattered the ironwood command table with a single strike. "Absurd. I, Morong Shui, am to wed that worthless wastrel from the northern frontier who only knows how to engage in petty squabbles?" Behind the table, her father, General Morong Tua, wore a grave expression. "Shuer, this is the Emperor's strategy. We have no choice. His Majesty is using you and me to win over Yi Xiaotian, the lion of the northern frontier, while simultaneously sending a warning to our Morong family and those who stand behind us." Morong Shui fell silent. She understood military tactics, and she was well versed in the intrigues of power. However, understanding did not equate to acceptance. The thought of her future husband being the infamous Yi Linfan made her feel physically ill. "I refuse to accept this," she gritted her teeth. "Once I arrive in Tianqi City, I shall personally tear away his facade. If he truly is a waste, I would rather defy the edict than slay him with a single sword." In Tianqi City, within the Eastern Palace, precious glazed lamps and exquisite jade cups were sent crashing to the ground by the furious Crown Prince, Xia Jingyao. Useless, a mere waste destined to rot on the borders. The Crown Prince's countenance, typically characterized by grace and refinement, is now grotesquely contorted by jealousy. What could my father possibly be thinking? On what grounds does he believe he can marry Morong Shui? By what right does he command the dragon cavalry? Morong Tuo is mine. Is my father truly prepared to gift my blade to that abominable wretch? An unprecedented sense of threat and humiliation envelopes him. "Go, inform Elder Lu Qianji of the Wanjian sect." A sinister expression clouds Xia Jingyao's face. "I do not wish to see this Yi Linfan within the confines of Tianqi City. A corpse is the safest option." In the Kuan-Ning Palace, the Empress, Nangongyu, leisurely prunes a prized pot of ink chrysanthemums. Upon receiving the report, the golden scissors in her hand open and close, a superfluous leaf quietly falling away. In stark contrast to the Crown Prince's fury, a long-anticipated smile graces her face. At last, he is emerging from his lair. She whispers to herself, an uncontainable excitement shimmering in her voice. "I have awaited this day for 17 years. The northern frontier is the territory of Yi Xiaotian. My agents have repeatedly vanished without a trace. Yet now, he is compelled to step forth. Is it an attempt to elevate him so high, fearing he might not perish swiftly enough?" She perceives the situation with greater acuity than the Crown Prince. His Majesty is utilizing this rabid dog raised in the north to stir the stagnant waters of Tianqi City. "Issue a decree. Our people shall remain motionless. She sets down the golden scissors and wipes her hands with a silk handkerchief. The crown prince has already grown anxious. He will act on our behalf. I am keen to observe the true caliber of this little mouse that has masqueraded as a waste for over a decade in the northern frontier. The external world is fraught with turmoil and peril. Yet, at the center of this storm, within the general's residence in the northern town of Jinbei, tranquility reigns. In Yi Linfan's study, the candles flicker brightly. He is meticulously marking something on a vast map with a vermilion brush. A sinuous red line stretches from the northern frontier to Tianqi City, a striking sight. Along its path lie the territories of the crown prince's faction, the empress's hidden pawns, and countless predators thirsting for his demise. A gentle knock interrupts the silence. Come in. The door swings open, revealing a graceful figure. It is Lu Ruyan. Today, she is not adorned in the opulent court attire of the Listening Wind Tower, but rather clothed in a simple yet elegant azure gown. Her long hair casually secured with a wooden hairpin, exuding a blend of charm and the gentle warmth of a neighborly sister. Yet, as soon as she speaks, the alluring essence that lingers in her tone returns. Oh, our little pavilion master, are you charting a route to the capital to fetch a beautiful bride? She approaches Yi Linfan from behind, leaning down, her warm breath brushing against his ear. I've heard that the fire phoenix of the southern border is a fiery beauty. I wonder, compared to your sister, who truly captures our little pavilion master's heart? Yi Linfan does not turn, his vermilion brush steadily placing a mark upon the map. Did you come merely to say this? Certainly not. Lu Ruyan straightens, circling to the opposite side of the desk, her hands resting on the surface, her body leaning slightly forward. This posture accentuates her already stunning curves, rendering her all the more breathtaking. Her face bore a signature, enchanting smile. Yet within that smile lay a subtle hint of bitterness and solitude. I have come to congratulate you, my lord, she stated. A marriage contract, known far and wide. To embrace a beauty and command the dragon's guard is indeed a tremendous joy. Yet, she paused, extending a delicate finger, gently tapping on Yi Linfan's chest, slowly tracing a path. You may no longer come to listen to the wind listening tower, to hear me play, will you? After all, with a lovely companion by your side, how could you still remember an old acquaintance like me? Her fingertip, imbued with a slight chill, glided over his garment. Yi Linfan remained still, allowing her touch to pass, ultimately letting his hand fall limply. He continued to gaze at the map, as if studying a chessboard unrelated to him. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. His voice was calm, devoid of turbulence. Lu Qinghan. These three syllables struck like thunder in Lu Ruyan's heart. Lu Qinghan, her true name. The name she had reclaimed upon being rescued from the quagmire of hatred, a name signifying her rebirth. In contrast, Lu Ruyan, the mistress of the Wind Listening Tower and the head of the intelligence division of the Candle Dragon Pavilion, was a flawless disguise, a frigid mask. By calling her Lu Qinghan, he pierced through all her facades, engaging in dialogue with her most authentic self. Lu Ruyan's body stiffened, the flirtatious smile on her face froze, and color drained from her cheeks. Your heart is unsettled. Yi Linfan finally lifted his gaze to meet hers. His words bore no reproach, only a cold statement of fact. A decree may disturb the hearts of the world, yet it should not disrupt the essence of my wind-whispering blossom. Her heart was indeed troubled. He did not accuse her of jealousy or envy. He merely pointed out her fundamental flaw at this moment with the sharpest blade of intelligence. Her state was amiss. This insight struck Lu Ruyan with a chilling realization, more piercing than any direct reprimand. It became evident that in his eyes, her trivial romantic musings were hardly significant. What truly mattered was whether her blade remained sharp and steady. Slowly, she withdrew her hand, concealing it within her sleeve, though her fingertips trembled slightly. Indeed, what was she truly anticipating? He was the exalted lord, a potential harbinger of upheaval across the realm. Meanwhile, she was merely a tool forged by his own hands. Gratitude, reverence, and admiration swirled tumultuously within her heart, ultimately coalescing into a bittersweet sigh. She gazed at the young man before her, a few years her junior, his visage still bearing traces of youth, yet his composed demeanor evoked a profound sense of distance. He had personally rescued her from the depths of despair, granting her the power of vengeance and dignity. This grace, she would gladly repay with her life. Yet, when the imperial decree of marriage arrived, she realized, unbeknownst to her, her heart had already sunk too deeply. These emotions remained unexpressed, masked behind a facade of half-hearted jest. Yet he, in the calmest manner, gently peeled away the layers, revealing the most fragile core within. She slowly inhaled, and when she lifted her head again, all traces of personal emotion had vanished from her face, replaced instead by the absolute professionalism and composure of Feng Yuzhihua, the head of the intelligence department. Ruyen, have acted inappropriately. Please punish me, esteemed master. She bowed respectfully, acknowledging her identity as Ruyen, signifying that she remained loyal to Fenyu Jihua. No punishment is necessary. Yi Linfan redirected his gaze to the map. The crown prince and the queen had already laid an intricate web. What I require is a calm mind, not another lifeless body. The intelligence department has activated the highest contingency plan. From the northern frontier to Tianqi City, every official, martial artist, merchant, and base associated with the crown prince and queen along the route has been duly noted. Our people will preemptively clear a relatively safe path. Not sufficient. Yi Linfan shook his head. This is merely a conventional approach. The individual in the capital wishes to witness a grand spectacle. How can I, the protagonist, slip into the capital unnoticed? If he desires me to be the dragon stirring the tempest, then I must embody the essence of a dragon. Yi Linfan rose and approached her. What I seek is not safety. I desire that all eyes are focused solely upon me. Lu Qinghan raised her head to gaze at him. His plan was more audacious and reckless than she had anticipated. Convey my orders. Yi Linfan's voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority. Summon Zhang Lai and Zhu Yi to our secret stronghold in Zenbaking immediately. Chapter 30. The Dual Dragon Strategy. I am the one wielding the pieces. In Zenbaking, on the outskirts, stood an abandoned beacon tower. This was one of the most clandestine strongholds of the Zhulong Pavilion in the northern frontier. Yi Linfan stood atop the beacon tower, the night wind rustling his robe. Before him stood 3 individuals. One was Zhang Lai, whose merchant demeanor had long since been replaced by a steely resolve. He was the cornerstone of my wealth empire. The second was Zhu Yi, a weapon of unparalleled lethality. Forever silent and deadly, my sharpest blade. The last was Lu Ruyen, who stood quietly to the side, her azure skirt fluttering in the breeze. The allure on her face had diminished to a perfect balance of poise and respect. Are the plans clear? Yi Linfan's voice seemed to drift in the night breeze. Clear. Zhang Lai replied in a deep tone, assuring that the commercial department would fully cooperate, mobilizing all resources to bolster the Ming Long's momentum. Zhu Yi remained silent, simply nodding sharply in the most disciplined military stance. His responses were always manifested through action. Yi Linfan regarded them. These 2 individuals he had personally nurtured as his right and left arms. The plan was titled The Dual Dragons Entering the Sea. Zhu Yi, from today onward, you shall assume the identity of Yi Linfan. You will proceed to Zhongzhou in grand fashion, under the guise of the son of the Grand General, bearing my engagement and imperial decree, drawing all eyes upon you. You will become a thorn in the sides of the crown prince and the queen, a splinter in their flesh. This path is fraught with peril. Zhu Yi's expression remained impassive, as if he were listening to matters unrelated to himself. The life of a subordinate is granted by the master. To die for the master is the honor of a subordinate. His words flowed without a hint of emotion. Yi Linfan's gaze shifted toward Lu Ruoyan. Ruoyan, your task is far more significant than theirs. Lu Ruoyan's body momentarily halted as she lifted her head. I do not wish for him to be merely a target. I desire him to become a tempest. Starting from Yinzhou City, I want you to mobilize all the resources of the Listening Wind Tower, ensuring that the name Yi Linfan transforms into a legend. I want the storytellers in taverns to extol his dominance. I want the courtesans to sing of his charm. I want the ruffians in the streets to tremble at the mention of his fierce reputation. I seek for him to spend lavishly, to wield power oppressively, to create chaos wherever he treads, invoking both fear and admiration in equal measure. I demand a grand spectacle, one so magnificent that it blinds all observers. A fiery drama that captivates the masses. He refrained from mentioning her earlier lapse, instead enveloping her in a task even more grandiose and audacious. This, he believed, was the best form of admonishment for her. Lu Ruoyan instantly comprehended. The last vestige of personal emotion in her captivating eyes dissipated, replaced by an exhilarating focus and fervor. She gradually bowed, her voice tinged with a suppressed tremor, a testament to the confidence of the Wind Whisperer. Rest assured, my lord, I assure you, when this Yi Linfan reaches Tianqi City, the world will believe him to be the true, destined sovereign, untamed and unrestrained. Excellent. Yi Linfan turned to Zhang Lai. As for me, I shall transform into a shadowy dragon, infiltrating the chaotic dragon and serpent gathering under the guise of an anonymous wanderer. I require resources, need to hone my skills, and must break through that damned 4th-grade chasm. More importantly, I need to establish a force that truly belongs to me. Outside the confines of the board. Rest assured, my lord, Zhang Lai bowed. The clandestine routes of the 4 seas have already paved the way for you within the dragon and serpent gathering. Everything you require will be delivered to you in the swiftest manner possible. The journey to the capital is long, and the coming-of-age ceremony is still 3 years away. This span of time represents our final opportunity. Go forth and initiate the plan. Yes, the three of them received their orders, their figures swiftly vanishing into the night. Yi Linfan did not depart immediately. He descended from the beacon tower, walking alone to the edge of the cliff where the tower stood. The biting cold wind howled up from the abyss below, tousling his long hair. Beneath him lay a bottomless chasm, and before him stretched an endless expanse of snow-white plains, resembling a lifeless sea under the moonlight. 17 years prior, Chun Mo had cradled him on that very plain, pursued by the lethal intent of several assassins. With the distant town of the north looming ahead, it was there, in the most harrowing manner, that he first beheld the world upon his arrival. Standing upon this precipice, which bore witness to both his rebirth and redemption, he awaited in silence. A figure appeared behind him, soundless and breathless, as if it were a part of the night itself. Chun Mo Yi Linfan did not turn around. Uncle Chun, I require a person, one of the finest guardians from the Dark Ravens, to protect the identity I assume as Zhu Yi. The darkness behind him remained silent. He sensed a subtle, almost imperceptible pause in the abyss-like presence. Chun Mo was pondering the legitimacy of such a demand. The Dark Crow was a direct weapon of the Emperor, and even Yi Xiaodian had no authority to mobilize it. Moreover, to request a top-tier Dark Crow to protect a mere substitute was a flagrant breach of protocol. What could possibly lead you to believe that His Majesty would acquiesce? At last, Chun Mo's voice broke the silence, still devoid of any emotion, maintaining that dispassionate tone. Just because I am aware of certain matters that you all presume I remain ignorant of. Yi Linfan slowly turned, locking eyes with the cold crow mask. For instance, I recall the scent of blood in the bamboo grove on the day of my birth. I remember my mother holding me as her body gradually turned cold. I recall the moment she cut open her own abdomen to bring me into the world. I still remember you cradling me as we fled for our lives across that vast plain, while your Dark Crow brethren fell one by one, sacrificing their lives to carve a path for my survival. His words struck like a hammer upon Chun Mo's heart, rendering his sculpted form visibly rigid. Beneath the crow mask, the suffocating aura was swiftly replaced by a tempest of shock, horror, and anguish. Chun Mo's mind must have flashed back to that scene from 17 years prior, the infant, newly extracted and drenched in blood, yet silent, with the phantom of a great dragon looming behind him. It turned out he was not gifted. Rather, he remembered. Yi Linfan did not grant him the luxury of a pause, continuing, moreover, I am not a fool. You truly believe I am oblivious to the unseen hand guiding the Candle Dragon Pavilion, which I have labored to establish. His words turned frigid, akin to the chilling winds atop the cliff. Its progression has been unnaturally smooth. Every seemingly lethal crisis has been resolved through various fortuitous coincidences. Every obstacle that has appeared before me has crumbled due to unforeseen circumstances. I concede, this is protection. My father, the Emperor, indeed safeguards me in his own manner, allowing me to grow up and scathe beneath the wings of the northern frontier, preventing the Queen and the Crown Prince from snuffing out my life in the cradle. His tone abruptly shifted. Yet, this protection resembles that of a chess player safeguarding his most crucial piece. Like a meticulous blacksmith tending to the sword he intends to wield against the dragon. This is an investment, a high-stakes gamble that encompasses the fate of the entire Dexian nation. He has placed me upon this whetstone of the northern frontier for 17 years, awaiting the day I would be sufficiently sharp to disrupt the court and serve as the blade against the Queen and the Crown Prince. As these words escaped his lips, Chun Mo's body convulsed for a second time, more violently than before. If the memory of the tragedy surrounding his birth had astonished Chun Mo, then Yi Linfan's calm dissection of the Emperor's intricate blend of protection and exploitation sent a chill of profound terror through him. He realized that the youth before him was not merely a monster endowed with extraordinary memory, but rather a master who could weave together all the clues and perceive the very essence of the game at play. Thus, Uncle Chun, do you comprehend now? Yi Linfan stepped closer, narrowing the distance between them. I have accepted his script. However, given that I am his most significant investment, my demands must be met. My decoy serves merely as bait. Without sufficient weight, how can one catch the true prize? An ordinary guard, in the presence of a master of the celestial realm, is no more substantial than paper. What I seek is a top-tier assassin from the Dark Raven celestial sequence. Perhaps Shadow 3? He could distinctly sense Chun Mo's body tense at the mention of Shadow 3. He was leveraging the deepest guilt within Chun Mo, using the Emperor's investment to engage in a blatant negotiation. The air felt as though it had solidified. After a long pause, Yi Linfan regarded him, sheathing all his sharpness and calculations. The Emperor is the Emperor. He is a player, and I too am a pawn. Our relationship is transactional. Yet you are different. He approached Chun Mo, extending his hand to gently touch the icy raven mask he wore. Uncle Chun, you are one of my few elders. It was you who offered me the chance to survive in my moments of utmost despair. I trust you more than I trust him. Beneath the mask, a muffled sound emerged, as if his chest were being torn apart. The hand that had been concealed within his sleeve lifted slightly, as if to act, yet froze mid-air. That tumultuous storm of emotion ultimately coalesced into two hoarse words that were nearly inaudible. Good. I shall report to His Majesty. Thank you, Uncle Chun. Yi Linfan smiled. He had triumphed. Turning away, he no longer looked at Chun Mo, but instead walked towards the general's residence. Now, I must pay a visit to my father. He is the audience most concerned for my well-being. I must assure him. Chapter 31. Twin dragons set forth, one in luxury to the capital, the other brave in the fray. The night was as deep as ink. In the great Xia Imperial Palace, within the Yangxin Hall, the very heart of power, not a single lamp was lit. Only the cold moonlight outside filtered through the barred windows, casting a patchwork of light and shadow. A figure glided like a specter through the ranks of vigilant guards, silently kneeling in the center of the hall. It was Chun Mo, clad in his iconic black cloak, which seemed to meld with the surrounding darkness. Only the cold raven mask reflected a faint glow under the moonlight. Upon the dragon throne sat a dignified middle-aged man, clad in ordinary robes. He exuded no aura typical of a second-grade Earth immortal, appearing instead as an ordinary father burdened with state affairs. He was the emperor of Great Xia, Xia Qiyuan. Speak, commanded Xia Qiyuan, his voice calm, betraying no emotion. Yet, Chun Mo's body exhibited the slightest tremor, an unusual occurrence for one who was perpetually as calm as ice. The emperor was aware that Linfan had discovered everything. Chun Mo's voice, for the first time, bore an unmistakable raspiness and difficulty. Xia Qiyuan, with his hand holding the teacup, paused mid-air. The atmosphere within the hall instantly thickened. He demanded the shadow guard, Ing San, as his substitute. With his head bowed, Chun Mo continued his report, stating that this was the most significant piece he possessed in your grand game, deserving of an investment's return. A piece? An investment? Xia Qiyuan repeated these terms, a hint of amusement lacing his tone. Indeed, Chun Mo's voice grew increasingly strained as he recalled. He remembered the blood in the bamboo grove at his birth, the warmth of consort Su Xin as she held him, the names of Yu and Yi Xiaodian, the moment he was extracted from his mother's womb. He remembered being cradled by a minister, fleeing for his life across the snowy plains of the northern frontier. A soft clatter echoed. The invaluable white jade teacup slipped from Xia Qiyuan's grasp, shattering upon the gilded bricks. The hall fell into a suffocating silence. Chun Mo knelt there, lowering his head further, his body trembling uncontrollably. He could scarcely fathom the wrath that would consume His Majesty upon discovering this concealed secret of 17 years. Realizing that the son he cherished most perceived their father-son relationship through such a cold, even ruthless lens. Time slipped away, each second akin to a blade torturing Chun Mo's nerves. It was uncertain how long it lasted. A low, oppressive laughter emanated from the dragon throne. Ha-he. The laughter grew louder, evolving from an initial suppression to an unrestrained delight, filling the entire Yangxin Hall. Ha ha ha. Xia Qiyuan rose, hands clasped behind his back, head tilted back to gaze into the darkness above, laughing heartily. In that laughter, there was no fury, no suspicion, only an unparalleled surprise and admiration. Excellent. Excellent. What a splendid Qilin child I have. Truly the son of both me and Su Xin. Born a dragon, a natural-born strategist. He turned, the moonlight illuminating half his face. On that visage, there was no trace of anger at being outmaneuvered by his son, only the ecstatic joy of discovering an extraordinary gem. He was not merely a piece. He was the second player, a challenger bold enough to confront me, the one who holds the reins. He thought he was negotiating, not realizing this validated his right to command the game. Xia Qiyuan approached Chun Mo, personally lifting him up. Chun Mo, you have done well. Convey my decree. From this day forth, the third in the Dark Crow Tiangong sequence, Ing San, shall be assigned to Yi Linfan until the true Yi Linfan returns to the capital. Inform him that my son deserves no less than grandeur. He shall see my sincerity. He made no mention of the Long Xiang guards. They were the royal blades guarding the capital, not to be reassigned lightly. Yet, the significance of Ing San sometimes outweighed that of an entire army. This was the emperor's judgment, a testament to his recognition. Chun Mo lifted his head, utterly astonished by the emperor's reaction concealed beneath his mask. Is this what it means to be an emperor? Familial bonds, blood ties, before grand designs. They can become the most frigid of stakes. The son, having seen through his father's ulterior motives, did not incite the father's wrath. Rather, he garnered the utmost admiration and investment from him. For this was precisely the heir he desired, one sufficiently ruthless, astute, and merciless. Go forth, commanded Xia Qiyuan with a wave of his hand, urging him to create a stir, to disrupt. The stagnant waters of Tianqi City needed to be thoroughly muddied by this true dragon of his. As you wish, replied Shinimo, his figure once again melding into the shadows. Within the Yangxin Palace, Xia Qiyuan returned to his dragon throne, picking up a shard of a shattered jade cup from the ground, murmuring to himself, Su Exin, do you see? Our son surpasses my expectations. Perhaps, in the trials of fate, he is indeed the true disruptor. 3 days later, in the northern frontier, at Jinbei City, the streets were deserted, as throngs gathered in anticipation. From the general's residence to the city gates, a thoroughfare stretching 10 miles had been cleared by the Xuanjiao army, its surface adorned with a vibrant red carpet. Countless citizens and martial artists jostled along the road's edges, craning their necks for a glimpse of the fabled first dandy of the northern frontier. Look, he has emerged. A commotion erupted among the crowd as the gates of the general's residence gradually opened, revealing a formidable procession led by the imposing Xuanjiao army. Following them were 9 magnificent, snow-white steeds from the snow domain, pulling an opulent, colossal carriage that rolled forth with grace, crafted from the most precious golden silk Nanmu wood. The carriage's corners were adorned with wind chimes made from South Sea pearls, swaying in the breeze and producing a melodious sound. Surrounding the carriage were over 100 elite guards clad in specially designed black heavy armor. Each guard was robust and fierce, their armor bearing the scars of battle, exuding an aura of iron-blooded ferocity that silenced the surrounding clamor. These were the personal guards of the Yi family, the elite Xian Wei, handpicked from among the 300,000 Xuanjia soldiers. They embodied the will of the entire northern frontier. At the forefront of this formidable guard stood a tall, austere knight, silently mounted on a pitch-black warhorse. His presence was like an abyss, instilling trepidation in all those skilled individuals who dared to probe his depths. Dark Crow, Shadow 3. Such a terrifying escort, devoid of royal pomp, yet radiating a primal essence of blood and fire, was far more intimidating than any ceremonial display. My heavens! Is this the grandeur of the national general? The Xian Wei have been mobilized. That rider on the black horse. I feel he could end my life with a mere thought. How terrifying. The Yi family has truly sent forth their prized possession. This spectacle is unparalleled. Under the watchful gaze of the masses, a hand slowly lifted the curtain of the carriage. A youth, his face as exquisite as jade and eyes blooming with the charm of peach blossoms, languidly reclined upon a soft couch draped in white tiger fur, cradling 2 enchanting maidens in his arms while holding a goblet of wine, leisurely surveying the scene outside. He was none other than Yi Linfan, or rather, the Yi Linfan portrayed by Zhu Yi. He embodied the frivolity, arrogance, and imperiousness characteristic of a young scion to perfection. At the entrance of the general's residence, Yi Xiaotian, clad in heavy armor, stood like an iron tower, personally bidding farewell to his son. Rascal! Yi Xiaotian's thunderous roar echoed throughout half of North Town. With 3 full years until your coming-of-age wedding, do you rush to the capital to seek death? On this journey, rein in your behavior. This outburst was a blend of grievance, concern, and proclamation. I know, father, you really do ramble, Yi Linfan replied impatiently, waving his hand. The sooner I leave, the sooner I can enjoy myself. Once I reach the capital and marry that southern fire phoenix, I will surely tame her to your satisfaction and bring you glory. With that, he let down the curtain and lazily reclined back. Yi Xiaotian watched the departing convoy, a flicker of barely perceptible worry and pride crossing his fierce eyes, ultimately transforming into a long sigh as he turned back to the residence. The grand farewell between father and son reached a flawless conclusion, as countless pairs of eyes followed the grand procession heading south. Unbeknownst to anyone, on the very next morning after the dragon carriage departed, at an inconspicuous west gate of North Town, a youth dressed in a faded blue outfit, with a long spear wrapped in coarse cloth on his back, silently walked out of the city alongside the bustling merchant caravan. His face was concealed by the most ordinary black half-mask, revealing only a resolute jaw and tightly pressed lips. This attire rendered him unremarkable among the motley crowd of wanderers, the kind that would vanish into a throng without a trace. Yi Linfan glanced back at the towering walls of North Town, then turned away without a hint of nostalgia. The northern winds caressed his cheeks, and his path lay to the south. Dragon and serpent gathering, I am coming. Cracked Sky Mountain Range, I am coming. Chapter 32, The Gun Demon Barbecues. The Candle Dragon returns. The Overlord's edict. A month had passed since leaving North Town. Journeying southward, the winds stirred, and the air, once imbued with the biting chill of the northern snowfields, was replaced by a dry, dust-laden warmth. The Cracked Sky Mountain Range loomed like an ancient behemoth, stretching across the horizon, its silhouette bathed in hues of magnificent crimson under the setting sun. At the entrance of the mountain range lay the lawless domain of dragon and serpent gathering. Yi Linfan did not rush into the gathering. Instead, several miles away from its outskirts, on a stretch of desolate gravel, he found a large rock sheltered from the wind and paused. He unfastened the long spear wrapped in coarse cloth from his back and gently leaned it against the stone. Gathering a few relatively flat stones from the gravel, he dug a shallow pit in the ground and fashioned a simple stove, thus creating a makeshift barbecue grill. In his satchel, he possessed merely a sharp little dagger and a small bag tightly wrapped in oiled paper containing a secret spice mix. As for the ingredients, they consisted of the finest tenderloin from a solitary snow wolf taken down earlier that morning, already cleaned and wrapped in larger oiled paper. He ignited the dry twigs, and the orange flames licked the parched wood, producing a gentle crackling sound. Yi Linfan skillfully sliced the wolf meat into uniform thin slices with a dagger. He sought out several resilient red willow branches, sharpened their tips, and meticulously skewered the meat pieces, placing them on a stone slab. As the meat made contact with the scorching stone, the fat was rapidly expelled, producing an enticing sound. A rich aroma of meat mingled with unique spices wafted through the desolate Gobi Desert. He removed the ordinary black half-mask from his face, revealing his complete visage. In this moment, the air was devoid of the oppressive atmosphere of the northern town general's residence, absent of the suffocating pretense of a playboy, and free from the stifling confines of the gilded cage. What remained was merely the warmth of the flames, the fragrance of roasted meat, and a profound sense of freedom emerging from the depths of his soul. 17 years had passed. Since the moment of his birth, he had existed ensnared in an invisible web. The emperor's chessboard, Yi Xiaoyan's expectations, the murderous intent of the queen and the crown prince. Chun Mo's guilt. Each thread tightly bound him, forcing him to don layers upon layers of heavy masks. Until this very moment, in the vastness of the world, only he remained. A gun in hand, a fire before him. He felt he was neither the son of a national general nor a third prince. He was merely Zhu Long, an ordinary soldier who, in another world, could feast heartily and drink deeply with his brothers around a bonfire after a mission. This was a long-lost, almost forgotten sensation of relaxation. He picked up a skewer of perfectly charred yet tender meat, sprinkled on the final layer of his secret seasoning, and brought it to his mouth. The exquisite flavor of the meat, the richness of the fat, and the spiciness of the spices erupted on his palate. What sheer delight! Just as he savored this moment of tranquility, three sinister figures emerged from the shadows not far away, dressed in tattered leather armor. They exuded a pungent stench of low-quality alcohol mixed with blood, wielding rusted curved blades, their gazes toward Yi Linfan filled with unabashed greed. They resembled hyenas sensing the scent of blood. The hyenas of the dragon and serpent gathering always possessed the keenest instincts for solitary, plump prey. In their eyes, this boy barbecuing alone in the wilderness was undoubtedly the ideal target. Kid, you sure know how to enjoy yourself. The scar-faced leader licked his cracked lips, his gaze sweeping over the long spear and the bundle beside Yi Linfan. You don't seem like a local. Do you understand the rules of the dragon and serpent gathering? Yi Linfan ignored him entirely, not even raising his eyes, as he focused on turning another skewer of meat, treating them as if they were merely bothersome flies. His indifference clearly infuriated them. Damn it, I'm talking to you. Another tall, lanky figure barked, stepping forward, his curved knife pointed at Yi Linfan. Hand over your food, your drink, and everything of value on you, and we might consider letting you suffer a little less. Yi Linfan remained unmoved, simply bringing the freshly roasted skewer leisurely to his lips. Seeking death, the scar-faced man lost all patience, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he swung his knife towards Yi Linfan. He likely believed that this youth had been rendered speechless by fear. Just at the moment he swung his blade, Yi Linfan finally lifted his head. Devoid of anger and fear, his countenance was as serene as an ancient, frozen lake. Then, an invisible, frigid force, like the overwhelming malevolence distilled from a sea of corpses, erupted from his being with a thunderous intensity. The air was instantaneously siphoned away. This malevolence was not the oppressive aura of a martial arts master, nor the outward wave of true essence. It was a more primal, purer, and far more terrifying psychic shock. It embodied the will forged by the ancient Zhulong amidst a hail of bullets in a past life. The lethal intent refined by the essence of metal in this life, and the primal power that shattered the realm of masters from the moment of his birth. The scarred-faced man at the forefront suddenly stiffened, his advance abruptly halted. The curved blade in his hand was mere inches from Yi Linfan's head, yet it could descend no further. His pupils contracted to the size of pinpricks in the throes of profound terror. In his perception, the youth before him vanished, replaced by an endless, blood-soaked battlefield, where countless tattered banners wailed in sorrow, and upon a mountain of corpses, a demonic figure wielding a lance gazed down upon him with an emotionless countenance. Thud! The scarred man's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably, teeth chattering with a cacophony of noise, as warmth rapidly soaked through his trousers. His two companions behind him, struck by a bolt of lightning, crawled backward in panic, their faces drained of color, looking at Yi Linfan as though he were a demon risen from the depths of hell. Yi Linfan retracted that malevolence. All that had transpired was but an illusion. Begone, he uttered softly, returning his attention to his grilled meat. The three men, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled away in abject terror, not daring to utter a sound, and vanished into the shadows of the night. The world returned to silence. Yi Linfan let out a gentle sigh. It seemed that enjoying a quiet barbecue was no simple feat. Just as he thought the trouble had passed, a resonant voice, akin to the tolling of a bell, emanated from the massive boulder behind him. Ha! How amusing! To frighten someone to the point of wetting their pants with mere malevolence. You, young lad, are far superior to those who can only wield blades and firearms. Yi Linfan's heart tightened, yet his body remained motionless. When had this person arrived? He had been utterly unaware. He slowly turned around. Upon the boulder sat a towering figure, as robust as an iron tower. His face was adorned with a tangled beard, and his hair was wild, akin to untamed grass. Over his shoulder, he bore a colossal blade resembling a door, its wide, thick body marred with numerous vicious gashes, a testament to countless brutal clashes. At his waist hung a gigantic gourd, large enough to hold 10 pounds of liquor. Sitting cross-legged, he exuded an oppressive presence akin to a mountain. He regarded Yi Linfan with a broad grin, revealing a set of white teeth, imbued with unmasked admiration and curiosity. Young man, your grilled meat smells delightful. How about sharing a skewer with me? Yi Linfan contemplated the encounter. Forging amicable ties with powerful individuals is a timeless wisdom that holds true in any realm. He chuckled, picked up a skewer of freshly grilled meat, generously sprinkled with spices, and handed it over. It is an honor for the junior to offer food to the senior. The burly man laughed heartily, unceremoniously leaped down from the boulder, and stuffed the meat into his mouth, juices dripping as he chewed. Delicious. Truly divine, he exclaimed. I've spent 10 years in Longsheji and never tasted such flavorful barbecue. After devouring a skewer, he smacked his lips in satisfaction, then unfastened the wine gourd from his waist, removed the cork, and a rich, potent aroma of alcohol wafted through the air. You treat me to meat, and I shall treat you to wine. Cheers. He offered the gourd to Yi Linfan. Without hesitation, Yi Linfan accepted it and took a hearty swig. The fiery liquor coursed down his throat like a blazing trail, igniting a fervor within him. Excellent wine, he praised sincerely. Ha ha, refreshing. The burly man, seeing his delight, laughed even more heartily. By the campfire, they shared in the camaraderie. One skewer of meat and one sip of wine at a time, creating an unusually harmonious atmosphere. After several rounds of drink and bites of meat, the man wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth and suddenly spoke. Kid, I am called Kwangshan. Others refer to me as Bad Knife. And you? Reveal your name. A person like you should not remain nameless. Yi Linfan swallowed the last skewer and picked up a coarse cloth to wipe the wrapping of his spear. Nameless, he replied calmly. Nameless? Kwangshan mulled over the name and nodded. Good. Simple enough. I like it. He paused, his smile dimming slightly. I am here at the behest of another. He retrieved a pitch-black token from his bosom and presented it to Yi Linfan. The token bore a bold, domineering character inscribed in blood-red cinnabar. Kill. This is the Tianjiao token of kill, Kwangshan said solemnly. That person asked me to convey a message to you. Yi Linfan raised his gaze to meet his. He said, the little dragon from the north border has finally set sail. Kwangshan grinned, a playful glint in his eye. Welcome to the new chessboard. Chapter 33. The most arrogant display in history. The governor scared to urine. Minglong route. The winds of the Tianlai Mountains could not penetrate the heart of the great Xia. In Yunzhou City, the first grand prefecture to dominate the central plains from the north border, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. In the city's largest tavern, the storyteller's wooden clapper resounded thunderously, no longer recounting tales of old, but rather the name Yi Linfan. It is said that the little tyrant of the north border, Yi Linfan, recently passed through a muddy official road. Displeased with the dirt staining his carriage's wheels, guess what? He ordered silver ingots to be laid down before his chariot, transforming the muddy ground into a path of silver. Your news is outdated. I heard he was in Lonling City recently, wanting to dine at Wanghua Tower, but it was fully booked. Without a second thought, the little tyrant tossed out gold to evict all the patrons, reserving the entire building for himself. You're all behind the times. The latest news. 3 days ago, the son of the governor of Qingzhou had his legs broken on the spot by the Xian Lion Guard for merely glancing at his maid. The governor of Qingzhou, trembling with trepidation, dared not utter a single word as he approached with lavish gifts to seek forgiveness. Rumors swirled like locusts with wings, devouring the hearts of the people in Yunzhou City with a sense of dread. 7 parts truth mingled with 3 parts falsehood. Under the influence of Lu Rian and the Whispering Pavilion, an image of a tyrant, callous and indifferent to human life, became indelibly etched in the minds of the citizens. He was not merely an individual. He represented a calamity. At this moment, outside the gates of Yunzhou, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. Wang Dihai, the governor nearing 50, a portly figure, stood in the scorching sun at the city gate alongside a throng of officials. His official robe was drenched in sweat, clinging to his back. He dared not move or wipe his brow, having stood there for 2 hours, from dawn until the sun had risen high. The officials behind him, faces ashen and legs trembling, whispered anxiously, "Will the young master even come?" One clerk inquired softly, his lips cracked. Wang Dihai did not turn, forcing the words through clenched teeth. "Silence. Is the whereabouts of the young master for you to speculate? You shall remain standing until nightfall. Should anyone show impatience and be seen by the young master, I will offer their head as an apology." At these words, the officials fell silent, fear gripping them. How could they not be afraid? This was the only son of the national general Yi Xiaotian, a madman who treated silver as mere paving stones, capable of reducing the governor of Qingzhou to obsequiousness. Such a figure, with a mere stamp of his foot, could bring the entire bureaucratic structure of Yunzhou to its knees. Just as the onlookers felt as though they would be scorched to ashes, a tremor reverberated through the earth. Everyone's spirits lifted as they turned toward the northern road. A black appeared on the horizon, elongating into a dark line. As it drew near, it transformed into a surging tide of darkness. The Xian Lion Guard. Hundreds of knights clad in black armor surrounded an opulent carriage, advancing like a moving fortress. Silent save for the muffled sound of hooves striking the ground and the clatter of armor. The malevolent aura, born from a sea of blood and corpses, loomed like an invisible wall, pressing down with relentless force. Their armor bore the scars of countless battles, and their demeanor mirrored that of solitary wolves from the northern wilderness, cold and indifferent. This was no mere honor guard. This was a battle-hardened army. The citizens at the city gate fell instantly silent. The whispering officials turned pale, struggling to breathe. Wang Dihai, accustomed to grand spectacles as a governor, felt his heart gripped by an unseen hand as he faced this formidable force, nearly stopping in its rhythm. He had no doubt that at a single command from the master within the carriage, this army could raise Yunzhou City within half an hour. This was the true strength of the national general's estate. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the procession finally halted 100 meters from the city gate. And then, there was silence. The carriage stood still, unmoving. The knights reined in their steeds, remaining silent, their ominous aura unyielding. Time passed, second by second, in a deathly stillness, broken only by the sound of wind rustling the banners. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Wang Dihai felt a cramp in his calf. He understood that he could no longer delay. That young master was awaiting his arrival. He forced a smile, adjusted his official robe, and hastened towards him. This humble official, Wang Dihai, the governor of Yunzhou, extends a warm welcome to young Master Yi. After your arduous journey, I have prepared a modest banquet at the Drunken Cloud Pavilion to honor your arrival. His waist bent at a right angle. Before he could finish speaking, the curtain of the carriage was impatiently lifted by a hand. Yi Linfan, portrayed by Zhu, reclined on a soft couch adorned with white tiger skin. 2 enchanting maidens nestled in his arms. He did not spare Wang Dihai a proper glance, merely casting a sidelong glance his way with an irritable tone. "Who are you?" Wang Dihai's heart sank, and he quickly bowed. In response to young master, "I am Wang Dihai, the governor of Yunzhou." "Oh." Yi Linfan uttered a single syllable, yawned, and rubbed his eyes. He glanced towards the city gate, his brow furrowing. "Why is it so noisy in this city?" Wang Dihai was taken aback. "Noisy? To welcome you. The streets within 3 miles of the city gates have been cleared. Apart from officials and the honor guard, not a single bird dares to chirp. Where's the noise?" Yi Linfan curled his lip in disdain. "The mingling of human scents, the stench of horses, the acrid odor of bureaucracy, and the greedy scent of the common folk together give me a headache. It is too loud. Such a raucous environment spoils my appetite." He waved his hand dismissively. "This young master shall not enter the city." Boom. These 5 words struck Wang Dihai like a thunderbolt. Not entering the city? He was bewildered. The civil and military officials behind him were equally stunned. They had endured the scorching sun for over 2 hours, preparing a banquet of the highest caliber, only to have the young master deem it too noisy to enter? What logic was this? It was as though the entire Yunzhou officialdom's dignity had been ground into the dirt. Wang Dihai, drenched in sweat, quickly implored, "Young master, please do not be angry. It is my fault. I shall have them retreat another 10 miles. I assure you, there will be no noise. The banquet at the Drunken Cloud Pavilion has been prepared to suit your taste, with every delicacy in abundance." He believed that by mentioning the exquisite food, he could persuade this debauched young master to reconsider. Indeed, upon hearing the name Drunken Cloud Pavilion, a flicker of interest appeared on Yi Linfan's otherwise disinterested face. Drunken Cloud Pavilion? Wang Dihai's heart soared with hope, just as he was about to further persuade him. However, Yi Linfan's next words plunged him into an icy abyss. Since this young master will not enter the city but desires to savor its dishes, let the cooks from Drunken Cloud Pavilion bring their tools and prepare the meal right here for this young master. Before Wang Dihai could fathom the implications, he heard Yi Linfan add, "Merely having food is insufficient. When this young master dines, there must be entertainment." He pointed at Wang Dihai. "I have heard that the dancing maidens of Yunzhou are renowned throughout the land. Bring them forth as well, to perform a dance here for me and my band of brothers." Silence engulfed the scene. Wang Dihai's mouth fell agape, large enough to fit an egg. He doubted his own hearing. To eat the fare of a restaurant outside the city? To have the most famous dancers in the city perform in this desolate wilderness before all? And for him and his crude soldiers to watch? This is more painful than delivering him a beating. It is akin to tearing the dignity of Yunzhou City to shreds and trampling it underfoot. The voice of Wang Dihai trembled, for this was utterly unreasonable. The dancer made her appearance, yet it was outside the city. Yi Linfan's gaze shifted from the maidservant's face to Wang Dihai, calm and devoid of fury, lacking any intent to kill, yet exuding a chilling indifference akin to observing the dead. "My words carry weight," he declared, extending a finger to tap against his temple. "I am merely responsible for the conception of ideas. You are tasked with execution. 1 hour," he raised a finger. "In an hour, I expect to indulge in the dragon and phoenix dish from Zuyun Tower whilst watching the dancers perform. Should you fail to deliver," he smiled, a smile that, to Wang Dihai, appeared more terrifying than that of a malevolent spirit, "then one must conclude that neither you nor the entirety of Yunzhou welcomes me. I can endure some grievances, yet my father possesses a rather volatile temperament. He cannot abide by the notion of his son suffering indignities outside." Thud. Wang Dihai could no longer hold his ground, collapsing to his knees. A threat, a brazen and unadorned threat. He comprehended now. This young master was not jesting. He aimed to convey to all that Yi Linfan could accomplish whatever he desired through the most absurd and unreasonable means. This was not mere debauchery. It was a manifestation of power. "Someone!" Wang Dihai shrieked, scrambling to his feet and bellowing at the stunned officials behind him. "What in the world are you all doing? Did you not hear the young master's command? Go, bring forth the kitchenware, tables, and chairs from Zuyun Tower. And the dancers. Not a single one should be missing. Whoever dares to falter will face the consequences. Inform them this is a performance for the son of the Grand General of the state. It is a fortune they have accrued over 8 lifetimes. I care not what methods you employ, be it theft or coercion. 1 hour. Within 1 hour. Should the young master not witness a dance or savor a warm dish, I shall collect all your heads to serve as night pots." Chaos erupted at the city gates. The officials, roused from their stupor, rushed into the city, and the soldiers began to mobilize, plunging all of Yunzhou City into turmoil due to this decree. Amidst the chaos, Yi Linfan yawned and stepped down from his carriage. Servants had already prepared a grand armchair draped in fox fur. He sat down, lifting a glass of chilled grape juice, observing the farce before him with a mischievous smile. Beneath that smile lay a heart as cold as ice. "Lord, the play of Minglong has commenced. Surely, your hidden dragon should now allow the Longxi gathering to hear the first roar of the dragon." Chapter 34. The Gun Demon Enters. A roll of the dice can lead to your ruin at the gambling table. The dying rays of the setting sun were torn asunder by the grotesque silhouette of the Tianlai Mountains, transforming into streaks of crimson light cast upon the land of Longxi gathering. There were no city walls here. Rather, the entire Tianlai mountain range served as its most magnificent fortification. The air was permeated by a unique scent, a noxious blend of dust, inferior spirits, blood, and the decay of various monstrous materials, pungent enough to induce instant retching in any pampered aristocrat. At this moment, Yi Linfan bore the name of no name. Adorned with a plain black half-mask and clad in a faded azure attire, he carried a long spear wrapped tightly in coarse cloth upon his back. Merging into the throngs as he stepped into this lawless territory, the ground beneath his feet was uneven, the dark brown earth seemingly stained by the blood of countless souls, exuding an air of grim desolation. Flanking the streets were not the usual rice shops or fabric stores, but rather rudimentary weaponry shops, establishments that procured materials from beasts, and taverns adorned with signs of strong liquor and women, where raucous laughter erupted from within. The denizens here regarded one another like wolves. Each passerby's gaze lingered on him for a fleeting moment, assessing him as a butcher would appraise livestock, evaluating his worth, his threat, and the cost of extinguishing his life. Yi Linfan maintained a steady demeanor, his aura meticulously restrained, presenting himself as a newcomer, slightly wary yet not overly confrontational. However, his mind raced with calculations. The talisman inscribed with the word kill that Kwangshan had bestowed upon him lay quietly in his embrace, emanating a subtle heat. Welcome to the new chessboard. Kwangshan's words echoed in his mind. This game was becoming increasingly intriguing. Only Uncle Chun, Zhang Lai, Zhu Yi, Lu Ruoyan, and his father, far away in Tianqi City, were privy to the Dragon and Serpent's entrance plan. Zhang Lai and the others would never betray such secrets. Uncle Chun might report to the emperor, yet he would never divulge to a third party. So, who else could possibly maneuver Kwangshan's peace within the Dragon and Serpent's gathering? The machinations behind the Tianji Pavilion must surely bear the shadow of Emperor Xia. Or perhaps, there existed a profound cooperation between them that he had yet to comprehend. What role did his father play within the Tianji Pavilion? He not only desired his clandestine entry into the sea, but also aimed to ensure he could stir the tempest he sought amidst the turbulent waters. Lost in thought, he arrived at the central square of the Dragon and Serpent's gathering. He required a springboard, a platform that would herald the name of the gun demon for the first time in this chaotic realm. He needed a victory, one substantial enough to grant him negotiating power with the true rulers of this land. His gaze ultimately settled on a structure to the east of the square, constructed from massive stones and dark wood, where 8 imposing figures emanating malevolence stood guard at the entrance. The Black Snake Gambling House, one of the 3 second-tier factions of the Dragon and Serpent's gathering, belonging to the Black Snake Gang. It was said that the gang's leader, Lord Black Snake, was a 5th-grade master of the Zhixian realm, ruthless and cunning. A prominent figure in the Dragon and Serpent's gathering. This was it. There was no better place than a casino to ensure one's reputation spread with remarkable swiftness. To win, one must leave them destitute. To fight, one must instill terror in their hearts. Yi Linfan strode confidently into the Black Snake Gambling House. A fetid blend of sweat, tobacco, and despair enveloped him as he entered the gambling den. The cacophony of voices, shouts, curses, and manic laughter intertwined to create a frenzied symphony. With the scant silver coins remaining to him, he acquired 10 of the most inferior wooden chips and approached the most boisterous yet rudimentary table to wager on high or low. The table was surrounded by a throng of individuals, their faces flushed and exhibiting frenzied behavior. The dealer, a lean middle-aged man, possessed hands that moved with both speed and steadiness. His flamboyant and practiced gestures in shaking the dice cup accompanied by the extreme emotions of joy or despair from the onlookers with each reveal. Yi Linfan refrained from hastily placing his bets. He stood quietly at the periphery of the crowd, observing and listening intently. In his past life as a Special Forces operative, he had undergone rigorous training in auditory acuity, visual perception, and memory retention for the purposes of infiltration and reconnaissance. In complete silence, he could even discern the sound of a needle dropping 50 meters away. Though the gambling house was abuzz with noise at present, his focus remained razor-sharp. Entirely fixated on the black iron dice cup, the dealer's wrist exerted force, producing a series of crisp, dense clattering sounds from the cup. To others, it was mere chaotic noise, yet to him, the trajectory, landing, and final orientation of the 3 ivory dice rolling within the cup constructed a vivid, dynamic model in his mind. In the first round, he did not wager. The result was revealed, 4, 5, 6, high. In the second round, he again refrained from betting. The outcome was 1, 2, 3 low. The dealer's shaking strength, wrist angle, and frequency of motion bore his distinct muscle memory and habits. After 10 consecutive rounds of observation, he had fully grasped the dealer's patterns. Remarkably, he could even infer whether the dealer intended to call high or low from a minuscule twitch of the left pinky finger, an oversight that the dealer himself might not even notice. The opportune moment arrived. As the dealer prepared to shake the dice cup once more, Yi Linfan pushed all 10 of his wooden chips into the high area. The surrounding gamblers cast him glances, most of them dismissive. A novice, merely fortunate, they thought. Reveal, called the dealer. The result, 3, 4, 6, high. The chips before Yi Linfan multiplied to 20. With an impassive expression, he pushed all 20 chips towards the high area once again. Reveal, 4, 4, 5, high, 40 chips. All in, low, he stated calmly, pushing all his chips to the other side. Reveal, 1, 2, 2, low, 80 chips. Each of his wagers was executed with machine-like precision, placing all his chips at the last possible moment before each reveal. After 10 consecutive rounds, the meager 10 wooden chips had transformed into a miniature mountain composed of thousands of chips. The surrounding gamblers had shifted from initial disdain to astonishment, ultimately succumbing to blind imitation. This young man bets high. I shall also bet high. Following the skilled will yield rewards. Beads of cold sweat began to form on the dealer's forehead. He cast a gaze towards Yi Lin Fan, filled with uncertainty. He began to attempt altering his dice-rolling technique, striving to disrupt Yi Lin Fan's fortune. Yet, the more he endeavored to change, the stiffer his movements became, revealing greater vulnerabilities. Bam! Another roll. The pile of chips before Yi Lin Fan doubled once more. The dealer's complexion had turned completely pale. The casino manager, a portly man with a rotund visage, finally noticed the unusual occurrence and approached, flanked by 4 enforcers. My friend, your luck is quite remarkable, the manager remarked with a feigned smile. After playing for so long, why not switch venues and play some high-stakes games upstairs? This was a common tactic in casinos, either to escort you away or to lead you to a venue rife with skilled cheats, draining you of your winnings. Yi Lin Fan paid him no mind, resolutely pushing all his chips toward the high zone once again. His intent was unequivocal. He would play at this table today. The manager's expression darkened. Friend, do not overstep your bounds. The rules of our Black Snake Casino are not to be trifled with. The 4 enforcers behind him had already placed their hands on their knives, menacingly encircling him. The surrounding gamblers scattered like birds, leaving a vast expanse of space. At that moment, the dealer, trembling, revealed the dice. 5, 6, 6 big. Yi Lin Fan did not even glance at the towering pile of chips. He merely raised his head slowly. His voice, muffled by the mask, remained calm and unwavering. Either we continue, or you summon your master. Chapter 35. One man, one gun. The Black Snake gang changes hands today. The manager's expression shifted from dark to menacing. The 4 enforcers behind him grinned wickedly, their knuckles cracking ominously, and their curved blades drawn. Friend, since you refuse our hospitality, do not blame us for being ruthless. Break his limbs and toss him into the alley. The 4 enforcers launched themselves from all directions simultaneously, their blades and feet sealing off all escape routes for Yi Lin Fan. However, Yi Lin Fan did not alter his stance. Just as the curved blade was about to graze his scalp, he moved. Without invoking any mystical energy or employing complex maneuvers, he simply stepped to the left. This movement was so swift that it surpassed their visual limits. The blade intended for his head missed, and Yi Lin Fan had already appeared beside one of the enforcers. He raised his right fist and struck. Bang! A sound resonated like a drum. His fist slammed solidly into the enforcer's ribcage. The entire chest visibly caved in. Akin to a sandbag struck by a battering ram, propelled sideways, crashing through a gambling table, and finally colliding with the wall, sliding down lifelessly. One punch. The entire venue fell into a hushed silence. The remaining 3 enforcers momentarily paused, their attack stalling for the briefest of moments in the face of this shocking spectacle. For Yi Lin Fan, this was an eternity. He did not halt, his left foot pressed down, actively advancing toward the second enforcer. The terror in that man's eyes had yet to amplify when Yi Lin Fan's leg lashed out, creating a sharp crack in the air. Snap! The head of the assailant twisted at an unnatural angle. The sound of his neck bone fracturing resonated clearly as his body crumpled to the ground. Yi Lin Fan turned to confront the 2 henchmen who had aimed to strike at his lower body. Their faces drained of color, they turned to flee. But it was too late. With a single step forward, he extended his left hand, fingers curling into claws, grasping the crown of one man's head. Lifting his hefty form of approximately 160 to 70 pounds effortlessly off the ground, as though discarding refuse, and hurled him towards the last fleeing thug. Thud! The 2 collided, limbs snapping and bones breaking. From start to finish, no more than 3 breaths had passed. In the entire gambling hall, a pin drop could be heard. The rotund, balding steward stood pallid, his legs trembling like chaff in the wind. He finally realized the kind of monster he had provoked. Yi Lin Fan slowly approached him. "Don't come closer," the steward stammered, his voice trembling. Yi Lin Fan halted, his voice calm and devoid of emotion beneath the mask. "Your rules hold no significance for me." At that moment, a chill, slick sensation, akin to a serpent slithering along one's spine, enveloped the entire hall. On the second floor of the gambling house, a shadow emerged silently. It was a man clad in a black brocade robe, tall and slender, with a pallid complexion and lips as red as blood. His narrow, slitted eyes gleamed with an otherworldly malice. The Black Serpent Lord, a master of the 5th tier of the Chi condensation realm. The moment he appeared, the temperature in the gambling house seemed to drop several degrees. He disregarded everyone else and fixed his gaze directly on Yi Lin Fan, as if evaluating an intriguing prey. It has been a long time since anyone dared to cause such a commotion in my territory. His voice rasped like two snakes entwined. Tell me your name and your purpose. Perhaps I can grant you a swift demise. Purpose? I intend to use your so-called Black Serpent Gang as a stepping stone. Yi Lin Fan replied, not answering the question directly, but slowly raising his head. Then, he stepped forward. With that single step, an indescribable aura of terror erupted from within him. Buzz. It was neither chi nor pressure, nor any known force in this world. It was the essence of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, the baptism of gunfire. The overwhelming willpower of the candle dragon fighting until the last moment in a previous life, and the inexorable killing intent forged through the essence of metal in this life. Bloodlust. An unprecedented, unreserved bloodlust surged forth like a breached dam, instantly engulfing the entire gambling house. The air stagnated, and the lights flickered. The gamblers were left in a daze, as if plunged into an ancient battlefield, surrounded by mountains of corpses and blood clouds blotting out the sun. In the center of the battlefield stood a demon god wielding a spear, coldly surveying the masses. Thud, thud. Those of lesser strength collapsed to their knees, their bodies trembling violently, their eyes filled with primal terror. At the forefront of the panic was the Black Serpent Lord. A stark change manifested on his pallid face for the first time. After all, he was a master of the 5th tier of the chi condensation realm, his mind refined. Having brushed against the threshold of the profound, he could distinctly perceive that the force being unleashed was not merely a physical assault, but rather a direct onslaught against his spirit, his will, and the very essence of his martial heart. The icy, serpentine aura of his profound intent, under the impact of this unparalleled malevolence, felt as fragile as a paper lantern caught in a Category 12 hurricane, swaying perilously close to collapse. His martial heart was howling, trembling. What kind of power is this? A tempest of tumultuous emotions surged within the heart of the Black Serpent Lord. He could no longer maintain his lofty demeanor. His body instinctively tensed, and the profound energy within him surged chaotically, striving to resist this mental incursion. Yet, to his horror, he realized that his profound energy and intent were utterly ineffectual against this pure will to kill. This malevolent aura disregarded all defenses, piercing into the depths of his soul like countless steel needles. He beheld illusions. He witnessed his prideful poison arts being effortlessly shredded by a long spear, saw all his trump cards reduced to ashes under the indifferent gaze of that demonic deity. Terror, an unprecedented fear blossomed from the core of his martial being. A 5th-tier master, feeling a soul-deep dread before a youth whose fluctuations of profound energy were negligible. Who are you? He roared, his voice trembling with a fear he had not even recognized within himself. Yi Lin Fan offered no reply. He merely took another step forward. The Black Serpent Lord's body instinctively recoiled a step back. He retreated. A 5th-tier powerhouse, before the watching eyes of many, was forced back by a mere youth's imposing presence. Kill. The Black Serpent Lord could no longer endure this mental oppression. He let out a piercing shriek and initiated his attack. He had to strike. If he allowed this malevolence to continue eroding him, his martial heart would shatter, and his cultivation would regress. His hands transformed into claws, his nails turning as dark as ink, exuding a foul, toxic wind as they reached for Yi Lin Fan's heart. The Black Serpent Toxic Dragon Claw. Facing this venomous strike, Yi Lin Fan did not evade. He simply raised his right fist. The power of his diamond body erupted with unreserved intensity at that moment. A faint golden aura shimmered around his fist, the result of the intense concentration of his vital energy. He met the attack in the most straightforward, unyielding, and domineering manner. He struck with a punch. A collision of strength. Seeking death. The Black Serpent Lord's eyes glinted with sadistic delight as he witnessed the youth dare to confront his venomous claws with raw flesh. The next second, fist met claw. Crack. The anticipated scene of mangled flesh did not materialize. Instead, a crisp, tooth-aching sound of bone fracturing echoed. The Black Serpent Lord's pitch-black nails, capable of piercing gold and stone, shattered upon contact with Yi Lin Fan's fist. An unparalleled force surged through his arm, ravaging his body with overwhelming might. His protective, profound energy was torn asunder like thin paper. The bones of his arm emitted a series of explosive cracking sounds. Splatter. The Black Serpent Lord expelled a torrent of blood mixed with fragments of his innards, his body hurtling backward to crash heavily against the staircase, shattering the resilient black wooden steps into splinters. He lay amidst the wreckage, one arm twisted in a grotesque manner, his chest caved in, blood gushing from his mouth. And in his narrow, slit-like pupils, there remained only an abyss of horror and despair. He had been defeated, utterly and decisively. Yi Linfan withdrew his fist. Not a single mark left on its surface. He slowly approached the Black Serpent Lord, looking down upon him from his elevated position. The latter struggled to utter something, but only more blood froth escaped his lips. Yi Linfan spared his life. A living fifth-tier master was far more valuable than a corpse. He retrieved a small porcelain vial from his bosom, pouring forth a fragrant elixir, which he flicked into the Black Serpent Lord's mouth with precision. The pill dissolved instantly, its gentle medicinal properties swiftly enveloping him, staving off the imminent extinguishment of his life force. As the Black Serpent Lord felt the transformation within him, his eyes widened in astonishment. He could not comprehend why this youth before him, akin to a demon god, chose to save him. Yi Linfan crouched down, his voice from beneath the mask carrying a hint of warmth for the first time, yet it felt colder than ice. From this moment forth, you and your Black Serpent gang belong to me. Chapter 36. The debauched calamity descends. The Fire Phoenix seeks the trail in the southern frontier. The events outside Yunzhou City spread like a plague with wings. With the reckless instigation of the Listening Wind Tower, within mere days, the news traversed all 72 prefectures of the Great Xia Central region. In just 1 hour, the prefect of Yunzhou, Wang Dihai, unveiled everything Yi Linfan wished to see. The city's largest tavern, Xianlu, was emptied of its owner, chefs, and staff, along with the entire kitchen's utensils, tables, and benches. All brutally relocated to the official road outside the city. Flame soared, hot oil sizzling. Exotic delicacies were served in abundance before the Xian Lion Guards. In the center of this makeshift banquet, the most renowned dancers of Yunzhou, the Xian troupe, appeared pale and trembling, performing the most humiliating and heart-stirring dance of their lives under the gaze of 100 fierce soldiers. Clad in the guise of Yi Linfan, Siyu Ji sat in an opulent fur-lined armchair, a fine wine in his left hand and sumptuous dishes in his right, observing those lofty dancers offering performances to his soldiers. While the prefect Wang Dihai, like a dog, personally poured wine and arranged dishes for him. He did not impose further hardships on anyone. Instead, he proclaimed to the world in the most direct and brutish manner that he, Yi Linfan, embodied the rule. His will was the very essence of justice. This absurd outdoor feast became the final straw that broke the psychological defenses of countless local officials. From that point onward, wherever Yi Linfan's carriage passed, there were no more obstacles. All governors and prefects eagerly awaited his arrival from 10 miles ahead, ensuring everything was meticulously prepared. Fearful that this young lord might harbor even a hint of displeasure and turn their own cities into the next Yunzhou. As the dragon passes, it descends upon the realm like a calamity, a vivid image of a chaotic sovereign, embodying all the malevolent traits known to mankind, has been indelibly stamped upon the map of the Great Xia. At the terminus of this path lies the City of Revelation, a vortex of power, a chessboard meticulously laid out long ago. At this moment, on the opposite end of the board, within the Dragon and Serpent Guild, Yi Linfan, codename Nameless, has successfully maneuvered another piece into play. On the second floor of the Black Serpent Casino, once a private chamber for the Black Serpent Lord, only he and the Lord remain. Yi Linfan occupies the main seat, a chair hewn from solid black jade, unyielding in its nature. The Black Serpent Lord kneels before him, his arm, shattered by a single blow, crudely bandaged, yet the pallor of fear still lingers on his face. The pill he had forced upon him was the miraculous bone regrowth elixir, acquired at a steep price through the Four Seas Trading Association from a master alchemist. One such pill could purchase half of the Black Serpent gang. His act of saving him was not born of compassion. From this day forth, the Black Serpent gang is disbanded, Yi Linfan stated calmly, his voice soft, yet causing the Black Serpent Lord to tremble involuntarily. My lord, he raised his gaze, filled with confusion and dread. This place shall be renamed the Gun Hall, and you shall be its inaugural leader. Yi Linfan paid no heed to his reaction and continued. Conduct business as usual, but I require you to swiftly recruit all the capable and fearless outlaws from the Dragon and Serpent Guild. Money is no object. The more, the better. The Black Serpent Lord was momentarily stunned. He had anticipated death or being turned into a puppet. Yet he had not expected to be bestowed with an entirely new identity, one that promised greater prospects than that of the Black Serpent Gang's leader. My lord, do you mean to say I will command an army in the Dragon and Serpent Guild that answers solely to my command? Yi Linfan stood, approaching him, casting a formidable shadow. And you shall be my general. He paused briefly before unveiling his true intent. Moreover, aside from the Square Pavilion, the Dragon and Serpent Guild also contains the 3 major factions, the Mad Demon Hall, the 100 Forgings Hall, and the 10,000 Beasts Tomb. They feast upon the spoils, leaving many lesser factions deprived of even the broth. Engage with them, win them over, and convey to them that the Gun Hall offers a chance. This proclamation struck the Black Serpent Lord like a bolt from the blue, and he shot up. A complex array of emotions, more intricate than fear, gracing his countenance for the first time. My lord, this cannot be. His voice quivered. What use is it to ally with those insignificant wastes? It is tantamount to declaring war against the three major factions. Each of them could effortlessly crush us, or rather, obliterate the gun hall as it stands. He, being astute, comprehended the immense peril concealed within this directive in an instant. This was no mere expansion. It was a challenge to the long-standing order upheld by the Dragon and Serpent Guild for over a century. If you succeed, I shall repay you double for what you have lost. If you fail, Yi Linfan's voice trailed off. Yet the unadulterated intent for bloodshed once again enveloped the air. The body of the Black Snake Lord trembled violently, his earlier words of counsel lodged firmly in his throat. The youth before him, a demon in the guise of a boy, exhibited no concern for his analysis nor for the intimidation posed by the three great factions. His sole focus lay on the outcome. I understand, my lord. The Black Snake Lord's head struck the ground heavily, his voice hoarse. I am willing to serve you until death. He chose to submit. Of course, the authenticity of this loyalty was known only to himself. He merely acquiesced outwardly, while internally, he continued to weigh his options. Nevertheless, it mattered little. What Yi Linfan required was not his loyalty, but rather the title of Black Snake Lord and his familiarity with the dark underbelly of the Dragon and Snake Collective. Without a backward glance, Yi Linfan turned and descended the stairs. In the gambling hall, the henchmen who once belonged to the Black Snake gang stood rigidly, holding their breath. They gazed at his retreating figure, filled with awe. In this realm, might was the only truth. With a single punch, he shattered the Black Snake Lord's pride. And with another, he sowed the seeds of fear in the hearts of these desperate men. Clean this place up, from today onwards. It shall be known as the gun hall. With this proclamation, he exited through the door, under the watchful eyes of all present. The assets of the Black Snake gang now belonged to him. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The essence of the situation lay in the fact that, from this day forth, the name Gun Hall would supplant the Black Snake gang, establishing a new stronghold within the Dragon and Snake Collective. This resolved his first issue of establishing a foothold here, an identity that was legitimate, a voice that could resonate within this chaotic domain. Next, he faced the second challenge, intelligence. To venture into the Tianlai mountain range, he required the most comprehensive information, where powerful beasts lurked, where rare herbs could be found, where the forbidden zones lay, and where safe paths left by predecessors existed. Such knowledge could not be offered by a newly established gun hall. Within the Dragon and Snake Collective, there was only one source capable of providing all this, the Sifong Pavilion. The true masters of the Dragon and Snake Collective were rumored to be the enigmatic Tianji Pavilion. Yi Linfan adjusted his attire, restrapping the long spear wrapped in coarse cloth, and melded into the flow of the street. Heading toward the heart of the Dragon and Snake Collective, the most magnificent structure of them all, the Sifong Pavilion, rather than being a mere loft, resembled a small fortress. It was encircled by four uniquely styled buildings, forming a vast central plaza. His destination was the northern building, known for its intelligence trade, the All-Knowing. Upon entering the precincts of the Sifong Pavilion, he immediately sensed an atmosphere starkly different from the outside world. Although the individuals here still exuded an aura of formidable strength, the chaos of the streets was replaced by a cold detachment governed by order. Each person was purpose-driven, their pace hurried. Yi Linfan made his way into the All-Knowing of the northern building. The hall was spacious and bright, standing in sharp contrast to the dimness found elsewhere in the Dragon and Snake Collective. Dozens of windows lined up in a row, each manned by a stoic figure clad in black. Approaching an unoccupied window, he rapped lightly on the counter. The attendant behind the window remained indifferent. Speaking in a mechanical tone, "What information do you require? The price varies according to rank, timeliness, and accuracy. A deposit is required first." He leaned in closer. "I seek a distribution map of all 4th grade and below demonic beasts within a radius of 500 miles of the Tianlai mountain range, along with their recent activity patterns." He lowered his voice. Finally, the attendant lifted his head, scrutinizing him. "The scope is too vast, and the information is too extensive. 500 taels of gold, with half as a deposit." He quoted a staggering price. Yi Linfan did not haggle, preparing to retrieve the silver note gifted by the Black Snake Lord from his pocket. At that moment, a clear and slightly fiery voice from a nearby window pierced through. "I will ask once more. How can I obtain information about Yi Linfan from the northern border?" This voice, like a blazing flame, instantly captured his attention. He turned his head. The attendant at that window appeared somewhat impatient with the woman's persistence, yet still maintained the characteristic mechanical politeness of the Sifong Pavilion. "Miss Moreau, I have made myself abundantly clear. This information is classified as heavenly grade and is not for sale. The mention of Miss Morong stirred something within him. He scrutinized the woman closely. Her long, fiery red hair was casually tied back, and she wore a form-fitting crimson armor that accentuated her athletic and explosive physique. A beautifully crafted longsword hung at her waist. The name Morong, coupled with such a fiery appearance and demeanor, could only belong to Morong Shue, daughter of the Grand General Morong Tual of the southern border, known as the Fire Phoenix. What was she doing here? And why was she so persistently inquiring about his information? Not for sale. Morong Shue's fury was on the verge of erupting. Isn't Sifong Pavilion supposed to be omniscient? Are there truly secrets you refuse to sell? A notorious wastrel, whose reputation is well known. Why is his information deemed heavenly grade? The attendant leisurely adjusted his posture, seemingly relishing her impotent rage. Dear guest, what you have learned is merely what he wishes the world to know. What we at Sifong Pavilion possess is what he wishes to keep hidden. As for why it is classified as heavenly grade, that is determined by the main pavilion, and we have no authority to comment. Furthermore, heavenly grade information cannot be measured in monetary terms. There are only 3 ways to exchange for it. First, provide an unknown heavenly grade intelligence of equal rank from Sifong Pavilion. Second, offer a rare treasure that would captivate even the master of the Tianji Pavilion. Third, obtain the master's special permission. After delivering his statement, the attendant turned his attention back to the documents in hand, disregarding her further. Morong Shue stood frozen, her striking face etched with shock and indignation. Chapter 37. The Meeting of Pawns, the Fire Phoenix's Deduction. The arena of Shura begins. Morong Shue's inquiry struck Yi Linfan's heart like a stone cast into a still pond, sending ripples across its surface. Though he did not turn, his peripheral vision captured the 2 individuals beside her. One was a maid dressed in a verdant gown, her eyes lively, anxiously tugging at Morong Shue's sleeve and whispering something to her. Between her and Morong Shue, there existed no rigid master-servant hierarchy. Rather, an intimate sisterly bond permeated the air. The other figure was a silent, mountain-like middle-aged man, dressed in the most unremarkable gray cloth attire, of average build and commonplace appearance. He could easily blend into the crowd without drawing a second glance. Yet, as he stood there quietly, an invisible barrier naturally formed around him, deterring any approach. A master. A guardian whose prowess far surpassed that of Yi Linfan. His thoughts raced, all emotional fluctuations suppressed in an instant. This game of chess was evidently not one he played alone. That father of his, far away in Tianji City, or rather, the unseen strategist hidden behind the Tianji Pavilion, had not only drawn his dark dragon into the Longxi gathering, but had also, through a mysterious letter, summoned the Fire Phoenix from the southern wilderness to this very place. What was the purpose? A marriage alliance? A test? Or merely a desire to witness a violent clash between the 2 most uncertain pieces on this chaotic board? Yi Linfan refrained from glancing at Morong Shue, maintaining his nameless identity as an ordinary wanderer seeking information. Meanwhile, Morong Shue, after enduring her initial shock and anger, found her bright eyes ignited with a more fervent fire. It was not rage, but the flame of contemplation. She ceased her loud inquiries and buried the tumultuous waves of emotion deep within her heart. She was not a mere brute who understood only violence. The harsh environment of the southern wilderness had long taught her that impulsiveness resolved nothing. Her mind raced to connect all the dots. That mysterious letter had guided her to the Longxi gathering, claiming that here she could uncover Yi Linfan's true identity. The Sifong Pavilion had further informed her that Yi Linfan's intelligence was of celestial grade. The steward's remark, that information she had gleaned was merely what he wished the world to know, was the crowning touch. What secret could possibly warrant a notorious wastrel, a figure with a tarnished reputation, to be rated by the Tianji Pavilion at such a high level? There could be but one answer. The Yi Linfan, who roamed with impunity, inciting public ire, was a facade, a complete substitute, and the true Yi Linfan, the real identity concealed beneath the mask of debauchery, was likely hidden within this Longxi gathering. This hypothesis made her heart skip a beat. She had believed she had seen through the wastrel, only to realize she had barely grazed the surface. What grand scheme lay concealed behind this? She kept this astonishing conjecture to herself, not revealing it to anyone, including her closest maid and guardian. This was her secret, her trump card for the actions to come. Yi Linfan observed it all with a cold smile. Morong Shue was astute, yet what she perceived was still merely what the strategist intended for her to see. She fancied herself the hunter, unaware that, like her, she was but a pawn being guided by strings toward a predetermined stage. He paid her no further mind, pulling out several silver notes to place upon the counter. However, just as he was about to complete the transaction, a melodious and penetrating chime unexpectedly resonated throughout the entire Sifong Pavilion. The sound was not merely loud. It carried a peculiar tremor that rendered the air almost viscous. In that instant, all the clamor of discussions, footsteps, and breaths within the hall was forcibly erased. Silence reigned supreme. Following this, a grand proclamation, devoid of emotion and reminiscent of metal scraping, resonated from all directions, clearly infiltrating the ears of each individual present. The announcement from the Four Directions Pavilion declared, "The arena of life and death, the Azura mode, is about to commence. Mode, 100-person melee, without rules, without restrictions. With life and death borne by the participants, until only one remains. Commencement time, 3 days hence, at noon. The ultimate victor of this Azura arena shall receive a third-grade treasure, the Dragon Blood Vermilion Fruit." Upon the conclusion of this declaration, countless individuals in the hall began to breathe rapidly, their eyes igniting with avarice. The Dragon Blood Vermilion Fruit is a precious treasure for body cultivators, worth risking their lives for. Yet the metallic voice did not cease. It continued in a matter-of-fact tone, dropping a true bombshell. Furthermore, to ensure fairness, the final victor may also opt to forego the fruit in exchange for an equivalent item from the Four Directions Pavilion or propose a request of equal value, which the pavilion will strive to fulfill. Boom. The silence was utterly shattered. If the mention of the Dragon Blood Vermilion Fruit was akin to dynamite, this final addition was the spark that ignited the flames. The entire hall erupted into chaos. What? A trade? A man clad in heavy armor shouted in excitement. His face flushed. My heavens. Does this imply that even if I am not a body cultivator, as long as I triumph, I could exchange it for the techniques or divine weapons I have long coveted? A slender assassin murmured, his body trembling violently. I'm going to get rich. This is truly a fortuitous opportunity. What I lack is not strength, but a fine sword. Iron Chinchong from the 100 Forgings Hall values the mysterious iron or above his very life. This time, I will compel the Four Directions Pavilion to procure it for me. This is madness. The Four Directions Pavilion is making a grand move. This will draw all the strong contenders of the Dragon and Serpent Guild into the fray. Greed, fervor, fear, and exhilaration intertwined in the air, colliding to form a suffocating torrent. The once spacious hall became unbearably cramped as people jostled and shouted, as if they had already stepped into the bloody arena. Only Yi Lin Fan, upon hearing this supplementary rule, felt a deeper understanding within him. The chess player not only required him to enter the fray, but also to face opponents of significant caliber. He desired to witness a true clash of titans. Yet, was this not also an opportunity? A chance for his newly established gun hall to firmly establish itself within the Dragon and Serpent Guild, or even to soar to unprecedented heights. His original plan had been to proceed gradually, slowly devouring the smaller factions. However, the chess player had presented him with a shortcut. If he could survive this Azura arena and achieve a sufficiently dazzling result, the name of the gun hall would echo throughout the Dragon and Serpent Guild overnight. At that point, he would genuinely possess the qualification to engage in equal dialogue with the three major factions, the Mad Demon Hall, the 100 Forgings Hall, and the Tomb of 10,000 Beasts. Meanwhile, on the other side of the hall, someone urged, "Miss, we must leave quickly." The maid Xiaoqing was so frightened that her face turned pale, tightly clutching Murong Shue's sleeve. You hear that? Even those who aren't martial artists are joining in. It's too dangerous. This Dragon and Serpent gathering is a den of demons. However, Murong Shue merely patted her hand reassuringly. On her spirited face, fear was absent. Instead, a peculiar radiance emerged. Leave? Why should we leave? She chuckled lightly, her fiery red hair seemingly dancing with her mirth. Xiaoqing, don't you think this place is becoming increasingly fascinating? Fascinating. Miss, people could die? Xiaoqing was on the verge of tears. Die? Have I not seen enough of that? Murong Shue's smile faded, her demeanor turning serious. In the southern frontier, when is there ever a day without death? But if one must die, it should be for something worthwhile. She turned to the silent middle-aged guard, her expression solemn. Uncle Zhong, the man known as Uncle Zhong, who had maintained an unflappable demeanor, finally showed a hint of change, stepping forward and bowing slightly. Please, miss, give your orders. I need you to accomplish 2 tasks. Murong Shue began to outline her plans clearly. First, I want the best vantage point for observing the arena. I don't want the lofty VIP seats. I want to be as close as possible, where I can smell the blood and see every scar on their faces. And it must be absolutely safe. Uncle Zhong responded with a single word, understood. The second task is even more crucial. Murong Shue lowered her voice. From now on, utilize all our channels. I want to know what new forces have emerged in the Dragon and Serpent gathering over the past month, who the newcomers are, the solitary wolves, male or female, young or old, what weapons they wield, and their achievements. The more detailed, the better. This place is unlike the southern frontier. People's hearts are inscrutable. Xiaoqing will stay to watch over me. This matter must be handled by you personally, Uncle Zhong. Without hesitation, Uncle Zhong replied, Yes, Mississippi. Xiaoqing sighed in relief upon hearing she wouldn't have to go out, but her concern for Uncle Zhong was evident. She understood that gathering such information meant confronting the darkest side of the dragon and serpent gathering, fraught with peril. Morong Shui perceived her thoughts and added, Do not worry. I trust Uncle Zhong's abilities. Her bright eyes scanned the thrumming crowd as if searching for something. Since the true Yilin fan might be among this pack of wolves, this arena would serve as the ultimate testing ground. Whether they were dragons or serpents, heroes or cowards, would become clear once they were brought into the light. Yilin fan turned around, and in that fleeting moment, he and Murong Shui, equally captivated by the upheaval, shared a brief connection in the air. He did not linger, stepping forward with the now tumultuous crowd, exiting the gathering and disappearing into the intricate streets of Dragon and Serpent. As Murong Shui watched the figure with the long cloth bundle vanish at the entrance, she added to Uncle Zhong, especially those wielding firearms. Chapter 38, The Storm of Registration. The name of the gun demon engraved on life and death. News of the arena spread like a tempest sweeping through the city, reaching every corner of the Dragon and Serpent gathering in just half a day. The entire extra-legal territory was thus plunged into an eerie fervor. In the ensuing 2 days, a series of even more explosive news propelled this fervor to its zenith. Have you heard? Bloodhand Tujio of the Mad Demon Hall, that formidable individual ranked 93rd on the Celestial Leaderboard, has already registered. And it does not end there. Last night, the king of the soul-cutting blade also emerged from seclusion. He is a master from the previous generation, said to have spent a decade on the Celestial Leaderboard before withdrawing 3 years ago. This time, driven by a promise from the Four Directions Pavilion, he could no longer remain idle. One by one, names that once existed solely in legend have resurfaced. These are all seasoned powerhouses who have dwelled in the Dragon and Snake Collective for many years, each having once been a distinguished figure on the Celestial Leaderboard. Now, a nebulous yet infinitely promising exchange has erupted, bringing these long-dormant talents into the limelight. The entire Dragon and Snake Collective is abuzz with activity. Meanwhile, Yilin Fan has completely vanished from everyone's sight. The Black Snake Gang, no, it should now be referred to as the Gun Hall. He occupies the most secretive lair of the Black Snake Lord, a concealed chamber underground, where he has barred all interruptions. 3 days are immensely precious to him. The first thing he undertakes is cultivation. Sitting cross-legged, with his 5 hearts directed to the heavens, he immerses his mind entirely within. His body, strengthened to the diamond realm, resembles a dormant volcano. He casts aside all distractions and begins to operate the techniques that have long been etched into his very bones. This is not merely martial arts. It is the crystallization of wisdom from 2 lifetimes. In his previous life, he was the top-tier soldier known as Candle Dragon, mastering a mysterious breathing technique that could push human capabilities to the extreme. In this life, he possesses the secret art of the Yi family, dragon and elephant suppressing domain. Passed down from his adoptive father, Yi Xiaotian, he amalgamates the two, fragmenting and reconstituting them. With each breath, he delves deep and lingers long. The sparse, mysterious energy in the air is drawn into his body with a nearly predatory ferocity, and through a peculiar rhythm of breathing, it violently collides and merges with his own blood and energy that surges like a dragon and elephant. This process is akin to unleashing a tempest within his body. Every sinew, every membrane, every organ is repeatedly tempered by this energy storm. Simultaneously, his mind continuously devises strategies for gunplay. The Yi family's overlord breaking army gun emphasizes boldness and relentless advancement, a peerless combat technique for charging into battle. Meanwhile, his extensive experience in modern combat and firearms from his past life discards all ostentation, pursuing only the most efficient and lethal methods of killing. He integrates the two, distilling the essence. His gun is not for performance, not for aesthetics, nor for martial exchange. It exists solely for the purpose of taking lives. The second task he undertakes is gathering intelligence. Before entering the chamber, he utilized the unique code of the Candle Dragon Pavilion to contact Zhang Lai, a covert operative placed here through the Four Seas Commercial Association. His request is simple: within 3 days. He wants all the information on any 5th grade or higher experts registered for the Shura field. Their signature skills, personality weaknesses, past achievements, detailed as thoroughly as possible. Knowing oneself and one's opponent is a maxim ingrained in his very being from his previous life. Time swiftly elapses amidst this cultivation and scheming. On the 3rd day, at noon, as the deadline for registration approached, only a final hour remained. The stone door of the secret chamber creaked open, and Yi Lin Fan emerged. Clad in a new, form-fitting black outfit that allowed for ease of movement, he bore the weight of a long spear wrapped in coarse cloth on his back. He strode directly through the Hall of Arms towards the East Pavilion's Shura Gate. Outside the Shura Gate, a throng of people had gathered, creating a cacophony of noise. Boisterous shouts, boasts, and the clashing of weapons intertwined to form a unique chaos that belonged solely to the Dragon and Snake gathering. Yi Linfan stood at the end of the line, silently restraining his aura, appearing out of place among the rowdy outlaws surrounding him. The registration desk was still manned by the one-armed, scarred elder, who impatiently processed the entries before him. Next, before long, it was Yi Linfan's turn. He approached the black iron table. Name, strength, the elder inquired mechanically without lifting his gaze. Nameless, Yi Linfan replied, lowering his voice to render it raspy. Body cultivation. 5th rank. He did not conceal his strength. The Vajra realm corresponded precisely to 5th rank body cultivation. In this melee of 100 individuals, feigning weakness would be foolish. A judicious display of strength was necessary to deter those who sought to take advantage. However, being overly ostentatious could easily make one a target. 5th rank was neither too much nor too little, just right. Finally, the one-armed elder raised his head, scrutinizing Yi Linfan with his murky single eye, seemingly attempting to peer through the ordinary mask that concealed his true identity. Death warrant. Ultimately, the elder asked no further questions and pushed a yellowed piece of paper toward him. Yi Linfan picked up the wolf hair brush on the table and inscribed the name Nameless upon it, his handwriting plain and unremarkable. He then dipped his thumb in the bright red ink and firmly pressed it against his name. Just as he finished applying his thumbprint and prepared to turn away, a boisterous voice erupted behind him. Kid, move aside. Don't block the way. A towering figure, clad in the attire of the 100 Refinements Hall, rudely attempted to cut in line. His muscular arms were thick and sinewy, identifying him as the notable enforcer of the 100 Refinements Hall, Iron Arm Asan. Without so much as glancing at Yi Linfan, he bellowed at the scarred elder. Iron Arm Asan, 5th rank body cultivation. Hurry up and register me. The surrounding queue was filled with disgruntled expressions, yet none dared to speak up. The reputation of the 100 Refinements Hall served as a pass in the Dragon and Snake gathering. Yi Linfan remained motionless, calmly turning to face the intruder. After quickly completing his registration, Iron Arm Asan turned around, and, upon noticing Yi Linfan still blocking the way, a sinister grin spread across his face. His hand, as large as a fan, unceremoniously pushed toward Yi Linfan's shoulder, accompanied by a stream of curses. What are you staring at? Newcomer, doesn't he understand the rules? Get lost. He sought to publicly assert his dominance over this oblivious newcomer, using him to demonstrate his own status and that of the 100 Refinements Hall. Yi Linfan remained undeterred. Just as the calloused hand was about to make contact with Yi Linfan's garment, beneath the mask, Yi Linfan's expression remained unchanged, yet an imperceptible, intangible, yet bone-chilling intent to kill flickered momentarily from his being. The arm of Iron Arm Asan was abruptly frozen in midair, a mere inch from Yi Linfan's shoulder. The malevolent grin upon his face solidified, replaced by a primal fear that emanated from the depths of his soul. He felt he was not confronting a mere man, but a mountain of corpses, an ocean of blood. It was a cacophony of countless wailing souls, a brutal arena where steel clashed with flesh. That pure, emotionless will to kill rendered his blood icy. The foreboding of death constricted his throat. Instinctively, he took a step back, a dry gulp escaping his throat. Ultimately squeezing past Yi Linfan, his pace hastened by threefold, nearly fleeing as if desperate to escape this suffocating place. The atmosphere was one of profound silence. All present gazed in bewilderment at the unfolding scene, witnessing Iron Arm Asan, once imperious, now retreating in shame at the last moment. What had transpired? Yi Linfan did not cast another glance, turning to blend into the crowd, disappearing into the shadowy corridor leading to the arena, leaving behind a throng of fugitives filled with apprehension as they regarded his retreating figure. Chapter 39. The Arena of Carnage begins. Ba Dao Kwangshan. Am I merely a spectator? Sifong Pavilion, East Tower, Shura Gate. This place is the heart of the Dragon and Snake gathering, as well as its festering sore. A colossal circular arena, like the gaping maw of hell, sunken deep into the earth. Surrounding it are tier upon tier of stone bleachers, now filled to capacity. The air is saturated with a complex aroma that cannot be dissipated, a blend of aged blood, sweat, strong liquor, and an emotion known as fervor, all fermenting together. Under the illumination of countless torches, the entire arena exudes a dark crimson hue, an unsettling glow. Miss, do we truly have to watch here? In the front row closest to the arena's sandy floor, the maid Xiaoqing's face was as pale as parchment, tightly clutching Murong Shui's sleeve, her body trembling uncontrollably. The proximity was too close to clearly see the dark brown, long-dried bloodstains upon the sand. Too close to imagine that once the battle commenced, scalding blood might even splatter onto their skirts. What is there to fear? Morong Shue's voice was calm, yet her fingertips gently tapped the hilt of her sword at her waist. She disregarded Xiao Qing's trepidation, her gaze sharply sweeping toward the iron gate below, soon to be opened. It is here that one can truly discern an individual's authentic reaction when faced with life and death. Facades crumble in the face of mortality. Behind her, Uncle Zhong stood silently, an immovable presence, as if he had melded with the surrounding darkness, silently warding off all prying, malevolent glances. Meanwhile, at the highest point of the arena, within a hidden VIP room shrouded in shadows. Here, separated from the clamor below, tranquility reigns, allowing one to hear the very sound of breath. A man, as imposing as an iron tower, sits nonchalantly by the window, leaning a massive sword, known as Cracking Mountain, against the wall with casual ease, while clutching a gargantuan wine gourd, named Forgetfulness, taking generous swigs from it now and then. He is none other than the uncrowned king of the Dragon and Serpent Assembly, the formidable blade Tuo Ba Shan. Old ghost, your ambitions seem to have grown ever larger, I remarked. Tuo Ba Shan wiped the wine stains from the corner of his mouth, speaking without turning to the shadowy depths of the room, as if conversing with an old friend. Within that shadow sat an indistinct figure, obscured and devoid of any discernible presence, as though he were an integral part of the darkness itself. He is the true master of the Four Corners Pavilion. The little dragon of the Summer Emperor has barely arrived in your domain, and you are already stirring such murky waters. Are you not afraid that this tender sapling will be suffocated by these old ghosts? The figure in the shadows remained still, responding in a calm tone. You were the one who expressed a desire for something intriguing. Now that I have presented it to you, do you complain that the flames burn too fiercely? Huh? Tuo Ba Shan choked momentarily, before taking another hefty swig of wine, a flicker of complex reminiscence and resentment crossing his features. I can't abide by the pretentiousness of your heavenly mechanism pavilion. Back during the chaos of the Northern Mang, my dear brother sacrificed 30,000 of the Cracking Mountain army for a throne. Where was your heavenly mechanism pavilion then? Did you not claim to unravel the secrets of fate? How could you stand by and watch? His voice, though not loud, carried an immense weight of grievance. Those 30,000 Cracking Mountain soldiers were his loyal brethren, his most steadfast companions, yet in a single night, they became vengeful spirits. The master of the Four Corners Pavilion remained silent for a moment before responding slowly. Shan, you must understand the rules of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Dynasties rise and fall. The struggle for dragon energy is not a calamity ordained by heaven. Our pavilion cannot intervene. This is an ironclad decree. Absolute nonsense. Tuo Ba Shan growled lowly, yet ultimately slumped back into his chair, overwhelmed by a sense of powerlessness. I know I am simply unwilling to accept this fate. After a prolonged silence, he turned his gaze toward the gate below, soon to be opened, where the clamor seemed to promise a temporary reprieve from his anguish. However, this game does hold some intrigue, he murmured to himself, as if seeking to convince his own heart. Summer Emperor, what is the purpose of casting this little dragon into the Dragon and Serpent Assembly and drawing that little phoenix from the southern border? What are your true intentions? The master of the Four Corners Pavilion observed his feigned profundity with a silent shake of his head from the shadows. This brute truly believed he was merely a spectator. He could see only the moves of the Summer Emperor and the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, yet remained oblivious to the fact that his long-dormant blade had already been calculated into the strategies of those two players. He thought himself an audience member, unaware that he was also a whetstone for that little dragon, perhaps even a guiding light. Their encounter was not a mere coincidence. Dong! A resounding bell tolled once more, heavier and longer than any before. The entire arena fell into an immediate silence. The arena of Shura begins. Roar! It was as if a signal had been unleashed. 100 desperate souls erupted simultaneously, unleashing long-suppressed urges for bloodshed and madness. Chaos ensued, igniting in an instant. Yi Linfan blended seamlessly into one of the groups, remaining inconspicuous. As soon as his foot touched the sandy ground, he felt an unusual stickiness beneath him. This was no ordinary sand. It was a gruesome amalgamation of blood, repeatedly soaked and steeped in carnage. He chose not to glance at the adversaries around him, but instead took a moment to survey the entire terrain. The arena was open, devoid of any cover to utilize. The only advantage lay in the wall at his back, yet that also meant potential entrapment in a corner. Hey, kid! A boisterous voice resonated nearby. Yi Linfan turned to see the burly man from the registration desk, the iron-armed Asan. He was hefting a colossal iron hammer, thicker than his own calf, grinning broadly to reveal a set of white teeth. You must be that nameless fellow who registered before me, right? I find you intriguing. You actually managed to startle me. The man's words referenced the chilling aura Yi Linfan had exuded during registration. However, this simpleton clearly did not perceive it as a threat. Rather, he regarded it as a unique experience. When the fighting begins, don't die too quickly. I want to see if your frightening demeanor is the real deal. His tone was brash, yet Yi Linfan detected little malice within it, sensing instead a straightforward, rugged curiosity typical of a blacksmith. The 100 Forging Hall, one of the three major factions in the Dragon and Serpent Collective, was led by the forge-obsessed 4th-grade physical cultivator, Tai Ching-Song. This iron-armed A-San, seemingly simple-minded, was indeed one of the 100 Forging Hall's own. The gun hall sought to establish a foothold within the Dragon and Serpent Collective, and mere violence would not suffice. Alliances were essential. Forming this bond was not only a matter of appreciating A-San's forthrightness, but also securing the support of the formidable 100 Forging Hall. This was a strategic move, a seemingly trivial pawn that might yield unforeseen advantages in the future. He chose not to respond, merely nodding slightly. This silence, to A-San, was an implicit agreement. With a hearty laugh, he dismissed Yi Linfan and moved on to seek out other companions from the 100 Forging Hall. At that moment, the bloody meat grinder had officially begun to turn. Chapter 40. A shot startles the fire phoenix. The dominant blade cannot remain still. This kid has something. The scent of blood surged into his nostrils in an instant. Accompanied by the heavy tolling of a bell, the curtain of slaughter was rudely drawn back. There were no tests of strength, no standoffs, and certainly no chivalrous code among the martial world. In this so-called Azura field, the first to perish would always be those foolish enough to cling to naive fantasies. Kill. A primal roar ignited the beast within everyone present. The nearest man to Yi Linfan, a scarred face, had been vigilant just a moment ago. In the next, 3 long swords pierced his body from different angles, silencing his screams as he collapsed, warm blood splattering across Yi Linfan's pant leg. Yi Linfan remained motionless, while everyone else lunged at each other like rabid dogs. He chose to retreat. 1 step, 2 steps, he quietly edged toward the cold stone wall at the arena's perimeter, his body slightly bent forward, adjusting the long spear wrapped in coarse cloth to a position of utmost comfort, ready for instantaneous power. His breath elongated and calmed, his heartbeat steady as a clock. The cacophony of battle, the shouts, the clashing of weapons, the shattering of bones, faded into a distant background. His senses heightened to their zenith. He swiftly dissected, modeled, and anticipated every gust of wind and every movement of those around him in his mind. This was not combat, it was a hunt. And an exceptional hunter must first master the arts of concealment and observation. Yi Linfan's gaze swept rapidly across the battlefield. The members of the frenzied hall appeared deranged, their attacks ruthless and heedless of casualties, their goal clear, to sow chaos and fear with utmost speed. The denizens of the beast grave, however, were even more insidious, prowling in small groups at the edges of the battlefield, like vultures, preying on the isolated and wounded. And he was regarded as one of their most perfect quarry, a solitary newcomer, with a mere 5th-tier aura, foolishly leaning against the wall. Sure enough, 3 disciples from the beast grave exchanged glances and approached him in a triangular formation, soundlessly closing in. They wielded short blades that glimmered with a ghostly light. Their steps light, faces twisted with the cruelty of a cat toying with a mouse. Yi Linfan remained against the wall, seemingly paralyzed with fear, utterly motionless. They drew closer, 5 steps, 4 steps, 3 steps. This distance was deemed their kill zone. At that very moment, Yi Linfan sprang into action. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no flamboyant technique. He merely executed the simplest, most efficient maneuver. He forcefully pushed off the stone wall with his right foot, propelling himself like a cannonball, charging directly at the disciple's short blade with reckless abandon. So swift, so incredibly swift. The sinister grin on the disciple's face had yet to fade when all that remained in his widened pupils was the rapidly approaching figure. Instinctively, he thrust the short blade forward, aiming to pierce the heart of the assailant. However, Yi Linfan's target was not him at all. In that instant of forward motion, he twisted his torso, evading the lethal blade at an almost impossible angle for a mere mortal. Simultaneously, his right hand shot out like lightning, not to draw the spear from his back, but to retrieve a stone from his waist. An inconspicuous stone he had casually picked up from the ground upon entering the arena. With a sharp sound, the stone transformed into a lethal projectile in his grasp. It soared through the air, accurately embedding itself into the eye socket of the assailant on his left. The man did not utter a sound. His body's inertia carried him forward for 2 more steps before he collapsed, lifeless. A swift kill. And all of this transpired in the blink of an eye as Yi Linfan evaded the frontal attacker. What? The remaining third assailant let out a horrified scream. Utterly bewildered, he had not comprehended what had just unfolded. All he knew was that two of his companions, one had been struck and sent flying with a shattered ribcage, and the other had been instantaneously dispatched. Fear compelled him to make the gravest of choices as he turned and fled. In doing so, he exposed his back, the most significant vulnerability, entirely to Yi Linfan. Yi Linfan, ever gracious, would never refuse such an opportunity. He did not pursue. Instead, as he steadied himself, his right hand swept back. With a soft sound, the long spear, which had been shrouded in coarse cloth, finally revealed its menacing form. The shaft was obsidian black, devoid of any superfluous ornamentation, save for the spine-tingling glimmer at its tip, which seemed to absorb all surrounding light. There were no techniques, no elaborate moves. Yi Linfan's arm quivered, executing the most fundamental, the simplest, yet most lethal thrust. The spear pierced effortlessly through the back of the fleeing man's heart, emerging from his chest. A flick of his wrist unleashed a surge of internal force, shattering the opponent's vital essence. Having completed this act, Yi Linfan slowly withdrew the spear, shaking off the droplets of blood that adorned it. From the moment he struck until the end, merely 3 breaths elapsed. 3 warriors of equal rank lay lifeless. He retreated to the corner, holding the spear diagonally before him, once again becoming a silent stone. Yet this time, no one dared regard him as an ordinary stone. All the outlaws who witnessed this spectacle instinctively distanced themselves from his corner, creating a vacuum around him. In the stands, a short gasp escaped the lips of the maid, Xiao Qing, who quickly covered her mouth, her eyes wide with astonishment. She had witnessed plenty of bloodshed, yet had never encountered such a clean and decisive display. Murong Shue's breath momentarily halted, her fiery gaze fixated on the dark figure wielding the spear below. "Uncle Zhong, did you see clearly?" Her voice trembled, not from fear, but from exhilaration. On Uncle Zhong's perpetually stoic face, a rare expression of gravity emerged. He stepped forward as if to see more clearly, slowly articulating, "I saw it clearly. Swift, precise, ruthless. Not a single superfluous movement. Each strike solely intended to kill. This is not the style of a Jianghu warrior." Murong Shue's fingers rapped decisively on the hilt of her sword, asserting, "This is a battlefield. It is the kind of lethal technique honed through relentless training within the ranks of an army, perfected for the purpose of a single fatal blow." A startling realization exploded in her mind, perfectly aligning with her earlier deductions. Could it be him? The infamous Yi Linfan, whose name echoed throughout the land. The enigmatic figure possessing celestial intelligence. Was he truly a master of the battlefield wielding a spear? In the highest VIP chamber of the Colosseum, a resounding thud echoed as Tuoba Quangshan placed the enormous wine gourd, Wanyu, heavily upon the table, splattering a few drops of liquor. His eyes, previously laced with languor and inebriation, now sparkled with an astonishing brightness. "Good. What a remarkable killing technique," he exclaimed, grinning widely, turning to the shadow behind him. His tone filled with an appreciative certainty. "I knew this lad was no ordinary character. The last time I encountered him, his menacing aura nearly materialized into a tangible form. Now, witnessing his ruthless strikes and cunning calculations, I find his performance exceeds even my expectations." From the shadows, the master of the 4 directions spoke in a calm tone. "To earn the praise of the Dominator's blade, it appears that Emperor Xia has indeed made a commendable move. Not merely commendable." Tuoba Quangshan seized his wine gourd once more, taking a hefty swig, his gaze sharpening. "This lad forsakes his noble status to wade through the murky waters of the Longxi gathering, honing such clandestine killing techniques. Old ghost, my curiosity grows. What exactly do you and the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, along with Emperor Xia, wish to achieve with him? Are you intent on transforming him into a weapon capable of piercing the heavens?" The master of the 4 directions offered no reply, merely smiling silently from within the shadows. Suddenly, the situation on the battlefield shifted dramatically. On the other side, the roar of Iron Arm Asan was particularly thunderous. As Yi Linfan had anticipated, he plunged into a frenzied state from the outset, wielding his enormous iron hammer with ferocity. Yet, ultimately, 2 fists could not contend with 4 hands. Following the fall of yet another comrade, their formation collapsed entirely. The pack of wolf-like curved blade warriors surged forward, surrounding Iron Arm Asan. "Asan, hurry and flee." A disciple from the 100 Refinements Hall shouted, lunging at an enemy in a desperate attempt to create an opening, only to be instantly dismembered by a flurry of curved blades. Roaring, Iron Arm Asan's eyes burned crimson, resembling a maddened tiger. He did not flee. Instead, he swung his mighty hammer at the nearest foe. However, He was already exhausted, his technique in disarray. A curved blade warrior seized upon his opening, their blade striking toward his nape like a venomous serpent. Should that blow land, Iron Arm Asin would surely meet his end. At that critical moment, a sharp whoosh echoed from the far side of the battlefield, arriving just in time. The curved blade warrior poised for victory suddenly stiffened, incredulously lowering his gaze to see a black spear piercing through his chest. The immense penetrative force propelled his body backward several meters, pinning him firmly to the ground. The arena fell into an instant, profound silence. All eyes turned toward the direction from which the spear had flown. In the corner, the nameless black-clad marksman slowly retracted his throwing posture. Iron Arm Asin stood frozen, gasping for breath as he emerged from the brink of death. He gazed at the spear that had impaled his enemy, then looked towards the distant Yi Lin Fan, his expression one of disbelief. Yi Lin Fan paid no heed to the attention of the crowd, striding through the chaotic battlefield directly toward the pinned corpse. He approached, stepping onto its chest. And with one hand, he gradually withdrew his spear. Chapter 41. One shot to break the domain. A fifth-rank slaughtermaster leaves the crowd dumbstruck. Yi Lin Fan withdrew the spear. Warm blood trickled down the dark shaft, dripping onto the blood-soaked sand below, producing a barely audible hissing sound. In the arena, the once deafening cries of battle were abruptly silenced, as if an invisible hand had seized the throat of the tumult. A deathly silence ensued. A strange, suffocating stillness enveloped the scene. All actions came to an abrupt halt, with hundreds of gazes, filled with astonishment, trepidation, and skepticism, fixated intently upon Yi Lin Fan. He had rescued Iron-Armed Asan. More significantly, in a manner beyond their comprehension, he had, from 100 paces away, accurately dispatched a peer-level master with a single shot. Such control and lethality transcended their understanding of a fifth-tier martial artist. Yi Lin Fan had become the focal point of the gathering, a perilous center of attention. Ignoring the multitude of stares and the survivor, Iron-Armed Asan, he calmly wiped the blood from his spear onto the lifeless body, then resumed his stance, holding the weapon diagonally before him as he stepped back into the arena. There was no retreating to the corner any longer. That shot had transformed him from a soft target into an iron plate, a misfortune to anyone who dared to approach. He had revealed his true self. Since concealment was no longer an option, he would wield even more decisive slaughter to instill profound fear. The eerie silence was shattered by a shrill laugh, reminiscent of a night owl. How amusing, a fifth-tier body cultivator daring to flaunt his prowess before me. From the ranks of the frenzied Devil Hall emerged a tall, thin man clad in a crimson robe. He extended his scarlet tongue, licking the blood from his palm, which appeared unnaturally large and dark red. The stands erupted in a cacophony of murmurs. It's Bloodhand Tujio, 93rd on the heavenly ranking, a bona fide fourth-tier celestial realm master. The second in command of the frenzied Devil Hall has descended into the fray. This will be entertaining. That newcomer named Wuming is doomed. What difference is there between a fifth-tier and an ant before a fourth-tier master? Amidst the chatter, Tujio's gaze locked onto Yi Lin Fan, filled with a mocking cruelty akin to a cat toying with its prey. You, boy, have slain my dog and still dare to stand here. You possess quite the audacity. He cackled, pointing his bloodied hand at Yi Lin Fan, issuing a fatal command to his subordinates. Set the blood slaughter formation. I shall personally grind him into pulp for all to witness the fate of those who provoke the frenzied Devil Hall. Yes, master. 7 or 8 disciples of the frenzied Devil Hall immediately responded, their movements uncanny as they began to spread out, preparing to encircle Yi Lin Fan within the deadly formation. However, in that very instant, just as Tujio commanded, as his subordinates were about to disperse into the formation, Yi Lin Fan made his move. Transforming passivity into initiative is the foremost principle of a counterattack. Once their formation solidified, he would find himself in absolute peril. Even if he could break through, it would come at a tremendous cost. The optimal moment was now. He did not target any weak points. Instead, like an arrow released from its bow, he charged directly toward Tujio, seeking death. Tujio was utterly unprepared for a mere fifth-tier ant to not only eschew fear and flight in the face of his lethal command, but to boldly charge toward him. This was the utmost humiliation to his authority. The 3 disciples of the Mad Demon Hall, standing between Yi Lin Fan and his path, grinned malevolently as they raised their long blades, forming a triangular blockade that sealed off all his routes of advancement. Yet, Yi Lin Fan paid no heed to their weapons. An intangible will erupted from him like a thunderclap. It was the culmination of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, the indelible mark of countless battles survived. An icy resolve existing solely for the purpose of slaughter. Killing intent. The trio at the forefront of the Mad Demon Hall froze, their sinister smiles abruptly stiffening. Their movements came to a halt for a fraction of a second. In their eyes, Yi Linfan seemed to vanish, replaced by a deity of death emerging from the blood-soaked abyss. That emotionless will shattered their feeble madness, born of drugs and self-mutilation, into mere fragments. In the clash of masters, life and death hinge on a moment's breath. This fleeting pause of 1/10 of a second became an insurmountable chasm. Yi Linfan's figure streaked through them like a bolt of black lightning. Thud, thud, thud. The soft sounds of blades piercing flesh rang out almost in unison. He did not even glance back. The spear in his hand transformed into the scythe of the Reaper. A simple horizontal sweep, an upward thrust, a direct stab. As he burst through their formation, the necks, hearts, and foreheads of the three exploded in a spray of crimson mist, their bodies collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The so-called blood slaughter formation was obliterated before it could even take shape, torn to shreds by his sheer brutality. What? The sinister grin on Tujio's face froze entirely. Yi Linfan had already closed the distance between them. You seek death. Tujio, a fourth-grade master, was momentarily paralyzed by shock, but that was swiftly consumed by an overwhelming rage. With a furious roar, his dark red right hand lunged forward, fingers splayed like claws, targeting Yi Linfan's crown. Die in the blood prison. As he unleashed this claw, a dense, inescapable blood-red domain erupted violently from his being. This was true dominion. Within this realm, the air thickened like congealed plasma. The anguished wails of countless vengeful spirits bore down upon Yi Linfan's mind, and the blood-soaked sand beneath his feet seemed to come alive, morphing into bloodied hands intent on dragging him into the depths of hell. The might of the heavenly phenomenon realm was terrifying indeed. However, this posed no threat to him. Yi Linfan's spear moved. There were no earth-shattering manifestations, no overwhelming aura. He merely extended the long spear before him, unwavering. In that moment, the grandiose techniques of the Yi family's overlord breaking army spear faded from his mind, leaving only two core words: break army. What does it mean to break the army? Before 1,000 troops and 10,000 horses, one man with one spear advances relentlessly, breaking formations and slaying generals. Abandoning all defenses, forsaking all variations, he poured every ounce of essence, spirit, and will, all the murderous intent and obsessions from 2 lifetimes, into the chilling gleam at the tip of his spear. His spear came alive. It was no longer a lifeless object, but an extension of his will, a roar of his soul. At the tip of the spear, the chilling malevolence seamlessly merged with the razor-sharp essence cultivated from the dragon-elephant suppression technique, transforming into an indomitable will of destruction. A sharp, tearing sound echoed, reminiscent of fabric being violently ripped apart. The blood-red domain, which Tujio prided himself on, capable of crushing everything at the 5th tier, was as fragile as a mere sheet of paper before Yi Linfan's spear, effortlessly pierced through like a gaping hole. This invincible essence surged forth with relentless force. Tujio's pupils constricted to the size of a pinprick. The fury etched upon his face morphed into sheer terror and disbelief. He wished to retreat, to evade, but it was too late. Yi Linfan's spear was swifter than his thoughts. With a soft thud, the spear penetrated his outstretched, bloodied hand without obstruction, its momentum undiminished, accurately striking his throat. One thrust, piercing palm and sealing throat. In that instant, the world fell into utter silence. The expression on Tujio's face froze in that moment. He gazed in disbelief at the spear tip protruding from his throat, a rasping sound escaping his lips as the manic light in his eyes rapidly faded, replaced by the ebbing of life. With a flick of his wrist, Yi Linfan unleashed a concealed force, causing Tujio's entire head to explode in a cacophony of crimson and white, splattering the ground. He slowly withdrew the spear, shaking off the blood, while the headless corpse crumpled softly to the earth. From the moment he charged to Tujio's demise, merely a handful of breaths had passed. The 4th-tier celestial phenomenon master, the bloodied hand Tujio, had fallen. Silence. A silence more profound than ever before. Suddenly, a resounding boom erupted. The entire arena erupted as though a bomb had been detonated, igniting in fervor. What did I just witness? A 5th-tier body cultivator, obliterating a 4th-tier celestial phenomenon domain with a single strike. Instantaneous annihilation. The renowned master Tujio had been slain in an instant. This must be a dream. Surely, it is an illusion. The chasm between the 5th and 4th tiers is insurmountable. How could this be possible? Countless individuals sprang from their seats, craning their necks, gazing at the figure clad in black, holding the spear with the all reserved for a monster. An elder martial artist trembled all over, pointing at Yi Linfan, his voice quavering. He is not human. He is a devil of the spear demon. He is the spear demon. The title, imbued with an extraordinary allure, instantly ignited the fervor and fear of everyone in attendance. Shouts of Spear Demon coalesced into a wave of sound, reverberating throughout the arena. In the stands, Morong Shui stood frozen in place, her bright eyes fixated on the figure below, now hailed as the Spear Demon, her breath completely halted. Uncle Zhong. Her voice was so dry she could scarcely speak. Did you see clearly? Uncle Zhong's expression was one of profound astonishment. I saw it. But the old servant cannot bring himself to believe it. Morong Shui pressed on. How did he accomplish this? It is intent. Uncle Zhong's voice trembled. He has distilled the essence of the Yi family's spear technique into his own will. With a pure and extreme intent to kill, he forcefully tore apart the barriers of hierarchy, shattering the realm of celestial phenomena. On Morong Shui's face lingered a mixture of confusion and shock. Is this even possible? Uncle Zhong remained silent for a long while before slowly uttering a sentence, each word striking Morong Shui's heart like a heavy hammer. Miss, the ordinary techniques of the Yi family's marksmanship are practiced for victory, yet his spear is born for slaughter. No, it transcends mere technique. It is a path of carnage that belongs solely to him. Chapter 42. In the Dragon Elephant Domain, a fifth-tier body boldly confronts the pinnacle of carefree combat. This man, I shall protect. The gun demon. The gun demon. A thunderous roar akin to a tsunami surged from the stands, coalescing into a fervent wave of sound that threatened to lift the very dome of the arena. Each desperate face bore an amalgamation of fear and reverence. In this place, the Dragon Snake Assembly, the principle of might ruling supreme, was exemplified to its fullest. Yi Lin Fan, with a spear and the lifeless body of a fourth-tier celestial master, earned the utmost respect. His gaze swept across the crowd. Those remnants of the mad demon hall, who had once eyed him with hostility, now retreated like mice fleeing from a cat, no longer daring to meet his gaze. Even those from other factions or solitary outlaws instinctively distanced themselves from him. He had become the eye of the storm, yet also an island no one dared approach. This was precisely the outcome he desired, a declaration of his arrival in the most brutal and direct manner. However, the battle was far from over. His attention pierced through the chaotic throng, focusing on the opposite end of the battlefield. There, another fierce confrontation among fourth-tier masters was reaching a fever pitch. Clang! A deafening clash of metal erupted. The soul-cutting Blade King, Wang Ba, lived up to his name, his blade as formidable as his title, wielding a heavy ghost-headed broadsword. Each swing exuded a domineering force capable of severing souls. His opponent, the second-in-command of the Beast Tomb, was an equally treacherous elder of the fourth tier, whose erratic movements sought to exhaust Wang Ba's stamina. Yet Wang Ba, rich in battle experience, offered no respite, unleashing an unrelenting torrent of strikes, each blow more forceful and savage than the last. Old dog, today I shall settle the score for the treachery against my brother back in the day, Wang Ba roared in fury. Seizing an opening as the elder faltered, he unleashed a surge of vitality, a pale blade aura igniting upon his ghost-headed sword. Soul-cutting slash. This strike was his signature skill, a culmination of his essence and spirit. Before the blade even reached its target, its fierce intent had already locked onto the treacherous elder, rendering him unable to escape. The elder's face drained of color, despair etched upon it. He could not withstand this blow. Everyone presumed that the second fourth-tier master was on the brink of demise. Yi Linfan shared this belief. Yet, at that very moment, a sudden turn of events unfolded. Among the seemingly disheartened disciples at the Beast Grave, a middle-aged man, inconspicuous and unremarkable, leaned against the wall, suddenly stirred. He had remained there since the onset of battle. His presence unassuming, his expression vacant, akin to a low-tier martial artist rendered speechless by fear, entirely overlooked by those around him. Yet, at the instant when Wang Ba's blade was poised to descend, he abruptly stood upright. With a thunderous eruption akin to a dormant volcano awakening after millennia, an overwhelming energy, far more formidable and substantial than that of Tu Jiao or even Wang Ba, exploded forth from his seemingly ordinary physique. This was not merely the fourth-grade celestial phenomenon realm. He was a body cultivator, a master who had refined his physical form to its zenith, standing at the pinnacle of the fourth-grade transcendent realm. This surge of vitality was magnificent and vast, manifesting instantaneously as a visible crimson wave that surged wildly in all directions. What? There was yet another. The Beast Grave concealed a peak fourth-grade body cultivator. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience. Even in the VIP chamber, Tuoba Kwangshan sat up straight, momentarily forgetting the gourd of wine in his hand. The existence of this middle-aged man surpassed everyone's expectations. He was absent from reports, missing from rumors, like a specter. The deepest hidden trump card of the Beast Grave, Upon standing tall, the middle-aged man executed no superfluous movements. He merely stepped forward and unleashed a punch. An unremarkable strike. Yet it seemed to siphon the air from the surroundings. As his fist passed, the very space emitted a mournful cry under the strain. This punch, arriving after the fact, struck with pinpoint accuracy upon the spine of Wang Ba's ominous blade. Clang! A sound sharper and more piercing than any before resonated throughout the arena. Wang Ba's determined soul-severing slash, that pale blade light, shattered before the seemingly ordinary fist, as fragile as glass. An unparalleled force surged violently through the blade and into Wang Ba's body. With a thunderous boom, Wang Ba was struck as if by lightning. Spewing forth a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling backward to crash against the stone wall several meters away, rendering him unconscious and uncertain of life or death. With a single punch, just a solitary blow had severely injured a long-established expert of the heavenly rankings. This was the terrifying prowess of a peak fourth-grade body cultivator. The arena fell into an eerie silence once more. Everyone was left reeling, their scalps tingling from the abrupt spectacle. The middle-aged man, having landed his strike, did not pause. A flicker of icy malice flashed in his calm, unwavering gaze. He scarcely regarded his surroundings, his form shifting as he prepared to pursue and deliver a fatal blow to Wang Ba. At that moment, his frigid gaze briefly flickered toward Yi Linfan. In that instant, Yi Linfan understood. His intervention was not to rescue the second-in-command, but rather a response to his own actions. It was due to his slaying of Tu Jiao, demonstrating power capable of altering the tide of battle. The denizens of the beast's tomb were gripped by fear, apprehensive that Yi Linfan would interfere in their conflict with Wang Ba, thereby allowing this arch-nemesis to survive. Thus, they unveiled their trump card ahead of schedule, aiming to eliminate Wang Ba, their formidable adversary, with a thunderous onslaught before anyone could react. A clever stratagem, indeed, and one marked by resolute determination. Yet, they miscalculated one critical factor: Yi Linfan. At the moment when the middle-aged man poised to strike down Wang Ba, Yi Linfan sprang into action. With a sudden stomp, he vanished from his original position, reappearing in front of Wang Ba. His speed was such that the majority of those present could merely catch a glimpse of a fleeting shadow. The man's advance halted abruptly, coming to a stop 3 paces from Yi Linfan, his ordinary visage now betraying a rare expression of gravity. "Do you intend to obstruct me?" he inquired, his voice deep and resonant, imbued with the calmness of one seasoned by the rigors of battle. Yi Linfan offered no reply, instead turning to glance at Wang Ba, who was struggling to rise against the wall. His chest bore the unmistakable mark of severe injury, his breath waning, yet the indomitable flame of defiance flickered in his eyes. "Why do you save me?" Wang Ba gasped, laboring to articulate his confusion. He and Yi Linfan were strangers, having exchanged not a single word. He could not fathom why Yi Linfan would risk incurring the wrath of a peak fourth-tier powerhouse to rescue a man doomed to die. Yi Linfan turned back, refocusing on the middle-aged man, his spear angled toward the ground. With a tone devoid of emotion, he addressed Wang Ba. "My gun hall has just been established and requires a capable enforcer. You, the soul-cutting blade Wang Ba, barely qualify." At this declaration, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Wang Ba was momentarily taken aback, his resolute features contorting into an expression of incredulity. Here he was, a distinguished figure on the heaven ranking, reduced in Yi Linfan's eyes to merely a marginally acceptable enforcer. Was this youth utterly audacious, or did he simply hold Wang Ba in contempt? The middle-aged man opposite him felt his calm demeanor fracture, a surge of murderous intent igniting within his steady gaze. "Young man, ignorance of the heavens and earth will lead to a swift demise," he warned, each word laced with a chilling malice. "I have been entrusted by the people of the slaughtered Wanjian. This matter must be resolved today. No one can save him. I have spoken." As his words fell, he surged forward once more, his aura more terrifying than before. Crimson energy roiled around him, coalescing into the semblance of a roaring, blood-colored giant ape behind him, a nascent manifestation of the realm of heaven and earth. In that instant, Yi Linfan's internal energy and vitality surged with unprecedented fervor. Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique. The fusion of the ultimate breathing technique of a former Special Forces soldier and the secret arts of the Yi family reached its zenith at this moment. He chose not to retreat. Instead, he thrust his spear forcefully before him. Roar. A roar resonating from the primordial chaos did not emanate from his mouth, but erupted from within his very being, from the depths of his soul, resounding with a thunderous force. At this moment, his corporeal form, embodying the 4th rank of the carefree realm, unleashed a potency that transcended its tier. A vast and overwhelming aura, half ferocious and half profound, surged skyward from his form. Under the astonished gaze of onlookers, behind him, a nebulous yet imposing phantom gradually coalesced. This specter towered several feet high, reaching toward the heavens. Part of it was the head of a divine dragon, its dark visage fearsome and terrifying, with horns piercing the sky. Each breath it took exuded a dense black malevolence, the very essence of the slaughtering aura that had originated with his own birth amidst the manifestation of the black dragon. The other part was the massive body of a colossal elephant, its forelegs firmly planted on the ground, exuding an immense weight as if it bore the entirety of the mountains and rivers, radiating a force capable of subduing all. The fusion of dragon and elephant commanded dominion over the heavens and the earth. The murderous intent and composure etched on the middle-aged man's face were instantaneously replaced by boundless astonishment. The blood-colored giant ape behind him did not cower under this overwhelming pressure. Instead, it was incited into a frenzy, thumping its chest and emitting an even more violent roar. In that moment, the ferocious blood ape and the dragon elephant, suffused with malevolent energy, stood defiantly against one another in the small arena. The collision of these two utterly distinct yet equally terrifying auras clashed and compressed, rendering the very air around them almost palpable as an earth-shattering battle loomed on the brink of eruption. Chapter 43, Dragon Elephant vs. Blood Ape, each blow a testament. The din of the audience fell eerily silent the moment the dragon elephant phantom faced off against the blood ape specter. All present resembled ducks with their throats gripped, mouths agape yet unable to utter a sound. Their fervor was supplanted by a deeper sense of shock and dread. This was no longer a battle they could comprehend. This was a clash of divine and demonic forces. Within the VIP chamber, Tuoba Kwangshan, with a resounding gulp, drained the last drop from his wine gourd, his eyes gleaming with excitement. How intriguing, truly fascinating. The technique of the Yi clan, wielded by Yi Xiaodian, was like a force that could swallow mountains and rivers. Yet in the hands of this young man, it had transformed into a visage of fearsome ferocity. Behind him, the voice of the master of the four directions for the first time carried a tremor. The dragon elephant is an embodiment of prison suppression. Yet why does his dragon exude such pure murderous intent? On the other side, Uncle Zhong, by Murong Shui's side, wore a face now overtaken by astonishment. Miss, that is not merely a manifestation of vital energy. It is the crystallization of intent and momentum, a nascent form of the Fashang that could only arise from the complete fusion of the technique with his own path. Murong Shui remained silent, her gaze fixed intently upon the not particularly tall figure in the arena, her knuckles blanching from the intensity of her grip. Echoing in her mind were Uncle Zhong's earlier words. His gun was born for slaughter. It seems that his path is also forged for the same purpose. In the arena, the two terrifying auras collided violently, compressing every inch of air between them, producing a creaking sound under the heavy burden. Opposite the middle-aged man, his ordinarily plain face was etched with utmost gravity. The grave of 10,000 beasts, Yuan Tongbi. He introduced himself, his voice resonant like a bell. I owe Tu Wanjin a life. I have come here today solely for the dragon blood-red fruit. If you retreat, I shall treat this as if nothing has transpired. Yuan Tongbi, the great ape, was indeed formidable. Yi Linfan understood at once. He was not affiliated with the three major powers, but rather a top-tier expert summoned by Tu Wanjian through the bonds of favor. His aim was not to slay Wang Ba, but to clear the field and ensure ultimate victory. Yi Linfan grinned, revealing teeth stained crimson with blood. Retreat? That word does not exist in my lexicon. Before his words could fade, he thrust his spear forcefully into the sandy ground behind him. Clang! The spear embedded 3 feet into the earth, trembling incessantly. Yuan Tongbi furrowed his brow, gazing at him in confusion. Yi Linfan flexed his wrist, cracking his knuckles, producing a series of sharp, popping sounds. Against someone like you, whose body has been forged into iron, using a spear is more of a hindrance. He beckoned to Yuan Tongbi with a finger, his smile wild and bloodthirsty. Come now, let us see whether your ancient bones are sturdier than the sinews of my dragon elephant. Such arrogance. Yuan Tongbi was thoroughly incensed. He ceased his chatter, and with a powerful stomp, the entire arena trembled in response. He surged forward like a cannonball, propelled by the ferocious aura of the blood ape behind him, reaching Yi Linfan in an instant. No extravagant techniques were employed, merely a simple straight punch. Yet this punch unleashed a sonic boom. Before the fist even reached him, the palpable pressure caused Yi Linfan's skin to sting painfully. He did not flinch. Channeling the dragon elephant domain technique to its utmost, the ethereal image of the dragon elephant behind him let out a silent roar, infusing immense power into his right arm. He too threw a punch in response. Boom. Fist met fist. The clash of their disproportionately sized fists reverberated with an indescribable force. akin to a landslide or tsunami emanating from the impact. Yi Linfan felt as though his right arm had been struck by a hammer weighing 10,000 pounds, each bone within it crying out in agony. Thud, thud, thud. He staggered back 3 steps, each step leaving a deep imprint on the hard ground, barely managing to dissipate the terrifying force. Meanwhile, Yuan Tongbi merely swayed slightly, remaining as steady as a mountain. The disparity was evident. Again, he roared, unleashing an onslaught like a tempest. Fists, feet, elbows, knees, shoulders, and hips. Every part of his body transformed into the most lethal of weapons. His attacks were broad and primal, filled with raw ferocity and strength, each strike accompanied by the phantom of the blood ape, powerful enough to obliterate Yi Linfan. Yi Linfan found himself completely on the defensive, relying solely on his honed battle instincts from a past life and his superior reflexes to evade and block against the relentless barrage. Bang! Caught off guard, Yi Linfan was slammed by a whip kick to his side. He flew through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against the spear he had previously plunged into the ground. PFF. A mouthful of blood was uncontrollably expelled. The gun barrel was violently bent, emitting a groan of unbearable strain. Miss. On the spectator stand, Xiaoqing cried out in alarm. Wang Ba struggled to rise, but was pulled back by his wound. Collapsing once more, his eyes filled with anxiety and frustration. It was over. The remnants of the mad demon hall issued cold, mocking laughter. Everyone believed that this starkly uneven confrontation was nearing its conclusion. However, only Yi Linfan understood that the battle had only just begun. Agonizing pain surged like a tidal wave, stimulating every nerve in his body. Yet, within the depths of this torment, a peculiar warmth emanated from deep within his dantian, flowing through his breath and radiating to every limb and bone. The nameless breathing technique from his previous life manifested its dominion once more at the brink of life and death. It ravenously consumed his injuries, transforming them into the purest energy, mending his damaged flesh and tempering his sinews. From ruin, he would rise anew. The dragon elephant phantom behind him not only remained intact despite his grievous wounds, but grew increasingly solid. Upon the dark dragoness head, 2 dragon eyes ignited with deep flames, exuding a merciless murderous intent. The ancient patterns on the weighty elephant body became more pronounced, and the oppressive aura intensified. Yuan Tongbi halted, a look of uncertainty appearing on his usually composed face. He could distinctly sense that Yi Linfan's aura was not only unweakened, but was instead ascending steadily. Yi Linfan steadied himself against the long spear, gradually rising to his full height, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and offering Yuan a provocative smile once more. Old fellow, haven't you eaten? Is this all the strength you possess? Seeking death, Yuan Tongbi was utterly enraged. The blood ape phantom behind him howled at the sky, crimson vitality almost materializing into flames, blazing fiercely around his body. He charged once again, this time with even greater speed and ferocity. Yi Linfan's chest heaved, his feet rooted firmly to the ground, advancing rather than retreating, meeting the tempest of energy head-on. Boom, bang, clang. An even more frenzied and primal brawl erupted. The sound of fists meeting flesh, the crack of bones colliding, composed a most brutal and bloody battle hymn within the confines of the small arena. Yi Linfan was knocked back time and again, severely wounded repeatedly. His left arm was dislocated, only to be forcibly returned to its place. His chest was caved in by Yuan Tongbi's knee, several ribs fractured. Blood had long since stained his garments, blurring his vision. Yet with each fall, he stood up more swiftly. With every injury, the dragon elephant phantom behind him grew more solid. That indomitable will, that obsession of living anew after 2 lifetimes, sustained his faltering body. Gradually, the uncertainty on Yuan Tongbi's face transformed into gravity, and then into profound trepidation. He realized he was not facing a mere man, but an indomitable beast. A formidable beast, continuously transforming and growing stronger amidst blood and agony. Chapter 44, The Forbidden Shot, where victory and death are determined. Bang! Another heavy collision resounded. Yi Linfan was propelled backward, unable to maintain his footing this time, collapsing to one knee on the ground. His body trembling violently as torrents of blood gushed from his mouth, pooling at his feet. His consciousness began to blur, every inch of his body crying out under the unbearable burden. Is this the limit? Has it truly come to an end? Yuan Tongbi stood not far away, his chest heaving with exertion. He too had expended considerable energy, yet his gaze toward Yi Linfan was imbued with the certainty of a victor and a hint of respect. The audience fell into a profound silence, holding their breath as they awaited the inevitable downfall of this gun-wielding demon. However, Just as Yi Linfan was on the brink of succumbing to darkness, a mysterious breathing technique within him erupted like an enraged monarch, unleashing a final roar. No longer gently transforming pain, it seized all remaining power within him. Sharp, profound energy, immense vitality, the chilling essence of death, and his indomitable will, and forcefully amalgamated them. It was a torment beyond description, as if his entire being were cast into a furnace, destined for thorough disintegration and rebirth. Yet, amid this excruciating agony, an unprecedented and novel force was born. A gray energy, infused with a chaotic aura, emerged, possessing the sharpness of profound energy, the weight of vitality, and enveloped in the stillness of death along with the resolute strength of will. The true essence of the sword body's death domain. In that instant of its emergence, a terrifying domain power threatened to erupt uncontrollably from within him. No, a single thought gripped this impulse tightly. Dual cultivation was taboo. If exposed, he would be utterly revealed across the entire Zhongshuan continent. This final trump card was not yet meant to be unveiled. With the last vestige of clarity, he forcefully suppressed the impending eruption of the domain, directing the newly birthed, violent gray essence frantically toward the long spear beside him. Trembling, he extended his hand to grasp the icy spear shaft once more. Buzz! The spear emitted a piercing wail, dark cracks appearing along its surface. Unable to withstand this forbidden power, slowly, he stood up from the ground. The audience gasped in astonishment. They regarded him with expressions akin to witnessing a ghost. How could he rise after sustaining such grave injuries? Yuan Tongbi's facial muscles tightened instantly. He sensed an extreme danger emanating from Yi Linfan, one that sent shivers through his very soul. This was not merely a suppression of rank. It was a terror stemming from the essence of life itself. Yi Linfan lifted his gaze to meet Yuan Tongbi's. His eyes, devoid of focus, were shrouded in a gray haze. He raised the nearly shattered spear, expending the last remnants of his strength to extend it forward, unadorned by technique or skill. It was but the simplest of thrusts. This shot would determine victory or defeat, life or death. He spoke in a raspy voice, audible only to the two of them. Yuan Tongbi's complexion turned ashen in an instant. He could sense that this shot had sealed off all his vital energies. There was no evading it, no escaping it. The only option was to brace for impact. He could endure it. With his peak 4th grade Xiaoyu physique, he had a 70% certainty of withstanding this bizarre shot. But the cost would undoubtedly be more than mere injury. Yet, was it worth it? He had come merely to repay a debt of gratitude to Tu Wanjiu. Was a single favor worth wagering one's life? That moment of hesitation, in a life-and-death confrontation, proved fatal. His momentum dissipated. And then, Yi Linfan's gun struck. A faint sound, akin to a sharp blade piercing flesh, echoed. The gray tip of the gun effortlessly penetrated the hastily erected defenses of his vital energy, piercing through his right shoulder and releasing a spray of blood mist. Simultaneously, with a crack, the long spear in Yi Linfan's grasp could no longer withstand the forbidden power, fracturing from the tip and shattering into countless fragments. The battle concluded. Yi Linfan stood firm, swaying precariously, yet he did not succumb. Yuan Tongbi clutched his gushing right shoulder, his entire arm rendered useless. He gazed at Yi Linfan, his emotions a tempest of astonishment and dread, yet predominantly, an overwhelming sense of liberation. He cast a deep look at Yi Linfan, turned, and dragged his injured body away from the arena without a backward glance. A profound declaration resonated throughout the arena. I have repaid the life-saving grace of Tu Wanjiu. From now on, we owe each other nothing. He departed, relinquishing the easily obtainable dragon blood vermilion fruit and forsaking victory in this arena of carnage. The arena remained enveloped in a profound silence. Following the stillness, a fervent eruption brewed. Gun Demon. It was unclear who first voiced the cry, but soon the entire arena erupted like a powder keg ignited, bursting into chaos. Gun Demon. Gun Demon. Gun Demon. The roar surged like a tsunami, more fervent and intense than ever before. If the previous reverence stemmed from fear of the powerful, now this fervor had morphed into a near-religious adoration. They had witnessed a miracle. A 5th grade Diamond Realm warrior had faced off against a peak 4th grade Xiaoyu and emerged victorious. This transcended the norms of martial arts. It was nothing short of mythic. In the stands, Morong Shue's knuckles turned white from her tight grip. Names uncontrollably surfaced in her mind. Li Jiani of the Wanjian sect, Helian Zhan of the Tianling Valley, and even the young prince Tuoba Hong of Beimang. Figures hailed as prodigies destined to lead an era. They were formidable, their strength a matter of course, their prowess traceable. Li Jiani's sword was the sharpness of a millennium of Wanjian sect heritage. Helian Zhan's physique was honed by the secret arts of Tianling Valley. There might adhere to the rules of the realm. Yet the individual before him exists entirely beyond the confines of convention. His martial arts are fierce and tyrannical, unlike anything ever heard of before. His will is as unyielding as iron, flourishing in the face of death. His ultimate technique exudes an ominous and taboo aura, as if it were never meant to exist in this realm. He is not a genius. He is a monster, a creature that has clawed its way out of hell, intent on shattering every rule. At that moment, a rough voice shattered the fervor in the air. Cough. Damn it, he is truly a monster. The Blade King Wang Ba, wielding his ghostly blade, staggered forward, laboriously making his way to Yi Linfan's side. He regarded Yi Linfan and then glanced at the shattered spear on the ground, a self-deprecating smile crossing his face. Then, in a move that left everyone astounded, he plunged his cherished ghostly blade into the ground, kneeling before Yi Linfan. This youth who was decades his junior, clasping his fists and bowing his proud head. I, Wang Ba, am a life unencumbered. Today, you have saved my life. Henceforth, this life belongs to the gun hall. You shall be my leader. Chapter 45, A Battle to Determine Fate. The blood-soaked conflict concludes, and the dragon blood scarlet fruit finally finds its master. Wang Ba's voice reverberated like thunder amidst the lingering fervor. A single knee on the ground. This was none other than the Blade King Wang Ba, a figure of infamous renown within the Dragon and Serpent Assembly, a fourth-tier celestial master feared even by the beast graveyard. He, of all people, bowed his haughty head to an unknown individual of no great repute. This spectacle mirrored Yi Linfan's earlier confrontation with Yuan Tongbi, leaving the onlookers in utter disbelief. However, the carnage did not cease. Yi Linfan's gaze pierced through Wang Ba's broad shoulders, landing on the remnants of the beast graveyard's second-in-command, the sinister elder, whose features contorted in anguish, as though he had lost a beloved father. Surrounding him were 7 or 8 trembling disciples of the beast graveyard. With their trump cards exhausted and 2 Geo dead, even their staunchest rival, Wang Ba, had become an ally of the enemy. In dire straits, one can provoke the most rabid of dogs. The elder's venomous eyes fixated on Yi Linfan, sweeping over the shattered spear beside him. He was at his last gasp. His weapon was destroyed. Kill him. If we slay him, the dragon blood scarlet fruit will belong to the beast graveyard. The elder rasped, attempting to ignite the last flicker of ferocity in his subordinates. Yi Linfan indeed found himself at his limit. That forbidden strike had drained him of all his strength. Even standing was becoming a challenge. He quickly retrieved a healing elixir from his bosom, discreetly placing it in his mouth, silently activating the breathing technique from his previous life. The elixir's potency unfurled within him, while the mysterious breathing method greedily consumed this energy, transforming it into pure vitality, efficiently mending his nearly shattered meridians and flesh. He needed time, and time. Someone would fight to secure for him. Roar. With a thunderous roar, iron-armed Asen strode to the side of Yi Linfan, wielding his heavily nicked hammer. Behind him trailed 2 surviving disciples of the 100 Forgings Hall. He uttered no words, but with a heavy thud, he slammed the hammer to the ground, signaling his stance through sheer action. Across the battlefield, 2 loose cultivators, who had lingered at the periphery, exchanged a glance, each recognizing the fear and determination reflected in the other's eyes. They understood that should Yi Linfan fall, they would be the first targets of the Beast Tomb's reckoning, those who had wavered without allegiance. They decided to gamble. Without further hesitation, they hastened to join iron-armed Asan, their weapons gripped tightly in silence, their resolve unmistakable. Thus, a makeshift alliance centered around Yi Linfan swiftly took shape amidst the chaos of blood and fire. The malevolent elder observed this with a flicker of madness in his eyes. With a cry of kill, he hesitated no longer, brandishing a soft sword and charging forth. The disciples of the beast tomb behind him, their eyes aflame with fury, launched into a final assault. Come on, Wang Ba bellowed, seizing the ghostly blade from the ground, dragging his wounded body forward to confront the malevolent elder head-on. The clash of metal resounded throughout the arena once more. Iron-armed Asan and his companions engaged in fierce combat with the remaining foes, and the chaotic melee unfolded anew. Yet this time, Yi Linfan stood as an observer, leaning against the cold wall, greedily inhaling, as the restorative effects of his breathing technique surpassed that of any elixir, granting him a semblance of fighting spirit. His focus remained locked on the battlefield. Though Wang Ba was gravely injured, his ferocity remained undiminished as he clung tenaciously to the malevolent elder. Iron-armed Asan and his comrades, though outnumbered, managed to hold their ground. The greatest peril lay with the 2 newly allied loose cultivators. Their strength was already lacking, and now they were besieged by 3 desperate disciples of the beast tomb, teetering on the brink of disaster. One of the cultivators wielding a knife was caught off guard, receiving a brutal kick to the chest, sending him hurtling backward, just as another blade aimed for his throat. His companion was entangled with two assailants, powerless to assist. Wang Ba and iron-armed A-San were also preoccupied with their own adversaries. In that fleeting moment, despair clouded the loose cultivator's eyes. Yet, it was precisely at this juncture that Yi Linfan sprang into action. Without even rising to his full height, he thrust his right foot into the ground, launching himself into the fray. With a resounding thud, a dark afterimage pierced into the battle. Swifter than any prior moment. The beast-tuned disciple poised to strike down the loose cultivator barely registered the blur before him. He could not even discern Yi Linfan's movement, only feeling a chilling sensation at his throat. In Yi Linfan's grip was a severed gun barrel, its sharp edge akin to the world's most lethal dagger, effortlessly slicing through the disciple's windpipe. Blood gushed forth. Yi Linfan did not pause. He pivoted on the corpse, his form twisting at an astonishing angle to appear at the flank of another foe. With a swift thrust, the broken gun pierced through the enemy's throat. Instant kill. Another instant kill. In the blink of an eye, two adversaries met their demise. The last remaining disciple of the beast grave, witnessing Yi Linfan materialize before him like a specter, was rendered utterly paralyzed with fear. With a frantic shriek, he discarded his weapon and attempted to flee. Yi Linfan made no move to pursue him. Instead, he casually hurled the broken spear in his grasp. Whoosh! The severed shaft sliced through the air with a piercing sound, precisely embedding itself into the back of the man's skull. He collapsed forward, his body convulsing twice before life left him entirely. Thus, the assailants who had besieged the two rogue cultivators were vanquished. Meanwhile, the sinister elder entangled with Wang Ba recoiled at the sight, his heart gripped by terror. The tide had turned against him. Feigning an attack to repel Wang Ba, he pivoted to escape towards the arena's exit. Did he think it was too late to flee? Wang Ba bellowed in fury, unwilling to let him slip away, brandishing his blade in pursuit. Your opponent is me. A simple yet profound declaration echoed behind him. The sinister elder froze, slowly turning to find Yi Linfan, who had mysteriously positioned himself at the elder's escape route, draining the last vestiges of color from his face. Gazing at Yi Linfan and then at his own empty hands, a flicker of desperation ignited in his eyes. I will fight you, he howled, channeling the last remnants of his true essence, merging with his sword to transform into a streak of radiant light, thrusting towards Yi Linfan. Yi Linfan stood still, observing the approaching light with calm resolve. Just as the lethal tip of the sword was about to pierce his throat, his honed instincts of battle took command of his weary body. Without unnecessary movement, he executed a minuscule sidestep, a perfectly timed tilt of his head. Whoosh! The razor-sharp sword energy grazed his cheek, drawing a trickle of blood, yet ultimately missed its mark. The elder's determined strike had failed. With his momentum unabated, he charged forward, leaving an opening wide. Now, Yi Linfan did not even glance at him. Instead, he pivoted seamlessly, his right leg transforming into an indomitable whip-like strike that lashed out with tremendous force. Bang! A resounding thud reverberated through the arena. His foot struck the sinister elder's side with precision. The elder's advance abruptly halted, his entire being propelled away by an irresistible force. Boom! He crashed against the stone wall at the arena's edge, embedding himself within it, the wall fracturing like a spider's web. He slowly slid down, kneeling weakly, life rapidly ebbing away. The arena fell into a profound silence. All conflict had ceased. Amidst the bloody battleground, only their hastily assembled team remained standing. The rogue cultivator whom Yi Linfan had saved struggled to approach him, surveying the carnage surrounding them. He looked at Yi Linfan, his expression a blend of complexity and gratitude. He opened his mouth, as if to speak, but ultimately, alongside his companions, he bowed deeply to Yi Linfan. Thank you, boss, for saving my life. This time, there were no schemes, only the relief of survival and a deep-seated reverence born from the experience. Yi Linfan surveyed Wang Ba, iron-armed A-San, and the two scattered cultivators. Each bore wounds and appeared disheveled, yet they regarded him with a renewed glimmer in their eyes. He tugged at the corners of his mouth, revealing a semblance of a smile. Follow me. Today marks merely the beginning. His declaration, though understated, resonated clearly in the ears of each individual present. What you seek, be it gold, silver, status, or techniques to enhance your prowess, my gun hall shall provide. In the stands, Murong Shui felt as if she were nailed to her seat. Beside her, Uncle Zhong, with his previously impassive countenance, now displayed an expression of astonishment for the first time. He spoke slowly, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Miss, what is terrifying about this individual is not solely his combat prowess. Murong Shui remained silent. her ears attuned to his words. Every step he takes is a calculation of human sentiment. Uncle Zhong's analysis seemed to transcend the confines of space, landing squarely upon the figure standing amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, feigning weakness to lure prey, striking with lethal precision to establish dominance, confronting formidable foes to forge a fearsome reputation, and ultimately, using the guise of saving grace to secure the hearts of the people. From the moment he stepped onto this battlefield, it had transformed into his chessboard. All of us were merely spectators in his grand game. At that moment, a robust and imposing declaration, imbued with supreme authority, echoed above the arena, silencing all discussions. This battle arena has concluded. The crowd looked up to see, at the highest point of the VIP section, a figure akin to an iron tower standing there, shouldering a colossal blade resembling a door. It was the Blade King, Huang Shan. He had personally emerged. Huang Shan gazed down at Yi Lin Fan, a grin spreading across his face to reveal a set of white teeth. The victor is nameless. He paused before adding, his proclamation resonating throughout the dragon and serpent gathering. Kid, the dragon blood vermilion fruit is yours. Care to join me for a drink? Your barbecued meat from last time was delightful. Chapter 46. The Blade King's words astonished the crowd. The arrival of the dragon stirs up turmoil. Huang Shan's voice crashed like a boulder into hot oil, sending the already fervent atmosphere soaring to new heights. The Blade King. He was the uncrowned monarch of the dragon and serpent gathering, the steadfast anchor of the Four Directions Pavilion, and the insurmountable mountain in the hearts of all outlaws. He had personally spoken up for an obscure individual. This was no mere act of admiration. It was a statement, a declaration, in the most direct manner. He proclaimed to all factions within the dragon and serpent gathering. This gunman, named Nameless, had the protection of the Blade King, Huang Shan. Yi Lin Fan raised his gaze to meet the weighty presence descending from above, akin to a mountain. That figure did not deliberately exude pressure. Yet merely standing there diminished the clamor of the arena by a third. Yi Lin Fan could sense the pure admiration and intense curiosity directed toward him, devoid of any impurities. A black-clad steward from the Four Directions Pavilion approached him with small, swift steps, holding a box intricately carved from a single piece of black jade. His demeanor exuding utmost reverence. "O esteemed Nameless One, your auspicious gift, the dragon blood vermilion fruit." Yi Lin Fan's gaze scarcely lingered upon the jade box for even a moment. He remained fixated on the towering figure above, and with a voice rendered hoarse by exhaustion, he summoned all his strength to bellow in response. "Senior Badao, your generosity is duly noted. Once I have concluded my affairs, I shall pay you a visit. Rest assured, there will be ample meat, and the wine shall be my own." At these words, silence enveloped the assembly. Everyone anticipated a reaction of surprise and reverence from him. Yet no one could have foreseen his reply, delivered in a manner akin to playful banter among friends. The figure above appeared momentarily taken aback, before erupting into a thunderous laughter. "Ha ha, what a spirited lad. You have guts, just to my taste. I await your arrival. Remember, at my place, there is only strong liquor." As the laughter reverberated through the beams, the figure vanished into thin air, as if he had never existed. Only then did Yi Lin Fan redirect his attention, receiving the weighty jade box from the attendant without a glance, casually tucking it into his robe as though it were a freshly baked pastry. Once this was accomplished, he turned to regard the varied expressions of those behind him. Kneeling with his head bowed was the formidable king of the broken soul blade, Wang Ba. Beside him stood the iron-armed Ah San, bearing a massive hammer, his face a tapestry of complexity and relief. Additionally, two scattered cultivators, recently rescued from the brink of death, stood awkwardly, unsure of where to place their limbs. He sensed several scrutinizing gazes weighing upon him from the viewing platform, from the direction of the Beast King's tomb. The murderous intent of Beast King Tu Wanjiang coalesced into a palpable aura, dark enough to draw moisture from the air. In the direction of the 100 Refinements Hall, the hall master, Tai Ching-song, stroked his bald head, an expression of amusement crossing his features. Behind the obscuring drapery of the Mad Demon Hall, a fleeting glimmer of vengeful inquiry vanished like a wisp of smoke. "Rise," Yi Lin Fan commanded, shattering the stillness that hung over the gathering. Wang Ba slowly stood, his imposing figure exuding a formidable presence, even in the throes of injury. "Boss," he rasped. Yi Lin Fan made no correction to this address. Instead, he surveyed each individual present, including Wang Ba, with a calm demeanor. "Return to the gun hall." His proclamation was not grandiose, yet it carried an undeniable weight of authority. "You are all grievously injured. Return and recuperate. We shall discuss other matters once you are on your feet." There were no grandiose declarations, no promises of a brighter future, only the simplest and most pragmatic of commands. Yet this directive was more soothing than any vow could ever be. The two scattered cultivators exchanged glances, recognizing the relief mirrored in one another's eyes. Instinctively, they nodded in unison, their post-traumatic fears swiftly replaced by a comforting sense of stability. In Wang Ba's fierce eyes, the light flickered as he contemplated Yi Linfan's unadorned words, ultimately transforming into a resolute determination. Understood. A single word, weighted with significance. Iron-armed Ah San, hoisting his battered hammer, clasped his fists towards Yi Linfan. Brother Nameless, I shall forever remember your kindness today. The rules of the 100 Refinements Hall must be upheld. I vow to repay this favor in the future. Having spoken, he wasted no time, turning with his two surviving brothers and making his way towards the exit. Yi Linfan observed his retreating figure, offering a slight nod. Indeed, the members of the 100 Forging Hall exuded a certain generosity. Such individuals, even if not destined to become allies, would never resort to treachery behind one's back. That was sufficient. His attention returned to the remaining three. Let us depart for the gun hall. With that, he disregarded their reactions, dragging his nearly shattered body amidst the thunderous cheers and howls of the gun-wielding crowd, being the first to step out of the arena that had cemented his fame. The bloodshed had ceased, the game was set. From this day forth, the name Gun Hall would supplant the Black Snake Gang, establishing a new stronghold in the Dragon and Serpent Collective. The nameless gun demon would emerge as a formidable force in this chaotic land, no longer to be underestimated. High above, on the grandstand, Uncle Zhong's expression, previously impassive, finally revealed an uncontrollable awe, establishing authority through bloodshed, winning hearts with kindness, and leveraging the might of the blade to erect one's banner. He mused softly, more to himself than to Murong Shui. Each step taken was precisely on point, without a single miscalculation. This young man bears not the traits of a mere youth, but rather resembles an old monster steeped in the intricacies of power and strategy. Murong Shui remained silent, her fingertips icy. The image of the arrogant and foolish young scion from Tianqi City clashed violently with that of the calm and decisive gun demon amidst a sea of corpses and blood. Tearing at her mind, a chill, uncontrollable and profound, spread from the depths of her heart. In the great Xia, within the heart of the central continent, Tianqi City stood as a bastion of resurgence, the core of the 72 counties, flourishing just behind the imperial capital of Tianqi City. When the imposing banner adorned with the robust character for Leaf appeared before the grand city gates, the welcoming party consisted solely of the cold stone walls and the expressionless faces of the guards. No officials ventured 10 miles to greet them. No local gentry lined the streets in welcome. The common folk on either side merely glanced at the procession before turning away indifferently, resuming their tasks. The air was thick with a silent, haughty intimidation. The entirety of Tianqi City conveyed to the arrivals. This was the domain of Prince Xia Jingyao. Inside the carriage, Yu, portraying Yi Linfan, yawned without regard for decorum, lazily lifting a corner of the curtain to glimpse the desolate scene outside, only to let it fall again in boredom. Let us enter the city and rest at Tianshu Courtyard, he commanded weakly. The caravan slowly traversed the city. But upon reaching the bustling main thoroughfare, Zhuke Street, they were obstructed by a massive merchant convoy. Dozens of large carts sprawled across the road, with laborers leisurely loading goods. A crimson banner fluttered at the heart of the convoy, emblazoned with an extravagant character for Shao, radiating an air of arrogance. The Minister of War, the Shao family, closest allies of the reigning crown prince. A corpulent middle-aged steward, clad in satin, stood with his hands on his hips, vehemently berating the city guards who had come to clear the road. What is the rush? Can't you see the Shao family is loading goods? You all act like Grim Reapers. If you delay the delivery of birthday gifts to the crown prince's residence, can you lot bear the consequences? The captain of the Xianshi guards stepped forward, attempting to negotiate, yet the rotund steward couldn't even be bothered to lift his eyelids. The Grand General's residence? Never heard of it. Let me tell you, in Tianshu City, if it's a dragon, you must coil. If it's a tiger, you must lie low. Even if the Heavenly King himself were to arrive, he would have to wait for our Shao family. Inside the carriage, Zhu Yi's lips curled into a slight smile. He groggily descended from the carriage, elegantly attired, yet swaying like a drunken man just awakened from slumber. Oh dear, whose dog is barking so early in the morning? It's giving me a headache. He staggered towards the stout steward, rubbing his eyes in complaint. The steward disdainfully appraised him from head to toe, recognizing his attire. You must be that useless son of Grand General Yi Xiaotian? Before the steward could finish his sentence, a sharp crack echoed through Zhuke Street. The steward spun around twice before collapsing onto the ground, dazed, a vivid five-fingered imprint rapidly appearing on his face. Yi Linfan shook his hand. a benign smile gracing his features. A wretched servant indeed. Can you even utter my name? He leisurely crouched down, patting the steward's flabby face. Now here is your chance. Kneel and crawl to the end of the street, barking like a dog as you go. If you bark sweetly, I might let this matter slide. You dare strike me? Do you know who I am? The steward finally reacted, a mixture of shock and fury crossing his face. Ah, the Shao family. Yi Linfan's smile widened. Perfect. I have no particular hobbies in life, except for beating dogs, especially self-important gatekeepers like you. He languidly stood up and waved his hand dismissively. Come forth. Yes. Two members of the Xian Shi Guard stepped forward. Clear the path for me. Smash these worthless carts. The goods look decent. Let us reward the brothers with a feast. As for this fat dog, he paused. Break his legs and toss him into the stinking ditch on the west side of the city. You dare? The steward shrieked. Do you think you can? Do you want to see if I dare? Yes. The two guards unsheathed their standard blades and strode toward the steward. The Shao family's guards. Witnessing this, were about to intervene when a shadow darted past like a specter. The leading guard froze, clutching his throat, collapsing in disbelief as blood gushed between his fingers. The captain of the Xian Shi Guard slowly sheathed his sword, expressionless as he surveyed all the Shao family guards. Those who insult the young lord shall die. Those who obstruct military orders shall die. Is there anyone else who wishes to die? The clattering of weapons hitting the ground echoed repeatedly. In the next moment, the entire Zhuke street was filled only with the sound of splintering wood and the steward's pig-like wails. Yi Linfan yawned contentedly as he returned to the carriage. The heavy curtains descended, isolating the interior from the outside world. Inside the carriage, the flickering candlelight abruptly returned to a state of eerie stillness, silently reporting to the heart. Master, the second move of Ming Long has been executed. A tempest began with arrogance and culminated in bloodshed. Upon entering the city, Yi Linfan's first fire struck unerringly upon the face of the crown prince. Chapter 47. A breakthrough into freedom, a half-step to life and death. The gun hall. Former headquarters of the Black Snake Gang, Yi Linfan, dragging his weary body, was the first to step into this new territory that belonged to him. Behind him followed the equally disheveled Wang Ba and two trembling scattered cultivators. The Black Snake Lord brought up the rear, his cold visage now adorned with a forced, flattering smile, reminiscent of a hyena newly learned in the art of pleasing its master. Within the hall, the former members of the Black Snake Gang had already received the news. Dozens of them crowded the main chamber, their reactions to Yi Linfan intertwining with complexity. There was fear, reverence, and confusion, but none of the previous disdain and scorn remained. As their gazes fell upon Wang Ba, who bore a ghostly blade and radiated an aura of menace, their fear deepened even further. Wang Ba, the blade of soul severance. To them, he was a nightmarish figure, now shadowing this new master like a mere guardian. The world had transformed too swiftly. Yi Linfan paid no heed to their thoughts, striding directly to the main seat, but refraining from sitting down. Instead, he turned to the Black Snake Lord. Find me the most secluded chamber. I wish to enter seclusion. Until my emergence, no one is permitted to approach. His voice, though hoarse, carried an unmistakable authority. You, guard the entrance personally. Yes, yes. Rest assured, boss. The Black Snake Lord bowed even lower, nearly bending at a right angle. Not even a fly shall enter. Yi Linfan nodded slightly, his gaze shifting to Wang Ba and the two scattered cultivators. You all should tend to your injuries. Feel free to utilize the resources of the gun hall. Boss, Wang Ba began to speak, but Yi Linfan raised a hand to interrupt him. Other matters can wait until I return. With that, he ceased further words. And under the Black Snake Lord's personal guidance, he made his way to the innermost stone chamber of the headquarters. The stone door thundered shut behind him, severing all ties with the outside world. Darkness and silence enveloped him instantaneously. Yi Linfan did not immediately retrieve the dragon blood vermilion fruit. Instead, he sat cross-legged, gradually engaging the mysterious breathing technique from his past life. His consciousness delved inward. It was a battlefield in disarray. Numerous meridians lay severed, vitality drained, and his internal organs marred with intricate scars. Particularly, the last shot he fired had nearly hollowed out his body. The battle with Yuan Tong was perilous in the extreme. That fellow was indeed a renowned pinnacle of the fourth-grade immortal wanderer, his physical prowess nearly reaching the zenith of that realm. Only a step away from the legendary third-grade corporeal sanctity, perhaps merely a moment of enlightenment away. Indeed, fighting at the limits proved to be the swiftest path to enhancing one's strength. The sensation of dancing on the edge of a blade is undeniably exhilarating. Just as a thought begins to form, it is swiftly extinguished by him. His path is, after all, one of life born from death. In his past life, he stood alone against foes 100-fold more formidable, never retreating an inch. In this life, he wields a gun as his name, cultivating the unyielding might and resolute determination to press forward against a million adversaries. If he were to fear risk and death, then what purpose would his gun serve? What body would he forge? At the moment of clarity, the speed of the breathing technique within him surged dramatically. No longer hesitating, he retrieved the black jade box from his bosom. As he opened it, a rich, intoxicating fragrance and a wave of heat enveloped him. Inside lay a fruit the size of a fist, its surface a deep crimson, adorned with dragon-like patterns that seemed to undulate, emanating an astonishing surge of vitality. The dragon blood scarlet fruit. He opened his mouth and swallowed it whole. Boom! An unparalleled torrent of searing energy erupted within him like a volcanic explosion. The sheer ferocity of this energy surpassed his wildest imaginings, as if it aimed to incinerate him from the inside out. He let out a muffled groan, fiercely maintaining clarity of mind, and frantically activated the dragon elephant suppression technique, channeling this deluge to cleanse his battered body. From destruction comes rebirth, wherever the blazing energy flowed. Withered meridians were revitalized as if quenched by the long-awaited rain, rapidly filled, widened, and fortified. The damaged organs, nourished by this overwhelming life essence, began to heal at a visible pace, becoming even more resilient than before. The near epiphany of combat understanding that Yuan Tong had achieved now replayed in his mind. Every movement, every application of physical strength, the burgeoning pressure of his domain, all transformed into the purest sustenance, which he greedily absorbed. The bottleneck began to loosen. Transitioning from the 5th grade diamond realm to the 4th grade carefree realm is a monumental chasm. It requires the martial artist to not only attain extraordinary physical strength, but also to possess a certain comprehension of space, allowing them to transcend physical constraints and form the rudimentary shape of an inner domain. Fortunately, he had the finest teacher. Under the catalysis of the dragon blood scarlet fruit, the vitality within him surged and condensed, shifting from a vibrant red to a profound, dark golden hue that seemed to harbor boundless power. Every cell in his body rejoiced and thrummed with exhilaration. Unbeknownst to the passage of time, as the last vestige of the dragon blood scarlet fruit's potency was absorbed, a colossal and ancient phantom silently emerged behind him, no longer a coiled dragon elephant, but a pure, vast dragon. It loomed in the darkness, its head held high, eyes closed, each scale radiating an eternal majesty. The mere presence of this phantom solidified the entire space of the stone chamber. Now, a low cry resonated within Yi Linfan's heart, and the dark golden vitality surged toward a hidden chamber beneath his dantian. A hum, reminiscent of ancient echoes, reverberated within him. In that instant, he felt as though he had freed himself from some unseen shackles. His body had become unprecedentedly light, as if with but a mere thought. He could appear in any corner of the stone chamber. The surrounding space was no longer an abyss of nothingness, but rather a tangible and perceptible existence. His vital energy no longer remained confined within him. It naturally radiated outward, forming an invisible yet oppressive force field around him. Within this realm of power, he was the absolute sovereign. With a 4th grade body cultivation, he had entered the realm of carefree wandering. He slowly opened his eyes, and a flash of dark golden radiance illuminated the entire stone chamber. However, he did not rise immediately. Instead, he seized the moment to continue circulating his cultivation technique, solidifying the breakthrough he had just achieved. Yet, during this process, he suddenly sensed something amiss. The dantian, which had been deliberately suppressed and remained at the 6th grade Qi realm, was now stirred into a tempest alongside the operation of his technique. The breakthrough in body cultivation was akin to casting a colossal stone into a tranquil lake. The surging vitality unexpectedly stimulated his profound energy cultivation. The originally vast true essence began to compress and refine frantically toward the center, and his control over the true essence rapidly enhanced, becoming increasingly meticulous. This was a sign of a simultaneous breakthrough. Startled, he contemplated halting his technique, but it was already too late. The leap in his body cultivation propelled the foundation of his qi cultivation, creating an irreversible momentum. Moments later, the storm within his dantian subsided. He had attained the 5th grade qi cultivation, entering the realm of the finger of mystery. As he slowly opened his eyes, his expression bore no trace of joy. Instead, it was gravely solemn. With a 4th grade body cultivation and a 5th grade qi cultivation, he was but a step away from the ancient death chasm, a dual 4th grade realm that no one had ever crossed. Danger had never been so near. Images involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Memories of that fateful moment in the arena, the final thrust that hung by a thread between life and death. That gray, chaotic true essence possessed both the sharpness of profound energy and the weight of vitality, forcefully fused with his indomitable will and overwhelming murderous aura, forming a new power that transcended the norms of this world. It did not incite conflict between internal and external realms. Rather, it acted as a domineering adhesive, briefly uniting two opposing forces. Perhaps this was the only key to breaking the dual cultivation curse and traversing the chasm of the fourth grade. He glanced at his palm, as if he could still feel the lingering tremor of that forbidden power. It seemed that to survive, he needed not only to strengthen his body, but also to actively seek the secrets of that gray true essence. Yi Linfan stood up, stretching his limbs, and a series of explosive sounds resonated from within him. Pushing open the heavy stone door, the blinding sunlight outside caused him to squint slightly. The Black Snake Lord stood at the entrance like a statue. Upon seeing him emerge, he initially froze. Then his face broke into an even more exaggerated grin, now infused with a deeper reverence from the depths of his soul. Congratulations on achieving mastery of your divine skills. Wishing you great fortune upon your emergence. Yi Linfan disregarded the flattery and simply inquired, how long have I been in seclusion? Returning to the elder, 3 full days and nights had passed. 3 days? He nodded and stepped towards the grand hall. As he re-entered the gun hall, an immediate hush fell over the entire space. Wang Ba, along with the 2 scattered cultivators he had rescued, awaited him. The Black Snake Lord, following closely behind, prudently positioned himself at the end of the trio, standing with hands down in respectful attendance. At that moment, the 4 gazed upon him, their faces etched with astonishment. If 3 days prior, Yi Linfan had emanated the aura of a sharp, murderous weapon of unparalleled ferocity, now he resembled a divine spear sheathed and restrained. All his former brilliance and bloodthirst had been reined in, yet he exuded an oppressive presence, deep and unfathomable, akin to towering mountains. Wang Ba's robust frame stiffened momentarily. As a master of the 4th-tier celestial phenomenon realm, he could discern the formidable aura emanating from Yi Linfan, one that not only matched his own level, but was even more solidified and perilous. 3 days. In merely 3 days, this monster had surged from the 5th-tier diamond realm to the 4th. Was this still a human being? The 2 scattered cultivators and the Black Snake Lord dared not even breathe audibly, bowing their heads in reverence. Yi Linfan approached the main seat and seated himself directly. His gaze slowly traversed the 4 standing below. From this day forth, you shall become the inaugural elders of my gun hall. Chapter 48. Recruiting soldiers. Investing money. Gathering support. The grand opening of the gun hall's 3 pillars seated in the main chair. Yi Linfan's fingers unconsciously tapped against the armrest. 3 days in seclusion had transformed him entirely. His presence was now entirely contained, devoid of any trace of his former brilliance. Yet, in the perception of a master like Wang Ba, the current Yi Linfan was 100 times more dangerous than the ferocious beast that had roamed 3 days prior. It was a sense of pressure that had settled, nearly merging with the very fabric of the space around him, deep and inscrutable. What are your names? Yi Linfan's voice shattered the silence in the hall. The 2 men trembled slightly. The elder of the 2, a scarred man, quickly clasped his fists, saying, returning to the elder, I am Lu San. The younger one followed suit, I am Zhao Si. Lu San and Zhao Si, names as plain as they come. Yi Linfan nodded and turned to Wang Ba. Wang Ba, present, he replied in a deep voice. From this day forth, you shall serve as the law elder of my gun hall, overseeing punishments and commanding executions. Within this hall, you shall hold the highest authority, second only to me. At these words, not only Wang Ba, but also the Black Snake Lord and Lu San and Zhao Si, abruptly lifted their heads, their expressions filled with bewilderment. The position of law elder was one of immense prestige, akin to that of a vice hall master. They had assumed that Wang Ba's allegiance would yield nothing more than a role as a golden enforcer. Who could have anticipated that this new master would so decisively bestow such a rank of power, one beneath him but above all others, upon a single individual? A profound tumult flickered in Wang Ba's copper-like eyes, a mixture of shock and deep emotion, ultimately coalescing into a fervent tide. He knelt heavily on one knee before Yi Linfan. Wang Ba, I accept your command. This time, his address shifted from elder to hall master. A single word can make all the difference. Yi Linfan calmly accepted the bow from him and turned to regard the Black Snake Lord. Black Snake, you are quite small. The Black Snake Lord shuddered and quickly bent his body in deference. You are well acquainted with the Dragon and Snake Guild. Thus, I appoint you as the chief steward of the gun hall, responsible for internal affairs, intelligence gathering, and financial management. Upon hearing this, the Black Snake Lord's face instantly bloomed with joy, his sycophantic expression nearly overflowing. Thank you for your trust, Hall Master. I shall dedicate my life to the gun hall, even unto death. Focus on your duties and speak less nonsense. Yi Linfan interrupted him coolly. The Black Snake Lord's smile froze on his face, and he awkwardly closed his mouth. Finally, Yi Linfan turned his gaze toward Lu San and Zhao Si. You two shall serve as the junior banners of the enforcement team, under the jurisdiction of Elder Wang. In the future, as the gun hall expands, you shall become elders. Lu San and Zhao Si exchanged glances, both recognizing the ecstatic disbelief reflected in each other's eyes. They had expected to merely scrape by as underlings, grateful for any sustenance, yet here they were, soaring to the rank of junior banners, with the promise of becoming elders in the future. With a thud, both knelt simultaneously, their foreheads striking the ground with a resounding thump. Thank you, Hall Master, for your great kindness. From this day forth, our lives belong to the gun hall. Rise, Yi Linfan commanded, waiting for them to regain their feet before he slowly declared, his voice firm yet resonating throughout every corner of the hall. The gun hall does not harbor idlers nor tolerate divided loyalties. Today, I establish 3 rules, and each of you must engrave them into your very bones. The 4 men instantly adopted solemn expressions. Firstly, traitors to the hall shall be pursued to the ends of the earth and must be killed. Their souls will scatter, with no chance for redemption. His words, devoid of any emotion, caused the temperature in the hall to drop several degrees. Secondly, rewards will be granted based on merit within the hall. Slaying enemies earns rewards. Generating profit for the hall earns rewards. Providing critical intelligence earns rewards. Rewards will include gold and silver, elixirs, and martial arts techniques. He emphasized his words, if you dare to strive, if you contribute to the gun hall, I can offer you everything. This declaration ignited a fire in Lu San and Zhao Si's eyes. Martial arts techniques, elixirs. Such treasures were beyond the wildest dreams of cultivators of their humble standing. Even Wang Ba's breathing grew slightly heavier. Thirdly, internal strife is strictly prohibited. Should any conflicts arise, seek Elder Wang's judgment. If he cannot resolve it, I shall intervene. Anyone who dares to act in private and disrupt the harmony of the hall shall have their cultivation abolished and be expelled from the gun hall. Life or death will be left to fate. The 3 rules, each more severe and direct than the last, established a tone for the gun hall. Do you all understand? Understood. The 4 responded in unison, their voices filled with vigor. Yi Linfan nodded with satisfaction and turned to the Black Snake Lord. What do we lack the most at present? Without hesitation, the Black Snake Lord replied, reporting to the Hall Master, we lack both personnel and funds. Personnel is manageable. Yi Linfan leaned back in his chair, relaxing entirely. My name alone serves as the finest advertisement. He looked toward the Black Snake Lord. Go, spread the word. I am currently recruiting for my esteemed gun hall, offering compensation that is twice the amount provided by the 3 major factions. However, we do not accept the inept. To join my gun hall, one must overcome 2 formidable challenges. What are these 2 challenges? Asked the Black Serpent Lord instinctively. Yi Linfan's gaze shifted to Wang Ba, who understood the unspoken message and stood tall. First, you must withstand the pressure of Elder Wang's celestial domain for a full 10 breaths without faltering. Second, you must endure a single strike from Elder Wang, utilizing his full strength, and remain unscathed. Only by surmounting these trials can one earn the right to enter my gun hall, receiving double the monthly stipend and access to elixirs and techniques. Upon hearing this, the hall fell silent. The Black Serpent Lord's expression twisted in sympathy as he regarded Wang Ba. After all, Wang Ba was a seasoned expert on the heavenly rankings. A strike with 3/10 of his power could easily cleave through the protective aura of an ordinary 5th-grade warrior. This was not merely recruitment. It was a selection process that risked the lives of the candidates under the watchful eye of an enforcement elder. Yet Wang Ba grinned, his eyes ablaze with battle intent. Rest assured, Hall Master, I relish this task. It's an excellent opportunity to hone my skills and prevent any deterioration. As for the finances, Yi Linfan tapped the armrest, his tone shifting. Money is indeed something we aim to acquire, but not for the sake of mere acquisition. He rose and paced to the center of the hall. As our gun hall is newly established and our foundation is still shaky, we have become a target for many. Rather than passively awaiting trouble, we shall take the initiative and conduct a splendid display of power. I intend for the entire Longshi gathering to remember how to write the name of the gun hall. His words left the 4 individuals below momentarily speechless. Black Serpent, tell me, what is the most lucrative and esteemed business of the Frenzied Demon Hall at present? The Black Serpent Lord pondered before replying. It is the blood condensation pill. Almost all lower-tier warriors keep a few on hand for healing and prolonging life. The Frenzied Demon Hall profits immensely from this, making it one of their foundational enterprises. Excellent, Yi Linfan said, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Then we shall sever their roots. I plan to sell a new elixir called the Dragon Tiger Pill. Its efficacy will be 3 times that of the blood condensation pill. Yet its price will be half. Wang Ba and the Black Serpent Lord stood frozen, utterly bewildered. 3 times the efficacy and half the price? This is not merely business. This is a blatant affront to the frenzied demon hall, and one that incurs a loss while shouting for attention. The crucial point is, the Black Serpent Lord cautiously interjected, his face paling. Where shall we find the formula and the alchemist? This is not business. It is a direct declaration of war against the frenzied demon hall. Given our current manpower, what I desire is indeed a declaration of war. Yi Linfan interrupted. I intend to grind the face of the frenzied demon hall into the dirt, demonstrating that the Longxi gathering is not solely theirs to command. Observing their ghostly expressions, he spoke calmly, his proclamation resonating with irresistible weight. As for the formula, I shall provide it. And you need not concern yourself with the initial funding. He produced a pitch-black iron plate, adorned with peculiar wave patterns, and tossed it to him. Take this plate to the Sihaitong pawn shop in the southern part of the city. Find the shopkeeper and simply utter one phrase. The Black Serpent Lord fumbled to catch the iron plate, feeling its chilling touch. He gazed at the unremarkable object, then back at Yi Linfan, his mind utterly confounded. The Sihaitong pawn shop? Isn't that the most dilapidated pawn shop in Longsheji? What does that mean? The north wind has arrived. One should stoke the furnace. The Black Serpent Lord repeated in confusion. The north wind has arrived. One should stoke the furnace? Master, what does this signify? It signifies nothing of consequence. Merely an old adage. You need only recite it, and he will provide you with the funds. With this money, procure all the necessary auxiliary herbs for refining the blood condensation pill, regardless of cost. Furthermore, secure a prime location and lease a storefront, displaying the sign of our Chong Hall apothecary. But what of the alchemist? The Black Serpent Lord inquired, clutching the iron plate, his voice trembling. Without an alchemist of at least 4th rank, even with a formula, we cannot produce the Dragon Tiger pill. Such esteemed individuals are far too noble to deign to visit our newly established hall. He will come, Yi Linfan replied with conviction. Post a commission at the Sifong Pavilion, announcing that our Chong Hall is offering a handsome reward for a 4th rank alchemist or above for long-term collaboration, with generous compensation. He paused before continuing. At the end of the commission, include a phrase. What phrase? The candlelight has ignited. We await the completion of the pill. The Black Serpent Lord looked utterly perplexed, unable to grasp the meaning of this seemingly nonsensical statement. If anyone inquires, simply say that I chanced upon this poetic line and found its essence pleasing, thus decided to employ it. Yi Linfan waved his hand dismissively. Proceed as I have instructed. Yes. Despite their myriad of doubts, under his overwhelming authority, the 4 dared not voice any further objections, bowing in submission before exiting the hall. The great hall returned to silence. Yi Linfan stood alone in the vast central chamber, his gaze penetrating the window frames, surveying the chaotic yet vibrant night of Longsheji. The chessboard had been set. It was time for the concealed pieces to commence their movement. The 100 Phases Plan, Candle 33, Mu Chun of the Medicine King Valley. I hope your skills have not waned over these years. Chapter 49. The Phoenix Enters the Cage. The Devil's Threshold of Chong Hall. The news of Chong Hall recruiting was like a stone cast into boiling oil, causing an explosive ripple in the already tumultuous waters of Longsheji. The infamous Chong demon, renowned for his ruthless prowess, had become the favored topic of conversation among desperate rogues following the Shura Field incident. Naturally, his opening of the hall to recruits attracted countless self-proclaimed exceptional cultivators and desperate individuals seeking refuge. However, the threshold of Chong Hall proved to be significantly higher and more enigmatic than they had anticipated. Within the Chong Hall courtyard, Wang Ba stood like an iron tower in the center of the arena. He did not intentionally project his aura, yet the pressure emanating from his seasoned mastery, forged in the crucible of battle, enveloped the entire courtyard like a mercurial tide. Next, Wang Ba's voice boomed like thunder, laced with impatience. A self-proclaimed 6th rank warrior, gritting his teeth, stepped forward, attempting to breach the 10-step radius before Wang Ba. However, upon taking his first step, his face flushed crimson, as if an invisible mountain had descended upon his shoulders. His bones creaked, his legs trembled violently, and veins bulged upon his forehead. Despite exerting every ounce of his strength, he could not advance even a second step. Get lost. Wang Ba's eyes widened fiercely. The warrior, as if struck by lightning, let out a muffled groan, retreating 7 or 8 steps before collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath, his face a portrait of shock and indignation. This was merely the first trial. To withstand the oppressive force of Elder Wang's celestial domain for 10 breaths, without faltering, sounded deceptively simple, yet in reality, it was as arduous as ascending to the heavens. Wang Ba's domain was suffused with an unparalleled blade intent. For an ordinary warrior, Merely approaching it would shatter their spirit under the overwhelming aura of lethal intent. Outside the courtyard, the gathered spectators erupted into a flurry of discussion. Goodness, what is this? This is not a recruitment. It is a selection of monsters. After an entire morning, over 100 individuals had participated. Yet only one pinnacle 5th-rank individual barely managed to pass the first trial. And what of the second trial? To withstand a strike from Wang Ba's full power? Was that not courting death? As the crowd buzzed with conversation, and many began to entertain thoughts of retreat, a figure emerged from the throng, slowly making her way into the courtyard. Instantly, all attention gravitated towards her. The newcomer was a woman, tall and clad in a form-fitting black outfit that accentuated her breathtaking curves. Her face was partially concealed by a silver mask, revealing only a flawlessly smooth chin and a pair of elegantly curved, tightly pressed red lips. Most striking was the unique aura she exuded, cool and aloof, reminiscent of a plum blossom thriving atop a snow-capped mountain, utterly incongruent with the murky surroundings of Longxi Gathering. Another reckless soul. She certainly possesses an exquisite figure, but alas, she is destined to perish shortly. The aura she projected was that of a 5th rank, yet something felt amiss. It seemed somewhat erratic. Even Wang Ba, present in the arena, furrowed his brow. He sensed her 5th rank status, but her essence appeared deliberately suppressed and disguised, presenting a jumbled semblance akin to an unstable rogue cultivator. What is your name? Wang Ba inquired in a deep, resonant voice. Feng Wu, the woman replied, her voice crisp and cold, akin to the clash of jade stones. Why have you come to my spear hall? I have heard that the master of the spear hall is a dragon among men, and I have come to seek refuge and a place to establish my life. Feng Wu's answer was impeccably crafted, the quintessential response of all seekers of refuge. From behind a window on the 2nd floor, Yi Linfan held a freshly brewed cup of hot tea, a playful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Feng Wu, Morong Shui, your talent for weaving tales is hardly in harmony with your fiery temperament. Seeking refuge? As the precious daughter of a grand general from the southern frontier, do you truly need to seek shelter in a place like Longxi Gathering? This is becoming increasingly fascinating. In the courtyard, Wang Ba nodded, no longer probing further, and solemnly stated, do you understand the rules? I understand. Then let us begin. The moment his words fell, Wang Ba's aura underwent a dramatic transformation. If he had merely stood casually before, now he resembled an extraordinary killing blade, slowly unsheathing itself. The blade intent, refined to perfection, intertwined with the celestial pressure, forming an invisible net that descended towards Murong Shui with lethal intent. The onlookers outside felt their breath catch, as if the very air had been siphoned away. However, at the epicenter of the oppressive force, Murong Shui merely swayed slightly before firmly establishing her stance. It was as if her feet had taken root, remaining immovable like a mountain despite the violent onslaught of the domain's power. Her bright eyes, visible beyond her mask, flickered with a subtle flame. A hint of astonishment crossed Wang Ba's face. To withstand his pressure with such ease, this woman's mental fortitude and willpower were far superior to her apparent 5th-tier cultivation. 10 breaths passed in the blink of an eye. The first trial was surmounted. Wang Ba retracted his domain and said in a deep voice, prepare to receive my blade. He slowly raised his ghostly blade, his aura surging once more. A fierce energy, capable of severing souls, began to coalesce at the edge of his weapon. The air outside the courtyard turned icy and piercing as a result. At that moment, from the 2nd floor, Yi Linfan's calm voice resonated. Elder Wang, use 50% of your power. Upon hearing this, both inside and outside the courtyard fell into a profound silence. Everyone believed they had misheard. 50% power? What a jest. A strike with 30% power from Wang Ba was sufficient to severely injure a 5th-tier martial artist. 50% power was tantamount to seeking a life. Had this newcomer Feng Wu desecrated the ancestral grave of the hall's master? Wang Ba was momentarily taken aback. He hoisted his blade and glanced toward the 2nd floor. Confusion etched across his face. What was the hall master implying? Though this woman possessed some skill, to withstand 50% power was a certain death sentence. Was this an attempt to establish authority through bloodshed? But why her? Yes, hall master. Despite his myriad doubts, Wang Ba responded solemnly. He turned once more to face Murong Shui, his expression now tinged with gravity. Girl, this is the hall master's command. Be cautious. He bellowed, his aura magnified several-fold. As the blade in his hand gathered into a visible scarlet arc of energy, severing soul slash, he unleashed the strike. There were no extravagant manifestations. Only a blood-red blade beam, swift and domineering, tearing through the air with a sharp whistle, instantaneously appearing before Murong Shui. Faced with this terrifying blow capable of annihilating opponents of the same tier, Murong Shui finally moved. She neither evaded nor displayed an ounce of fear. Clang! The sound of a clear sword cry resonated. The ancient long sword at her waist had unsheathed unbeknownst to her. The blade, crimson as if forged in fire, traced a resplendent arc in the air as she turned her wrist. Instead of retreating, she advanced a step, her red sword rising from below to meet the incoming scarlet blade light with astonishing precision. Ding! The sword's edge clashed with the blade's edge in midair with a thunderous crash. The piercing sound of metal on metal, accompanied by a violent shockwave, surged outward in a frenzy. In the next moment, an astounding scene unfolded, nearly causing everyone's eyes to bulge. Wang Ba's overwhelming blade light, upon contact with that crimson long sword, was unexpectedly met with an even more refined and fervent sword energy, forcefully staving it off. The tempestuous sword energy clashed fiercely with the seething blade energy, annihilating and stirring up clouds of dust. Morong Shui let out a soft grunt, her complexion paling under the mask as she was forcefully propelled backwards, sliding over 10 meters and carving deep ruts in the ground before finally stabilizing herself. Her hand, gripping the sword, trembled slightly, yet she ultimately managed to withstand it. In the most formidable and astonishing manner, she faced the strike of 50% of a Grandmaster's power from the heavenly ranking head-on. The arena fell into an eerie silence. Wang Ba gazed at his quaking ghostly blade, then turned to the slightly disordered woman before him, his expression filled with incredulity. Such refined fire essence, such domineering swordsmanship. He could not help but express his admiration. To condense power to such an extent is a feat beyond the capabilities of an ordinary rogue cultivator. Morong Shui remained silent, forcing herself to calm the surging blood within her and sheathed her sword. She bowed respectfully towards the second floor. Wind Dance, I have met the Hall Master. She was astute enough to recognize the true decision-maker was above. Yi Linfan set down his teacup and leisurely stepped out from behind the window, pacing to the railing of the second floor, looking down at her from a lofty height. He sensed that beneath her respectful demeanor, her sharp gaze pierced through the mask, daring to scrutinize him, attempting to see through him. Continue the performance, Yi Linfan thought with a cold smile inwardly, maintaining an impassive expression as he spoke slowly. His tone laced with playful scrutiny. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly throughout the hall. Indeed, your skills and courage are barely adequate. From today onward, you shall no longer remain in the enforcement team. Upon hearing this, Morong Shui's heart stirred. Had the plan succeeded? She could seize the opportunity to enter the core of the hall and observe this enigmatic gunmaster up close. However, Yi Linfan's subsequent words left her frozen in place. You shall be my personal bodyguard. Chapter 50. I relish the sight of your disdain for me, yet your inability to bring me down. Personal bodyguard? Those 4 words struck like thunder upon the heads of all present. The outlaws outside gaped, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. They glanced between the alluring, ethereal woman in the center and the tall, profound young hall master on the second floor, and an uncontrollable buzz filled the air. No way. Did I hear that right? The gunmaster has taken a liking to this girl? Of course. With a woman this exceptional, who wouldn't he be moved? Strong prowess. And I bet her face and figure under the mask are equally extraordinary. This isn't merely appointing a bodyguard. This is taking a concubine. Damn it. Had I known looking good would come with such perks, I would have undergone some procedures myself. Concubine? You know nothing. This is called a personal bodyguard, slaving by day. And well, who knows what by night. The crude remarks and a mix of envious, jealous chatter surged forth unabashedly. Meanwhile, the bewildered Morong Shui stood rooted to the spot, her body stiff and her mind a complete blank. Her plan was to infiltrate the gun hall as an ordinary corps member after passing the assessment, secretly observing the enigmatic figure known as the gun demon, searching for flaws to unveil the layers of his mystery. But now, as a personal bodyguard, what did this mean? Did it not imply that she would have to remain by the side of the man she both yearned to understand and feared the most for 12 hours a day? Every move she made would be laid bare before his watchful eyes. This was utterly divergent from the script she had envisioned. Hall Master, Morong Shui suddenly raised her head, her bright eyes reflecting astonishment and embarrassment at the disruption of her plans. Her subordinates were of limited capability, and it was likely they would struggle with this task. The enforcement team was in dire need of manpower. She attempted to refuse, even citing the enforcement team as an excuse. However, Yi Linfan merely leaned against the railing, speaking in a tone devoid of any room for negotiation. The first rule of my gun hall, the hall master's command is paramount. He paused, allowing her to absorb the weight of his words. The second rule, if there is any dissent, refer to the first rule. Since you have entered my domain, there is no room for bargaining. You shall do as I command. Do you understand? How about it? Yi Linfan's lips curved into a slight smile. Or are you suggesting that your previous words about seeking refuge here were mere fabrications? Did you infiltrate my gun hall with ulterior motives? His words struck like a sharp blade, piercing the very core of Murong Shue's vulnerabilities. She was instantly rendered speechless. How could she respond? To admit alternative motives would be tantamount to self-incrimination, and the next moment, she would likely face the ruthless blade of Wang Ba. She gazed at Yi Linfan, whose expression shifted dramatically beneath his mask. She could sense that the depth of his eyes could see through her very soul. All her thoughts were laid bare before him. This instilled in her an unprecedented sense of defeat. "I do not dare," she finally managed to utter through gritted teeth, lowering her proud head. "Very well." Yi Linfan nodded in satisfaction. "From today onward, you shall remain by my side. You will do as I instruct." He paused, seemingly struck by a sudden idea, and added, "Your name, Feng Wu, is rather pedestrian. From now on, you shall be called Ah Feng." Ah Feng. Murong Shui visibly trembled. Her hands, hanging at her sides, turned pale from the tension. This appellation carried a frivolous, condescending tone that stung more than a mortal wound. How had the daughter of General Murong, the illustrious fire phoenix of the southern frontier, ever endured such humiliation? "What? Do you have objections?" Yi Linfan keenly observed her emotional turmoil and inquired provocatively. "Subordinate obeys." Murong Shui nearly ground her teeth to dust to utter those words. "Excellent. That is precisely the effect I desired." Yi Linfan continued, "If you wish to probe me, I shall bind you closely to my side, allowing you to observe to your heart's content." A peak 5th-tier beauty with combat prowess rivaling an ordinary 4th-tier expert as a bodyguard is not merely about strength. Her presence alone is a feast for the eyes. This arrangement is undoubtedly advantageous. Yi Linfan waved his hand and called out to Elder Wang in the courtyard. "Elder Wang, continue. Today, I want the law enforcement team of the gun hall to be fully staffed." "Yes, Hall Master," Wang Ba responded thunderously, casting a glance at Murong Shue's silhouette, tinged with a hint of sympathy. Offending anyone is permissible, but to offend this seemingly youthful yet ruthlessly cunning Hall Master is ill-advised. Yi Linfan paid no further heed to the farce in the courtyard and turned to retreat into the shadows behind the railing. Upstairs, the two words echoed in Murong Shue's ears. She froze in place, the harsh murmurs from outside the courtyard incessantly gnawing at her. With every passing second, the torment intensified. Ultimately, she steeled herself and took her first step up the staircase leading to the second floor. The wooden steps creaked heavily beneath her feet, each step feeling like a trampling of her dignity. The quiet room was sparsely furnished, containing merely a table and a few chairs, devoid of any other adornments. Yi Linfan was already seated at the head of the table, idly toying with a set of coarse porcelain teaware. She entered, halting at the doorway, refraining from advancing further. "Come here," Yi Linfan commanded without lifting her gaze. Murong Shue's body stiffened once more, yet she complied and approached the table. Yi Linfan casually pushed the teapot towards her. "Pour the tea." Murong Shui gazed at the teapot before her, pausing in silence for a moment. Throughout her life, she had always been served by others. She had never poured tea for anyone. However, recalling Yi Linfan's earlier words, she suppressed the surging anger within and grasped the teapot, filling the empty cup before him. Her movements were somewhat clumsy, and tea splashed onto the table. Yi Linfan picked up the teacup, brought it to her lips, yet did not sip. Instead, she merely gauged the temperature of the steam before placing it heavily back onto the table, producing a sharp sound. "The water temperature is incorrect. Brew it again." Murong Shue's chest rose and fell violently, her masked face likely turning a shade of deep anger. In the end, she lifted the entire set of teaware, departing without uttering a word. Yi Linfan watched her lithe figure, imbued with discontent, retreating with a sense of indescribable pleasure. Teasing this proud little phoenix was far more entertaining than dealing with the trivialities of conflict. Before long, she returned with tea for the second time. This time, she was much more cautious, placing a steaming cup of tea steadily in front of him. Yi Linfan again lifted it, this time taking a small sip. He frowned and pushed the teacup away. "There are too many tea leaves. It is bitter. Start over." Murong Shui stood still, motionless. Her hands, hanging at her sides, had already formed into fists. "What is the matter?" Yi Linfan raised his head, finally looking at her directly. "Do my words elude your comprehension? Is the Hall Master thirsty or merely toying with me?" She could no longer contain herself, her voice crisp yet stifled with the impending eruption of ire. "What do you think?" Yi Linfan retorted. "I expect you to do as instructed," he interrupted her. "This is what you just agreed to. Or do you wish to retract your promise now? Do you need me to summon Elder Wang to explain the consequences of violating the first rule of the hall?" Murong Shue's breath quickened, her gaze fixed intently upon Yi Linfan. If mere sight could slay, he would have perished countless times over. Ultimately, she succumbed. Seizing the teapot with fervor and turning to leave, her grip so forceful that water sloshed from within. However, this moment of tranquility was fleeting. As she prepared to enter for the third time, tea in hand and teeth clenched, the figure of the Black Snake Lord materialized at the doorway, nearly colliding with her. He hunched slightly, his face adorned with an ingratiating smile, yet his small eyes concealed a trace of solemnity. Hall Master, he ventured cautiously, casting a glance at the menacing new guard beside him before daring to lean in. The Hall Master of the 100 Forging Hall, Tai Ching-song, had personally come to pay a visit. The man was already at the threshold. Tai Ching-song? Yi Lin-fan raised an eyebrow in surprise. The head of one of the three major factions of the Dragon and Snake Alliance had come in person? The 100 Forging Hall monopolized the weapon and/or trade. And Tai Ching-song, a fourth-rank body cultivator at the Celestial Realm, was known for his robust and unrestrained demeanor. What could he possibly want? It appeared that the repercussions from the battle in the Azura field were unfolding more swiftly and violently than he had anticipated. Let him in, Yi Lin-fan instructed, setting down his teacup and straightening his posture. The true game was only just beginning. Chapter 51. The Blacksmith Brings Warmth. This gun is named Dragon Spine. As Tai Ching-song's footsteps echoed from the stairway, the wooden floor of the second floor groaned under the burden. Each heavy, powerful step resonated like the heartbeat of the earth itself. Murong Shui, poised to enter with her third cup of tea, froze at the sudden commotion. She sensed an overwhelming and unrestrained power of pure physical might rapidly ascending from below, a force that was unmasked in its ferocity. The newcomer was undoubtedly a formidable presence. Yi Lin-fan remained seated at the head of the table, toying with the empty teacup, seemingly indifferent to the commotion outside. Black Snake, he called. At your command. The Black Snake Lord responded with a start, bowing deeply. Please invite our esteemed guest from the 100 Forging Hall upstairs. Yes. The Black Snake Lord nodded eagerly and retreated. Soon, the sound of footsteps approached the door. The first figure to come into view was an extraordinarily burly man, towering over 9 feet, with a bare bronze torso. His muscles taut and exuding explosive power. His mere presence made the modest quiet room feel cramped. He was none other than the Hall Master of the 100 Forging Hall, the mountain-suppressing hammer, Tai Ching-song, a genuine fourth-rank Celestial Realm body cultivator, a man whose mere stamp could cause the underground minds of the Dragon and Snake Alliance to tremble. Trailing behind him was another tall figure, though with a demeanor far more unassuming. This was a young man, his face marked by a blend of shyness and reverence. It was Ah San, the blacksmith saved by Yi Lin-fan in the Azura field. In his arms, he cradled a long, heavy object wrapped in thick animal hides. Tai Ching-song's gaze fell upon Yi Lin-fan the moment he entered. The gaze was imbued with pure scrutiny, devoid of hostility, only a curiosity towards an equal force. Are you the nameless gun demon? His voice was deep and resonant, akin to 2 iron ingots colliding. Yi Lin-fan set down his teacup and slowly rose, not out of reverence, but as a gesture of fundamental respect towards the formidable. Nameless, I have encountered Iron Hall Master. Iron Ching-song's gaze shifted from Yi Lin-fan to his side, landing on the silent Murong Shui, who was holding a tea tray. His rugged eyebrows arched slightly. Clearly, at his level, he could perceive the unusual aura that Murong Shui had intentionally suppressed. However, he refrained from further inquiry, instead breaking into a broad smile that revealed his white teeth. Ha! A fine young man, younger than I had imagined. He showed no intention of sitting down, standing firmly in the center of the room, gesturing to the individual behind him, a San, and stating directly, I have come today for 2 matters. First, I wish to express my gratitude on behalf of my inept disciple for your life-saving grace. As soon as he finished speaking, a San stepped forward, carefully placing a heavy bundle on the ground before kneeling before Yi Lin-fan with a pronounced thud, bowing deeply. Lord Nameless, I will never forget this life-saving grace. This earnest blacksmith expressed his gratitude in the most straightforward manner. It was a mere act. There is no need for such formality. Yi Lin-fan replied calmly, please rise. Only then did a San, under Iron Ching-song's indication, awkwardly stand up and step aside. Iron Ching-song was quite pleased with his disciple's display and continued. Those of the 100 Forgings Hall owe no debts of gratitude. This favor, I, Iron Ching-song, shall remember. In the future, should you require my assistance. As long as it does not contravene righteousness, feel free to ask. His words were forthright, reflecting his stance. He had not come seeking vengeance or to test, but rather to forge an alliance. The waters of Longsheji had become thoroughly muddied with Yi Lin-fan's appearance. The Madman Hall and the Beast Tomb regarded him as a thorn in their side, thus, as their natural competitors. The 100 Forgings Hall's choice to ally with him was undoubtedly the wisest option. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. You are too courteous, Hall Master Iron. Yi Lin-fan responded. In Longsheji, Having more friends is preferable to having more foes. Indeed. Iron Chingsong nodded emphatically. I recognize only fists and loyalty. You saved my disciple. Thus you are a friend of Iron Chingsong. As he spoke, he gestured towards the bundle on the ground. This brings me to the second matter. I heard that in the Shura field, you shattered the foe you were dining with. I possess no other talents, merely the ability to forge some scrap metal. This spear shall serve as my token of introduction to you. Asan promptly stepped forward, deftly unwrapping the animal hide of the bundle. A brand new long spear emerged before the onlookers. The spear was entirely black, forged from an unknown metal, its surface adorned with naturally formed, intricate patterns resembling dragon scales. The spear measured approximately 9 feet in length, thicker than an ordinary spear, exuding a sense of weight and power. Most striking was the spearhead. The tip of the spear gleamed in a dark golden hue, exuding an ancient elegance, devoid of unnecessary blood grooves or barbs, merely a pure, diamond-shaped point designed for piercing. Above that tip, a flicker of cold light danced erratically, as if it could absorb all surrounding illumination. The entire spear radiated an aura of ferocity and dominance. What a magnificent weapon! Yi Linfan exclaimed sincerely. This spear, in terms of weight, length, and balance, seemed custom-made for him. He sensed an innate harmony between it and his own dragon elephant suppression skill. Asan's face lit up with pride as he excitedly introduced, esteemed Lord Wuming. This spear is named Dragon Spine. The shaft is forged from 300 pounds of celestial meteorite iron mixed with deep-sea mysterious crystal iron. Painstakingly crafted by my master over the course of 81 days. The spearhead is a piece of refined gung metal my master fortuitously acquired in his youth. Capable of slicing through iron as if it were mud, invincible. Yi Linfan extended his hand to grasp the spear. As he did, its weight settled heavily in his grasp, at least 200 pounds. Yet in his hands, it felt as light as a feather. With a flick of his wrist, the spear emitted a deep, resonant dragon's roar, the tip tracing an almost imperceptible black line through the air, tearing open an invisible rift in the quiet room. Iron Chingsong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Excellent. In the entire Longshi Guild, aside from you, I can think of no one else worthy of wielding such a weapon. This gift is too extravagant, Yi Linfan remarked solemnly, gazing at Iron Chingsong. Extravagant nonsense. Iron Chingsong retorted with a fierce glare. It's merely a spear. In exchange for your goodwill, I stand to gain immensely. He stepped forward, lowering his voice. The booming timbre laced with a hint of conspiratorial intrigue. Kid, I've heard that upon your arrival, you plan to take aim at the pill business of the Mad Devil Hall. I've long had a distaste for those charlatans selling counterfeit drugs. Go ahead and do what you must. If they dare to play dirty, my 100 Forgings Hall's hammer is no trifling matter. This was the true purpose of his visit, not just to form an alliance, but to hand Yi Linfan a metaphorical knife to stab at their old adversary. The Mad Devil Hall. Yi Linfan smiled. I am most grateful, Hall Master Tai. He struck the dragon spine spear against the ground, its hardened tip easily piercing a deep pit into the solid stone floor. No more tea for me. My furnace awaits. Seeing his objective accomplished, Iron Chingsong made to leave. Oh, one last thing, kid. As he reached the door, something seemed to spark in his memory. He turned back with a grin, saying, that old rascal, Ba Dao, mentioned you just the other day, reminiscing about your remarkable skills in roasting meat. He asked me to convey a message, tonight at the hour of the rat. At the soul-severing cliff outside the city, he has prepared prime beast meat and fine liquor, awaiting your arrival to discuss important matters. With that, he burst into laughter. Accompanied by Asan, their heavy footsteps echoing as they disappeared down the staircase. Ba Dao's banquet. Yi Linfan mused, caressing the dragon spine spear in his hand. The cold touch intensified his fighting spirit. It seemed the actors in this grand play of the Longshi Guild were about to take the stage. Chapter 52, Ba Dao's Banquet. The Fire Phoenix awaits the secret of the twin dragons. The night was as dark as ink. Outside the city, the soul-severing cliff stood tall, with the fierce winds whipping through the air, causing garments to billow. Morong Shui followed closely behind Yi Linfan, remaining silent. The countenance obscured by her silver mask was likely devoid of warmth, ever since she was forcefully appointed as his personal guard and bestowed the name A Feng. The chill surrounding her had never dissipated. Yi Linfan relished the tranquility, caressing his new companion, the dragon's spine, feeling its seamless connection with his flesh and blood. At the summit of the soul-severing cliff, a large bonfire blazed brightly, casting a crimson glow upon half the cliff face. By the fire sat a towering figure, a behemoth of a man, next to him a skinned and cleaned unknown beast, weighing at least several hundred pounds, sizzling and oozing fat as it roasted. The rich aroma of meat mingled with the scent of wine wafted through the air. It was the notorious Ba Dao Quangshan. Upon seeing the two, he grinned widely, revealing a mouth full of white teeth, and boomed, "Boy, you finally made it. I was about to starve to death." Yi Linfan paid no heed to his complaints and walked directly to the bonfire, taking from him the hefty iron skewer used for turning the meat. With practiced ease, he began to brush a layer of grease onto the beast's skin. In his previous life, outdoor missions had rendered barbecuing one of the few pleasures, a skill deeply ingrained in his very being. "A phone," Yi Linfan commanded without lifting his gaze, "pass me the spices over there." Morong Shue's body stiffened momentarily. Standing behind him, her bright eyes pierced through the mask, fixated on his back. He could sense her simmering anger, yet she ultimately approached silently, retrieving a pouch of spices and presenting it to him. As Yi Linfan sprinkled the spices evenly over the meat, a sizzling sound erupted, intensifying the already rich aroma. Huangshan observed Yi Linfan's nonchalant demeanor, then glanced at the masked woman radiating an aura that discouraged approach, chuckling with a hint of mischievous mockery. "Boy, not bad. In just a few days, you found yourself such a striking companion, and one with thorns, no less. She seems quite formidable." Morong Shue tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword. Yi Linfan sliced off a piece of the perfectly roasted beast leg, deftly carving it into thin slices. Offering one to Huangshan, then another to Morong Shue. "Eat." The single word was devoid of any emotion, a mere command. Morong Shue stared at the meat slice he extended, unmoving. "What? Afraid I might poison it?" Yi Linfan raised an eyebrow. Huangshan erupted with laughter, snatching the meat piece and shoving it into his mouth, juices spilling forth as he chewed. "Ha ha, girl, rest assured. This lad's barbecuing is his mother's specialty. If you're scared, I'll gladly eat it for you." In the end, Morong Shue accepted the slice of meat. Perhaps unwilling to lose face before Huangshan, or perhaps out of sheer stubbornness, she placed the morsel between her crimson lips. The next moment, she paused slightly. The tenderness of the meat, the richness of the fat, combined with just the right amount of spices, exploded on her palate in layers. It was a pure delight, capable of making one forget all worries. In that instant, her taut body experienced a flicker of relaxation. She swiftly finished the piece of meat and retreated to the side, yearning to revert to her statue-like composure. However, her peripheral gaze uncontrollably drifted towards the sizzling barbecue. After a moment of contemplation, she seemingly resolved to act. Seizing the opportunity, while Yi Linfan and Huangshan were engrossed in their drinks, she stealthily approached and deftly used a dagger to slice off a small piece. Though her movements appeared somewhat awkward, her intent was unmistakable. Huangshan observed the entire scene. Taking a hearty swig of his drink, and with a playful squint at Morong Shue, exclaimed, "Well, girl, his skills are more impressive than his firearm, aren't they? Once you take a bite, you can't stop, can you?" Morong Shue momentarily froze, her cheeks surely flushed beneath the mask. Ignoring Huangshan's teasing, she quietly finished the second piece of meat, and then cut a third. As the wine flowed and the meat was savored, Huangshan wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth, his jovial demeanor fading into seriousness. "Now, let's discuss serious matters," he said, fixing his gaze on Yi Linfan. "Don't play coy with me. You orchestrated a storm on the way to Tianqi City, yet you, the true dragon, have come to this desolate place. What is your aim?" At these words, Morong Shue, standing behind Yi Linfan, halted her grip on the dagger. Huangshan continued, lowering his voice, his eyes glinting with intensity. "Your little tricks may deceive those fools below, but they won't fool the Tianji Pavilion. Moreover, your esteemed father in Tianqi City is likely watching this grand spectacle of dual dragons entering the sea with great interest." The phrases "on the way to Tianqi City" and "esteemed father" resonated like thunderclaps in Morong Shue's mind. In all of Daxia, who was unaware that Yi Linfan, the son of the northern border general, was on a royal mission to Tianqi City to marry her, the other dragon was indeed Yi Linfan, and this gun-wielding enigma, this mysterious prince, was the puppet master orchestrating it all. In an instant, all the threads of intrigue intertwined. Yi Linfan's reputation as a wastrel was likely a meticulously crafted ruse, a smokescreen to conceal the true dragon before her. He was not a waste, but rather the sharpest piece on the chessboard, firmly controlled by this prince. One in the light, one in the shadows. One capturing the world's attention, the other plotting in obscurity. What a splendid dual dragon entrance. What profound cunning. Morong Shue felt her breath catch. She gazed at the figure calmly roasting meat, experiencing for the first time a chill and fear emanating from the depths of her soul. The betrothed she had despised for so long was merely a facade, while the true opponent had already appeared before her in another guise. Yi Linfan did not directly answer Huangshan's question, but retorted coolly, "Is the intelligence of the Tianji Pavilion merely for idle chatter?" "Hey!" Huangshan was momentarily taken aback, but erupted into laughter. "You, my boy, are truly something else. He no longer lingered on Yi Linfan's identity and shifted the conversation. I have summoned you for a significant opportunity, albeit one that carries considerable trouble. It is imperative that I inform you. Soon, deep within the Tianlai mountain range, an ancient relic will emerge. An ancient relic? Yi Linfan paused momentarily. The Tiangong Pavilion has strict regulations. Any chance related to the flow of the continent's fate cannot be directly intervened by its members in any form. Huangshan spoke solemnly, a flicker of unwillingness and helplessness crossing his face. Therefore, that place is beyond my reach. He cast a deep glance at Yi Linfan. To enter that relic, a key is required. The key is the Tianjiao order issued by the Tiangong Pavilion, which is the very token I entrusted to you. Yi Linfan's mind stirred, and he retrieved the token engraved with blood-red characters from his bosom. Huangshan nodded in satisfaction, a fleeting expression of profound hatred and pain surfacing on his countenance. Years ago, during the internal strife in Beimang, my dear brother, in pursuit of the throne, orchestrated the massacre of the 30,000 Lilu soldiers I had personally led. I sustained grievous injuries, my level fell, and I have clung to life ever since. Within that relic lies a sacred herb known as the Nine Transformations Dragon Blood Ginseng, my sole hope of regaining my peak and perhaps even advancing further. He regarded Yi Linfan with utmost seriousness. Young man, I require an agent to procure it for me. You, possessing the Tianjiao order, have the qualification to enter, and you are someone I can trust. Ah, I see. This was the true purpose of his gathering tonight. Yi Linfan thrust the long spine gun into the ground, its tip effortlessly piercing the solid rock. I can assist you, he replied calmly, meeting Huangshan's gaze. But I have two conditions. First, when I retrieve the herb, I would appreciate your guidance in the dragon and snake gathering. He paused momentarily, articulating each word deliberately. Second, when you reclaim your peak, I demand that you unconditionally assist me once. Huangshan was taken aback, then erupted into thunderous laughter, filled with unrestrained delight. Ha! Excellent. A focus on the present and a vision for the future. You, my friend, are a born strategist. He slapped his thigh, declaring the agreement. He looked at Yi Linfan, admiration brimming in his eyes. You are far more intriguing than I had anticipated. The waters of the dragon and snake gathering are likely to be stirred greatly because of you. Yi Linfan remained silent, merely lifting the wine gourd and taking a generous swig. The fiery liquor coursed down his throat, igniting a surge of bravado. The ancient relic, where the paragons converge, indeed promised to be increasingly captivating. Chapter 53. The dark dragon unveils the secrets. The bright dragon's fury shakes the imperial city as the banquet dispersed and the bonfire dimmed. Huangshan's boisterous laughter seemed to linger among the cliffs, leaving only Yi Linfan and Murong Shui, alongside a myriad of scattered beast bones. The night breeze grew colder. Yi Linfan took his time, wiping the gun's body with a cloth, the dark golden dragon patterns shimmering in the firelight. Behind him, a gaze pierced his back like a dagger. Why did you bring me here tonight? Her voice trembled slightly, an uncontainable ripple of astonishment forcefully suppressed. Do you not fear that I might divulge your grand plan of the dual dragons entering the sea? Yi Linfan continued his meticulous cleaning, not once glancing back, merely emitting a faint chuckle. Then why do you find yourself at Longsheji? Why wear a mask and infiltrate my gun hall? He refrained from responding to her queries, instead tossing back an even sharper question. Murong Shui's breath caught in her throat. Yi Linfan slowly turned to face her. He did not regard the silver mask upon her visage, as if that facade held no significance. Murong Shui, he articulated her name with clarity. Those three syllables bore a greater impact than the previous remarks of Huangshan. She felt as though struck by lightning, stumbling back a step. The grip on her sword's hilt tightened to the point where her knuckles were starkly visible. Beneath the mask, her phoenix eyes were filled with utter astonishment. How could he possibly know? No, he had not merely discovered it recently. He had likely orchestrated everything from the outset. Her self-assumed stealth and investigation were, in his presence, nothing but a farcical monologue. She wished to utter something but found her throat parched, unable to produce even a single word. Yi Linfan casually slung his spear over his shoulder, exuding an irresistible aura of authority. The choice lies within your hands. Continue as your southern frontier fire phoenix, or remain to witness how this game unfolds. Now follow me, my guard. With that, he stepped into the shadows. Behind him, the previously rigid breath, after a prolonged silence, transformed into faint footsteps, neither too far nor too near, trailing closely behind. In the city of Tianshu, the illustrious gem of the Great Xia dynasty, it has recently become the favored repository of tales for storytellers across the realm. All narratives revolve around one name, Yi Linfan. Ever since the young lord from the northern frontier publicly shattered the leg of the steward from the Shao family on Zhuke Avenue, Trampling the dignity of the Minister of War into the mud, his exploits have proliferated like bamboo shoots after rain. Just days ago, at the grand literary gathering in Tianshu, he brought a renowned prince's guest, known for his lofty ideals, to his knees with a bag of gold leaves, turning him into a laughingstock for the entire city. The day prior, he forcefully purchased a villa under construction in the eastern part of the city, solely because its owner was a distant relative of the prince's family, the Shaos. His reasoning was simple. This young master finds the villa's feng shui favorable for dog breeding. Today, he even reserved the most famous brothel in the city, Drunken Immortal Pavilion, not for revelry, but to compel all the maidens within to sing a single newly composed song from dawn until dusk. The title, The Tragic Loss of Minister Zhao's Beloved Hound. In a heartbeat, tales of this young lord's audacity and arrogance spread throughout Tianshu and its surrounding counties. He was akin to a blade of wild meat, a stirring stick of chaos. Wherever he went, there was turmoil and discontent. Officials and aristocrats aligned with the prince found themselves subjected to the most vulgar and direct humiliation, yet they remained utterly powerless against him. He held the imperial edict, burdened with a marriage contract, representing the esteemed general's manor. To strike him would be tantamount to slapping Yi Xiaoyan's face. Beside him stood the fierce Xianlian guards, who acknowledged only military orders, not official authority. Any who dared to act would find their blades drawn. Countless onlookers secretly speculated whether Yi Linfan had lost his sanity. With such reckless audacity to offend the crown prince, did he not fear being ruthlessly eliminated upon reaching Tianqi City? At the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, in a room designated as Tian, Lu Rian donned a flowing lavender gown, personally pouring a cup of tea for Zhu Yi, her eyes shimmering with a hint of allure. Master, here is the latest intelligence. The crown prince has already shattered 3 of his most cherished Ru Kiln tea sets in the Eastern Palace. According to our sources, he spent the entire night raging, vowing to dismember Yi Linfan. Zhu Yi sat by the window, his expression inscrutable as he accepted the teacup. He had removed his opulent outer robe, revealing a form-fitting black outfit beneath, allowing for ease of movement. The frivolous mask belonging to Yi Linfan lay discarded beside him, revealing a face that was unremarkable yet as silent as a bottomless abyss. Proceed as planned, he uttered succinctly. Understood. Lu Rian smiled sweetly. I have made all the necessary arrangements. Tonight, the convoy will depart the city as scheduled, taking the official road northwards. The route map has been delivered through special channels to the crown prince's followers. A trace of cold, murderous intent lingered within her smile. The bait was sufficiently enticing. It was now a matter of when the fish would take the hook. Nightfall. Outside Tianshu City, on the official road leading to the imperial capital, the Grand Yi banner moved slowly under the moonlight, the convoy appearing somewhat desolate. As they reached a narrow segment known as Duanhuan Slope, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of crossbow bolts, shimmering with an eerie blue light, erupted from the dense thickets on either side, enveloping the entire convoy like a shroud of death. Ambush! Protect the prince! The centurion of the Xian Lion Guards bellowed, drawing his sword to sever several bolts mid-flight. Yet, the rain of arrows was too dense. Several bodyguards fell instantly, groaning in pain. For shadowy figures leaped from the forest, their target unmistakably the most opulent carriage. These 4 were formidable practitioners at the 5th rank of the earthly ascension realm, their coordination impeccable, exuding a chilling aura of lethal intent. Protect the young lord. The Xian Lion Guards bravely charged forward, the clash of weapons and cries of agony filling the air in an instant. Within the carriage, Zhu Yi, masquerading as Yi Linfan, emitted a terrified scream, scrambling out and wildly brandishing an ornate decorative sword, his voice trembling. Who are you? Do you know who I am? His panicked and inept demeanor was perfectly captured by a pair of eyes lurking in the shadows. Deep within the forest, a masked leader in black curled his lips into a cruel smile. Trash, ultimately just trash. Finish this swiftly, he commanded in a low voice. Upon receiving the order, an assassin seized the opportunity presented by the Xian Lion Guard's momentary lapse, darting forward like lightning, aiming a sword at Yi Linfan's heart. This strike, swift as a flash, with an angle so devious, was poised to succeed. Yi Linfan, startled, let out a shrill cry as he stumbled backward, falling clumsily to the ground just in time to evade a deadly strike. However, the assassin, emboldened by his advantage, twisted his wrist, directing the blade menacingly towards Ye's neck. The shadow of death loomed ominously over him. Yet, at that very moment, a figure, seamlessly blending into the darkness, appeared silently before Yi. There was no earth-shattering presence, no dazzling display of skill, only an eerie glow, swift to the extreme, capable of freezing one's very soul. With a faint sound, akin to a blade piercing flesh, The determined assassin's body froze abruptly. He looked down in disbelief at the gaping wound in his chest, his eyes swiftly dimming. The shadow gradually revealed itself. Clad in dark attire and adorned with a plain black crow mask, the figure held a uniquely shaped short blade, from which a sinister blood groove slowly drank in the life essence. An oppressive aura, characteristic of a top-tier hunter, emanated from him. The voice of the black-clad leader, for the first time, trembled with fear. He recognized that mask. It belonged to the most enigmatic and terrifying intelligence agency of the Great Xia, the Emperor's sharpest instrument of assassination. Furthermore, possessing such lethal skills could not be the work of an ordinary shadowy figure. You are a top-tier assassin of the Shadow lineage. Terror surged through his heart like a tidal wave. The Emperor had dispatched a premier shadow to personally protect this worthless wastrel. How could this be? He finally realized the enormity of the peril he had unwittingly stepped into. Retreat. He let out a shrill scream of desperation. Yet, it was already too late. The figure wearing the crow mask moved like a streak of ink across the water's surface, each flicker accompanied by a stifled scream. In mere moments, for skilled assassins, along with the black-clad leader orchestrating from the shadows, lay lifeless. With a single strike, it was a guaranteed kill. The shadow dismissed the droplets of blood from his blade, glanced at the trembling Yi Lin fan, and vanished once more into the darkness. Yi slowly rose from the ground, dusting himself off, his expression a perfect reflection of shock. Yet, in the depths of his unseen gaze, there lay an unfathomable calm. The first move had been made, the third piece placed. News returned to Tianqi City. Within the Eastern Palace, Crown Prince Xia Jingyao listened to the report from the spy, his complexion first turning ashen, then pale as death. With a kick, he overturned the Zetan-wood table before him, roaring in rage. Father, what does he mean by this? A Shadow 3. He actually dispatched a Shadow 3 to protect that wastrel. What virtue or merit does a worthless fool possess to warrant such a precious piece from the Emperor? In that moment, a chilling thought, one that sent shivers down his spine, arose for the first time within him. Was this Yi Lin fan truly just a frivolous scion meant to annoy him? Is it not the case that he himself is merely a knife that has quietly been drawn across his own throat? Chapter 54, Money, Medicine, Fate. The frantic day of the Black Serpent. As the monstrous selection commenced in Wang Ba's courtyard, reminiscent of a slaughterhouse, Lord Black Serpent was traversing another street of Longsheji. Clutching the icy iron plate, his heart a tumult of anxiety. His destination was the Sihaitong pawnshop in the southern part of the city. Gazing upon the crooked, nearly decaying sign and the dilapidated wooden door, half of its paint chipped away, the corners of Lord Black Serpent's mouth twitched. He glanced back at his two loyal subordinates, who wore expressions of bewilderment and confusion. Here, the hall master sent him to retrieve money from this place? In such a wretched establishment, one might emerge with tears in their eyes. Not even the proprietor could be in a good position. Boss, has the hall master confused the location? One subordinate muttered softly. Lord Black Serpent harbored his own doubts, yet the thought of the hall master's cold, emotionless gaze sent a shiver down his spine. Regardless of whether it was a trap, he had to leap into the abyss with eyes closed at the hall master's command. Silence. Do you think you can fathom the hall master's intentions? He admonished in a hushed tone, steeling himself as he pushed open the creaking wooden door. A musty odor assailed him. Behind the counter, an elderly clerk, his hair white and donning reading glasses, was engrossed in the slow tapping of an abacus, scarcely lifting his eyelids. The pawnshop was desolate and lifeless, causing Lord Black Serpent's heart to grow cold. He approached the counter, cleared his throat, and gently placed the dark iron plate upon the surface. The sound of the abacus ceased. The clerk slowly raised his head, his murky eyes peering through the glasses at the iron plate, then shifting to the anxious face of Lord Black Serpent. Transaction? Came the hoarse voice, lacking vigor. Drawing a deep breath, akin to a condemned prisoner approaching the gallows, Lord Black Serpent recited the password in a voice he himself found lacking in conviction. The north wind has arrived. It is time to stoke the flames. The moment the words left his lips, a miracle transpired. A spark of clarity ignited in the clerk's previously muddled eyes, as if he had undergone a transformation. He straightened his stooped back, shedding the lethargy that had enveloped him, now exuding an ineffable air of competence and composure. With a slight bow towards Lord Black Serpent, he spoke with a tone that was both respectful and measured. I am Qian San, serving under the esteemed Master Zhang, and I have been awaiting your arrival. Master Zhang. Lord Black Serpent was momentarily taken aback. Qian San, glancing at the two bewildered subordinates behind Lord Black Serpent, gestured towards the back room. Let us converse in the back. Lord Black Serpent's mind was a blank slate as he dazedly followed the old soldier, who identified himself as Qian San, into the back room. The back room was modest yet immaculate. Without further ado, Qian-san dragged out 3 heavy camphor-wood chests from the corner. With a series of clicks, the lids were opened. A gentle golden glow and dazzling silver light instantaneously illuminated the astonished face of Lord Black Serpent. 1 chest brimmed with gold leaves, and 2 others overflowed with silver ingots. Master Zhang instructed that the funds are merely the first step. Qian-san's voice was calm and unruffled, commanding the entire establishment of Longxi Guild with a mere flick of his hand. Please issue your orders. The throat of the Black Serpent Lord bobbed slightly, as he found himself struggling to breathe. This was no mere pawnshop. It was clearly a hidden mountain of gold nestled in the shadows. What was the true identity of this newly acknowledged master? With a simple toss of a plaque, he could wield such formidable financial power? Purchase the medicinal herbs. The Black Serpent Lord finally regained his voice, forcibly suppressing the tumult within him, striving to appear composed. Acquire every last herb used in the concoction of blood coagulation pills, including blood vein grass, iron bone flower, and crimson sunfruit. Purchase as much as is available. Cost is no object. Understood. Qian-san nodded, turning to issue a series of precise commands to an attendant waiting outside. Half an hour later, the entire medicinal market of Longxi Guild was in a frenzy. Countless wanderers and martial artists were astonished to discover that the prices of their commonly used healing herbs were soaring at an astonishing rate. What is happening? Just yesterday, iron bone flour was 10 copper coins a stalk. Why is it now a silver piece? Have you heard? A madman is sweeping through, armed with chests of gold and silver, purchasing herbs by name for blood coagulation pills. Which powerful faction has made such a move? Are they preparing for war against the Mad Demon Hall? At that moment, the Black Serpent Lord stood within the largest apothecary in Longxi Guild, Bai Chao Hall. He reclined with his legs crossed, sipping the finest tea, as he observed his subordinates loading box after box of herbs onto a cart. The sensation of using wealth to inflate faces was exhilarating for him, a leader who had clawed his way up from the bottom for most of his life. He now comprehended the meaning of the master's words. Wealth is not merely for the sake of gain. This is war. A bloodless battle. With mountains of gold and oceans of silver, he would sever the lifeline of the Mad Demon Hall. After transporting all the herbs back to the gun hall, the Black Serpent Lord hurried to another location, the Sifong Pavilion. In stark contrast to the dilapidated pawnshop of Sahaitong, Sifong Pavilion was one of the most grand and mysterious edifices in Longxi Guild. It served as a hub for intelligence and the posting of missions. As long as one could afford the price, any information or individual could be acquired here. The Black Serpent Lord straightened his robe and strode in confidently. The attendant responsible for reception was a young man, wearing a professional smile, but beneath his facade lay a subtle disdain. What service does this esteemed guest require? I wish to post a commission. The Black Serpent Lord, now well-versed in the ways of the world, spoke with confidence. I seek to employ an alchemist of the 4th rank or higher for long-term collaboration, with generous remuneration. The attendant's smile faltered for a moment, and the disdain in his eyes was nearly unmasked. A 4th-rank alchemist? Such a noble existence. Not only would your gun hall, emerging from obscurity, find it difficult, but even the 3 major factions would treat them with utmost respect. Sir, the commission fee for a 4th-rank alchemist is not inexpensive, he cautioned kindly. The Black Serpent Lord, uninterested in idle chatter, tossed a small pouch of gold leaves onto the table. Is this sufficient? The demeanor of the attendant shifted immediately, his smile transforming into one of genuine sincerity. That is enough. Are there any specific requirements for the commission? Indeed, replied the Black Serpent Lord, clearing his throat and adopting an air of enigmatic authority reminiscent of the Hall Master. He spoke slowly. At the conclusion of the commission, please append a certain phrase. Pray, proceed. The candle has been lit, awaiting the formation of the elixir. The attendant's hand, poised to record, suddenly halted. He lifted his gaze, his expression now imbued with solemnity and curiosity. Dear guest, are you certain this is the phrase? Absolutely. The Black Serpent Lord felt a jolt of apprehension within, yet his exterior remained composed. Is there an issue? And no, not at all, the attendant replied, bowing his head and hastily jotting down the phrase. His tone had shifted to one of profound respect. We shall prioritize your commission without delay. Upon exiting the Four Corners Pavilion, the twilight had descended upon the world outside. The Black Serpent Lord stood on the street, and as the evening breeze caressed him, he realized his back had become drenched in cold sweat unbeknownst to him. This day had proven far more exhilarating than any he had experienced in the past decade. He felt akin to a marionette, manipulated by an unseen hand. Dropping one earth-shattering piece after another upon the murky chessboard of the Dragon and Serpent gathering, he remained oblivious to the true identity of the Hall Master and the terrifying secrets concealed behind those 2 cryptic phrases. All he comprehended was that from the moment he knelt to pledge his loyalty, His very life had been irrevocably tethered to a colossal vessel, destined for either heaven or hell, with a young man of unfathomable nature at the helm. Chapter 55. The Turmoil of the Three Halls and One Pavilion. The Fire Phoenix's heart in dilemma in the secluded back room of the gun hall. Morong Shui was diligently polishing her sword, Crimson Flame, with a soft silk cloth, repeating the motion over and over. The blade shimmered like a tranquil autumn lake, reflecting the complex and inscrutable depths of her eyes concealed beneath the mask. A foam. The mere thought of that name, along with the image of that man who took her for granted, made her fingers tighten involuntarily, causing the spine of the sword to emit a faint hum beneath the silk. What a tremendous disgrace! She, the illustrious daughter of the Southern Border's Grand General, celebrated as the Fire Phoenix of the Southern Border, had now become the personal guard of a mysterious prince, even bestowed with a name reminiscent of a mere servant. With a sudden force, she slammed the sword upon the table, producing a resounding clang. Her chest heaved violently, a surge of unnameable fury and grievance rising to her head. She longed to burst out immediately, pressing her sword against that scoundrel's neck, compelling him to retract that name. Yet, the wrath that surged so swiftly dissipated just as quickly. Cold rationality soon regained its foothold. After all, she was no ordinary maiden of the boudoir. She was the heir of the Morong family. Raised amidst the Southern Border's military camps, accustomed to the intricacies of power and bloodshed, she slowly took her seat, forcing herself to calm down and reorganize the tangled threads of thought in her mind. Yi Linfan was a facade, merely a smokescreen pushed to the forefront. The true player was the masked gunman, a prince lurking in the shadows. The betrothal was a farce, a political maneuver aimed squarely at the Morong family of the Southern Border from the very beginning. She had already discerned the truth and ought to withdraw immediately, taking this astonishing intelligence back to the southern frontier for her father to decide. But why was it she? Why had she fortuitously obtained the clue and traced it all the way to Longsheji, the Tianji Pavilion, known for its neutrality and existing apart from imperial power? Why would they lead her here to unveil the monumental scheme of the dual dragons entering the sea? A thought, like a flash of lightning, coursed through her mind, leaving her momentarily paralyzed. The Tianji Pavilion would not act without reason, unless someone had paid a price that was impossible for them to refuse, commissioning them to bring her here. In the entirety of the Great Xia, there were but a few with the capability and motive to sway the Tianji Pavilion. The principal beneficiary of this affair, aside from the concealed gun demon prince, was none other than the emperor himself, sitting high upon the dragon throne in Tianchi City. Xia Qiyuan. Morong Shui felt as though her breath had ceased. This was not merely a conspiracy she had stumbled upon. It was a meticulously crafted trap designed specifically for her. His Majesty was not only observing how his prodigious son stirred the winds and clouds, but he was also scrutinizing her and the choices her family, the Morong clan from the southern frontier, would make. He had laid the chessboard before her, clearly displaying two pieces. One was the open prince, and the other, the concealed prince, a blade sharp enough to instill fear. He was waiting for her stance, her position. At that moment, Morong Shui truly comprehended what it meant to wield the might of an emperor and what it meant to be a true chess master. Her earlier feelings of anger and grievance seemed utterly ludicrous in the face of such a grand design. She then recalled the gun demon, fifth-tier realm, slaughtering masters with a single shot. In jest, forming an alliance with the notorious Ba Dao Quangshan, and the ancient relics soon to emerge. To leave now would be tantamount to relinquishing her right to choose, handing the fate of the Morong family into another's hands. To remain, albeit risking the jaws of a tiger, would allow her to fight for an uncertain future, both for herself and her family, at the eye of the storm. Curiosity had now morphed into a chilling ambition. She wished to see what this hidden prince truly intended. More so, she yearned to discover how far she could maneuver her Fire Phoenix piece in this game personally orchestrated by the Emperor. Just as her thoughts became a tangled mess, hurried footsteps echoed from the adjacent room, Yi Linfan's chamber, along with the subdued yet unmistakably excited voice of the Black Serpent Lord. Hall Master, it's done. It's all done. Morong Shui's heart stirred. She sheathed her sword and, in a flash, silently pressed herself against the wall separating the two rooms, straining to listen. Longsheji, headquarters of the Mad Demon Hall. Within the dim hall, the air perpetually reeked of a potent medicinal scent, a fragrance that was neither sweet nor pleasant, but rather tainted with a hint of blood and decay, inducing a sense of nausea. The hall master, Yu Songhai, sat upon a ghastly chair crafted from human bones. His features were delicate, and his elongated eyes, when opened and closed, emitted a serpent-like glint. At this moment, he was methodically cleaning the dirt from beneath his fingernails with a silver pick while listening to a report from an entrusted confidant below. Master, All the auxiliary herbs for crafting blood coagulation pills have been completely swept off the market within a day at prices 3 times higher than usual. Our familiar apothecaries have also depleted their stock. Oh, Yu Songhai paused for a moment, without lifting his eyelids. Have you discovered who is behind this? It is that newly emerged gun hall, the confidant replied, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Leading them is the Black Snake Lord, who seems to have acquired several large boxes of gold and silver from somewhere and is acting with great audacity. The gun hall. That nameless brat? A mocking smile crept across Yu Songhai's lips. Has he truly deluded himself into thinking he is someone of significance after slaying a few worthless foes in the arena? To dare to provoke the foundation of my mad demon hall, he is utterly oblivious to the danger he invites. He casually tossed the silver pick aside, producing a sharp metallic sound. There's one more thing, the confidant hastily added. From the Sifong Pavilion, the gun hall has issued a request, specifically seeking alchemists of the 4th rank and above, with exceedingly high remuneration. A 4th rank alchemist? Yu Songhai finally let out a scoff. Does he think 4th rank alchemists are akin to stray dogs, easily summoned at will? An ominous old man, the chief alchemist of the Mad Demon Hall, standing nearby, rasped, Master. At the end of the request, there was an odd phrase. It stated, the candle has been lit, awaiting the completion of the pill. Yu Songhai furrowed his brow, contemplating the words, yet failing to grasp their meaning. An instinctive sense of unease stirred within him, but more so, he was consumed by an anger provoked by the affront. Fools and their tricks. He snorted coldly, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. Relay my message. Keep an eye on the Sifong Pavilion. I wish to see which oblivious alchemist dares to accept the gun hall's commission. Whoever does, let them vanish from Longshi Gathering along with their alchemical furnace. As for the herbs, he paused momentarily. Since he enjoys purchasing, let him buy. We shall sell him our nearly expired or poorly conditioned old stock at a high price. Not only will I ensure his money goes to waste, but I also intend for the pills he concocts to claim a few lives. Master is indeed wise. Meanwhile, at the beast tomb, the massive hall resembled a terrifying specimen museum. The walls were adorned with the grotesque heads of monstrous beasts, and the floor was carpeted with the pelts of unknown colossal creatures, the air thick with a savage and bloody atmosphere. The Beast King, Tu Wanjian, reclined upon a throne fashioned from the bones of great beasts. Though not particularly imposing in stature, he appeared somewhat gaunt. Yet his eyes gleamed like those of a lurking predator, radiating a disquieting light. After listening to his subordinate's report, he did not erupt in rage like Yu Songhai. Instead, he tapped his fingers thoughtfully against the bony armrests. Interesting, he murmured to himself. A newly risen power dares to directly target the lifeblood of the Mad Demon Hall. If there is no backing to this audacity, they are simply fools. Shall we send our subordinates to probe? We? Tu Wanjian chuckled, a cruel smile gracing his lips. Let us simply observe. The Mad Demon Hall has long drawn the ire of the heavens for peddling counterfeit medicines. If someone is willing to poke this hornet's nest, why should we not take pleasure in it? He rose to his feet and approached a complete skeleton of a saber-toothed tiger, gently caressing its ominous fangs. He issued orders to restrain our people. They must remain subdued for the time being, avoiding entanglement in the affairs of the gun hall and the mad hall. Moreover, he shifted his tone, suggesting that we had stockpiled a considerable amount of blood-pattern grass in our warehouse. Given the current market shortage, we should seek out a reliable channel to distribute it in batches. As for the price, a rise of 1 or 2% above the gun hall's offer should not be unreasonable. At that moment, in the uppermost chamber of the Four Directions Pavilion, a stillness enveloped the shadowy room. In the depths of the darkness, the figure of the pavilion master seemed to merge with the shadows. On the table before him lay a newly received intelligence report. His fingers glided gently over the words inscribed on the report. The candlelight has been lit, awaiting the formation of the elixir. A husky, low voice resonated within the empty chamber. Interesting. On the other side of the wall, Murong Shui listened intently to the report delivered by the Black Snake Lord from the adjacent room, her heart surging with tumultuous waves. She had believed she had discerned the board, only to realize that what she perceived might not even constitute the tip of the iceberg. Severing the financial lifeline of the Mad Hall and hiring a 4th-tier alchemist entangled her in a mysterious organization that even the pavilion master regarded with caution. How many hidden cards did this man possess? Time slipped by, and she gradually straightened her posture. Her grip on the handle of the scarlet flame sword growing resolute once more. Leave? Why would she depart? Was he not in need of a personal bodyguard? Thus, she would remain, taking on the guise of a Feng. She was eager to witness firsthand the tempest that this dark dragon, crossing the river, could stir amidst the gathering of dragons and snakes. She yearned to witness the ultimate conclusion of this intricate game. Murong Shui slowly sheathed the scarlet flame, producing a crisp click. In the adjacent room, Yi Lin Fan waved his hand, dismissing the exuberant Black Snake Lord, allowing the room to return to silence. He lifted the teacup from the table but did not drink, merely gazing quietly at the wall separating him from Murong Shui, a silent smile curving his lips. Chapter 56. The candlelight has been lit. Codename: Candle 33, requesting to return to the team. In the Valley of the Medicine King, at the Pillheart Cliff, mist swirled, and the fragrance of medicinal herbs filled the air. I, Mu Chun, sat cross-legged before the alchemical furnace, manipulating a wisp of pale blue flame. Within the furnace, a pill, entirely crimson, was slowly taking shape, its surface adorned with swirling pill patterns, resonating with the sounds of wind and thunder. Congeal, I called out softly, my hands shifting through intricate seals. In an instant, the pale blue flame surged, enveloping the pill completely. Moments later, as the flames receded, 3 dragon-eye-sized pills, shimmering with brilliance, lay quietly at the bottom of the furnace. A 4th-tier pill, the Thunder Pill, was complete. The surrounding disciples, who had come to observe, erupted with uncontainable exclamations. Brother Mu has succeeded once again. This marks the 3rd batch of 4th-tier pills this month, does it not? Good heavens, Brother Mu is only 18 years old. An 18-year-old 4th-tier alchemist. Such a genius has not emerged from the Valley of the Medicine King in a century. Not only in our valley, but across the entire continent. Such talent is exceedingly rare. I disregarded their flattery, calmly stowing away the elixir and extinguishing the alchemical flames. Genius? Only I am aware that I am not. A figure emerged in my mind, a man who, 10 years ago, rescued me, an 8-year-old orphan, from a sea of corpses on the battlefield. It was he who bestowed upon me a new life, who granted me the name Mu Chun. Furthermore, he took me under his wing, nurturing me for a full 7 years. My alchemical skills did not originate from the Apothecary Valley, they stemmed from him. The knowledge he imparted was boundless, unfathomable. Concepts like molecular structures, catalytic reactions, and the centrifugation method for purifying medicinal potency, terms I barely comprehended, were like keys that unlocked a door to an entirely new realm. My so-called talent was merely a result of standing on the shoulders of this giant, employing his modern theories akin to dimensional attacks to dominate the alchemical systems of this world. 3 years ago, at the age of 15, I obeyed his command and entered the Apothecary Valley under the identity of Mu Chun. Everything I possessed belonged to him. I am a member of the Candle Dragon Guard, codenamed Candle 33. I have been waiting for a signal. At that moment, a junior brother responsible for the valley's chores rushed over, clutching a thick stack of documents. Senior Brother Mu, this is the latest commission list sent from the 4 Directions Pavilion of the major cities. The Grand Elder wishes for you to take a look and see if anything piques your interest. This privilege was granted to me by the Grand Elder of the Inner Sect, my master, who believed that understanding external demands would broaden an alchemist's horizons. I nodded and accepted the documents. As I casually flipped through them, most were requests for 3rd and 4th grade elixirs, utterly lacking in challenge for me. Rewards such as gold, silver, techniques, and beautiful women, coveted by the masses, seemed as trivial as dust in my eyes. My gaze casually skimmed over a page containing a commission from the Dragon and Serpent Guild, the Gun Hall, offering substantial remuneration for alchemists of 4th grade and above for long-term collaboration with excellent treatment. Initially, I intended to turn the page, dismissing such an obscure faction's audacity to seek a 4th grade alchemist as sheer folly. However, just as my finger was about to touch the next page, my movements abruptly froze. At the end of the commission, a line of small print seemed to possess a certain enchantment, firmly seizing my attention. Postscript: the candlelight has ignited, awaiting the completion of the elixir. Boom. In my mind, it felt as though a million thunderclaps erupted simultaneously. This phrase, this verse known only to us, the original Candle Dragon Guards, and the Guild Master, was a summons. He had arrived at the Dragon and Serpent Guild. He needed me. In an instant, the blood coursing through my veins felt as if it were ablaze. The loyalty and fervor suppressed for a decade erupted like a volcano. After 10 years, I was like a sword hidden in the snow, finally awaiting the command to unsheath. Mu Chun, what is the matter? A gentle yet authoritative voice emanated from behind me. It was my master, the Grand Elder of the Inner Sect of the Apothecary Valley. He was not only one of the most powerful figures within the valley, but also a pinnacle 3rd grade alchemist, on the verge of glimpsing the legendary 2nd grade realm. I swiftly closed the scroll, forcefully suppressing the excitement within me, and turned to bow respectfully. Master, I observed your unusual expression as you gazed at the Dragon and Serpent Gatherings Commission. Could it be that you have developed a mortal heart? The elder stroked his beard, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. A thought crossed my mind, and I seized the opportunity. Disciple dares not presume. However, having long resided in the valley, I have encountered a bottleneck in my alchemical pursuits. It is said that the Dragon and Serpent Gathering is a confluence of diverse teachings, a repository of rare treasures and herbs. I wish to journey there, perhaps to discover a breakthrough. Nonsense. The elder's demeanor darkened instantly. What manner of place is the Dragon and Serpent Gathering? It is a realm of lawlessness, where killing and plundering are as common as breathing. You are the hope of our Medicine King Valley, the heir to my legacy. How could you, with such precious life, take such risks? Master, I raise my gaze. Sincerity in my eyes, a sheltered existence in the valley cannot nurture towering trees. If I remain under your protection, I shall ultimately struggle to achieve greatness. A frog at the bottom of a well knows not the vastness of the heavens. My descent from the mountain is not a whim, but a quest to better inherit your teachings and to elevate our Medicine King Valley. My words resonated with conviction, imbued with a sense of righteousness. The elder regarded me with a shifting gaze, a mixture of admiration and concern, which ultimately transformed into a deep sigh. Foolish child, but every fledgling hawk must one day leave the nest. If you wish to go, I shall not impede you. A surge of joy filled my heart. However, he swiftly shifted his tone, retrieving a warm, jade token from his robes and presenting it before me. You must agree to 2 conditions for your journey. Master, please proceed. First, he said, his expression grave, this token of the alchemist's heart represents my personal authority. It must not be revealed lightly, except in dire circumstances of life and death. But should anyone foolishly attempt to pressure you, let them witness the consequences of crossing a disciple of the Medicine King Valley's elder. I accepted the token with both hands, feeling a wave of warmth flow from it into my palms, stirring a profound sense of gratitude within me. Second, he continued, glancing towards 2 youths standing nearby. You shall take your 2 senior brothers, Lin Feng and Shi Meng, with you for protection. Though their talents in alchemy are modest, having only reached the 5th rank, their cultivation is solidly at the 4th rank of the celestial realm. They are trusted disciples of mine, responsible for guarding the alchemist's heart cliff. With them by your side, even the most ordinary masters would not dare to act rashly. Lin Feng possesses an ethereal grace, while Shi Meng is as sturdy as a tower. I understood that this was the greatest concession my master could offer. Disciple, I shall obey. I bowed deeply in reverence. 3 days hence, at the Dragon and Serpent Gathering, for Directions Pavilion. Thus, Lin Feng, Shi Meng, and I donned the attire of ordinary martial artists and entered the most magnificent structure of the Dragon and Serpent Gathering. I approached the counter where the commission had been posted, placing my alchemist rank badge upon the table. It was a 4th rank badge, adorned with the distinctive emblem of the Medicine King Valley. Upon seeing the badge, the attendant's demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. I shall accept this commission, I declared, pointing to the prominently displayed request from the gun hall. The attendant swiftly completed the necessary formalities, handing me a token of acceptance for the commission and informing me of the gun hall's location. Esteemed guest, you are the first to boldly accept this commission as a 4th-grade alchemist, the attendant whispered, cautioning me that the Mad Demon Hall had declared that anyone taking on this task would be considered their enemy. Exercise utmost caution. Thank you, I replied, tucking away the token before turning to leave. As I exited the 4 Directions Pavilion, my senior brother Shi Meng, with a booming voice, inquired, Junior brother, how audacious of the gun hall. I wonder what formidable figure dares to challenge the Mad Demon Hall. Meanwhile, senior brother Lin Feng scanned our surroundings warily, frowning as he remarked, whoever it may be, those who threaten my junior brother shall meet their demise. Yet, I sensed something amiss. Since our departure from the 4 Directions Pavilion, it felt as though several malevolent gazes had been tracking us. A cold smirk formed in my heart. The Mad Demon Hall? This is fortuitous indeed. Their blood shall serve as my inaugural tribute to our master upon my return. The 3 of us proceeded discreetly, following the address to the street where the gun hall was located. Upon reaching a secluded alley, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several poisoned crossbow bolts erupted from the shadows on either side of the alley, aimed directly at my forehead, throat, and heart. The strike was ruthless, and the timing impeccable. Clearly a premeditated assault. An assembly of ants. A flicker of disdain crossed Shi Meng's eyes. He didn't even turn around, but simply snorted coldly. Buzz. An invisible force of domain instantly radiated from him. Those lethal arrows, capable of piercing stone, seemed to sink into a quagmire as they neared our vicinity. Their speed drastically diminished, ultimately hanging helplessly in the air before disintegrating into dust. A celestial realm domain. What? From the shadows of the alley, incredulous gasps echoed. This is bad. A master-level expert. Retreat. Attempting to flee? Too late. Shi Meng bellowed fiercely. his foot striking the ground with great force as he charged like a frenzied bear into the left shadow. Boom! The wall collapsed, and the three black-clad assailants armed with crossbow bolts were reduced to a mist of blood before they could even utter a cry. Simultaneously, from the right shadow, 5 figures surged forth, their long knives gleaming with an eerie blue light, lunging toward us. Even a grain of rice can emit brilliance? Senior brother Lin Feng did not even draw his sword. Instead, he merely pointed his finger, as if it were a blade, and slashed through the air at those 5 men. A pale blue sword aura materialized seemingly out of nowhere, tearing through the fabric of space, accompanied by a howling wind, and flashed past. The advancing bodies of the 5 black-clad men suddenly froze in place. The next moment, 5 crimson lines appeared at their waists. Thud! Their severed bodies fell to the ground, intestines spilling forth. The entire encounter from ambush to conclusion transpired in mere moments. I gazed at the remnants strewn across the blood-soaked alley. Each bore the distinctive blood-red skull insignia of the Mad Demon Hall. Junior brother, are you unharmed? Both senior brothers flanked me, shielding me as though we had merely crushed a few ants. I am fine. I shook my head, my gaze drifting past the gruesome alley to the courtyard not far away, where the plaque of the gun hall had just been hung. There, my king awaited. Master. Zhu Sen-san, I returned to the fold. Chapter 57, The Alchemist's Arrival, the Master's Test. The candlelight returns the gates of the gun hall had not known tranquility in recent days. The once vacant area in the front yard, designated for drying herbs, had now transformed into a personal slaughterhouse for Wang Ba. Bare-chested, his bronze muscles glistening under the sun, he wielded a large, ghost-headed blade not drawn from its sheath, using only the back of the knife to mercilessly incapacitate the desperate souls seeking refuge, leaving them crying out in agony. Useless. You can't withstand even a fraction of my pressure for 10 breaths. Get lost. You, unable to even steady your weapon, yet you aspire for double wages? Go back to your mother's breast. Next, Wang Ba's booming voice resonated, intermingled with the sharp cracks of bones shattering and the lamentations of the rejected, creating a unique symphony of recruitment exclusive to the gun hall. The efficiency was remarkable, the scene exceedingly bloody, and the results impressive. Anyone capable of walking out under his hand had, without exception, tasted blood on the edge of a blade. In stark contrast, the rear courtyard remained enveloped in tranquility, isolated from the clamor of the front yard. Yi Linfan reclined lazily on a lounge chair beneath the eaves, squinting at the mottled shadows cast by the old locust tree in the courtyard, indifferent to the drama unfolding outside. Morong Shui, clad in her combat attire and cradling her crimson flame sword, stood like an ice sculpture not far away, dutifully embodying her role as a protector. However, the occasional flicker of impatience betraying her true feelings seeped through the mask she wore. Yi Linfan stretched languidly, the sound of cracking joints echoing in the stillness. Often, his voice, though soft, pierced through the air with clarity. Morong Shui stiffened momentarily, her fingers tightening around the sword hilt. She did not turn nor respond, but the aura surrounding her grew noticeably colder. Come here. Yi Linfan shifted into a more comfortable posture, patting the empty space beside him, beckoning her to massage his shoulders. You. Morong Shui spun around abruptly, her phoenix eyes seemingly ablaze beneath her mask. Such a disgrace. Gritting her teeth, she spat out a few words through clenched jaws. My hands are meant for killing. Oh. Yi Linfan feigned surprise. I was under the impression they were for playing music or embroidering. What a pity, such beautiful hands, solely used for murder. How wasteful. He scrutinized her sword-wielding hand with the gaze of an art connoisseur, his words dripping with mock lament. You scoundrel. Morong Shui's chest heaved violently, her frustration mounting as she felt on the verge of exploding from this insufferable man. Just days prior, he had been the formidable gunman, a demon on the battlefield, a master of slaughtering masters with a single shot, the enigmatic prince who orchestrated the patterns of the dragon and snake with effortless wit. Now, he appeared like the most disreputable dandy of the capital, his words flippant, his demeanor unruly. This stark contrast left her in a whirlwind of confusion and embarrassment, unsure of how to face him. Just as she was about to draw her sword in anger, a figure burst into the rear courtyard, shattering the peculiar atmosphere. It was the Black Serpent Lord. His face was etched with urgency, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as he rushed toward Yi Linfan, nearly tripping over the threshold. Hall Master! Hall Master! His voice, now strained, carried a tone of distress. It has been 3 days. The atmosphere around the square pavilion was eerily silent. The Madman Hall had issued a stark warning. Any alchemist daring to accept our commission would face dire consequences. It seemed that no one would be brave enough to step forward. He gazed at Yi Linfan, a look of trepidation in his eyes. We have stockpiled so many medicinal herbs, and the money spent amounts to astronomical figures. If this venture collapses, our leader, we will become the laughingstock of the entire Dragon and Serpent Guild. Yi Linfan lifted the teacup beside him, gently blowing away the foam without raising his gaze. Why the haste? How can we not be anxious, my lord? The Black Snake Lord is nearly on his knees. We have already spent the money. And I can only imagine the Madman Hall is laughing maniacally. At this rate, we won't even need them to strike. We will collapse under our own weight. Yi Linfan took a sip of the warm tea, its fragrance enveloping him. Let the bullets fly a while longer. What? The Black Snake Lord was momentarily dumbfounded. Confusion etched across his face. What do you mean, bullets? What are you talking about, my lord? Yi Linfan chose to ignore him, casting his gaze toward the entrance of the courtyard. Almost simultaneously, a guard from the gun hall rushed in, an odd expression on his face as he reported, My lord, there are 3 individuals outside who claim to be here for the Square Pavilioness commission. At this, the Black Snake Lord felt as if he were grasping at a final straw, his eyes lighting up with excitement, momentarily forgetting about the bullets. Where are they? Please, let them in. What rank of alchemist are they? The guard's expression grew even more peculiar. He said his name is Mu Chun and he is a 4th grade alchemist. 4th grade. The Black Snake Lord's voice shot up, cracking audibly. His eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape as if it could hold an egg, his entire being frozen in astonishment. Even Wang Ba, who was merely spectating, and the furious Murong Shui turned their gazes toward the courtyard entrance simultaneously. A 4th grade alchemist? Such a rare gem. Revered by even the 3 great powers, would truly come to their newly established and uncertain gun hall. And they arrived so swiftly? Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, 3 figures slowly entered the rear courtyard. Leading them was a young man, around 18 or 19 years of age, clad in a simple blue long robe. His features strikingly handsome, exuding an almost ethereal purity that seemed out of place in the murky surroundings of the Dragon and Serpent Guild. His demeanor was calm, his steps measured. Following him were 2 imposing figures, both exuding a heavy aura. One moved with the grace of the wind, while the other was as robust as a tower, his temples bulging, radiating a formidable presence that warned others to keep their distance. The young man paid no heed to anyone else. From the moment he entered, his gaze traversed over the crowd, landing squarely on Yi Linfan. Filled with a mixture of excitement, fervor, and admiration, an emotion so profound it eluded the understanding of those around him. He stepped forward, seemingly to bow in respect. Stop! A booming voice echoed like thunder. The towering figure, Shi Meng, stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the young man. His piercing gaze fixed fiercely on Yi Linfan, filled with scrutiny and hostility. Junior brother, do not, he admonished in a low tone, turning to Yi Linfan with a deep, resonant voice. Are you the master of the gun hall? My junior disciple, Mu Chun, is the esteemed direct disciple of the Grand Elder of the Medicine King's Valley, the future heir to the position of Valley Master, a title of immense prestige. We are tasked by our master to ensure his safety, not to have him toil for a small, inconsequential sect of unknown standing. Although Lin Feng, standing beside him, remained silent, his demeanor was equally sharp, evidently sharing the same sentiment. In their eyes, Mu Chin's attitude towards this laid-back young man was excessively respectful, even bordering on humility, which was utterly illogical. They needed to ascertain what qualifications this leader of the gun hall possessed that warranted such deference from a genius of the Medicine King's Valley. Shi Meng took a step forward, unleashing an overwhelming aura. The invisible pressure of the celestial domain surged forth like an avalanche, instantly engulfing the entire courtyard. The air seemed to solidify, the leaves of the ancient locust tree ceased to sway, and the gravel beneath trembled slightly. The Black Serpent Lord turned pale, retreating several steps, as if a colossal mountain had descended upon his chest. Wang Ba, however, managed to withstand this pressure through the instinctive activation of his blade intent. The source of this oppressive force was directed squarely at Yi Linfan, who lounged in his chair. Shi Meng's intentions were clear. He sought to probe Yi Linfan's depths. If he could not endure this pressure, all negotiations would be moot, and he would promptly escort Mu Chin away. Yet, an astonishing scene unfolded. As the overwhelming force approached within 3 feet of Yi Linfan, it dissipated like a gentle spring breeze, failing to even ruffle the fabric of his garments. He remained reclined, leisurely lifting the teacup to his lips. The tea within remained perfectly still, undisturbed, and the rising steam ascended straight upward without a hint of tremor. The master-level domain, capable of overwhelming even a 5th-tier expert, was merely a figment of illusion. Shi Meng's rugged visage instantly froze. The malice and scrutiny that had adorned his face rapidly faded, replaced by profound astonishment and disbelief. How could this be? Although he had only unleashed 70% of his celestial domain, It was sufficient to make experts of the same tier brace for impact. Yet, this young man before him seemed utterly unfazed. What did this indicate? It suggested that the other's strength far surpassed his own, reaching a realm beyond his comprehension. Lin Feng, standing nearby, also stiffened, instinctively tightening his grip on the sword hilt. They had encountered an insurmountable obstacle, a depth they could not fathom. "Brother, step back," Mu Qin's voice resonated, carrying an undeniable authority. He circled around the stunned Meng and approached Yi Linfan once more. Yi Linfan set down his teacup, and for the first time, a genuine smile illuminated his face. He gazed at the young man before him, the child he had painstakingly rescued from the brink of death and nurtured over 7 years. "You have worked hard." Upon hearing this seemingly abrupt phrase, Mu Qin's eyes instantly glistened with tears. Suppressing the lump in his throat, he knelt slowly and solemnly before Yi Linfan. The nominal leader of the hall, under the incredulous gazes of Wang Ba, the Black Serpent Lord, Murong Shui, and others, he lowered his head, which was regarded as noble by countless individuals in the Valley of the Medicine King, and his voice, though not loud, reverberated with the weight of thunder, echoing in the silent courtyard. "Hall Master, Candle Dragon Guard, code name Candle 33, requesting to return to the team." Chapter 58. The pill completion astonishes all. The dragon and tiger roar throughout the city. The courtyard was enveloped in utter silence. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. Wang Ba's resolute face twitched slightly as he glanced at the kneeling Mu Chun, then at the composed Yi Linfan reclining in a chair, feeling a bit overwhelmed. A fourth-grade alchemist, a direct disciple of the Grand Elder of the Valley of the Medicine King. Such a formidable figure, whose mere stomp could shake the entire continent, was actually under the command of the Hall Master, and he was a member of the Candle Dragon Guard? What kind of divine organization was this? The Black Snake Lord was utterly dumbfounded, his mouth agape, almost wide enough to fit a fist. He felt as if he had not merely pledged allegiance to a new master, but had instead latched onto a golden thigh capable of piercing the heavens. The anxiety he felt just days prior had now transformed into unparalleled ecstasy. As for Murong Shui, the eyes hidden behind her mask sparkled with unprecedented brightness, fixed intently on Yi Linfan. "Candle Dragon Guard? Codename Candle 33? Her heart raced as a more colossal and terrifying force began to take shape in her mind. The darkness surrounding this man was even deeper than she had imagined. As for Meng and Lin Feng, the two masters of the celestial realm, they felt as if they had been struck senseless. The junior brother they had taken pride in, the future hope of the Valley of the Medicine King, was kneeling before a youth younger than himself, referring to him as Hall Master. This scene was more absurd than witnessing a living person erupting from a cauldron. "Rise." Yi Linfan finally spoke, his voice shattering the eerie silence. He extended his hand gently to assist Mu Chun up, patting his shoulder with a natural and affectionate gesture. Having grown taller and more composed, with reddened eyes, Mu Chun found himself at a loss for words, ultimately expressing his acknowledgement with a heavy nod. Yi Linfan then turned his gaze toward the two masters who remained in a state of shock. "Gentlemen, thank you for your arduous escort," he said, his tone calm. "The hall is in its infancy, and much remains to be done. If you do not mind, you may stay here temporarily." "Yes, Hall Master." Black Snake responded with a start, eager to comply. Meng's rugged face flushed crimson. He wished to articulate something, but found himself at a loss for words. Just moments ago, he had boldly tested the young man's domain pressure, only to find that it had no effect, and now his own junior brother was kneeling before him. The sting of embarrassment was sharp. Lin Feng, more composed than Meng, clasped his hands towards Yi Linfan, his voice slightly hoarse. "Hall Master, you are too kind. We are here under the orders of our master to ensure our junior brother's safety. As he is here, we shall remain here as well." Although he spoke of protection, the reverence in his demeanor was unmistakable. "Very well," Yi Linfan nodded, choosing to shift the focus back to the matter at hand. "Mu Chun, the alchemy room is prepared, and the herbs are all in place. Do you foresee any issues with the dragon and tiger pill?" "None." Mu Chun immediately fell into his rhythm, confidence sparkling in his eyes. "The formula provided by the Hall Master is exquisite. I have complete assurance." "Then let us begin." Yi Linfan waved his hand, commanding, "Haish. Lead the way. Wang Ba, clear the area." During the alchemical process, no one is permitted to approach the backyard. Those who defy this order shall face severe consequences. Understood. Deep within the gun hall lay an alchemical chamber, hastily converted from a storage room. It bore no extravagant embellishments. The walls were reinforced with solid bluestone, and the floor was laid with ordinary fireproof stone slabs. In the center stood a half-human tall brass alchemical furnace, displaying signs of age, an acquisition procured at a high cost from a destitute mercenary group, renowned for its durability. Meng and Lin Feng stood guard at the entrance, resembling two stoic sentinels, their expressions a blend of complexity. Originally there to protect their junior brother, they had now assumed the role of gatekeepers. Within the alchemical chamber, only Yi Linfan and Mu Chen remained. Master, although this furnace isn't of superior quality, its thick walls and unobstructed fire path make it sufficient for concocting fourth-grade elixirs. Mu Chen remarked as he inspected the furnace, displaying no disdain. He understood that the core of the alchemical principles imparted by his master was never reliant on external factors, but rather on an exquisite comprehension of pharmacology and precise control over energy. Yi Linfan merely nodded and found a chair in the corner, taking a seat to observe quietly. While he lacked the skill to concoct elixirs, he possessed an understanding of the underlying principles. He had shared fragments of modern knowledge in chemistry, physics, and pharmacology with Mu Chen in a manner comprehensible to this world. In turn, Mu Chen, with his prodigious talent, transformed these theories into tangible results. Let us commence. Yes. Mu Chen sat cross-legged, clapping his hands against the furnace body, igniting a pale blue flame that surged at the bottom of the furnace. He refrained from hastily adding ingredients, instead closing his eyes. His mental focus sharpened as he began preheating the furnace. First stage, maintain a constant temperature of 120 degrees for dehydration, he murmured softly. He then introduced the first auxiliary herb, blood coagulation grass, into the furnace. Under the caress of the azure flames, the herb did not immediately turn to ash. Rather, it withered slowly, releasing wisps of impure green smoke that escaped through the furnace's vent. Outside, Sherming and Lin Feng exchanged glances. What is our junior brother doing? Isn't alchemy typically about directly refining medicinal liquids with true fire? Sherming's mind was filled with doubts. Lin Feng, equally perplexed, remarked, I've never seen anything like this. Is he perhaps roasting the herbs? Inside the chamber, Mu Chen remained intensely focused. Second stage, raise the temperature to 360 degrees for wall-breaking extraction. His hand gestures shifted, causing the flames to blaze fiercely. The withered blood coagulation grass disintegrated in an instant, transforming into a rich emerald liquid that swirled gently at the bottom of the furnace. Dragon bone powder, ground to 300 mesh, into the furnace. Tiger heart. Separate the malevolent energy using centrifugal force to extract its core essence. Mu Chen's mental energy manifested as an invisible hand, stirring the tempest within the furnace. The emerald liquid spun at high speed, the sanguine malevolence from the tiger heart being flung to the edges, while the purest energy converged at the center. To traditional alchemists, his methods appeared utterly unconventional and unfathomable. Yet, in Yi Linfan's eyes, this was merely a reimagining of dehydration through heating, high-temperature extraction, and centrifugal separation. As time slipped by, an extraordinary fragrance, rich and intoxicating, erupted from within the alchemical chamber. The aroma was overwhelmingly potent, seemingly infused with the sounds of dragons roaring and tigers howling, instantly permeating the walls and spreading throughout the entire gun hall, even reaching the streets beyond. Within the alchemy chamber, the brass cauldron trembled violently, while the shadows of a dragon and a tiger spiraled and intertwined above the lid, vividly lifelike. Congeal, Mu Chen bellowed, his hands forming the final seal of the incantation. Buzz, the cauldron shuddered, and all manifestations abruptly subsided. The lid opened, revealing 3 pills the size of dragon's eyes. One half a blood-red hue and the other half a radiant gold, resting quietly at the bottom of the cauldron. The surface of the pills bore natural patterns of dragon and tiger, shimmering with a supernatural brilliance. It is complete. Mu Chen's voice carried a hint of fatigue, yet was predominantly filled with an indescribable excitement. Yi Linfan stepped forward and picked up one of the dragon tiger pills, nodding in satisfaction. Well done. Now, it's time for the entire Dragon Snake Guild to witness a splendid performance. The following morning, the storefront of the gun hall had been transformed overnight into a pharmacy, adorned with a plaque boldly inscribed with the characters Dragon Tiger Hall. The Black Snake Lord stood at the entrance, exuding vitality as if rejuvenated by 20 years. We are open. We are open, he shouted, exerting his utmost strength to announce. The new Dragon Tiger pills from Gun Hall are now on sale, specially designed to treat both internal and external injuries, boasting an efficacy 3 times that of the blood condensation pills from the Mad Demon Hall, at only half the price. On the streets, passing martial artists and mercenaries cast curious glances. What is this? Gun Hall is selling medicine now? 3 times the efficacy, half the price? Are they joking? Do they think we're fools? The blood condensation pills from the Mad Demon Hall may be unscrupulous, but their effectiveness is undeniable. Gun Hall must be desperate for money. Laughter and murmurs rose and fell in the crowd. The Black Snake Lord remained unfazed, merely grinning as he called out to a burly man in the crowd. whose arm was heavily bandaged and seeping blood. "Brother, I see you are quite injured. Just returned from Blackwind Mountain?" The man paused, nodding in acknowledgement. "Come, I, the Black Snake Lord, guarantee my integrity. Here, take this Dragon Tiger pill on the house." He handed the pill to the man. "Consume it here. And if within the span of a single incense stick, your wound does not show significant improvement, I shall tear down this plaque of Dragon Tiger Hall and consume it myself." At this proclamation, everyone became intrigued. The burly man, skeptical yet resolute, glanced at the pill in his hand, then back at the Black Snake Lord. Gritting his teeth, he tossed the pill into his mouth. It dissolved instantly, unleashing a powerful and warm medicinal force that erupted within him, surging towards his injured arm like a torrent breaching a dam. "Ah," the man grunted, feeling a tingling and itching sensation at the wound. An indescribable wave of relief washing over him. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he tore away the bandage from his arm. Hiss! A collective gasp arose from the onlookers. The once profusely bleeding wound, deep enough to see bone, had now ceased bleeding, and the flesh around the edges was visibly writhing and healing at an astonishing speed. In less than the span of an incense stick, the ghastly wound had formed a thin layer of scab. The robust man flexed his arm. Aside from a twinge of pain, his mobility was largely restored. What a miraculous elixir! This is truly a divine medicine. The man, flushed with excitement, knelt before the Black Serpent Lord, exclaiming, "Thank you, my lord. Thank you for saving my life." The street fell into an instantaneous silence. In the next moment, cries erupted, "Give me 10. I want 20. No one dare compete with me. Step aside. I was here first. Boss, I want them all." The crowd ignited with fervor. The desperate souls of the Dragon and Serpent Guild were thrown into a frenzy, instantly grasping the immense value of the Dragon Tiger pill. Triple the efficacy at half the price. What did this imply? It meant that for a lesser sum, one could procure 3 lives. The counter of the Dragon Tiger Hall was swiftly overwhelmed by a frenzied mob. In the gun hall's backyard, Yi Linfan remained reclined in his chair, leisurely sipping tea. The Black Serpent Lord stumbled in, laughter illuminating his face, breathless with excitement. "Hall Master, they've gone mad. Everyone's gone mad. Our pills have sold out. Master Muchun. No, the pill god. The pill god is hastily refining more. The Mad Hall is utterly finished." "Ha ha." Yi Linfan set down his teacup. Gazing at the old locust tree in the courtyard, basked in sunlight. Not far off, Murong Shui stood, sword cradled in her arms, quietly observing him. The glimmering depths of her phoenix eyes, hidden beneath her mask, hinted at unspoken thoughts. Yi Linfan silently raised a subtle smile, lifting his teacup in acknowledgement. Chapter 59, The Serpent's Retribution, an invitation from the Mad Hall. The ascendance of the Dragon Tiger pill was not a gradual simmer, but a tempest sweeping through the city. When Yu Songhai, the leader of the Mad Hall, crushed the Dragon Tiger pill, a high-priced acquisition from the black market, into powder, his delicate features contorted into an unrecognizable grimace. The great hall was enveloped in an oppressive silence. The air was thick with the acrid scent of blood and medicine, creating a stifling atmosphere. Kneeling on the ground was the chief alchemist of the Mad Hall, a sinister elder, trembling uncontrollably. Before him lay a heap of analyzed medicinal residues. The hall master's subordinates are utterly incompetent. The elder's voice trembled with a mix of despair and fear. The method of concocting this elixir is unprecedented. Its potency is at least 5 times that of traditional methods. The pharmacological ratios are beyond comprehension. This is beyond our realm of understanding. Useless. Yu Songhai kicked over the incense burner, scalding ash showering the elder. What use is it to keep you worthless wretches around if you cannot even discern how it is made? His chest heaved violently, resentment radiating from his eyes, nearly palpable. To sever one's financial lifeline is akin to slaying one's parents. The gun hall's actions were not merely an obstruction. They had effectively desecrated the ancestral resting place of the Mad Hall. What manner of place was the Dragon and Serpent Guild? It was a haven for the desperate. What held the utmost significance for them? Not riches, nor women, but life itself. Healing elixirs were their second lifeline. The reason the Mad Hall's bloodening dawn amassed immense wealth was due to their monopoly over this vital source of life. Now, the gun hall has launched the triumphant dragon pill, boasting 3 times the efficacy at half the price, in what can only be described as an almost humiliating manner. What does this signify? It heralds the demise of the Mad Demon Hall. As long as the triumphant dragon pill continues to be supplied in abundance, within 3 days, the martial artists of the Dragon and Snake Guild will regard the Mad Demon Hall as nothing more than a parasitic pest to be avoided at all costs. "Master, what shall we do?" a loyal confidant inquired, his voice trembling. Yu Songhai exhaled a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. In his slender, Serpent-like eyes danced a cold and malevolent glimmer. What shall we do? He scoffed. Did he truly believe the Dragon and Snake Guild could establish itself merely through the sale of medicine? Convey my message. Send an invitation to the gun hall. Yu Songhai leisurely reclined in the imposing bone chair, delicately wiping his fingers with a silk handkerchief. Inform them that I, Yu Songhai, wish to invite the leader of the gun hall, Wu Ming, to our Mad Demon Hall for a discussion. We all make our living in the Dragon and Snake Guild. We encounter one another frequently, and certain protocols must be clarified in person. His confidant paused, a look of confusion crossing his face. Master, is this a call for peace? Peace. Yu Songhai chuckled, a smile that chilled the heart. He has undermined me, and you think I would seek reconciliation? I merely wish to gauge the audacity of that fellow named Wu Ming. If he refuses to come, it would indicate his fear. We shall then proclaim far and wide that the gun hall resorts to underhanded commercial tactics, and that their leader is a coward too afraid to show his face. In due time, their hard-earned reputation will inevitably suffer. And if he dares to come, a murderous glint flickered in Yu Songhai's eyes. The Mad Demon Hall has prepared a grand surprise for him. Meanwhile, in the gun hall's backyard, Yi Linfan reclined on a lounge chair, eyes closed in repose. Nearby, Murong Shui, holding her sword, gazed at him with a lingering sense of shock hidden beneath her mask. The events of the past few days had completely upended her understanding. This individual, without shedding blood, had forced one of the three major powers of the Dragon and Snake Guild, the Mad Demon Hall, into a dire predicament in just a matter of days. Such intellect and cunning filled her with trepidation. Do you find it fascinating? Yi Linfan's languid voice broke the silence. Yet his eyes remained shut. Murong Shui's body stiffened, instinctively averting her gaze, her aura cooling further. My guard offing. Yi Linfan shifted to a more comfortable position. I have grown somewhat weary these past few days. Come, and give my shoulders a rub. Murong Shui's anger surged violently. She spun around, swiftly striding to stand before Yi Linfan, looking down upon him with an imposing demeanor, her tone low yet fiery. The Murong family's hands wield only swords, not to serve others. If you require assistance, you have come to the wrong place and sought the wrong person. Or perhaps some esteemed individuals have fallen so low as to be unable to find a maid to attend to them. Oh, Yi Linfan, far from angered, opened his eyes with an expression of intrigue. How amusing. Such a fiery temper. It seems you have deigned to serve as a guard. His nonchalant demeanor left Murong Shui feeling as though she had struck a fist against cotton. She took a deep breath, ultimately moving forward with a stiff gait to stand behind Yi Linfan. She extended her slender, fair hand and, with a hint of defiance, pressed it firmly on Yi Linfan's shoulder. Ouch! Yi Linfan exclaimed dramatically. Are you attempting to commit murder on this hall master? Murong Shui loosened her grip, only to tighten it again, gritting her teeth as she spoke. I might have such thoughts, but alas, not at this moment. Ha! Yi Linfan laughed heartily. This little phoenix is even more intriguing than I had anticipated. At that moment, Haish Langjun rushed into the courtyard, a look of seriousness etched on his face. Hall master, he announced upon entering, noticing Murong Shui scowling while massaging Yi Linfan's shoulders, who wore an expression of sheer enjoyment. A knowing, mischievous grin appeared on Haish Langjun's face as he winked at Yi Linfan. This little gesture did not escape Murong Shui's notice. She shot him a frosty glare, causing Haish Langjun to retract his neck and hurriedly report, the people from the Mad Demon Hall have sent an invitation. He presented the invitation adorned with black and gold thread. Yi Linfan finally sat up straight, refraining from taking the invitation, and inquired nonchalantly, what does it say? They said that Hall Master Yu Songhai wishes to invite you to the main hall of the Mad Demon Hall for a discussion regarding the rules, Haish Langjun replied, a flicker of concern in his eyes. This is not merely an invitation. It is clearly a feast of treachery. Who doesn't know that the main hall of the Mad Demon Hall is fraught with traps and toxic arrays, a veritable den of peril? Oh, discussing the rules? A playful smirk curled on Yi Linfan's lips. He lifted his hand and gently patted the back of Murong Shui's hand still resting on his shoulder, the warmth causing her to retract it as if shocked. Afong, speak of matters at hand. Murong Shui retorted irritably. Tell me, should this hall master accept or decline the invitation? Yi Linfan turned his head, gazing at her with keen interest, as if to say, my loyal guardian, offer me your counsel. Murong Shui's anger flared up again. This rogue was toying with her. She let out a cold laugh. I am but a guardian. How could I presume to advise on the grand ambitions of the hall master? However, she swiftly shifted her tone, laced with sarcasm. If the hall master requires counsel for such a trivial matter, then this game is rather childish. In the southern regions, we cannot afford to play with those who cannot bear to lose. As her words echoed, the atmosphere in the courtyard grew tense. Haish Langjun stared at Murong Shui in astonishment, nearly breaking into a cold sweat. This woman was incredibly audacious. Yet, Yi Fan's smile only widened. He curled his lip and withdrew his gaze, waving dismissively at Hai Shlangjian. Reply to him. Tell him that Yu Songhai's influence is not substantial enough. If he wishes to discuss rules, he should come here himself. Furthermore, inform him that there is but one rule in my hall. Yi Fan's voice turned icy. That is, my word is the rule. Chapter 60. Next time, it won't simply be a matter of severing an arm. The night, deep and as dark as ink. A waning crescent moon hung at the edge of the sky, reluctantly casting a few strands of cold luminescence, rendering the filthy alleys of Longsheji even more sinister. The envoy from the Mad Devil Hall, bearing the audacious words of Yi Fan, returned with a crestfallen demeanor. As the news spread, the atmosphere in Longsheji plummeted to an icy chill. Everyone understood that a tempest of bloodshed was inevitable. In the backyard of the gun hall, Yi Fan did not retreat to his chamber. Instead, he reclined on his familiar chair, eyes closed, appearing as though he had succumbed to slumber. Morong Shui, clutching her sword, stood in the corridor like a frigid statue. She could not fathom why Yi Fan remained so at ease. Given the Mad Devil Hall's modus operandi, such humiliation would surely provoke the most severe retribution. Assassination was their forte. What was the source of his confidence? Was it merely the newly arrived fourth-tier alchemist or the two masterful bodyguards? What schemes lay hidden within this man? The night breeze rustled through the old locust tree in the courtyard, producing a soft susurration. Suddenly, that sound ceased, not the wind, but rather. Every noise in the courtyard was abruptly erased by an unseen force. The chirping of insects, the whisper of the wind, and the distant clamor of the streets all faded into silence. An extreme stillness enveloped the entire backyard. Morong Shui's body tensed instantly. A domain. It was the domain of an assassin. This realm lacked the domineering pressure of a king, yet it was far more chilling and lethal. It could mute sounds, distort light, transforming the space into an optimal hunting ground for assassins. Her grip on the hilt of the Qiyin sword became slick with sweat. They were coming. At that moment, three shadowy figures materialized atop the courtyard wall without warning. They were like nocturnal owls, silently poised, each wielding a short blade that shimmered with an eerie blue light. Three elite assassins, each at the fifth tier of the manifestation realm. Upon their appearance, they immediately divided their roles. One figure, like an arrow released from its bow, launched directly at Yi Fan on the reclining chair, while the other two figures crossed the courtyard, unerringly targeting the room where Mu Qin resided. The objective of the Mad Devil Hall was never the master of the gun hall, but rather the alchemist capable of concocting the Dragon Tiger pill. To sever his foundation was the most vicious form of retribution. Seeking death, Morong Shui exclaimed, no longer able to remain a mere spectator. With a clang, the Qiyin sword was drawn, igniting a brilliant flare, akin to the wings of a phoenix unfurling in the night. With a swift motion, she propelled herself forward, intercepting the assassin lunging at Yi Fan. The clash of the sword light and the poisoned short blade erupted in the air, producing a series of rapid metallic reverberations. Morong Shui's swordplay was grand and expansive, each strike imbued with a searing wave of heat, forcing the assassin to retreat repeatedly. Simultaneously, the door to Mu Qin's chamber was violently shattered. Two figures surged forth, one to the left and one to the right. They were none other than Mu Qin's masterful bodyguards, Shimeng and Lin Feng, a horde of despicable insects. Shimeng bellowed, his voice like rolling thunder, his formidable frame akin to a moving iron tower, even too indolent to wield a weapon, as he unleashed a powerful punch. The winds of combat howled. The air shattered with a series of muffled explosions. The assassin clearly did not anticipate the presence of a master of such formidable physique lying in wait. In a moment of panic, he could only raise his blade to parry. Crack! The poisoned dagger crumbled under the weight of Shimeng's fist, as fragile as a biscuit. Shattering instantaneously, the ferocious force continued unabated, solidly imprinting itself upon the assassin's chest. With a grunt, the assassin's torso caved in. A torrent of blood mixed with fragments of his innards erupted forth, and his body was sent flying like a ragdoll against the wall, falling silent. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's figure glided with the grace of the wind. With fingers poised like a sword, a pale blue sword energy flickered at his fingertips. Facing the oncoming assassin, he did not even move his feet. With a mere flick of his wrist, the sword energy shot forth, tracing an arc in the air, expertly bypassing the assassin's defense, and, from an unimaginable angle, piercing through his throat. The assassin's body froze mid-air before collapsing helplessly to the ground. Three elite assassins fell without even lasting a single round. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Just as Shimeng and Lin Feng struck, Morong Shui ensnared her opponent. Two even more terrifying presences descended like venomous serpents from the abyss. A shadow, nearly indistinguishable from the night, silently emerged behind Yi Linfan. There was no murderous intent, no sound of slicing air. Only a dagger, soaked in lethal poison, lunged towards Yi Linfan's back. Mr. Ghost Shadow, a pinnacle assassin of the 4th rank. Simultaneously, another chilling wave of murderous intent erupted outside Mu Chen's door. Another 4th rank assassin, codenamed Scorpion, had stealthily approached the entrance, seizing the moment when Meng and Lin Feng had just dispatched their foes. His target remained Mu Chen. This was the true lethal strike. 5 assassins, 2 masters, 1 feint, and 4 primary attackers, all intricately entwined, resolute in their objective. The appearance of Scorpion instantaneously ensnared Meng and Lin Feng, forcing them to exert all their strength to block this fellow 4th rank assassin at the threshold, with danger lurking at every turn. Meanwhile, Morong Shui had finally disarmed her opponent, poised to deliver the fatal blow when she sensed the imminent, deadly crisis looming behind her. Just as the poisoned dagger was about to pierce Yi Linfan's body, he, who had been reclining in the chair, moved. He did not turn back, nor did he rise. Yet, his right hand had somehow grasped the long spear, dragon spine, he had recently acquired. With a flick of his wrist, the heavy tail of the spear unleashed a terrifying force that tore through the air, executing a sudden dragon's sweep. The spear's tail, arriving before the spearhead, precisely struck the tip of the poisoned dagger. Ding! A sound, sharp and clear, rang out under Mr. Ghost Shadow's astonished gaze. His powerful thrust, capable of penetrating gold and stone, was abruptly halted in midair by what appeared to be a casual flick of the spear's tail. A torrent of wild, unmatched force surged through the dagger and into Mr. Ghost Shadow's arm. Crack! Crack! A cacophony of shattered bones echoed through the air. The entirety of Mr. Ghost's right arm, from wrist to shoulder, was mercilessly fractured by the hidden force of the gunshot. A piercing scream, so harrowing it seemed inhuman, erupted from Mr. Ghost's lips. His emaciated body was hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground, as he clutched his limp arm, writhing in agony. The courtyard fell into an eerie silence. Meanwhile, the assassin Scorpion, engaged in combat with Meng and Lin Feng, was struck with terror upon witnessing his comrade's defeat. Without hesitation, he feigned an attack to repel the two and transformed into a wisp of smoke, propelling himself toward the courtyard wall, intent on escaping over it. One messenger was sufficient. The other must perish here. As Scorpion's form soared into the air, on the verge of breaching the wall, Yi Linfan gradually rose from his reclined position. Gripping the dragon spine gun in his left hand, he moved with such ease it seemed he was merely lifting a straw. He gazed at the shadow in midair, casually extended his right hand, seized the middle of the gun, and with a powerful twist of his waist, hurled the long weapon forward. A low hum resonated as the hefty dragon spine gun transformed into an indistinguishable black line, slicing through the night sky with a piercing whistle. In Scorpion's eyes, the world appeared to slow. He barely had time to turn his head in midair before the deadly black line expanded rapidly within his pupils. It was too swift. He didn't even have a moment to contemplate evasion. Thud! A muffled sound echoed. The 200-pound gun, propelled by unparalleled kinetic energy, pierced through his back and emerged from his body, pinning the still airborne Scorpion against the courtyard wall, 10 zhang away. The wall cracked, and dust billowed into the air. Scorpion's limbs twitched a couple of times before falling utterly still. Blood dripped slowly down the shaft of the gun. Drip, drip. Meng, Lin Feng, and Morong Shui, who had just dispatched her opponent, froze in their tracks, transfixed by the scene. They witnessed Yi Linfan casually flick the gun's tail, incapacitating a 4th-tier master. Then, he rose and effortlessly hurled the weapon once more, nailing another 4th-tier master attempting to flee against the wall. What monstrous strength and reflexes were these? Yi Linfan ascended, step by step, until he stood before the still wailing Mr. Ghost. He loomed over the elderly man, his expression devoid of emotion. Return and inform Yu Songhai. Yi Linfan's voice was void of warmth. Next time, it shall not merely be an arm that is severed. He paused, then lightly kicked Mr. Ghost. Scram. Chapter 61. The Alliance of Mad Beasts, Shadows over Dragon, and Serpent. Mr. Ghost fled, not carried away by others, but rather crawling and scrambling in a desperate bid for escape. Behind him, the rear courtyard of the gun hall lay in deathly silence. Meng and Lin Feng, the master guardians hailing from the Medicine King's Valley, stood frozen in place, their movements halted. They gazed 10 zhang away at the Scorpion, pinned to the wall by a heavy spear, its limbs twitching slightly. Then their eyes fell upon the young man who had slowly risen from his reclined position only to lie back down, and an icy chill surged from their feet to the crown of their heads. With a single shot, he had incapacitated a peak 4th-grade assassin master. With a casual throw, He had dispatched another expert of the same rank. What terrifying physical prowess was this? What grotesque reaction speed? They questioned themselves, even with all their might. They could never achieve such effortless ease. Was this nameless fellow truly human? The scrutiny and hostility they had previously directed at him now seemed utterly ridiculous in hindsight. In the corridor, Morong Shue's hand, which clutched the crimson flame sword, trembled slightly. If in the arena he had already struck down a 4th-grade opponent while being only 5th grade, it had made her perceive him as a monster. Now, this monster's image in her mind grew even larger, more unfathomable, and increasingly aberrant. He had not even tapped into any realm's power. It was purely raw, primal, and savage strength and skill that had toyed with 2 long-established 4th-grade masters. How much more strength did this rascal conceal? As the 3 of them were lost in their own thoughts, overwhelmed by shock, Yi Linfan, reclining in his chair, stirred. He did not rise, nor did he turn around. He merely raised his right hand nonchalantly towards the courtyard wall, fingers splayed, and then gently closed his fist. A soft hum reverberated through the air. The dragon-spine spear, embedded 10 zhang away in the wall, seemed to come alive. A sickening ripping sound echoed as the spear withdrew from the wall and the flesh. With the spear's departure, the assassin master's corpse, the scorpion, slid down the wall, collapsing into a heap of mangled flesh at the corner. In the next moment, under the horrified gaze of Shi Meng, Lin Feng, and Morong Shue, the blood-stained heavy spear transformed into a streak of black light, slicing through the night sky with a sharp whistle, and precisely returned to Yi Linfan's outstretched hand. He casually leaned the spear against the side of his chair, reclined once more, and closed his eyes, as though he had merely accomplished a trivial task. At the headquarters of the Mad Demon Hall, when Mr. Ghost Shadow, drenched in blood and his right arm hanging at a peculiar angle, crawled into the main hall, Yu Songhai froze in place. Inside the hall, the high-ranking members of the Mad Demon Hall were as pale as death, rendered speechless. Hall Master, Mr. Ghost Shadow collapsed to the ground, his voice shrill and piercing, filled with an unshakable terror. That is not a human. That is a monster. He struggled, using his remaining left hand to point at his shattered right arm. He had not even turned around. With just the tip of his spear, he had gestured backward, just once. My protective true essence, my ghost shadow domain, crumbled before that force like mere window paper, shattered at the slightest touch. The scorpion, in a desperate attempt to escape, wished to return and deliver a message. Mr. Ghost's body trembled violently, as if recalling some horrifying memory. He merely rose from his chair and casually hurled aside a gun weighing at least 200 pounds. The scorpion, a 4th-tier practitioner of the carefree path, had no time to react and was pierced from behind by the gun, nailing him to the wall. At this revelation, gasps of astonishment filled the grand hall. Yu Songhai's face turned ashen, devoid of any color. His strength was certainly not at the 4th tier. Mr. Ghost let out a final, anguished scream. The sheer explosive power of his flesh and an unparalleled mastery over strength comparable to a legendary 3rd-tier grandmaster who had refined their body to perfection. The phrase 3rd-tier grandmaster weighed heavily upon every heart like an immense mountain, nearly suffocating them. How could a youth, barely 20, embody a physique rivaling that of a 3rd-tier grandmaster? This transcended the realm of martial arts reasoning. It was myth, sheer fantasy. Within the gun hall, at least 3 grandmasters remained. Mr. Ghost's voice trembled as he added. One was a fist practitioner, another a sword practitioner, and a masked woman of unfathomable strength. Our men could not withstand even a single strike from them. And if Wang Ba were to join, a terrifying hall master akin to a 3rd-tier grandmaster, accompanied by at least 3 enigmatic grandmaster guardians, and a mysterious alchemist capable of concocting dragon tiger pills. In that moment, Yu Songhai and all the high-ranking members of the Mad Devil Hall realized in terror that they had not provoked merely a fierce dragon crossing the river, but an ancient beast clad in human skin. It is over for the Mad Devil Hall, one elder murmured in a daze. Panic spread through the hall like a plague. Silence. Yu Songhai roared in a fit of hysteria. His snake-like eyes were bloodshot, gleaming with a frenzied and resolute light. It is not over yet. He gritted his teeth, enunciating each word. No matter how strong the gun hall may be, can it truly contend against the entire Dragon Snake Alliance? He abruptly turned to his trusted aide. Prepare a lavish gift. I shall personally visit the Beast Tomb. The Beast Tomb, the most massive and chaotic entity among the 3 factions of the Dragon Snake Alliance, had its headquarters nestled within a hollowed-out mountain, perpetually saturated with the stench of blood and the foul odor of demonic beasts. The vast hall was adorned with various grotesque heads and specimens of demonic beasts, while the ground was carpeted with the pelts of unknown colossal creatures. The Beast King, Tu Wanjing, reclined upon a throne crafted from the bones of great beasts, methodically trimming his nails with a sharp knife. He appeared gaunt and pale, resembling a consumptive specter, yet his eyes bore an icy and cruel intensity surpassing that of any ferocious beast. Upon hearing Yu Songhai's humble and obsequious request, he did not respond immediately, but let out a low, hooting laugh reminiscent of an owl in the night. "Yuhal master, have you been frightened and come seeking my aid?" Tu Wanjing's voice was soft, yet it carried a chilling undertone. The countenance of Yu Songhai twitched momentarily as he forced a smile, declaring, "The Beast King is jesting. I merely believe that the Gun Hall's actions are excessively domineering and devoid of any decorum. Today, they can sever the financial lifeline of my Mad Demon Hall. Tomorrow, who can say they undermined the very foundation of your 10,000 Beasts tomb? My foundation?" Tu Wanjian paused in his actions, lifting his gaze. "What we at the 10,000 Beasts tomb deal in our materials from monstrous beasts and mercenary business. He peddles his elixirs. What concern is that of mine?" Seeing this, Yu Songhai felt a surge of joy and hastened to press his advantage. "Beast King, have you yet to comprehend? The dragon and snake pill is not merely a medicinal product. It is a means to purchase lives, to buy the loyalty of those desperate souls." Yu Songhai's tone grew urgent and chilling. "The Dragon and Snake Guild operates on the bloody blades of mercenaries, and most of these mercenaries are under the banner of your 10,000 Beasts tomb, serving as your sharpest claws. Yet now, the Gun Hall has presented them with a miraculous remedy that triples efficacy while having the cost, granting them a second chance at life. Consider, in the future, will these mercenaries heed your commands as the Beast King who merely provides tasks, or will they heed the Gun Hall leader who can save their lives?" Tu Wanjian's grooming of his nails came to a halt. His cold, piercing eyes finally shifted from his nails to Yu Songhai's face. Yu Songhai continued to incite. "The hearts of men are the greatest currency. The Gun Hall is digging at your roots. Once he consolidates all the mercenaries of the Dragon and Snake Guild with his elixirs, who will still take on tasks for your 10,000 Beasts tomb? Who will hunt monstrous beasts for you? Without mercenaries risking their lives, can your precious business in beast materials continue to thrive? At that juncture, he would be the butcher, and we would all be the meat." Tu Wanjian fell into silence. He was well aware that Yu Songhai was employing alarmist rhetoric, exaggerating the situation. Yet, he could not deny that every word spoken struck at the heart of the matter. The meteoric rise of the Gun Hall was too rapid, too forceful, shattering the balance that had endured in the Dragon and Snake Guild for years. An uncontrollable variable is never a boon to anyone, especially when that variable threatens to expose its fangs. An alliance is possible. After a long silence, Tu Wanjian finally spoke. Yu Songhai was instantly elated. However, Tu Wanjian's tone shifted, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. When the 10,000 Beasts tomb intervenes, it cannot be without recompense. Following this battle, regardless of the outcome, 30% of the future profits from your Mad Demon Hall's elixir business shall belong to the 10,000 Beasts tomb. 30%. The corners of Yu Songhai's eyes twitched violently. This was nothing short of opportunistic plunder. "What? Does Hall Master you find this unacceptable?" Tu Wanjian's tone grew colder. "Then you may very well confront the Gun Hall on your own. The 10,000 Beasts tomb will merely observe." Yu Songhai's expression fluctuated, his mind waging an internal battle. Ultimately, the profound hatred he bore for Yi Linfan eclipsed all else. "Very well." He gritted his teeth, forcing the word through clenched jaws. "I accept your terms." "Excellent." A hint of satisfaction finally graced Tu Wanjian's features. He rose and strode to the center of the grand hall, his gaunt figure casting a colossal shadow in the dim firelight, one reminiscent of a demonic deity. "Relay my Beast King's decree." His voice reverberated through the vast mountain's core. "Summon all the capable individuals from the various factions. Within 3 days, I shall ensure that the so-called Gun Hall is utterly obliterated from Longxi Gathering." Chapter 62. The Bed of the 100 Refinements Hall, a transaction named Future. The news of the alliance between the Mad Demon Hall and the Beast Tomb spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of Longxi Gathering overnight. Anxiety permeated the atmosphere as everyone understood that a conflict, destined to reshape the future dynamics of Longxi Gathering, was on the horizon. The overwhelming consensus was that the Gun Hall was doomed. No matter how formidable a newly established force may appear, it stood no chance against the combined might of two venerable powers. Many of the desperate souls who had flocked to the Gun Hall mere days ago were now quietly reconsidering their choices. Fearful of being swept into this inevitable disaster and becoming mere cannon fodder, the entire Gun Hall was shrouded in a stifling and tense ambience. Yet, on a reclining chair in the courtyard, Yi Linfan leisurely sipped his tea, seemingly unaffected by the brewing storm outside. This calmness left Murong Shui beside him in a state of disbelief. She could not comprehend how he could remain so composed in the face of such dire circumstances. What was his trump card? Surely, this rascal could not believe that a dead pig is unafraid of boiling water? At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed from the front courtyard. The newcomer, without announcement, strode straight through the front area and into the back courtyard. The imposing figure, akin to an iron tower, was none other than the leader of the 100 Refinements Hall, Jinshan Hammer Tai Ching-song. His expression bore an unprecedented gravity. Ignoring everyone else, he approached Yi Linfan directly. His intense gaze fixed upon him as he asked in a low voice, "Young man, are you aware of the alliance between the Mad Demon Hall and the Beast Tomb?" Yi Linfan set down his teacup, nodding with a hint of a smile on his face. "I am aware. And what do you plan to do?" Tai Ching-song pressed, his voice booming, causing the pillars in the corridor to resonate. "It's not too late to flee. As long as you leave Longxi Gathering, I, Old Tai, can guarantee your safe passage." His words were sincere. He admired Yi Linfan and did not wish to see such a promising young talent perish here. Yi Linfan chuckled. "Flee." He shook his head, a gesture so casual yet imbued with an undeniable conviction. "That word does not exist in my vocabulary. Not only do I intend to stay, but I will also await their arrival right here." Tai Ching-song's brows furrowed deeply. "Are you insane?" he exclaimed. "That is an alliance of two colossal forces. The likes of Tu Wanjiong and Yu Songhai, along with their esteemed masters and guardians. There must be no fewer than 10 experts at the celestial phenomenon level among them. What do you intend to use to confront them? Your current meager forces are hardly sufficient." "Who said I am alone?" Yi Linfan's gaze locked onto Tai Ching-song, his eyes carrying a profound meaning. A sudden realization struck Tai Ching-song, and his heart raced. He instantly understood Yi Linfan's implication. The young man, audaciously attempting to drag him into the depths. What a cunning scheme, akin to a wolf in sheep's clothing. Morong Shui, lurking in the corridor, felt a jolt in her heart. That scheming scoundrel. He had anticipated Tieshing-song's arrival, even foreseeing his intentions, lying in wait for him to walk straight into his trap. This calm demeanor was not the result of confidence, but rather the machinations of a devious mind that had calculated everything. "Your words are yet unfinished, Tieshing-song," Yi Linfan interjected. "Master Tai, let us strike a bargain, shall we?" He rose from his seat, advancing towards the towering giant, meeting his gaze head-on. Though he stood 2 heads shorter than Tieshing-song, in that moment, he radiated an aura that was utterly undaunted. "You did not come merely to persuade me to flee, did you?" A knowing smile graced Yi Linfan's lips, revealing his insight. "You are well aware that if my gun hall falls, your 100 Refinements Hall shall be next." At this proclamation, Tieshing-song's breath caught for an instant. Tu Wanjian and Yu Songhai had long coveted the mineral veins and forging secrets of your 100 Refinements Hall. It was not a fleeting desire, but one that had simmered for quite some time. In the past, the 3 factions maintained a delicate balance, preventing reckless moves. Yet, once I, the greatest variable, disappear, they will undoubtedly set their sights upon you next. Surely, Master Tai understands the principle that when the lips are gone, the teeth grow cold? When that time comes, can your 100 Refinements Hall withstand the combined onslaught of their 2 factions? Each of Yi Linfan's words struck like a hammer, resonating deeply within Tieshing-song's heart. His analysis was both dispassionate and brutal, tearing away the veils of pretense that had cloaked the equilibrium of power among the Longxi alliance, laying bare the bloody reality before Tieshing-song. Tieshing-song fell silent, for all that Yi Linfan said was rooted in truth. This was indeed the true reason for his personal visit today. He found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Aligning with the gun hall meant immediately facing the assault of 2 major factions, with scant hope of victory. Failure would spell doom for the 100 Refinements Hall. Yet, to remain passive was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Once the gun hall perished, the fate of the 100 Refinements Hall would be equally sealed. It was a deadlock. Morong Shui, observing from the side, felt her scalp tingle. This man was terrifying. He was not merely analyzing the situation, but waging psychological warfare. He had cornered Tieshing-song to the brink of a precipice with no retreat, then extended a hand, forcing him to make a choice of his own volition. "Why should I trust that you will prevail?" Tieshing-song's voice grew hoarse, a final struggle and a last test. "Just this." Yi Linfan spared no further words. He extended his right hand, gently resting it upon the stone table in the courtyard. He did not channel any essence, relying solely on his physical strength. In the next moment, with a resounding crack, the stone table, fashioned from a solid piece of bluestone and weighing 1,000 pounds, instantly fractured with a web of cracks before collapsing into a pile of evenly sized stones. It did not shatter, it imploded, as if an unimaginable, terrifying force had suddenly obliterated all structural integrity from within. Tieshing-song's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. He fixed his gaze intensely upon the pile of stones. then abruptly turned to glance at Yi Linfan's seemingly unremarkable hand, his face a canvas of shock and disbelief. As a top-tier cultivator at the 4th grade of the Carefree Realm, he understood better than anyone the horrifying mastery over power required to achieve such a feat. Shattering a stone table with a punch is not difficult. He could accomplish that. However, to gently press down with a single hand and reduce the entire stone table to dust without a sound represented an extraordinary level of power that infiltrated every minuscule crevice of the bluestone, utterly obliterating its internal structure. This exquisite manipulation of strength surpassed the limits of his comprehension. He questioned himself. Even if he exerted all his might, he would never be able to execute such finesse. This was no mere brute force. It was the way, an ultimate manifestation of the path of body cultivation. At that moment, he truly understood that the hidden prowess of the youth before him was 1,000 times more terrifying than he had imagined. Everything he had previously displayed was merely the tip of the iceberg. Now, how confident do you feel of victory? Yi Linfan inquired, retracting his hand with an air of nonchalance. Tai Ching-tsong's chest heaved violently as he gazed at Yi Linfan, his expression shifting tumultuously. Shock, horror, and ultimately, a resolute madness surged within him. He would gamble. Tai Ching-tsong had always relished the thrill of gambling, staking claims on mineral veins, betting on blueprints, wagering with his life. This time, he was betting the very future of the 100 Refinements Hall. If he won, the hall would soar to unprecedented heights. If he lost, death would be the worst that could happen. It was far better than being gradually consumed and dying a suffocating death at the hands of those two old schemers. Very well. Tai Ching-tsong slammed his thigh, emitting a thunderous roar. I, old Tai, shall indulge your madness just this once. From this moment forth, all 300 smiths and 800 guards of the 100 Refinements Hall shall be at your command. I have but one request. His eyes blazed with fierce combativeness. When the fighting commences, leave that old scoundrel Tu Wanjing to me. I have long desired to dismantle his beast bones and wield them as a hammer. Agreed. A satisfied smile graced Yi Linfan's face. Thus, a storm sweeping across the entire city officially commenced. Chapter 63. Rules? What I say is the rule. The atmosphere in Longsheji had never been so heavy. The dying rays of the setting sun painted the sky as sinister crimson, as if heralding an impending massacre. Along the long street, shops had closed early, and pedestrians had vanished, leaving only the desolate wind swirling up the dust on the ground, producing a sound akin to lamentation. In a tavern in the south of the city, several mercenaries who had just crawled out from the heap of corpses clutched their cups tightly, their faces pale. Damn it, what bad luck, muttered a one-eyed mercenary. I just spent all my savings yesterday to snatch a dragon tiger pill from the gun hall's apothecary, thinking it would grant me an extra life. Who would have thought that the gun hall would be annihilated today? Isn't that the truth? Replied a scar-faced man with a bitter smile. You haven't seen the effects of the dragon tiger pill. I witnessed a brother who had a hole gouged in his chest by a demon wolf. He took it, and within a quarter of an hour, the bleeding stopped. And he could walk again. This stuff truly can save lives. Regrettably, this opportunity shall never present itself again. Lower your voice. Do you wish to court death? The one-eyed giant cast a fierce glance as the coalition of the Mad Demon Hall and the Beast Graveyard, rumored to number nearly 1,000, besieged the gun hall like an impenetrable iron barrel. Yu Songhai of the Mad Demon Hall and Tu Wanjian of the Beast Graveyard personally took charge, while Tai Ching-tsong of the 100 Refinements Hall also remained withdrawn. What could the gun hall possibly use to defend itself? It was akin to eggs colliding with stones. A somber silence enveloped the crowd, the atmosphere within the tavern growing increasingly oppressive. They were not lamenting the gun hall's fate, but mourning their own precarious lives that could be extinguished at any moment. A glimmer of hope had emerged, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. In stark contrast to the foreboding tension outside, the air within the gun hall was strangely peculiar. There was no panic, no despair in the face of impending calamity. Wang Ba, clutching his ghostly blade, leaned against a pillar with his eyes closed, a faint, sinister smile gracing his lips, as if he eagerly anticipated the taste of his enemy's blood. Black Snake Lord, accompanied by several newly recruited subordinates, methodically distributed weapons and elixirs, his swift movements revealing a blend of tension and a resolute determination to confront fate. In the backyard, Morong Shui stood beneath the corridor, cradling the crimson flame sword. Her phoenix-like eyes, concealed beneath her mask, fixated unwaveringly on the man leisurely sipping tea in a recliner. She was perplexed, truly baffled. How could this man remain so composed in the face of a coalition formed by two formidable powers, surrounded by nearly a dozen masters of celestial phenomena? Had he not laid all his cards on the table? At that moment, a heavy and chaotic sound of footsteps surged from all directions, converging outside the gun hall's entrance. They have arrived. Murong Shue's heart raced, feeling as though it had lodged in her throat. She sensed at least 7 or 8 formidable auras of masters, unabashedly honing in on their modest courtyard. Yi Linfan finally set down his teacup and slowly rose from the recliner, stretching his limbs. A series of sharp cracks echoed from his joints. Then he turned his head, flashing a bright smile at Murong Shue. "Afong, let us go. Our guests have arrived, and it is time to greet them." His tone was so casual, it seemed as though they were heading to a mundane gathering rather than a life-and-death confrontation. Grinding her teeth, Murong Shue said nothing but tightened her grip on the sword hilt, following closely behind him. As Yi Linfan, accompanied by Wang Ba, Murong Shue, Black Snake Lord, and others, approached the entrance of the gun hall, the sight outside would have terrified any faint-hearted individual. A dark mass of people stretched from one end of the street to the other, completely blocking the thoroughfare. To the left stood the disciples of the Mad Demon Hall, clad in black, their cold gazes glinting ominously, weapons in hand shimmering with lethal intent. To the right were the mercenaries of the Beast Graveyard, their chests bare, their robust forms radiating a palpable scent of blood and menace. The oppressive force exerted by the army of nearly 1,000 desperate souls weighed heavily upon the hearts of every member of the gun hall. The crowd parted like the Red Sea, and 2 figures emerged side by side. On the left stood a man with a delicate visage, adorned in a brocade robe, idly toying with 2 blood-red jade orbs. He was none other than Yutsonghai, the master of the Mad Demon Hall. To his right stood a gaunt figure, pallid and cloaked in a beast-skin mantle, whose gaze was more ferocious than that of a ravenous wolf. This was Tuanjang, the lord of the Beast Tomb. Yutsonghai spoke first, his voice high-pitched and laced with a sickly amusement. "You are quite audacious. After all my years in the Dragon and Serpent Gathering, this is the first time I encounter someone who dares to disregard my authority." Yi Linfan innocently dug at his ear and regarded him with a bemused expression. "Your authority? Is it truly of such value?" Yutsonghai's countenance darkened instantly. Tuanjang let out a harsh cough, his voice gravelly. "Young man, the Dragon and Serpent Gathering has its own rules. If you violate them, you must bear the consequences." "Rules?" Yi Linfan chuckled, surveying the dense crowd around him before fixing his gaze upon Tuanjang and Yutsonghai, his smile brimming with unabashed mockery and dominance. "I beg your pardon, but since the day I set foot in the Dragon and Serpent Gathering, the rules here are due for revision." He extended a finger and gently shook it. "The only rule of my gun hall is this. What I say stands as the rule." Such arrogance, such boundless audacity. At this proclamation, an uproar of furious roars and curses erupted from the opposing faction. "Kill him! Slay this insolent wretch!" From the ranks of the Beast Tomb, a towering figure emerged. A mountain of muscle standing nearly 10 feet tall, known as the Mountain-Shaking Bear, a renowned body cultivator of the 4th tier of the Carefree Realm, famed for his strength. "Master, why employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Allow me to twist off his head and use it as a night pot." The Mountain-Shaking Bear bellowed, his voice reverberating like thunder as he propelled himself off the ground. Boom! The hard stone floor shattered instantly under his mighty legs, and his colossal frame surged forth like a cannonball, charging at Yi Linfan with unparalleled ferocity. He intended to crush this arrogant youth and his ludicrous rules into a fine paste, employing the most barbaric and straightforward means possible. As this earth-shattering collision approached, the members of the gun hall, including Wang Ba, turned pale and were about to intervene. Yet, Yi Linfan merely raised a hand, signaling for them to refrain from acting recklessly. He did not even glance at the charging brute. Instead, his attention was drawn to the distant top floor of the 4 Directions Pavilion. There, 2 indistinct figures leisurely observed the unfolding drama. "Old man, all you do is watch the show. Do you never tire?" He silently mused. In the blink of an eye, the Mountain-Shaking Bear's fist, as large as a cooking pot, hurtled toward Yi Linfan's face, accompanied by a gale that shredded the air. However, Yi Linfan moved. His motion was simplicity itself. He neither retreated nor attempted to block. He merely extended his right hand in a casual manner. In the astonished gaze of the Mountain-Shaking Bear and all present, his hand, which appeared unremarkable, arrived first, effortlessly grasping the massive head of the Mountain-Shaking Bear as if it were a mere trinket. It was as though an iron clamp had ensnared the prey's skull. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The ferocious charge of the Mountain-Shaking Bear came to an abrupt halt. The sinister grin on its face froze instantaneously, replaced by an overwhelming sense of terror and bewilderment. It felt as if its head were trapped in the grasp of an insurmountable mountain. Despite its efforts to summon vitality and struggle, it could not budge an inch. A physical cultivator? Impressive strength indeed. Yi Linfan finally withdrew his gaze from the horizon, casting a glance at the toy clutched in his hand, his tone as unremarkable as if he were critiquing a dish. Then, with a surge of force in his arm, he acted. There was no earth-shattering momentum, merely pure, unrefined power. Gripping the mountain-shaking bear's head as one would a tattered sack, he forcefully smashed it against the stone ground beneath him. Bang! A sound so profoundly dull that it resonated throughout the entire street, causing it to tremble. There were no screams, for in that instant, the bear's head, along with its once proud physique, exploded like a watermelon struck by a hammer, red and white splattering everywhere. A headless, hulking corpse crumpled weakly at Yi Linfan's feet, then collapsed to the ground, twitching slightly before falling silent. Instant kill. A seasoned fourth-grade physical cultivator, renowned for years, could not even execute a single move before being brutally dispatched in the most humiliating and shocking manner possible. The scene described by Mr. Ghost Shadow returned in a far more visceral, blood-soaked fashion before everyone's eyes. The atmosphere was thick with silence. Nearly 1,000 desperate souls stood motionless, speechless. The smirks on Yu Songhai and Tu Wanjian's faces froze entirely. Yi Linfan released his grip, letting the blood drip from his hands, and lifted his gaze to meet the astonished faces across from him, once again displaying that harmless smile. Now, who among you still dares to contest my rules? Chapter 64. A long spear, a blood-stained warsong silence. A silence akin to that found in a graveyard. Yi Linfan's seemingly casual words echoed along the long street, striking Yu Songhai and Tu Wanjian like an invisible slap to the face. The expressions of the nearly 1,000 desperate souls behind them had transformed entirely. No longer were they filled with disdain and anger, but rather an innate fear emanating from the depths of their souls. One strike, in a mere instant. The physically robust mountain-shaking bear was crushed as if it were a walnut. What terrifying power was this? Could such strength truly belong to a youth scarcely 20 years of age? Altogether, kill him. Yu Songhai was the first to snap back from his shock, letting out a hysterical scream, his voice contorted by sheer rage and terror. He knew that this monster could not be allowed to continue projecting an aura of invincibility. Otherwise, the morale of the troops would shatter, and all would be lost. Kill. Tu Wanjian simultaneously issued the command, his cold eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Roar. With the commands of the two leaders, the nearly 1,000 desperate souls finally awoke from their stupor. Suppressing their inner fears, they unleashed beast-like roars, surging towards the small entrance of the gun hall like a relentless tide of darkness. The great battle was on the verge of erupting. Wang Ba let out a maniacal laugh, hoisting the ghostly blade and charging forward first. Murong Shui followed closely, drawing the flame sword, igniting a wave of scorching heat. Shi Ming and Lin Feng exchanged glances, opting not to charge, but rather to retreat a step in unison, positioning themselves to shield the alchemist Mu Chen behind them. Their sole mission was to protect Mu Chen. The fate of the gun hall held no relevance to them. Yi Linfan remained stationary, not moving an inch. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers splayed wide. In the courtyard, the heavy gun longi, propped against a chaise lounge, emitted a faint tremor. In the next moment, it transformed into a streak of pitch-black light, soaring skyward, crossing the eaves, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, and precisely landing in Yi Linfan's outstretched hand. The instant the gun settled into his grasp, Yi Linfan's aura underwent a dramatic transformation. If previously he had been an unfathomable volcano, dormant and restrained, now this volcano had erupted in its entirety. A tangible tidal wave of malevolent energy erupted from him, morphing into a visible plume of crimson smoke that soared into the heavens. This aura was cold, ferocious, pure, steeped in the iron-blooded will forged amidst countless corpses on the battlefield. Everyone present felt as if their very souls were ensnared by an invisible hand, their breaths caught in their throats. Those at the forefront, the desperate souls charging ahead, even experienced a momentary daze. And then, Yi Linfan moved. He did not opt for defense. Instead, he chose the most ferocious, direct offense. Armed with a 200-pound longi heavy gun, he became a solitary arrow, unhesitatingly plunging into the throng of nearly 1,000 desperate figures. He resembled a meteor striking a tranquil lake, instantly stirring up monstrous waves. The slaughter commenced. Yi Linfan's figure became a bolt of black lightning amidst the crowd. He employed no ornate techniques. Each move stemmed from the battlefield slaughter techniques honed through countless trials in a past life. Simple, efficient, lethal. With each sweep of his spear, bones shattered, and flesh was torn asunder. Each thrust of the gun pierced through the throats of one or multiple foes before they could even emit a scream. It was as though he was not engaged in battle, but rather conducting a merciless harvest. His steps were eerie and swift, always appearing in the most pivotal positions at minimal cost, evading the majority of attacks while delivering his spear into the enemy's vital points. Blood stained his garments. Shredded flesh clung to his hair. Yet, he remained indifferent. The mysterious breathing technique within him surged into a frenzied operation at this moment. With every breath, he inhaled the thick, acrid scent of blood and malevolence that surrounded him. Far from feeling fatigued, it invigorated his vitality, causing his blood to boil and his strength to surge with ferocity. He seemed to be a veritable Azura born for the battlefield. Slaughter was his sustenance. As the number of those who fell beneath his gun increased, the aura of malevolence surrounding him intensified, shrouding him in a crimson haze that rendered him akin to a fearsome deity emerging from the depths of the netherworld. Ah, a monster. He is a monster. Stay away. Stay away. At last, the desperate front line crumbled. They confronted not merely a man, but an unrelenting, insatiable machine of death. Fear spread like a plague, causing many to instinctively retreat, eager to distance themselves from that swirling vortex of black death. The formation fell into disarray. Useless. A bunch of worthless fools. Behind them, Yu Songhai trembled with rage, pointing at Yi Linfan and bellowing at the few masters beside him. What are you waiting for? Charge. Surround and annihilate him. I refuse to believe that he alone can withstand so many masters. And you, Tu Wanjiao, where are your men? Tu Wanjiao's countenance darkened to an extreme, and with a wave of his hand, he issued commands to his own masters. Roar. In an instant, 7 formidable auras locked onto the figure amidst the crowd, who was currently in the throes of carnage. The 3 masters of the Mad Demon Hall, the 4 masters of the Beast Tomb. A total of 7 fourth-tier experts surged like 7 beams of light, tearing through the crowd, converging from all directions towards Yi Linfan. They intended to use their overwhelming numerical advantage to utterly crush this aberration. Boss, Wang Ba, entangled with a master from the Mad Demon Hall, was driven to the brink upon witnessing this scene. With a furious roar, he attempted to break free and assist, but his opponent held him fast, leaving him unable to escape. Morong Shui felt a tightening in her heart as well. After repelling her immediate foe with a sword thrust, she glanced towards the center, where Yi Linfan was encircled by the 7 masters, her masked face finally betraying a genuine concern. However, at that moment, a louder, more resonant roar echoed from the far end of the street. Damn it, Tu Wanjiao, Yu Songhai, what kind of skill is it to bully a young man? Your Iron Grandpa has come to confront you. The earth trembled ominously. From the direction of the 100 Refinements Hall, a towering figure, as solid as an iron tower, wielding a giant hammer taller than a man, led hundreds of heavily armed guards from the 100 Refinements Hall, crashing into the Beast Tomb's ranks like a torrent of steel. It was none other than the Hall Master of the 100 Refinements Hall, Jinshan Hammer Tai Ching-song. He had finally arrived. Tai Ching-song's entrance served as a potent tonic, instantly stabilizing the precarious front lines of the gun hall. Yet, he did not rush to aid Yi Linfan. Instead, he aimed directly at the master camp of the Beast Tomb, laughing maniacally as he declared, Tu Wanjiao, come out and face your demise. The battle's chaos escalated dramatically. Meanwhile, at the very heart of the battlefield, the eye of the storm, Yi Linfan found himself encircled by the 7 Grand Masters. He halted, his spear angled toward the ground, droplets of crimson blood trickling slowly from its tip. Raising his gaze, he surveyed the 7 who surrounded him. His eyes, tainted with a murderous aura, glowed a fierce red, devoid of fear, brimming instead with an unsettling and fervent battle spirit. At last, worthy adversaries had arrived. He grinned, revealing a set of teeth starkly white against the backdrop of blood. Come forth, let me spare the trouble of slaying you one by one. Chapter 65. The dragon descends to earth. Can you dare to receive this strike? Arrogance. An elder from the Beast Tomb, emaciated and wielding twin hooks, shouted vehemently. He was the eldest among the 7, having attained the pinnacle of the 4th-ranked celestial realm. Fellow masters, there is no need to speak of chivalry with this fiend. Form the formation, and let us join forces to eliminate him. No sooner had he spoken than the 7 masters moved with remarkable agility, swiftly occupying 7 distinct positions, sealing off all avenues of retreat for Yi Linfan. 7 disparate, yet equally formidable celestial domains erupted simultaneously. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Domains of toxic mists, surging blood energy, whistling blades, and the roars of colossal beasts intertwined, coalescing into a vast and terrifying cage, entirely enclosing Yi Linfan and the space within a Tinjiang radius beneath him. Within this domain cage, forged by the combined might of the 7 Grand Masters, the air thickened like viscous fluid, gravity intensified several-fold, and the omnipresent force of the domains assailed Yi Linfan from all directions, akin to a myriad of steel needles aiming to tear him asunder from the inside out. In the distance, Tu Wanjian, engaged in a fierce battle with Tai Ching-song, witnessed this spectacle, and a cruel smile crept upon his face. He could not believe it. He could not fathom that anyone could survive beneath the compounded forces of 7 masters of the same rank. Even a third-rank grandmaster, ensnared in such dire straits, would likely meet their demise on the spot. This nameless youth was doomed. At the heart of the domain cage, Yi Linfan bore incomprehensible pressure. His protective essence emitted a creaking sound, strained to its limits upon contact with the mingled domains, while his skin bore fine, crimson lacerations inflicted by the ferocious domain forces. Yet, he did not falter. Not even a wrinkle marred his brow. Slowly he lifted his head, his blood-red eyes piercing through the layers of domains to fixate upon Tu Wanjin's face in the distance. Then, he smiled, a smile rife with disdain, madness, and an overwhelming aura of destruction. Is this all you possess? His deep voice reverberated within the domain cage, crystal clear to the ears of each Grand Master. Allow me to demonstrate what true power entails. Roar. A sound akin to the primordial roar of a dragon erupted suddenly from within Yi Linfan. Such a sound could not belong to a mere human. It was resounding, majestic, filled with the unparalleled might of one who reigns supreme over all. With the resonant roar of a dragon, an unimaginable colossal phantasm descended behind Yi Linfan. No longer the fusion of dragon and elephant as before, it was a pure, pitch-black dragon, seemingly forged from the deepest depths of night and chaos. It coiled in the void, its immense body obscuring the sky and sun, each scale glimmering with a chilling metallic sheen, while its wide-open dragon eyes burned with a dark golden flame of annihilation. Heaven and earth were at its command. The moment this black dragon manifestation appeared, the domain cage constructed by 7 grandmasters let out a piercing wail. Crack, crack, the 7 celestial realms. In the face of this utterly pure dragon might, which seemed to transcend all, crumbled like fragile glass, cracking inch by inch. Gush, the 7 masters, as if struck by lightning, simultaneously spewed blood, their faces etched with horror and disbelief. Their domain had been shattered. It was forcefully broken by the opponent in the most brutal and unreasonable manner. What sort of manifestation is this? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Everyone was in a frenzy. They had never seen nor heard of anyone whose celestial manifestation could coalesce such a terrifying, solid ancient dragon. This was no mere manifestation. It was the descent of a deity. Bathed in the oppressive aura of the black dragon, Yi Linfan's wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace. He slowly raised the dragon's spine spear in his hand, its tip directed towards the heavens. The black dragon behind him mirrored this action, its claw, forged from boundless malice and power, seemingly gripping a divine spear that pierced the heavens and earth. Now it is my turn. Yi Linfan's voice was icy and devoid of emotion. He moved. With a single step, his figure vanished from its original position. The next moment, he appeared before the emaciated elder wielding double hooks. So swift, so fast that the elder had no time to react. He only saw a pair of dark golden, inhuman pupils rapidly enlarge before him. Destructive star. The cold words echoed in the elder's ears. Yi Linfan's dragon spine spear merged with the colossal claw of the black dragon behind him, transforming into a streak of black lightning that tore through the heavens and earth with a fierce thrust. There was no room for evasion, no possibility of blocking. The elder could only cross his dual hooks defensively across his chest. His proud protective true essence and celestial domain were as flimsy as paper against this strike. With a sickening tearing sound, the hooks shattered. The protective true essence crumbled. The elder's chest was completely pierced by the long spear, carrying both man and armor. The violent force erupted within him, instantly obliterating all traces of his vitality. With a flick of his wrist, Yi Linfan shook the spear, and the elder's corpse exploded into a torrential rain of blood. One spear, slaying a pinnacle of the 4th-tier celestial realm. The entire arena fell once again into a profound silence. The remaining 6 masters, witnessing this scene, felt a chilling sensation surge from their souls to the crowns of their heads, as if their very blood were on the verge of congealing. However, the slaughter perpetrated by Yi Linfan was merely commencing. Without a moment's pause, his figure flickered once more, akin to a reaper dancing upon the edge of a blade, advancing toward his next target. Stop him. Quickly stop him. The 6 masters, jolted from their stupor, frantically launched their assaults against Yi Linfan. Blades gleamed, swords flashed, fists roared, and toxic mists enveloped him like a tempest. Yet, under the aegis of the dark azure dragon manifestation, Yi Linfan seemed to transform into an immortal god of war. At times, he withstood the onslaught, allowing blades to carve superficial wounds upon his form, only to exchange injury for life, piercing his foes with a single thrust of his spear. At other moments, with an uncanny agility, he navigated the gaps in their attacks, his spear striking like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, claiming vibrant lives with each sweep. Alone, armed with but a spear, he dominated the 6 masters of equal rank. No, it was not a battle, it was a crushing annihilation. The second, the third, the fourth. In the span of mere breaths, 3 more celestial realm masters fell beneath his spear. The remaining 3 masters were utterly shattered. As they beheld the blood-soaked figure of the man, resembling a demonic deity, all vestiges of combat spirit evaporated, and they turned to flee. Attempting to escape, Yi Linfan scoffed, relinquishing his spear, which transformed into a streak of lightning, instantly piercing the back of one fleeing master. Simultaneously, he darted like lightning, overtaking the other 2, delivering a dual strike that caused their heads to explode mid-air. Thus, the 7 masters who had besieged him were entirely vanquished. The battlefield fell into a momentary stillness. Shaken by this astonishing spectacle, whether from the Spear Hall, the 100 Refinements Hall, or the Mad Demon Hall, all eyes were fixated on the man standing amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, with the dark azure dragon coiling behind him. Yi Linfan slowly turned, his dark golden dragon eyes piercing through the chaotic battlefield, locking onto the distant figures of Yu Songhai and Tu Wanjian. Under the weight of that gaze, they felt their bodies freeze, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Yi Linfan brandished his spear, step by step, advancing toward them. With each footfall, the earth trembled, and the dark azure dragon behind him pressed forward, exuding a cataclysmic aura that caused the desperate souls before him to quake in terror, parting to create a path of death leading to the 2 leaders. "Do not come any closer." Yu Songhai's voice, tinged with fear, rose to a piercing pitch. Tu Wanjian's face turned ashen as he continuously retreated. It was over. Everything was over. All their trump cards, all their reliance, had become naught but a farce before this monster. Just as Yi Linfan was about to reach them, raising his slaughtering blade, a voice, laced with a languid yet irresistibly domineering tone, floated in from the direction of the 4 Directions Pavilion, resonating throughout the battlefield. "Young man, having taken so many lives, it is time to find some peace. For the sake of our brotherhood, shall we put an end to this?" Chapter 66. How much is your face worth today? The voice, laced with a languid yet domineering tone, seemed less a negotiation and more a proclamation of an undeniable truth. It fell upon the tumultuous battlefield like a bucket of ice water, instantly cooling the fervor of violence. Every motion halted as all eyes gravitated towards the source of the voice, the 4 Directions Pavilion. Yi Linfan gradually came to a stop, his dragon-like eyes, ablaze with dark golden flames, narrowed as he fixed his gaze in that direction. After observing the unfolding drama, had he finally decided to make his presence known? The black dragon manifestation behind him remained unyielding, emitting a low, rumbling growl, as the unseen might of the dragon collided silently with the resonating voice. Tu Wanjian and Yu Songhai, 2 terrified hounds, experienced a surge of euphoric relief upon hearing that voice. It was the Dominator. It was Tuoba Kwangshan of the 4 Directions Pavilion. In the Dragon and Serpent Conclave, the words of the Dominator held the weight of heaven itself. If he decreed an end, none would dare lift a finger. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a towering figure at the railing of the pavilion stirred. Tuoba Kwangshan did not leap down. Rather, he casually took a step forward. With that step, he seemed to tread upon the void itself. An extraordinary spectacle unfolded as the space beneath him appeared to be grasped by an invisible hand, slightly warping and folding. His figure blurred for a moment, and in the next instant, he had materialized 100 meters away in midair. He took a second step, again upon the void, and his image flickered anew, this time traversing an even greater distance, positioning himself directly above the long street. A third and fourth step followed, as if he were ascending an invisible staircase. Each movement leisurely, yet covering nearly 100 zhang with each stride, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the air. He was shrinking the distance with astonishing speed. This was the hallmark of a third-grade saintly physique in the realm of body cultivation. With mastery over the internal and external domains, the power of his body radiated outward, allowing him to initially interfere with the spatial laws of the world. Within mere moments, Tuoba Kwangshan had traversed nearly 1,000 meters, and as his final step descended, he silently placed himself between Yi Linfan and the trembling Tu Wanjian and Yu Songhai. His imposing figure resembled a mountain that had descended from the heavens, forcibly halting the relentless tide of slaughter. Without releasing any aura, his mere presence rendered the surrounding air palpably dense. It was an oppressive force born solely from the physicality of his being. First, he cast a glance at the 2 pools of indistinguishable flesh on the ground, then at the incapacitated Tu Wanjian and Yu Songhai, who lay like defeated dogs, before finally settling his gaze upon Yi Linfan. The moment his eyes met Yi Linfan's dark golden dragon pupils, Tuoba Kwangshan's own pupils constricted slightly. Good heavens! What manner of monstrous manifestation is this? The overwhelming pressure. An aura seemingly transcending myriad paths. What secrets does this young man conceal? Enough, young man. Tuoba Kwangshan took a swig of wine, grinning broadly. His grin remained rugged. Yet the undertone of his words was unequivocal. If this carnage continues, the Longxi Collective will surely be awash in blood. What am I business at the Sifong Pavilion? Though his words bore the guise of jest, they unmistakably conveyed his stance. He was a member of the Sifong Pavilion, which required the maintenance of the most fundamental order within the Longxi Collective. Yi Linfan remained silent, merely observing Tuoba Kwangshan. The black dragon avatar behind him, with its dark golden eyes, mirrored his cold scrutiny of the looming mountains. One exuded the majestic aura of a sovereign, capable of annihilating all, while the other embodied the unyielding spirit of a martial sage, as solid as the earth itself. These two intangible presences clashed violently between them, producing a sizzling sound that distorted the surrounding space. Mercenaries who dared to draw near felt as though they had been struck by a colossal hammer, gasping for breath and retreating in terror. Even the several masters engaged in combat with Tai Ching-tsang were affected, momentarily frozen, allowing Tai Ching-tsang to seize the opportunity and strike them down, bones shattered, blood spewing forth. Tuoba Kwangshan's grin gradually faded. He had not anticipated that this young man, after enduring such a brutal battle and manifesting such a terrifying avatar, still possessed the strength to stand against him. More importantly, he discerned no hint of retreat in those dragon eyes. What is this? Tuoba Kwangshan's tone turned grave. Young man, do you intend to disregard even my face? Yi Linfan chuckled. The black dragon avatar behind him mirrored his expression, bearing its formidable fangs like divine weaponry. Your face? Yi Linfan's voice was hoarse yet teasing. Senior, I must inquire, how much is your face worth today? This statement echoed his earlier words to Yu Songhai, strikingly similar. Audacious. Before the uncrowned king of the Longxi Collective. Before a third-tier martial sage, questioning the worth of his dignity. This was no mere bravado. It bordered on madness. Tu Wanjiang and Yu Songhai felt a flicker of hope rekindled within them. They fervently wished for Yi Linfan to provoke Tuoba Kwangshan to the brink, hoping the formidable Blade King would personally crush this monster. Murong Shue's heart raced, her grip on the crimson flame sword tightening, her palms slick with cold sweat. She was acutely aware of Tuoba Kwangshan's terror. Yi Linfan's actions at this moment were akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. A muscle twitched on Tuoba Kwangshan's face, and the massive blade, shattering mountain, resting on his shoulder, emitted a low hum. The temperature of the entire street seemed to drop several degrees. Yet, just as everyone braced for an explosion of fury, he erupted into a thunderous laugh. Ha ha, good. What a bold young man. He pointed at Yi Linfan, laughing uproariously, nearly brought to tears. You are indeed the first to speak to me in such a manner. How amusing, truly amusing. He laughed for a while before gradually subsiding, yet the mirth on his face remained undiminished. Leaning in closer, he lowered his voice to a level audible only to the two of them and said, Youngster, do not feign ignorance. You promised to assist me in obtaining the 9-turn dragon blood ginseng, and I require you as my proxy. Turning against me now would be detrimental for both of us. He paused and added with a hint of warning, moreover, today I stand here representing the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Chaos may reign in the Dragon and Serpent Gathering, but it must not collapse. This is the bottom line of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Do you understand? Yi Linfan listened quietly, his expression unchanged. He was acutely aware that he could not truly sever ties with Tuoba Kwangshan. However, he needed to establish his own principles firmly today. He intended to make it clear to everyone in the Dragon and Serpent Gathering that he, Wu Ming, was not a soft persimmon to be squeezed by anyone, not even by the fearsome Blade King Kwangshan. Now his objective was achieved. He required a way to retreat, one that would preserve his dignity while also granting Tuoba Kwangshan the respect he deserved. Yi Linfan slowly withdrew his gaze, no longer meeting Tuoba Kwangshan's eyes. His dark golden dragon pupils shifted back to the incapacitated Tu Wanjiang and Yu Songhai. The black celestial dragon manifestation behind him also retracted its oppressive aura directed at Tuoba Kwangshan, its massive head now facing the two men. Its jaws slightly parted as if ready to unleash a devastating breath at any moment. Of course, I must afford respect to my senior. Yi Linfan's words regained their calm. Yet beneath that tranquility lay an even more chilling coldness. I can spare your lives. Upon hearing this, Tu Wanjiang and Yu Songhai instantly breathed a sigh of relief. However, Yi Linfan's next words plunged them into despair. Yet, you have violated my principles. The death penalty may be avoided, but the punishment for living cannot be escaped. Before his words had fully settled, he moved. Without a weapon, and without approaching the two men, he merely lifted his foot and gently stomped on the ground. Boom! An invisible force surged through the bluestone floor, akin to an underwater current, instantly spreading beneath Tu Wanjiang and Yu Songhai. Ah! Two unearthly screams echoed simultaneously. Their limbs twisted at grotesque angles, fracturing in a horrifying manner. The sound of shattering bones rang clear in every ear present. This hidden force obliterated not only their bones, but also all the remaining meridians within their bodies. From this moment on, even if they managed to survive, they would be reduced to mere shells of human beings, incapacitated and lesser than ordinary folk. Having completed this, Yi Linfan slowly raised his head to look at Tuoba Kwangshan. A subtle smile gracing his lips. "Senior, are you satisfied with this handling?" Tuoba Kwangshan gazed at the two unconscious wretches and then at Yi Linfan's seemingly harmless face, feeling a pang of discomfort in his molars. This young man was truly a vengeful character. He spoke of giving face, yet his actions were more ruthless than anyone else's. This was far more torturous than simply killing them. "Absolutely. I am thoroughly satisfied." Tuoba Kwangshan raised his thumb towards Yi Linfan, his expression brimming with admiration. "Kid, you truly are formidable." He understood that Yi Linfan was conveying a message not only to him but to all present. His unspoken rules were not to be trifled with. After today, the Dragon and Serpent Alliance would indeed undergo a transformation. Chapter 67. The Hammer Falls. The Dragon and Serpent unite. The mingling scent of blood and dust permeated the desolate street. The black dragon manifestation behind Yi Linfan dissipated like thick ink dispersing into the air. His dark golden dragon eyes reverted to their original deep blackness. The overwhelming malice that once exuded from him retreated entirely, as if the man who had tread upon mountains of corpses, resembling a demonic deity, had merely been an illusion in the eyes of the crowd. He held the still dripping dragon spine spear, surveying his surroundings. Wherever his gaze fell, be it the madmen of the frenzied hall or the desperate souls of the beast's tomb, all bowed their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. Their reactions reflected nothing but pure reverence and dread. From this day forth, the Dragon and Serpent Alliance would no longer have the frenzied hall or the beast's tomb. Yi Linfan's voice, though not raised, resonated clearly throughout the long street. "You have two choices. First, lay down your weapons and join my gun hall. Past grievances will be forgiven, as long as you abide by the rules of my hall. Alchemical elixirs, martial arts, wealth, all will be at your disposal." Second, he paused, striking the ground with the butt of his spear, embedding it deeply into the bluestone pavement, producing a dull thud that echoed ominously. His gaze swept over the dismembered corpses and the two former leaders who had been utterly reduced to wrecks. The threat was unmistakable. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted with the sound of clanging metal. The first individual discarded his weapon and knelt. Soon after, a second, then a third followed suit, and before long, the dense throng of people collapsed to their knees like harvested wheat. They chose to yield. In the face of absolute power, any loyalty or defiance appeared feeble and ineffectual. Moreover, for these desperate souls, their allegiance had always been to the strongest who could provide them with benefits. Now, a stronger force had emerged, promising even greater rewards. They had no reason to refuse. "Heish," Yi Linfan commanded without turning. "Yes." The Black Serpent Lord, who had been stationed at the rear, promptly advanced with several trusted subordinates, his face betraying uncontainable excitement and fervor. He had placed his bet wisely. This new master was 1,000 times more fearsome than he had imagined. The Dragon and Serpent Alliance was indeed poised for unprecedented unity under his stewardship. "People are entrusted to you," Yi Linfan stated calmly. "In 3 days, I want to see a completely reformed gun hall. All territories, assets, and personnel must be integrated. Can you accomplish this?" "Rest assured, my lord." The Black Serpent Lord bowed deeply, his voice resolute as he vowed to fulfill the task. He gazed at the nearly 1,000 kneeling subordinates before him, ambition flickering in his eyes. These were the very foundations for the gun hall's expansion. He began to contemplate how to assimilate these individuals, branding them with the mark of the gun hall. Wang Ba approached, wielding a ghastly blade, his mouth agape in a wide grin. His body was drenched in blood, bearing several grievous wounds that exposed bone, yet he felt no pain, only a thrill as he clapped Yi Linfan on the shoulder. "Boss, you truly are a monster." After much contemplation, he could only settle on the term monster to describe him. Yi Linfan's previous swift defeat of the mountain-shaking bear had already left him astounded. However, the subsequent emergence of the Black Dragon avatar, which single-handedly decimated 7 grandmasters, had utterly shattered his understanding. This was no longer martial prowess. It was a divine phenomenon. At that moment, a heavy tread echoed in the air. Tai Ching-song, brandishing his mountain-settling hammer, approached with the members of the 100 Forgings Hall. His expression was one of profound complexity as he regarded Yi Lin Fan, the fallen soldiers at his feet, and the spirited Black Snake Lord who was consolidating power. His throat bobbed as if he were grappling with a momentous decision. Today, he had come to aid the Gun Hall. Ethically, he was an ally. Yet now, with the demise of the frenzied Demon Hall and the Beast Tomb, the Dragon and Serpent Coalition was reduced to just the 100 Forgings Hall and the Gun Hall. In such a domain, two tigers cannot coexist. Given the overwhelming dominance showcased by this gun demon, would he allow the 100 Forgings Hall to maintain its independence? Tai Ching-song was uncertain. He could gamble, hoping that Yi Lin Fan would remember today's camaraderie and allow for peaceful coexistence. However, the more likely scenario was that today's allies could become tomorrow's foes. The 100 Forgings Hall might very well be the next to meet the fate of the frenzied Demon Hall. Rather than passively await such judgment, Tai Ching-song resolved to act decisively. He stepped forward, kneeling before Yi Lin Fan amid the astonished gazes of the crowd. Placing the mountain-settling hammer, symbolic of his identity and status, horizontally before him. I, Tai Ching-song, the leader of the 100 Forgings Hall, wish to merge my 300 brothers into the Gun Hall. His voice resonated powerfully, firm and resolute. I only hope that the leader will treat this band of ironworkers kindly. This act of submission plunged the assembly into silence once more. If the annihilation of the frenzied Demon Hall and the Beast Tomb represented the Gun Hall's ruthless conquest, then the proactive allegiance of the 100 Forgings Hall signified the definitive end of the old powers within the Dragon and Serpent Coalition. A new superpower, forged entirely by the gun demon Wuming, was officially born upon this mountain of corpses and sea of blood. Yi Lin Fan gazed at Tai Ching-song, kneeling before him, and a glimmer of approval flickered in his eyes. Here was a shrewd man, aware of when to bow and how to secure the greatest benefit for himself and his brothers. Please rise, Hall Master. Yi Lin Fan stepped forward, personally lifting Tai Ching-song to his feet, a warm smile gracing his features. Your act of righteousness today shall not go unremembered by me, Wuming. He patted Tai Ching-song's shoulder, sincerity evident in his demeanor. From this day forth, we are brothers. The 100 Forgings Hall will remain under your stewardship, nominally belonging to the Gun Hall. All profits will be divided, with my Gun Hall taking only 30% for the daily maintenance of the Dragon and Serpent Coalition. The remainder shall remain with the 100 Forgings Hall. He paused before adding another remark. Furthermore, the Long Hu Dan from the Gun Hall, along with subsequent elixirs, will be prioritized and offered to the brothers of the 100 Refinements Hall at a remarkable internal price of only 70%. Tai Ching-song abruptly raised his head, his eyes igniting with astonishment. He had anticipated that merging with the Gun Hall would result in a considerable sacrifice for the 100 Refinements Hall. However, he was taken aback by the exceptionally generous terms presented by Yi Lin Fan. Officially subordinate, yet retaining considerable autonomy, they were only required to remit 30% of their profits annually. For the 100 Refinements Hall, this was akin to maintaining the status quo. The preferential and affordable supply of Long Hu Dan was an extraordinary boon. This assured that the brethren of the 100 Refinements Hall would essentially gain an additional lease on life. Given such favorable treatment, he would not only be willing to merge with the Gun Hall, but would gladly risk his life for the nameless one. Thank you, Hall Master. Tai Ching-song exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement as he bowed deeply once more, this time with genuine respect and heartfelt submission. The Hall Master is indeed wise. The mercenaries who had just pledged their allegiance, along with the men of the 100 Refinements Hall, erupted in thunderous cheers upon hearing these terms. They beheld a leader who was both just in reward and punishment, and exceedingly generous to his subordinates. With such a master, what future could they possibly fear? In an instant, the hearts of the people were united. Tuoba Kwangshan observed everything from the sidelines, arms crossed, his gaze fixated on the composed young man orchestrating the unfolding events, his thoughts deepening. Resolute in action and establishing authority, he wielded both grace and severity, winning hearts in the process. This young man was not only formidable in martial prowess, but also possessed an unparalleled mastery of manipulating human emotions. He began to anticipate the tumult that would arise when this fierce dragon crossed into the Tianlai Mountains, a stage that gathered the world's elite. Morong Shui stood silently in the corridor, observing the spectacle. She watched as this man, through the most ruthless means, dismantled the old order, and how, with the shrewdest calculations, he established new rules. The phrase two dragons entering the sea, previously spoken by Kwangshan, unconsciously surfaced in her mind. One dragon, in the light, appeared to be a wasteful scion in the eyes of the world. The other, in the shadows, was a newly emerged underground sovereign. Initially, She dismissed it as absurd, believing that this so-called Yilin fan was merely a pawn pushed to the forefront by the gun demon prince to draw fire. However, that notion wavered now. The man before her, this gun demon, possessed a depth of cunning akin to the vast ocean, and his ruthless methods were devilish, acting with the tyranny of a dragon. Would such a figure choose a mere waste as his most significant piece on the chessboard? Could an outright wastrel truly qualify to be the sharpest piece in his grand scheme of two dragons entering the sea? It was inconceivable. A true wastrel would only hinder progress and expose vulnerabilities. Given the gun demon's demonstrated control and strategic acumen, he would never tolerate such a colossal, uncontrollable risk within his plans. Therefore, there could be but one truth. The rumored debauched and unlearned Yilin fan. His reputation as a wastrel was merely a part of an elaborate disguise. Moreover, it was an extraordinarily successful one. He was far from being a mere pawn. Perhaps he is the blade hidden the deepest. Morong Shui felt a chill creeping down her spine. She suddenly realized how utterly ridiculous her previous disdain for Yilin fan had been. Her grip on the hilt of her sword tightened involuntarily. Chapter 68. The fierce dragon strikes back. The Emperor watches the wretched dragon's game in the days following the unification of the Dragon and Serpent Alliance. Yilin fan assumed the role of a complete hands-off manager. The integration of the gun hall, the division of territories, and the allocation of personnel. All these cumbersome tasks were unceremoniously handed over to the fervent and sleepless Lord Black Serpent. Wang Ba was responsible for training the newly recruited soldiers, while Tai Ching-Tsang led the blacksmiths of the 100 Forging Hall in forging weapons and armor in preparation for the impending expansion. The entire gun hall operated like a newly activated war machine, every component whirring at high speed, producing a thunderous roar. Yet, the master of this machine appeared remarkably at ease. At the summit of Broken Soul Cliff, the bonfire still blazed. Mad Blade Kwangshan tore off a large chunk of roasted beast leg, taking a hearty bite and grumbling indistinctly, "Kid, you're taking this position of hall master way too comfortably. The blood is yours, the reputation is yours, and all the work is done by those below you. Yet you come here daily to mooch food and drink." Yilin fan, fiddling with a pot of warmed wine, replied without looking up, "Leave the professional matters to the professionals. If I were to do everything personally, why would I need to support them?" He poured a bowl of wine for Kwangshan and filled one for himself. "Besides, I'm here to keep my senior company, aren't I?" "Huh." Kwangshan downed his drink in one go, his large, copper bell-like eyes fixed on him. "Are you afraid that when you return to the gun hall, your icy-faced guard named a Feng will freeze you to death?" From the look in her eyes, "She seems eager to poke a few holes in you." Yilin fan smiled, neither confirming nor denying, and raised his wine bowl, drinking it all in one gulp. The wind on the cliff blew his long hair gently, and his gaze traversed the Dragon and Serpent Alliance, looking far towards the east. There, another dragon was ready to stir. Dragoness Path, meanwhile, in Tianshu City. When the banner adorned with the robust character for Leaf reappeared at the grand and towering city gates, it was like a lingering ghost. The guard atop the city tower almost stumbled and fell off the battlements. He has returned? The debauched young marquis who had barely escaped assassination at Broken Soul Slope not only did not flee this perilous place overnight, but instead made a triumphant return? What are his intentions? This news struck like a massive stone into the tranquil waters, stirring a considerable uproar within Tianshu City. Officials aligned with the crown prince were filled with trepidation. Just as they had dispatched assassins, the young marquis returned brazenly, practically inviting them to strike. But who dared to act? The casualties from the battle at Broken Soul Slope were no ordinary assassins. They were the elite death warriors painstakingly nurtured by the crown prince. Even more alarming was the fleeting raven mask and the name of Shadow 3, which had already circulated through certain channels, permeating the upper echelons of Tianshu City. The Emperor's Dark Crow had become the personal bodyguard of this so-called waste. The implications of this revelation sent shivers down the spine of every self-proclaimed clever individual. In a moment, the entire city of Tianshu was engulfed in a tempest of rumors and anxieties. At the eye of this storm, Yilin fan seemed utterly unfazed as he reserved the entirety of the drunken immortal pavilion. This time, he neither listened to music nor watched performances. Instead, he languidly settled in the finest private room, gazing out the window at the bustling Zhuke street below, casually feeding the koi in the pond, exuding an air of profound ennui. The more indifferent he appeared, the more unsettled those around him became. In the southern part of the city, within an inconspicuous tea house, a storyteller animatedly recounted the tale of the young Marquis of Duan Hunpo's assassination, illustrating the thrilling moment when a mysterious shadow guard struck decisively. Just as he reached the climax, a flash of black light shot through the air, the assassin's blade mere inches from the Marquis's throat. Yet, That single inch became an insurmountable chasm. With a swift motion, the assassin's head was sent soaring, blood raining down from the heavens. It was none other than the Emperor's personal guard, a master from the Dark Crow lineage, tasked with ensuring the Marquis's safety. The audience erupted in a frenzy of astonishment and speculation. In a corner of the second floor, Lu Rian held a teacup. Listening to the embellished legend she had orchestrated countless times, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Fear, after all, is the most potent weapon. When everyone believed that Yi Lin Fan was under the Emperor's protection, he wielded the greatest privilege in Tianshu, in the northern part of the city. Within a concealed chamber of a discreet residence, several prominent merchants from Tianshu's underground trade sat rigidly, scarcely daring to breathe. At the head of the table, Zhang Lai's weathered visage revealed no emotion as he placed various business documents with measured weight upon the table. Esteemed colleagues, Sehaitong seeks to establish a new trade route in Tianshu, and we require your support. His voice was steady, imbued with an undeniable authority. In these turbulent times, having a great tree to lean against brings a semblance of security. Will you board this vessel, or not? A portly merchant wiped the cold sweat from his brow and stammered, Zhang the Great. What of that young Marquis? Zhang Lai cast a sidelong glance at him, neither confirming nor denying, merely stating, our esteemed benefactor and that young Marquis are friends. The weight of that word, friends, proved more potent than any threat. The astute men present instantly grasped the implication. This reckless young Marquis was leveraging imperial influence to consolidate the underground financial networks of Tianshu. Rebellion? Who dared oppose a lunatic with shadowy bodyguards? I, from Juanhanha, pledge loyalty to Sehaitong. I, from Tongda Bank, shall do the same. With the first declaration igniting the second. Within the span of a mere incense sticks burning, over 70% of Tianshu's underground networks were seamlessly integrated into Sehaitong's domain. Drunken Immortal Pavilion. As night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, the candles were extinguished, leaving him alone by the window. He shed his opulent robes for a sleek black attire, placing the light-hearted mask that belonged to Yi Lin Fan quietly upon the table, revealing an unremarkable face. He gazed towards the imperial city, silently reporting in his heart, Master. The fourth move has been executed. In the great Xia Imperial Palace, the study was ablaze with light. As the Emperor of Summer, approaching 50 yet still remarkably imposing, gazed at the two distinctly different intelligence reports laid before him, his brow furrowed into a deep frown. One report originated from the Dragon and Snake Guild, adorned with flamboyant script proclaiming the gun demon Wuming, who had unified the guild in a single day. The other report came from Tianshu City, meticulously detailing how Yi Lin Fan had extorted and bullied others, ultimately leveraging the influence of Ying San to disrupt the business networks painstakingly established by the Crown Prince over many years. That wretched boy, the Emperor muttered under his breath, his tone lacking genuine anger, instead tinged with a sense of incredulous amusement. One individual performing two grand spectacles, each more tumultuous than the last, one causing uproar in the Dragon and Snake Guild, while the other desecrated ancestral graves in Tianshu City. Such audacity was truly remarkable. He recalled a recent encounter where Yi Lin Fan, through Chun Mo, had beseeched him for Ying San. That young man had artfully utilized his mother's demise, Chun Mo's guilt, and the worth of his investments to lay all possible bargaining chips on the table, boldly demanding his due. At the time, the Emperor had assumed this boy merely sought to preserve the life of his substitute. In hindsight, it appeared that from the very beginning, he had meticulously plotted to wield the Emperor's sword to hoist his own banner. The echoes of his scheming reverberated even within the confines of Tianchi City. Rubbing his temples, the Emperor picked up a third report, which contained merely a few terse phrases. Tian Lai Mountain Range, ancient relics. The Tianjiao order is now revealed. His gaze deepened with contemplation. Very well, let the chaos ensue. The more tumultuous, the better. This world is in dire need of unpredictability. The pool within the Tian Lai mountain range gathered the finest talents from across the realm. He was eager to witness the extent to which his true dragon, no, the rebellious dragon, now slipping from his grasp, could stir the waters. Chapter 69, Fiery Phoenix Calls, Old Friends. New faces at the summit of Duanhuan Cliff. Darkness enveloped the earth. The campfire blazed more fiercely than in previous days, crackling and popping as sparks were swept into the inky night by the mountain breeze. Ba Dao Quangshan hurled an empty wine jar over the cliff and seized a new one, breaking the clay seal before gulping down a hearty mouthful. Wiping his mouth, he glanced at Yi Lin Fan, who was leisurely slicing roasted meat with a dagger. That rascal Haish is truly remarkable. Within just a few days, he has drained the Dragon and Snake Guild of its resources. I hear your gun haul now earns in a single day what the previous Fengma haul and Wanshoutum combined would in a month. Yi Linfan carefully wrapped the tenderest piece of meat in a clean leaf, setting it aside before indulging in another piece, his movements unhurried. This is not merely draining resources. It is about establishing a new order. Previously, they were like mud unable to rise. Now, I have built them a wall, and they naturally understand where they ought to ascend. Huangshan, listening intently, couldn't help but smirk. This lad, though youthful, possesses a depth of thought surpassing that of ancient sages. And what of you? Huangshan took another swig of his drink. With the walls erected, why do you not oversee their construction? Instead, you come to this desolate mountain every day, unafraid that the walls may collapse? They shall not fall. Yi Linfan lifted his gaze towards the brilliantly lit dragon and snake guild below. I have instilled in them a fear of betrayal they dare not defy, coupled with benefits they cannot refuse. Now, those who wish to breach my walls shall first contend with whom? Huangshan let out a chuckle, poised to deliver another jest. When suddenly his movements halted, Yi Linfan also ceased his task of slicing the roasted meat. In unison, they turned their heads toward the direction of Longsheji. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming, searing, and unparalleled aura erupted from a corner of Longsheji, ascending to the heavens. The intensity of this presence was domineering, akin to a divine sword engulfed in roaring flames, as if it sought to pierce the very firmament. The atmosphere above Longsheji warped in response, and amidst this distortion, a resounding and melodious cry of a phoenix reverberated through the skies. Fourth rank, Celestial Phenomenon Realm. Moreover, it was no ordinary celestial phenomenon realm. Oh, this fierce and unyielding intent of the fire sword, Huangshan mused while stroking his curled beard, a knowing smile gracing his features. It could only belong to the little phoenix of the Morong family. Who would have thought that after witnessing a grand spectacle of slaughter, she would finally overcome the mental barrier within her? This girl is profoundly rooted. She merely required such an opportunity. Yi Linfan remained silent. Morong Shue's breakthrough, while aided by elixirs, was truly catalyzed by the impact of his own solitary confrontation with the 7 grandmasters. The betrothal that had been imposed upon her was a shackle restraining her state of mind. The moment she chose to personally venture to Longsheji in search of the truth, that lock began to loosen. His appearance then became the final, resounding blow to shatter that lock. While deep in contemplation, a fiery red figure streaked through the night, trailing a brilliant glow as it swiftly approached from the cliffside. In mere breaths, the figure had silently descended beside the campfire. The newcomer, with hair ablaze like fire, danced freely in the night breeze. Clad in a finely tailored suit of crimson soft armor, her lithe and powerful form was accentuated exquisitely. The silver mask that had concealed her true visage was now absent. In its place was a strikingly beautiful face, exuding an air of spirited elegance. Her brows arched like blades, eyes like stars, a delicate nose, and lips reminiscent of flames. She stood there with captivating grace, embodying a divine weapon freshly unsheathed, radiating brilliance and vigor. Gone was the coldness and restraint of a foam. Only the pride and fervor of the southern fire phoenix remained. Huangshan regarded her with a grin. Child, congratulations. Murong Shui returned the gesture with a clasp of her fists, acknowledging his words. Her gaze then fell upon Yi Linfan, her bright phoenix eyes reflecting a mix of scrutiny, curiosity, and an ineffable complexity. Yi Linfan lowered his dagger, rising to meet her with a slight nod. Congratulations, Miss Morong, on entering the celestial phenomenon realm. He refrained from using the name A Foam, opting instead for Miss Morong. This shift in address signified a recognition, a gesture placing her on an equal footing. A smile curved Murong Shue's red lips, a radiant expression infused with the unique charm and brilliance of the fire phoenix. Thanks to you, I witnessed a splendid performance, and moved by it, I fortuitously broke through. Her words were direct, devoid of any pretense characteristic of a young maiden. She approached the bonfire and naturally seated herself, pouring wine into an empty bowl for her own enjoyment. The mask upon my face had been removed. She lifted her bowl in a toast towards Yi Linfan, a mischievous glimmer dancing in her phoenix-like eyes. How long do you intend to hide that face? Is the visage beneath your mask more unsightly than that of my fiancé, Yi Linfan? She deliberately emphasized his name. Huangshan, overhearing, erupted into laughter, slapping his thigh. Well said. Look at how forthright this girl is. And you, a grown man, lurking like a coward. What kind of nonsense is that? Yi Linfan paid no heed to their banter. He simply resumed his seat, offering a piece of the tender roast meat wrapped in leaves. Eat, he instructed, his tone and manner reminiscent of their encounter on the cliff. Murong Shui observed the meat presented before her, and without a moment's hesitation, she reached out, took it, and savored it slowly. Her demeanor was calm and composed, as if the prickly, Defensive A Feng from before was merely a distant apparition. She no longer grappled with the true identity of the man before her, nor did she concern herself with whether the debauched Yi Lin Fan was a pawn or something more. In that moment of breakthrough, she gained clarity on many matters. Rather than struggling within another's game, she resolved to become a player herself. Regardless of the dual dragons entering the sea or the intrigues of princes, strength alone would allow her to carve her own path through the chaotic chessboard of this world. The nature of the man before her, friend or foe, remained uncertain. Yet undeniably, he was among the most formidable and inscrutable of the younger generation. To accompany such a person was far more intriguing than remaining stagnant in self-isolation. The three gathered around the bonfire, indulging in hearty meat and copious wine, the atmosphere remarkably harmonious. Just as they reveled in their libations, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A sudden, thunderous roar echoed ominously, shaking the very ground of Duanhuan Cliff and the surrounding hundreds of miles. Their expressions shifted simultaneously as they raised their gazes toward the distant Tianlai mountain range. Above the continuous black peaks, the night sky was violently torn asunder by an invisible hand, revealing a colossal rift. A massive, unimaginable pillar of rainbow light surged forth from the opening, plunging downward into the deepest recesses of the mountains. The column reached from earth to sky, sacred and vast, illuminating half the heavens as if it were midday. Countless ancient and intricate runes flickered around the light, exuding an aura that was both profound and monumental, transcending endless space to resonate within the senses of every formidable being. It has come. Huangshan abruptly stood, his rugged face betraying a complex mix of intense longing and deep-seated dissatisfaction for the first time. The ancient relics have awakened. Yi Linfan and Murong Shui rose as well, their attention wholly captivated by the astonishing phenomenon. The radiant pillar of light stands as a gateway to a new world. Beyond this portal lies boundless opportunities intertwined with peril. Outside, the entire vast continent of Tsangshuan is on the brink of madness. Yi Linfan gazes upon the pillar, and a fleeting glimmer of dark golden light flickers deep within his eyes. The wine bowl in his hand has unknowingly been crushed into fine powder. A tempest that will sweep across the world has already begun to unfold. Chapter 70. The talents fall into the trap. While I remain an outsider, the resplendent pillar of 7 colors, piercing through the heavens and the earth, resembles a stabilizing needle, stirring the night sky of the Tsangshuan continent into a tumultuous storm. At the peak of Duanhuan Cliff, the crackling of the campfire is completely overshadowed by an invisible pressure. Huangshan's rugged face is a mixture of longing, reluctance, and a hint of relief as he fixates on the light, his throat constricting, ultimately dissolving into a heavy sigh. Damn it, I've waited 10 years, and in the end, I'm still just a spectator. The ironclad rules of the Tianji Pavilion act as an invisible shackle, firmly binding this formidable 7th-ranked expert to the exterior of the grand door. Yi Linfan pays no heed to his lamentations. At the moment the pillar manifests, the smooth black token in his embrace suddenly becomes scalding hot and begins to tremble gently. An inexplicable pull emanates from the depths of the Tianlai mountain range, as if it is summoning the token. Murong Shui's attention is drawn to his hand pressed against his chest. Her keen intellect immediately comprehends the significance. Is this the key? It is indeed a key, yet not the entirety. Huangshan diverts his gaze, resumes his seat, and takes a large swig of wine, unconcerned as the liquid spills onto his chest. The Tianjiao order serves as the credential to access the core area of the ruins. However, the outskirts of the ruins impose no restrictions. As long as one is unafraid of death, anyone can enter to seek their fortune. Each year, the number of fools who perish at the periphery surpasses the entire population of Longsheji. He grins, a smile tinged with cruelty, for the show is about to commence. Those who have acquired the tokens are likely unable to contain their excitement. In the depths of the miasma-laden swamps of the southern Jiang rainforest, a woman clad in a purple gown and bare feet sits atop a colossal carnivorous flower, allowing a myriad of vividly colored venomous insects to crawl over her ankles. Too intimidated to offend her, she is Su Mei, the holy maiden of the 10,000 Poisons sect. As the pillar of light rends the night sky, she lifts her face, capable of captivating all, and her red lips curl into a mesmerizing arc, opening her palm. A pink token inscribed with the character for charm emits a soft glow. The barbarian Helian Zhan from the ancient ruins and the pretentious Jianzong are becoming increasingly interesting. She playfully licks her lips, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, wondering if the elusive gun demon hidden within the Longsheji will also join the fray. In a vast military tent on the snowfields of Beimang, a young man, bare-chested and muscular, swings a massive axe taller than himself with wild abandon. Each strike slicing through the air with a deafening roar. He is Helian Zhan, a rare talent not seen in a century from the Tianling Valley. The phenomenon of the pillar of light reflects through the tints seams onto his bronze skin. He halted his actions, feeling the scorching heat of the battle insignia within his grasp, a bloodthirsty grin spreading across his face. At last, the moment has arrived. To the hypocrites of the Sword Inquiry sect, I hope your blades are as formidable as your words. The Sword Inquiry sect, the forbidden grounds of the Back Mountains. A youth clad in white, with an austere demeanor, sat cross-legged beneath the waterfall, an ancient long sword resting across his lap. In his hand, he held the sword talent token belonging to Li Jiani. He was Qin Xian, the disciple second only to Li Jiani in the Sword Inquiry sect. Sensing the unusual movement of the token and the distant celestial phenomena, he slowly opened his eyes and uttered 2 words, "Obey the order." Meanwhile, in the northern frontier, at the town of Zhenbei, Yi Xiaodian, still clad in his armor, stood atop the highest tower, gazing southward at the lingering, vibrant glow upon the horizon. The mountain wind tousled his gray-white hair, and a hint of unmasked concern appeared on his weathered face. That rascal, having stirred chaos among the royal faction in Tianshu City, now possesses the audacity to consolidate all powers within a day in a place like Longsheji. His capabilities surpass even mine, he murmured softly, pressing his hands against the cold stone wall. Ancient relics, surrounded by ravenous wolves, you must tread carefully, alone. In the depths of the imperial palace of Tianshu City, Emperor Xia Qiyuan stood with his hands clasped behind him at the stargazing platform, his gaze seemingly piercing through the endless void, fixated on a radiant beam of light. It has ultimately been activated, he spoke calmly. A shadow flickered behind him, kneeling on one knee. Your Majesty, Chen Mo, you have sensed it as well, haven't you? Yes, Chen Mo's reply was as succinct as ever. The Emperor turned to regard his most loyal shadow. That child is far too proud, his methods too fierce, unaware of the virtue of restraint. This expedition into the relics presents both an opportunity and a peril for him. You shall make a visit. Understood. There is no need to reveal yourself unless he is truly at death's door. The Emperor paused. That little dragon must learn to fly on his own. We old fellows can only shield him from those unwise hunters. Chen Mo's figure silently melded into the shadows, as if he had never existed. At the summit of Duanhuan Cliff, the campfire gradually dwindled, leaving only a few embers flickering in the wind. Yi Linfan pondered the words of the Mad Mountain Elder, a bold and reckless plan swiftly taking shape in his mind. His advantage lies in the disparity of information. Elder Quangshan, he turned towards him, this death token of yours. Aside from the Tianji Pavilion and ourselves, who else is aware of it? Quangshan was momentarily taken aback, then comprehended Yi Linfan's implication. His tiger-like eyes bursting with astonishing brightness. No one. According to the ironclad rules of the Tianji Pavilion, any bearer of the talent token possesses information classified as celestial-level secrecy. Unless the individual chooses to announce it to the world, the Tianji Pavilion will never divulge a single detail to anyone. You mean, precisely. Yi Linfan rose, brushing the dust from his attire. The eyes of the world will be fixated on those prominent bearers of the talent tokens. They are both prey and hunters, each one watching the back of the other. He paused and continued. But what of a formidable dragon crossing the river, deemed by all to lack a key? Quangshan suddenly slapped his thigh, erupting into a thunderous laugh. Ha ha ha. Marvelous. Truly magnificent. They will regard you as the sharpest blade, the most dependable shield. They will eagerly seek to win you over, promising various advantages, all to have you. This gun-wielding specter, clear the obstacles for them and grant access to the core realm. At that moment, the initiative will rest entirely in your hands. This young man had no intention of merely being a compliant executor. Rather, he aspired to be a judge who lingered beyond the reach of all players. Murong Shui, listening nearby, felt a surge of emotions. She gazed at Yi Linfan, her bright phoenix eyes devoid of fear, ignited instead by a thrilling excitement to partake in his grand scheme. She had grown accustomed to his endless stratagems. Rather than being shocked, she chose to revel in the grand performance he orchestrated. This intricate plotting stirred a rush of adrenaline within her. It dawned on her that from the very beginning, she, along with the entire world, had been manipulated at his whim. This sensation was not only bearable, but exhilarating. I will assist you in obtaining the 9 transformation dragon blood ginseng, and perhaps even more, Yi Linfan stated calmly, directing his gaze at Quangshan. In exchange, during my time in the ruins, I entrust you with the dragon and serpent gathering, as well as my gun hall. Not a problem. Quangshan thumped his chest in agreement, declaring, whoever dares to harm your people is challenging me. Yi Linfan nodded in satisfaction, finally shifting his attention to Murong Shui. The firelight illuminated her striking face, which bore a mix of contemplation, excitement, and a hint of indomitable stubbornness. Miss Morong, he began, you have now attained the 4th rank of celestial phenomena. The sky is vast and the sea boundless. You are free to depart. Our transaction is thus complete. He paused, his tone shifting playfully. Of course, you may also choose to stay. After all, a grand performance gathering the world's prodigies is a rare spectacle. Moreover, sitting in the front row offers a much clearer view than from the audience. This was an invitation, a test. Morong Shui regarded him in silence for a long while. The light in her phoenix eyes shifted continuously before she lifted a wine jar, imitating Kwangshan's boldness, and took a hearty swig. The show, of course, I must witness. She set down the jar, wiped her lips, radiating fervor and pride. However, I am not accustomed to merely being a spectator. Chapter 71, Prodigies Assemble. New order and old grievances. The light pillar of the Tianlai mountain range pierced the heavens and earth, then abruptly vanished, akin to a grand illusion. Yet, that ancient and vast aura left an indelible mark on the perception of every powerful being. The entire Tsangshuan continent awakened as a result. As the closest gray zone to the Tianlai mountain range, the Dragon and Serpent gathering was destined to be the first focal point of the impending storm. However, when the initial wave of martial artists, drawn by the prospect of relic opportunities from all directions, stepped into this place, they were all taken aback. The anticipated chaos, bloodshed, and lurking dangers did not materialize. The streets have been remarkably cleansed, with the vendors on either side still representing the same fierce outlaws. Yet each stall is arranged with meticulous order, with no one daring to encroach upon the thoroughfare. Occasionally, squads of martial artists clad in uniform black attire, brandishing standardized long blades, patrol the area. Their expressions are stern, their steps synchronized, exuding an aura of lethal experience that sends shivers down the spines of those harboring ill intentions. Most striking is the newly erected Black Monument, towering 3 zhang at the entrance of the Dragon and Snake Guild. Inscribed in blood-red paint are several lines of ominous text. The strokes fierce and imbued with an unmistakable air of intimidation. Dragon and Snake Guild, gun hall established. Enter this gate, abide by the rules. 1. No dueling in the streets. Violators shall have their cultivation abolished and be expelled. 2. No coercive buying or selling. Violators shall have their hands and feet severed and be expelled. 3. No acts of rape or plunder. Violators shall face death by dismemberment, with their bodies displayed for 3 days. The author of this decree is the notorious Gun Demon, whose words resonate with an undeniable bloodlust. Humph, Gun Demon, what audacity! A cold scoff echoed at the entrance. A group of over 10 individuals, clad in fur adorned with the emblem of a snow wolf, surrounded a bare-chested youth with sinewy muscles, who gazed at the monument with evident disdain. This youth is Helian Zhan, a rare talent from the Tianling Valley, standing tall with a bronzed complexion marred by jagged scars, exuding a beastly aura. Naturally proud, he holds in contempt those who indulge in pretentious displays of authority. Who dares impose rules in a place like the Dragon and Snake Guild? What absurd regulations! In the North Mang, the fist is the only law. One of Helian Zhan's followers, grinning maliciously, reached for a withered old man selling herbs. Old man, I've taken a fancy to your blood spirit mushroom. The elder trembled in fear, his face drained of color. Just as the follower's hand was about to grasp the herb, a shadow flitted past. Crack! A crisp sound of a bone fracturing echoed. The Tianling Valley follower emitted a piercing scream, his wrist contorted at an unnatural angle. As a member of the patrol team seized him by the neck with a single hand. The assailant was none other than Wang Ba, an elder of the gun hall's law enforcement division. He retained his defiant demeanor, yet appeared even more composed than before. Without sparing a glance at Helian Zhan, he focused intently on the wailing follower, his words devoid of warmth. Rule number 2, no coercive buying or selling. Violators shall have their hands and feet severed. Will you act on your own, or shall I assist you? Preposterous. Helian Zhan erupted in fury, an overwhelming aura of a 4th-grade free-roaming realm exploding forth. A tangible tempest surging toward Wang Ba. Unfazed, Wang Ba unleashed his own 4th-grade heavenly phenomenon realm blade intent, countering Helian Zhan's pressure effortlessly. Helian Zhan, I know who you are, the genius of the Tianling Valley, a pawn of the Wolf Lord. Yet in the Dragon and Snake Guild, if you are a dragon, you must coil. If a tiger, you must lie low. Disregard the rules, and you shall be expelled. You seek death. Helian Zhan, brimming with ferocity, prepared to strike. Stand down. A calm voice resonated from behind Helian Zhan. An elderly man, his hair and beard entirely white and his countenance grim, firmly grasped Helian Zhan's shoulder. He was the protector of the Tianling Valley, an elder of the 3rd-grade Grandmaster realm, known as Mr. Wu. Mr. Wu cast a glance at the expressionless Wang Ba and then surveyed the surrounding patrol members, whose eyes gleamed with predatory intent. Finally, his gaze settled upon the bloodstained stone tablet before him, and he spoke slowly. It is my failure as a mentor. This matter shall be handled according to your customs. Helian-Jean's face was one of disbelief. Mr. Wu, he exclaimed. Mr. Wu shook his head and whispered in a manner only they could hear, do not act impulsively. There is something amiss here. A new force has managed to alter the landscape of Longsheji in such a short time, and has even subdued the likes of the soul-cutting blade Wang Ba. Its leader is certainly no fool. Furthermore, the lack of movement from Badu Quangshan is telling in itself. We have come for the relic. There is no need to complicate matters. Helian-Jean clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. He fixed his gaze upon Wang Ba, finally squeezing out a single word through gritted teeth. Fine. Wang Ba released his grip, and the subordinate fell heavily to the ground. Under Helian-Jean's nearly predatory stare, he unhesitatingly drew his dagger and, with a scream, severed the hand with which he had forced his demands, before being dragged out of Longsheji like a discarded dog by two patrol members. Throughout the entire scene, not a soul dared to intervene. This gruesome spectacle served as a vivid lesson for all newcomers to Longsheji. Not far away, in a private room on the second floor of a tavern, Yi Linfan sat by the window, taking in the entire scene. On the table before him sat a pot of clear tea rather than strong liquor. Establishing authority required but a single instance. Helian-Jean's foolishness and arrogance were the finest offerings for this occasion. At that moment, a commotion arose downstairs. A group clad in moon-white robes, carrying long swords upon their backs, quietly entered the city. At the forefront stood a young man with a stern demeanor. None other than Qin Xian, the prodigy of the Wangjin sect, second only to Li Jiani. They did not flaunt their presence like those from Tianlang Valley. Instead, they silently observed their surroundings, and upon catching sight of the stone tablet, Qin Xian's brows knitted slightly. The instant the banner of the Wangjin sect came into view, Yi Linfan's hand, which held the teacup, paused imperceptibly. Beneath the bronze mask of nameless origin, there was no shift in expression, yet the temperature in the private room seemed to drop several degrees. Just then, the door to the private room swung open. Murong Shui, adorned in red armor, strode in. She did not glance at the commotion below, but directly approached and sat across from Yi Linfan. Having just circled the city, she had witnessed the entire process of Wang Ba establishing his authority. Your methods are more effective than I had anticipated, she remarked, pouring herself a cup of tea. Her tone ambiguous between praise and something else entirely. Yi Linfan did not respond. His attention remained focused on the group from the Wangjin sect. Murong Shui took note of his pause and recognized the familiar banner. Following his gaze, she turned back to Yi Linfan, keenly sensing the fleeting chill emanating from him. It was not mere hostility, nor the competitive spirit between warriors. It was something much deeper, more profound. She felt a stir within her heart, but chose to remain silent. Lifting the teacup, she took a gentle sip, concealing her discovery deep within her heart. Following the arrival of the sword sect, another contingent from Beimang soon appeared. At the forefront rode a tall and imposing youth, bearing a golden spear. He was none other than Tuoba Lai, the younger brother of the Beimang prince, Tuoba Hong. He arrived bearing the majestic token of Tuoba Hong. Upon noticing Helian-Jean's extremely displeased expression and the bloodstains on the ground, Tuoba Lai not only felt no fear, but instead burst into hearty laughter. Helian-Jean, what is this? The wolves of Tianlang Valley have become mere dogs here in Longsheji? Helian-Jean's face turned ashen. Tuoba Lai, you seek death. What? Do you wish to fight? Come on. Tuoba Lai thrust his spear into the ground, his spirit soaring. Let me see what you Tianlang Valley are capable of beyond bullying the elderly. The two factions stood on the brink of conflict, the air thick with tension. At that moment, a languid and alluring voice dispersed the charged atmosphere. Oh dear, why are you two brothers so furious? You're scaring everyone. The crowd turned to see an exquisite woman in a flowing purple gown, her bare feet as white as jade, had appeared amidst them. With a charming smile and every movement exuding lethal allure, she was none other than Su Mei, the holy maiden of the 10,000 Poisons sect. She was alone, without any guards, yet none dared to underestimate her. Upon her arrival, Tuoba Lai and Helian-Jean both tempered their demeanor. This woman was more perilous than a venomous serpent. Su Mei's gaze flitted between the two men before settling on the stone tablet. Covering her mouth with a delicate laugh, she remarked, the gun demon nameless? What an intriguing man. I am quite curious to witness just how rigid the rules inscribed on this stone tablet truly are. Her voice, though soft, resonated clearly throughout the entrance. This was both a provocation and a test. On the second floor, as the name of the 10,000 Poisons sect accompanied Su Mei's image into Yi Linfan's consciousness, His hand holding the teacup tightened significantly. Crack! A nearly inaudible sound emerged from the white porcelain cup, a fine crack appearing silently on its surface. The buried memory of his mother, Lin Suxin, corroded by deadly poison in her final moments, compelled to self-surgically deliver him, ignited a silent inferno of rage within him. He no longer gazed at Su Mei below, but slowly set the cracked teacup back onto the table. Opposite him, Murong Shui caught the faint sound of the fracture. Her eyes swept from Yi Linfan's lowered hand to rest upon the crack. Here it comes again. That same sensation, even more suffocating and violent than before when confronting the sword sect. Chapter 72. The gun demon snaps his fingers, and the proud bow their heads. This rule, you shall observe. Su Mei's voice, imbued with an innate allure, floated through the sweltering air of Longsheji, like a poisoned feather gently brushing against the hearts of everyone present. All eyes converged upon the scene, eager to witness how this enigmatic gunslinger would contend with the lethal yet bloodless dagger of the saintess of the 10,000 Poisons sect. In the private chamber on the second floor, Yi Linfan slowly released his grip. A crack marred the pristine porcelain cup, resembling a grotesque scar. Su Mei, this woman, proved far more formidable than the simplistic brute Helian Zhan. Her provocations were not mere displays of bravado. Instead, she sought to probe the strength of his backing, searching for an opportunity to maneuver her own plans. At that moment, any response from him or the members of the gun hall, be it soft or hard, would fall neatly into her rhythm. The most prudent course of action was to remain unresponsive. Let the dogs fight amongst themselves. Downstairs, Tieba Lai, the younger brother of the little prince of Beimang, was inherently fearless. Provoked by a single remark from Su Mei, he brandished his golden spear and laughed boisterously. Su Mei, you scheming enchantress, why the need for such theatrics to test the strength of the rules? With a fierce thrust, the spear struck the ground, causing the very earth to tremble. Today, I shall shatter this decrepit stone tablet and see who dares to intervene. Before his words had fully dissipated, the golden spear quivered in his grasp, transforming into a blazing arc of light that sliced through the air with tremendous force, aimed directly at the towering blood-red monument. The attack was fierce and unyielding, radiating the iron will of a battlefield, devoid of any intention to hold back. Wang Ba's countenance darkened as he prepared to advance with his team, only to be halted by an invisible thought. He glanced upwards towards the window of the second floor, and upon understanding, he led his patrol to withdraw, merely creating a distance between the crowd without making any move to intervene. At that moment, clarity dawned upon all present. The gun hall had tacitly consented. Rules are immutable, yet individuals are alive. Rules exist to constrain the weak and the ignorant. For a prodigy of Tieba Lai's caliber, the gun hall opted for a different approach, allowing him to stumble upon his own misstep. Just as the golden spear was about to impact the stone tablet, a resonant phoenix cry echoed through the air. A flame-hued figure leapt from the second floor of the tavern, akin to a burning phoenix, gracefully landing before the monument. Murong Shui, wielding the crimson flame sword, radiated brilliance, her stunning visage filled with an indomitable spirit of battle. Tieba Lai, stunned by the sudden appearance of Murong Shui, recognized her at once, a flicker of awe and heightened combativeness igniting within his gaze. The fire phoenix of the southern wilderness, Murong Shui, I heard you were betrothed to that good-for-nothing from Tianqi City. Why aren't you busy with your embroidery in the confines of your chamber, but instead have come to this den of dragons and snakes to stir the pot? Murong Shui's phoenix eyes narrowed with icy resolve. Without a word, she deftly brandished her crimson flame sword, conjuring a resplendent blossom of sword energy that ignited the very air around her. Enough of this. With a strike as fierce as lightning, she surged forward. Having just entered the celestial realm, her mind and strength were at their zenith, and she craved a vigorous battle to solidify her realm. Tieba Lai, undoubtedly, was the perfect whetstone for her blade. Come forth. Tobelid erupted in hearty laughter as he swung his golden spear, colliding fiercely with Murong Shui's crimson flame sword. The resounding clang of metal against metal rang out, accompanied by a shower of sparks. A fierce wave of energy erupted from the two combatants, causing Murong Shui to stagger slightly, while Tieba Lai retreated a half-step. The balance of power was perfectly matched. The crowd erupted in astonishment. None could have anticipated that this phoenix from the southern lands possessed such formidable prowess, capable of confronting the elite of the northern Mang royal family without faltering. In an instant, the arena was a blur of red shadows and golden light, the sword energy and spear brilliance crisscrossing, casting the world into chaos. Not far away, Helian Zhan stood bare-chested, arms crossed, watching the duel with keen interest. A hint of disdain flickered across his fierce visage. In his eyes, both Tieba Lai's royal combat techniques and Murong Shue's fiery sword intent were mere displays, lacking the authentic essence of life and death struggle. Meanwhile, Su Mei stifled a giggle, her alluring gaze flitting between the battlefield and the second-floor window, seemingly plotting something. In the private room, Yi Linfan remained seated, not even bothering to rise. With a simple flick of his finger, a bronze cup lid that had been used to weigh down a teacup flew forth from his fingertip. Without a grand display or dazzling brilliance, the cup lid cut through the air silently, arriving ahead of its time. At that moment, Tuoba Lai was becoming increasingly vexed as Murong Shue's swift sword pressed him hard. He bellowed, sweeping his spear horizontally to push her back, before unleashing his ultimate move. The golden spear shadows transformed into myriad glowing points, enveloping an area of several yards, effectively sealing off all of Murong Shue's escape routes and drawing in innocent bystanders as well. This maneuver had already breached the unspoken rule against public dueling. Just then, a light chime echoed as the bronze cup lid struck the tip of Tuoba Lai's golden spear with precision. Tuoba Lai felt an overwhelming force surge forth, causing him and his spear to stagger back 3 steps, his blood surging as the myriad spear shadows dissipated in an instant. A mere cup lid, with a flick of a finger, had effortlessly nullified the deadly strike of a prodigy. The arena fell into a profound silence, all eyes fixated in disbelief on the second-floor window of the tavern. Su Mei's smile froze in place, while Qin Xian from the Jiangwen sect, usually so composed, finally revealed a serious expression. Tuoba Lai's face was a mask of incredulity. He could scarcely comprehend what had just transpired. What kind of terrifying strength and control could achieve such a feat? The previously listless Helian Zhan transformed upon witnessing the cup lid, his once disdainful eyes now ablaze with astonishing brilliance. It was neither anger nor shock, but rather the fervor and excitement of a hunter encountering a prime target. To the untrained eye, it appeared as a trivial flick, while he, the rare genius of the Tianlang Valley, perceived the profound mastery of strength contained within that simple motion. It was not merely a suppression of realms, but rather a philosophical domination of martial arts. How intriguing, how utterly fascinating. Helian Zhan licked his lips, his muscles involuntarily tensing as a feral aura began to rise from him. At that moment, the door of the tavern swung open, and a figure clad in black and donning a bronze mask emerged with an unhurried demeanor. It was the gun demon, Wu Ming. Ignoring everyone in the hall, he strode directly towards Helian Zhan. As he drew nearer, the ferocity and wildness emanating from Helian Zhan intensified, and behind him, a phantom of a roaring snow wolf began to materialize. Meanwhile, a deeper, colder, and sharper malice began to radiate from Yi Linfan, coalescing into a palpable presence. Behind him, it seemed as though mountains of corpses and seas of blood surged, with countless sword shadows floating, ultimately transforming into the menacing silhouette of a coiled candle dragon that spanned the heavens and the earth. The two distinctly contrasting forces clashed violently in the air, creating a palpable tension that sent shivers through the souls of all present, despite the absence of sound. The atmosphere felt as if it had solidified. Impudent, audacious. The simultaneous shouts echoed. Mr. Wu, the guardian of Tianlang Valley, and the previously silent elder behind Tuoba Lai could no longer remain seated. Their pride was wounded. Their own prodigy was being overshadowed. This was a grave humiliation. 2 overwhelming pressures surged into the sky, resembling invisible mountains, forcefully descending towards Yi Linfan. However, before their might could fully take shape, an even more terrifying, more tyrannical, and utterly unreasonable pressure erupted from the direction of the Sifong Pavilion. This pressure descended like an awakened ancient beast, suffused with dominance and wildness, instantly shattering the 2 grandmasters' domain pressures into disarray. A voice, rugged and majestic yet brimming with lethal intent, resonated throughout Longxi Gathering. What this? 2 old geezers, tired of living? You wish to challenge me here at Longxi Gathering? Ba Dao Quangshan. Mr. Wu and the other guardians' expressions changed dramatically as they abruptly halted, gazing in horror towards the Sifong Pavilion. Ba Dao Quangshan was genuinely supporting this gun demon. Who exactly was this gun demon? Yi Linfan halted 3 steps away from Helian Zhan. The chessboard was set, and the players were in position. He gazed at the battle-hungry genius of Tianlang Valley, a silent smirk curling beneath his bronze mask. Chapter 73, The Dragon and Snake Rise. The candle dragon's shadow shakes Tianlang Ba Dao Quangshan's roar was like a boulder cast into a serene lake, stirring not only waves of sound, but also affirming the existing order of Longxi Gathering. The 2 grandmasters, whose domain pressures had just surged, faltered like flickering candles in a tempest before retreating in unison. It was not that they could not resist, rather, it was deemed unworthy. In Beimeng, No one was unaware of Ba Dao Tuoba Quangshan. He was a madman who dared to draw his sword against the Wolf Lord in the imperial court over a decade ago. A monster who should have perished during the blood-red royal change, yet somehow survived. No one knows the extent of his recovery over the past decade, and even fewer are willing to test the edge of a madman's blade at such a critical moment. Mr. Wu and another guardian from the Tuoba clan, both seasoned and shrewd, exchanged a subtle glance and stepped back in unison, leaving the stage entirely to the two young men at its center. This retreat signified a certain stance. The Grand Master does not intervene, and the prodigies decide their own fate. The dragon and serpent gathering henceforth established a new and singular rule that belonged solely to the exceptional. The oppressive aura emanating from the four directions pavilion arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, as if merely to declare its existence. Yet, the atmosphere in the arena grew even more tense than before. The air thickened, becoming viscous, suffocating those present. All eyes were fixated on the two figures in the center. On one side stood Helian Zhan, an unparalleled genius from the North Mang's Tianlang Valley, a once-in-a-century talent. His bronze torso was bare, muscles rippling like mountain ranges, exuding an explosive sense of power. The spectral image of a snow wolf behind him solidified further, its roaring stance embodying a wildness and arrogance that seemed capable of tearing apart heaven and earth. On the other side was the enigmatic new master of the dragon and serpent gathering, the gun demon, Wu Ming. Clad in a simple black outfit and wearing a chilling bronze mask, he stood quietly, his figure not as imposing as Helian Zhan's, yet emanating an unshakable presence. Like an ancient mountain, behind him, amidst the imagery of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, a more ancient and fearsome shadow of a candle dragon slowly opened its indifferent vertical pupils. Unlike the snow wolf's ferocity, this candle dragon-esque shadow brought an overwhelming sense of desolation and silence from the primordial wilderness, coupled with a formidable malice that was distilled to perfection. The fervor in Helian Zhan's eyes nearly overflowed as he fixed his gaze on Yi Linfan, grinning widely to reveal a set of glistening white teeth. His smile suffused with a bloodthirsty delight. "You are strong," he rasped, his voice akin to the grinding of two stones. "State your name." Anyone who can contend with Helian Zhan cannot be an unknown. Yi Linfan did not respond. Beneath his mask, his gaze remained as calm as a placid lake. Helian Zhan's strength indeed exceeded his expectations. Although they were both at the fourth tier, the vigor of his opponent was nearly on par with his own. The body refinement techniques of Tianlang Valley were, as expected, exceptional, but it was still not enough. Slowly, he raised his right hand and beckoned to Helian Zhan with a flick of his fingers. This gesture was imbued with the most primal form of provocation. Seeking death, Helian Zhan's patience evaporated in that instant. He forcefully stomped the ground, and with a resounding crack, spiderweb-like fissures erupted across the stone pavement beneath him. In an instant, he launched himself forward like a cannonball, propelled by a piercing shriek that tore through the air, charging straight at Yi Linfan. There were no flashy techniques, no dazzling energies, only a single punch. A blow that harnessed the full power of a peak fourth-tier body refinement, capable of leveling a small hill. Pure, unadulterated violence. Before the punch even reached him, the force of the punch sliced through the air. The onlookers were compelled to retreat repeatedly from the gust, those with lesser cultivation feeling the sting of the wind against their faces. Faced with this earth-shattering blow, Yi Linfan's movements were astonishingly simple. He did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward half a pace with his left foot, slightly sinking his body. His right fist twisted out from his waist, meeting the attack with an unassuming yet resolute demeanor. To the onlookers, it appeared as though he was a mere mantis attempting to stop a chariot, oblivious to his own limitations. Helian Zhan's fist surged with the momentum of thunder and wind, while Yi Linfan's fist remained eerily calm. In the next instant, the two fists, of disproportionately different sizes, collided before everyone's gaze. There was no cataclysmic sound as expected. Time seemed to pause at that moment. After a brief silence, a sound erupted, a dull thud, resonating as if from the depths of the earth, breaking forth with a sudden explosion. From the point of contact between their fists, a visible wave of white energy expanded outward. The ground beneath them could no longer withstand this terrifying force, crumbling inch by inch, with debris and dust soaring into the sky, forming a circular wall of chaos. The windows of the shops lining the street shattered into dust in that instant. Amidst the swirling debris, both figures staggered back simultaneously, each sliding 3 steps, leaving deep footprints in the hard stone pavement. It was a draw. Helian Zhan's wild laughter not only persisted but grew even more fervent. He shook his somewhat numb fist, feeling as if his blood was igniting within him. Delightful. Bring it on. With a thunderous roar, he surged forward once more, This time his assault was no longer a mere punch, but a flurry of shadowy strikes. Reminiscent of a ravenous wolf, employing the secretive combat techniques of the Heavenly Wolf Valley, Heavenly Wolf's 7 kills, each move fatal and ferocious. Yi Linfan's gaze intensified. Instead of retreating, he advanced. He too refrained from utilizing any mystical energy, instead seamlessly merging the combat skills honed in his past life with the formidable physique he possessed in this existence. His movements were not as grandiose as Hellion John's, but were instead more succinct and efficient. At times, he fought with the intensity of Bejiquin, delivering elbow strikes and knee blows with unparalleled force. At other times, he utilized Tai Chi's silk reeling techniques, redirecting force and using it against his opponent. Thud, thud, thud. The dull sounds of their physical clashes rang out incessantly, with each impact accompanied by rippling waves of energy. They battled from one end of the street to the other, leaving cracked ground and splintered stalls in their wake. The crowd of onlookers continued to retreat, their faces filled with astonishment. This was no longer a mere martial arts contest. It had transformed into a primal struggle between two humanoid beasts. Hellion John felt increasingly alarmed. The strength of his opponent's physique was every bit as formidable as his own. But what was most terrifying was Yi Linfan's exquisite mastery over power and his seemingly endless array of combat techniques. No matter how violently Hellion John attacked, his opponent always found the most efficient and effortless means to counter, delivering incisive retorts. It felt as though a fierce tiger was engaging in battle with a legendary weapon imbued with life. Roaring with frustration from the stalemate, Hellion John's ferocity was fully unleashed. He forcefully clashed with Yi Linfan, using the momentum to retreat, crossing his arms before his chest. A surge of bloodlust, far more violent than before, coalesced within him. The spectral image of a snow wolf behind him let out a thunderous roar, almost materializing into reality. Heavenly Wolf howls at the moon. This is his ultimate move, capable of concentrating one's vital energy into a singular point, unleashing a strike of destructive power that surpasses one's limits. Beneath Yi Linfan's mask, his gaze finally turned serious. With his feet firmly planted on the ground and his body slightly sinking, a profound and refined force began to circulate within him. This blood energy, infused with the razor-sharp characteristics of the sword-heart Liuli body, intertwined with the overwhelming malevolence from the depths of his soul, coalesced into a dark glimmer in the eyes of the ethereal candle dragon behind him. Just as this earth-shattering blow was about to erupt, a moment that would determine victory or even life and death, a voice imbued with the authority of a third-grade grandmaster rang out. Enough, Mr. Wu's figure appeared like a specter between the two, one hand pressing on Hellion John's shoulder, while the other transformed into a shadow of a palm, striking towards Yi Linfan. Simultaneously, from the direction of the Four Directions Pavilion, the languid voice of Ba Dao Quanshan echoed. Old man, seeking a 2-on-1? An invisible blade intent sliced through the air, precisely severing Mr. Wu's palm shadow aimed at Yi Linfan, rendering it null and void. Mr. Wu let out a muffled grunt, using the momentum to forcibly pull Hellion John back, his voice deep and resolute. The ruins are about to open. This needless conflict ends here. Hellion John, abruptly interrupted, felt his blood surge, his face filled with reluctance, yet he ultimately did not defy the Guardian's words. He fixed his gaze on Yi Linfan, his fighting spirit undiminished, even burning more fiercely. Yi Linfan, in turn, retracted his aura, the meticulously honed power dissipating quietly as if it had never existed. He looked at Hellion John and spoke calmly, his voice soft yet resonant throughout the venue. Today was merely a warm-up. He turned away, no longer glancing at anyone, and strode towards the direction of the tavern. The rules of the dragon and snake gathering are dictated by me. You shall abide by them, whether you wish to or not. As his words faded, his figure had already vanished behind the tavern door, leaving behind an audience stunned beyond measure and that increasingly prominent blood-lettered stone tablet amid the smoke and dust. This battle, though without a clear victor, had the name of the gun demon weighing heavily like a mountain upon the hearts of all the prodigies. Chapter 74. Silence falls upon the city. A fist shatters the courage of the prodigies. The dragon and snake gathering had never been so quiet. The dull thud that reverberated was akin to a drumbeat, echoing in every ear. As the dust slowly settled, the battlefield, furrowed and torn, was revealed. Shattered bluestone slabs, stalls reduced to powder, and the two figures that left 6 deep footprints on the hard ground all testified to the terror of the earlier confrontation. The nameless gun demon had returned to that unassuming tavern. Hellion John remained rooted in place, his bare torso's muscles subtly quivering, his chest heaving violently. He looked down at his trembling fist, crimson at the joints, and the fervor on his face had not waned. Rather, it burned more intensely. Pain. A pain that pierced to the marrow. Yet, alongside this excruciating sensation was a long-lost thrill of encountering a worthy opponent. It had been a long time since he experienced such a pure feeling from the collision of flesh. The strength of the opponent was overwhelming, incisive. And even more terrifying was the presence of a sharpness within that power, a sharpness unlike anything he had ever experienced, capable of slicing through all. Each clash felt as though one were colliding with an extraordinary weapon manifested in human form. Mr. Wu, with his hair as white as snow, spoke hoarsely without turning back. I retract my previous statement. This gun demon is no trifling character. At this moment, Mr. Wu's expression was gravely serious. He glanced at the tightly shut window on the second floor of the tavern, and then towards the distant direction of the square pavilion, slowly stating, "His strength exceeds the fourth rank. His command over power has transcended the realms of celestial phenomena and carefree wandering. More importantly, the mad blade of Kwangshan is truly backing him. This individual is likely entangled with forces beyond our comprehension." Helian Zhan grinned, his smile brimming with wildness. "I care not who stands behind him. All I know is this expedition into the ruins will not be dull." His gaze shifted to the side, landing on the retreating Tuoba Lai, whose face was a canvas of alternating green and white, his hand gripping the golden spear still tingling. He looked at Helian Zhan, then at the tavern, filled with unwillingness and astonishment. He could not fathom how a mere cup lid could contain such terrifying power. Meanwhile, among the silent ranks of the Wangjin sect, the leader, Qin Xian, wore a grim expression, his brows tightly knitted, while others perceived only strength and dominance. He discerned far more. "Senior brother," one of his disciples whispered, "what manner of being is this gun demon? How can a pure physical cultivator wield such an enigmatic power?" Qin Xian did not respond. His mind replayed the moment when Yi Linfan and Helian Zhan exchanged blows. That punch, seemingly unremarkable, possessed an exquisite subtlety. Yet, in the instant the punch's intent erupted, his keen senses as a sword cultivator caught a glimpse of something profoundly elusive yet pure. It was an edge, not the tyranny of a blade, nor the ferocity of a spear, but an essence akin to a sword's sharpness, capable of piercing through and severing all. How could the fist of a physical cultivator conceal the intent of a sword? Moreover, such intent was so refined, nearly merging with the essence of vitality. This completely defied the principles of martial arts. The secrets harbored by this gun demon were far greater than he had exhibited. Meanwhile, the saintess of the Wan poison cult, Su Mei, had long since lost her smile. The enchanting allure of her captivating eyes was now filled with caution. Initially, she had intended to sow discord, to observe the conflict from a distance while probing the depths of the gun demon's abilities. However, her adversary played by an entirely different set of rules, directly suppressing the entire scene with a single, unconstrained punch. That flick of his finger, shattering Tuoba Lai's lethal strike, was a declaration of dominance. The confrontation with Helian Zhan was a testament of strength. Finally, the voice of the mad blade of Kwangshan served as an announcement. This series of actions flowed seamlessly, leaving no room for error, shattering the pride of all the prodigies and the scheming of all factions. This man possessed not only terrifying strength, but also a fearsome intellect. Su Mei delicately licked her crimson lips, her fleeting romantic thoughts entirely dissipating, replaced by a heightened sense of vigilance and exhilaration in the presence of a peer. She understood that in this gathering of dragons and snakes, she had chosen the wrong target to toy with. As the crowd gradually dispersed, the events of the day spread like a tempest throughout the entire gathering, reaching even farther afield. The name Gun Demon took on a new significance, aligning for the first time with those exceptional individuals who stood at the pinnacle of the continent. In a private room on the second floor of a tavern, Morong Shui poured herself a cup of tea. She gazed at the man across from her, still donning a bronze mask, meticulously polishing a black long spear. Without uttering a word, there was no need to ask. From his deft maneuver to counter her moves, to her instinctual leap downward, from her fierce battle with Tuoba Lai to his decisive intervention, their synergy felt as though it had been rehearsed countless times. Your punch embodies more than mere physical strength. She finally broke the silence. Yi Linfan continued to polish the spear, which seemed to pulsate with life in his hands. Indeed, my flame sword intent can sense the essence of its kin. Morong Shui fixed her gaze upon him. Within your fist lies something sharper than my sword. What is it? Yi Linfan paused, lifting his eyes to meet hers. The bronze mask concealed his expression, revealing only his fathomless gaze. Morong Shui's phoenix eyes sparkled with astonishing brilliance, devoid of probing, only reflecting the pure curiosity and scrutiny of a martial artist. Merely a killing technique, Yi Linfan replied, lowering his head once more to continue his task. Silence enveloped them again, but this time the atmosphere was not awkward. Rather, it possessed a peculiar harmony. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. The cold visage of the Black Snake Lord appeared, bowing low with a deferential posture. "My lord, a messenger from the esteemed elder of the Four Directions Pavilion has delivered 2 jars of fine wine, proclaiming it a celebration in your honor." Behind him stood a robust man carrying 2 enormous jars of wine. Yi Linfan glanced at the jars, a subtle movement at the corner of his mouth betraying a hint of amusement. "Please extend my gratitude to Elder Kwangshan. Inform him that the fish have been startled and will find their way to us in due course." The Black Snake Lord acknowledged with respect and was about to withdraw when Yi Linfan called him back. "Additionally, instruct Wang Ba to disperse the brothers of the enforcement hall. Let everyone know that rules are rules, regardless of status, whether they be prodigies or guardians. Anyone daring to engage in combat on the streets shall face severed limbs without further inquiry." The Black Snake Lord felt a chill run through him and immediately departed to fulfill his orders. Murong Shui observed him, a light laugh escaping her lips. "You are determined to enforce your tyranny to the very end. In a place like the Dragon and Snake Gathering, reason is always clenched within a fist." Yi Linfan leaned the long spear against the wall, stood up, and approached the window, pushing it open. Below, the streets had returned to tranquility, with the patrolling disciples of the gun hall moving with steady strides. The bloodstained stone tablet appeared even more sinister under the dying rays of the sun. Everything unfolded precisely according to his script, without a single deviation. Yet, in an inconspicuous corner of a rooftop hundreds of feet away, a shadow, nearly blending into the darkness, slowly dissipated. Only a barely audible sigh lingered in the wind, the malevolence within it more potent than the overwhelming aura that accompanied the prince's birth. "His Majesty once remarked that your highness is overly proud and excessively fierce. It appears that such traits have only intensified with time. Your highness, you have matured. Yet this path is fraught with peril." Chapter 75. The Fish Bites the Hook. The arrogance of the sword sect the atmosphere in the elegant chamber returned to tranquility with the departure of the Black Snake Lord. Murong Shui held a still warm cup of tea, her phoenix eyes reflecting the dimming twilight outside, as well as the figure of a man who, though not particularly tall, seemed capable of encompassing the entire world. "You have offended both Helian Zhan and Tuoba Lai, and now you openly provoke all outsiders. Are you not afraid that they will unite to uproot your humble gun hall?" Her voice was soft, revealing neither concern nor a test of his resolve. Yi Linfan did not turn, his voice calm as it drifted from the window. "They will not. At least not for now." "Why?" "Because the relics have yet to be uncovered. They are each other's greatest adversaries. I am currently the sole variable capable of disrupting their equilibrium. Until they comprehend the weight of my piece on this chessboard and determine which side I am inclined to support, they will seek to win me over while fearing to offend me lightly." Yi Linfan paused, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. "The prodigies, the favored of heaven, each one brimming with pride. They disdain the notion of uniting against an insignificant nobody, for it would reflect their own ineptitude." Murong Shui fell silent, increasingly unable to fathom this man. His actions were brazen and reckless, as if he were ready to overturn the table at the slightest disagreement. Yet every step he took was meticulously calculated, deftly manipulating the hearts of those around him. This paradox sparked an unprecedented curiosity within her. At that moment, a faint commotion arose from below, followed by the unmistakable, defiant voice of Wang Ba. "Stop! Who goes there?" A cold and haughty voice responded, from the sword sect. "Qin Xian, I seek an urgent audience with the gun demon, Sir Wuming. They have arrived." The first fish is more impatient than anticipated. Yi Linfan turned, gesturing for Murong Shui to proceed, while he returned to his seat, appearing unconcerned with the happenings below. Understanding his signal, Murong Shui arose and slipped into the shadows of the chamber's corner, eager to observe how Yi Linfan would handle the genius of the world's foremost sword sect. Downstairs, Wang Ba stood at the staircase's entrance, casting a sidelong glance at the young man clad in white, whose demeanor was as sharp as a sword. Behind Qin Xian were 4 disciples of the sword sect, each bearing a long sword and exuding an air of arrogance, their gazes toward Wang Ba laden with undisguised contempt. "The sword sect? Never heard of it." Wang Ba lazily scratched his ear and replied, "Our master is fatigued and resting. If you have matters to discuss, please return tomorrow. Oh, and if you wish to meet our master, you must first queue at the stone tablet at the entrance. The law enforcement hall will arrange appointments in order." "Impudent!" One disciple behind Qin Xian erupted in fury, hand resting on his sword hilt. "How dare a mere leader of a ragtag faction make us line up? Do you even know who we are?" Wang Ba's gaze turned icy in an instant, a condensed aura of blade intent locking onto the disciple. "I care not who you are. In Longsheji, one must adhere to the rules of the gun hall. Take another step forward or draw your sword, and I shall consider your actions a provocation." The consequences will be yours to bear. The disciple, intimidated by the aura of the blade, turned pale and retreated a half step. Qin Xian's brow furrowed tightly. He halted his junior behind him and stepped forward. Meeting Wang Ba's gaze directly, speaking in a firm tone, "We harbor no ill intentions. The matter regarding the ruins is of great significance. We represent the Great Xia and have important matters to discuss with you, esteemed sir. We kindly ask for your understanding." He deliberately emphasized the words "represent the Great Xia," believing that since Longxi Gathering ultimately belonged to Great Xia's territory, any Xia person should show some respect in the presence of the Wujian sect's banner. Unfortunately, he was confronted by Wang Ba. "Great Xia?" Wang Ba scoffed, his laughter laced with derision. "I only recognize this place as Longxi Gathering, and I abide by the rules of my master. Do not think that representing Great Xia, or even the Heavenly King himself, would grant you any privilege here. You will queue like everyone else." "You." Despite Qin Xian's mastery of composure, he felt his face flush with indignation. This was an utter humiliation. He had never been treated in such a manner. Just as tensions escalated, a chilling voice emanated from the upper floor. "Wang Ba, allow them to ascend." It was the Black Serpent Lord, acting on Yi Linfan's directive to mediate. Wang Ba curled his lip, but reluctantly stepped aside. Yet, his gaze toward Qin Xian remained provocatively charged, as if to say, "Boy, consider yourself fortunate." Suppressing his anger, Qin Xian straightened his robes and led his companions up to the second floor. As he stepped into the private chamber, he was taken aback. Inside, a man wearing a bronze mask sat in the main seat, leisurely savoring tea. Before him lay a chessboard, its black and white pieces interwoven, revealing a stalemate. The man appeared engrossed in the game, not even glancing up at their entrance. What utter disdain! The disciples behind Qin Xian were visibly incensed. Yet mindful of the earlier lesson, they refrained from speaking out. Qin Xian took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing his fury. He cupped his hands in greeting to Yi Linfan. Striving to maintain a calm tone, "I am Qin Xian from the Wujian sect. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed sir." Yi Linfan seemed to finally emerge from his contemplation of the chessboard, raising his head. The gaze from behind the mask fell upon Qin Xian. His voice flat and devoid of emotion. "Wujian sect? What brings you here?" There were no invitations to sit, no pleasantries exchanged. The approach was blunt, bordering on rude. Qin Xian's displeasure deepened, yet he maintained his composure. "Your performance in today's battle was unparalleled. I greatly admire it. I have come to propose a collaboration." "Collaboration?" Yi Linfan set down his teacup, leaning slightly forward. "Pray tell." Seeing that he had finally piqued Yi Linfan's interest, Qin Xian felt a measure of reassurance and began to present his proposition. "I am aware that establishing your footing in Longxi Gathering has not been easy. With the northern Mang's Wolf Valley and the southern Li's 10,000 Poison sect eyeing you covetously, the Wujian sect serves as a protective sect for the Great Xia. If you are willing to ally with us and assist us in this expedition to the ruins, we can assure you that in the future, no one will dare to provoke the gun hall within Longxi Gathering. Moreover, we can recommend you to become a guest elder of Great Xia, with titles and honors conferred upon you without question." His words were delivered with utmost confidence. In his perspective, for a grassroots warlord devoid of a foundation, this was an irresistible opportunity to seize. To become an officially recognized power and gain the protection of the foremost sects was a pathway coveted by many. However, upon hearing this, Yi Linfan let out a light chuckle. The sound was not loud, yet in the tranquil private chamber, it resonated with an unsettling sharpness. "Bestowing titles and ranks? Honorary elder?" Yi Linfan shook his head, lifted his teacup, and gently blew away the steam. "Young Master Qin, have you perhaps misjudged a matter?" Qin Xian furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What matter?" "This is Longxi Gathering," Yi Linfan replied, setting down his teacup, his tone abruptly turning frigid. "Here, your inquiries regarding the identity of the Sword sect and the positions within the Great Xia are utterly worthless. The principles of my gun hall are upheld not by anyone's assurances, but by this." He extended his right hand, forming a fist, which he then slammed down upon the chessboard. With a resounding thud, the hard pearwood board bore the imprint of his fist. "I seek allies, not a master who stands above me, pointing fingers. What you propose is too vague and insubstantial. I only believe in that which is tangible." Leaning back against the chair, he resumed his languid demeanor. "If you wish for me to take action, you must present your sincerity." Qin Xian's expression darkened significantly. He had not anticipated that his counterpart would be so impervious to persuasion, resistant to both soft and hard approaches. "What kind of sincerity do you desire?" "Very simple." Yi Linfan raised two fingers. "First, I require all intelligence regarding the ancient relics. Do not attempt to deceive me with the commonplace information sold by the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. I demand the Sword sect's deepest secrets as a millennia-old sect. For instance, whose relic is it? What is the core treasure within? And what dangers or prohibitions must be heeded? Secondly, Yi Linfan's voice became softer, yet bore an oppressive weight. I require you to ask the sword sect to assist me in eliminating a certain individual. Qin Xian's pupils constricted. Who must be killed? Yi Linfan did not answer directly. Instead, he raised his hand, dipped his finger into the tea, and slowly inscribed a character upon the table. It was the character for Li. The moment Qin Xian beheld that character, he felt as though struck by lightning, an uncontrollable surge of sword intent erupting from him, leaving deep gashes across the table before him. You dare! He shouted fiercely, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Li Jiani, a prodigious talent in swordsmanship, the heir to the sword sect, the hope of the sect. This gun demon has the audacity to propose such an outrageous condition. This was no longer a collaboration. It was a blatant insult and provocation. In the corner, Morong Shue's heart raced as well, equally astonished by Yi Linfan's audacity. What deep-seated enmity did he harbor against the sword sect to demand the life of their successor right from the outset? Yet, in the face of Qin Xian's nearly predatory gaze and overwhelming sword intent, Yi Linfan remained as steady as a mountain. He even lifted his teacup again, savoring a sip. You see, this is what we call a lack of sincerity. He spoke languidly. I was merely jesting. There is no need for such agitation. Killing Li Jiani is undoubtedly out of the question for you. Let us approach this differently. He set down the teacup, his eyes, hidden behind the mask, glimmering with a haunting light that even made Qin Xian's heart race. The first condition remains unchanged. As for the second condition, let it be amended too. I want you to inquire about the 76th chapter of the Sword Sect's dual cultivation secrets. Sume remarked, I see. No wonder you look down upon me. Qin Xian departed with a heart full of frustration and fury. Upon exiting the tavern, his countenance was ashen, and the veins on the back of his hand gripping the sword hilt were prominently visible. His disciples behind him dared not utter a word. They had never witnessed their usually calm and composed senior brother display such a loss of decorum. In the private room, Morong Shue emerged from the shadows, observing the table ravaged by sword intent, and stretched her somewhat stiff shoulders. You are forcing the sword sect to confront you. No. Yi Linfan calmly erased the characterly from the table. I am compelling them to make a choice. The dignity of the sect or the tangible benefits within the ruins. Morong Shue wished to say more, but Yi Linfan suddenly raised his hand, signaling for silence. He turned towards the open window, where the heavy night enveloped the surroundings. Since you have arrived, why hide? Is it not exhausting? As his words lingered in the air, Morong Shue's heart trembled, instinctively. She swayed her figure and once again melded into the deeper shadows of the corner, concealing her presence to the utmost. Just as she concealed herself, a beguiling laugh, laced with seduction, drifted in from outside the window. A stunning woman clad in a purple gauze dress, her bare feet as white as jade, leaned languidly against the window frame. One leg curled casually while the other swayed gently in the air, tracing an alluring arc. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a hazy and enchanting glow around her. It was none other than the saintess of the 10,000 Poisons sect, Sume. Before she even arrived, a faint, sweet fragrance had already wafted into the room. In the corner, Morong Shue's body tensed. As that scent penetrated her nostrils, the flowing fire essence within her momentarily stagnated, and her mind briefly faltered. She immediately held her breath and activated her techniques to dispel the unusual sensation. What a domineering charm and poison technique. This fragrance itself is a test, an assault. Yet, Yi Linfan, seated in the main position, remained utterly unmoved, not even causing the teacup in his hand to tremble. Just as the sweet aroma was about to pervade the entire room, an invisible, yet chillingly sharp aura emanated from Yi Linfan, spreading through the air. It was neither true essence nor blood energy, but a pure will, as if capable of slicing through the very soul. If Sume's fragrance was a gentle poison pool, then this aura was akin to countless razors cast into that pool, instantly tearing apart the gentleness into shreds. The scent dissipated in an instant. By the window, Sume halted her gently swaying jade foot. She slipped down from the window frame, her bare feet touching the cold floor without making a sound. She approached step by step, her waist swaying, the figure beneath the purple gauze tantalizingly obscured, enough to incite passion in any man. My dear, your temper is rather formidable, Sume commented as she paused by the table, nonchalantly pulling out a chair to sit, facing Yi Linfan across the shattered chessboard. To ruin a carefully prepared gift for the meeting is indeed a display of rudeness. She lamented with words, yet a delicate smile graced her lips. In that silent confrontation moments ago, she had lost, and she had lost decisively. Her charms and poisons could not even draw her within 3 feet of his formidable presence, which radiated an unparalleled ferocity. This man proved to be even more challenging than she had anticipated. Speak your mind, Yi Linfan declared, setting down his teacup. I have no time to indulge in these trivial games. All right, Su Mei replied, raising her hands in a gesture of resignation, her demeanor suggesting she was at her wit's end. Let me be candid then. What is the point of collaborating with the rigid and unyielding stones of the Sword Inquiry sect? It would be far more beneficial to join forces with me. She leaned forward, her enchanting eyes glimmering with allure. In exchange for the treasures within the ruins, we shall split them evenly. I can assure you, in the southern wilderness, no one will trouble you or your gun haul. How does that compare to the ethereal guest of the Sword Inquiry sect? What I offer are tangible benefits. Yi Linfan remained unmoved, perceiving the same old tactics, enticing, probing, and factionalizing. Did these paragons of heaven possess no thoughts beyond such schemes? Su Mei's proposal sounded more enticing than Qin Xian's, yet fundamentally, it bore no distinction. Both sought to use him as a pawn, to scout paths, and to serve as cannon fodder. Your terms are as cheap as your seduction. Yi Linfan reclined into his chair, adopting a relaxed posture. I do not require allies, nor do I need a sister who might stab me in the back at any moment. Su Mei's smile faltered, caught off guard by the directness and lack of mercy in his rejection. However, as the saintess of the 10,000 poisoned sect, her cunning surpassed ordinary measures. After a brief moment of disbelief, her smile blossomed even brighter. Your words can truly wound the heart, she sighed wistfully. It seems that without genuine sincerity, I cannot sway you. She abandoned her beguiling demeanor and sat upright. The 10,000 Poisons sect possesses an ancient tome that recounts secrets regarding the cracked mountain range. It is said that the owner of this ancient relic was a madman of exceptional talent. He once attempted to forge an unprecedented path, and, astonishingly, he succeeded. Beneath Yi Linfan's mask, there was no reaction, yet his heart jolted. Succeeded? Unaware of his turmoil, Su Mei continued to unveil her bombshell revelation. This predecessor successfully fused two entirely different powers, breaching the impenetrable fourth grade abyss and momentarily reaching the pinnacle of martial arts. Yet, inexplicably, during his most glorious epic, he fell victim to a backlash of the laws, perishing overnight. In the very core of his ascension, he left behind a treasure capable of harmonizing the conflicts of disparate powers. Though she did not utter the words dual cultivation, each syllable resonated heavily within Yi Linfan's heart. Success. Someone truly succeeded. The fourth great abyss is not a dead end. This revelation struck him like a lightning bolt, illuminating the fog that lay ahead. Yet, accompanying this newfound hope was a deeper shadow, a backlash of the laws. Even after transcending to the fourth tier, there lie even more terrifying death traps ahead. He forcefully suppressed the tumult within his heart, maintaining an outward facade of tranquility. This Su Mei, indeed, was not ordinary. The bait she cast had deftly pierced his soul Achilles' heel. Merely a legend. Yi Linfan's voice betrayed no tremor. Who could discern its veracity? To use an ethereal legend as leverage, your sincerity remains insufficient. Believe it or not, Su Mei shrugged. Such secrets, throughout the realm, aside from my Wanda sect, I dare say only the old monsters of the Tiangong Pavilion are privy to them. To divulge this to you is already a considerable risk. In light of this, I shall afford you another opportunity to demonstrate your sincerity. Yi Linfan seized the conversational reins. Oh, I desire all information pertaining to a single person. Yi Linfan extended a finger, dipping it into the tea upon the table, and slowly inscribed 3 characters, Nangongyu. The instant Su Mei beheld those 3 characters, all allure and mirth fled from her countenance, replaced by an icy chill that penetrated to the bone. What business do you have with her? Her reaction was more vehement than Qin Xian's upon hearing Li Jianyi's name. For Nangongyu once held the esteemed title of the Holy Maiden of the Wanda sect. This was a top secret within the sect. How could this gunman possibly know? And why would he seek to investigate a queen so far away in Tianqi City? Revered by all. Who exactly is he? This is my affair. Yi Linfan erased the 3 characters. You need only inform me whether you shall proceed with this transaction or not. The air within the elegant chamber seemed to congeal. In the corner, Murong Shui stifled her breath to the lightest whisper. Nangongyu. She was undoubtedly aware of this name. The queen of the great Xia, the mother of the second prince. One of the most esteemed women in the world. This gunman had set his sights upon the queen. What on earth does he intend to accomplish? After a prolonged silence, Su Mei finally revealed a semblance of a smile. Yet this smile bore none of its previous seduction, replaced instead by a profound vigilance and scrutiny. Well, what an ambitious gunman you are. Your appetite exceeds my expectations. She presumed Yi Linfan would acquiesce at this juncture, only to be met with a shake of his head. Do not misconstrue my intentions. Yi Linfan's tone was devoid of embellishment, yet carried an unassailable authority. Your intelligence, as it stands, does not merit my collaboration. Sume was taken aback. This is merely your expression of sincerity. Once I have acquired all information regarding Nangongyu and ascertain its worth, I shall contemplate the subsequent steps. What do you mean? Sume's expression turned utterly frigid. My meaning is this, Yi Linfan leaned forward, and the eyes behind his mask seemed capable of piercing the human heart. My position as an ally is quite costly. I do not intend to casually select anyone, be it the Sword Sect or your Wanda Sect, or even the Tianling Valley of Beimeng. Whoever wishes to collaborate with me may do so. He paused, articulating words that left both Su Mei and Murong Shui in a state of shock. I shall host an auction. What will be auctioned is the eligibility for alliance with me, the gunman, within the ruins. The highest bidder prevails. You intend to auction yourself? Su Mei was rendered speechless by this audacious notion. It is an auction of my choice, Yi Linfan corrected, stating that the sincerity each of you presents serves as the bargaining chip for the auction. The intelligence regarding Nangongyu is the entry ticket for your 10,000 poisons sect. Whether you can emerge victorious in the end depends on your respective foundations. Inside the private room, an eerie silence prevailed. Murong Shui, shrouded in shadows, struggled to maintain her composure. A madman. This man is undoubtedly insane. He intends to manipulate all the prominent forces, inciting them to turn against one another in a bid to secure a partnership with him. Sume fixed her gaze on Yi Linfan, and after a moment, she suddenly burst into laughter. It was a laugh laced with astonishment, fury, absurdity, yet tinged with sheer exhilaration. Ha! Excellent. What a gun-wielding genius. What a remarkable auction ally. You are the most audacious person I have ever encountered, and the most intriguing man. She rose to her feet, opting not to exit through the window, but instead making her way directly to the main door of the private room. Very well. I shall acquire this entry ticket. I will dispatch someone to deliver the intelligence on Nangongyu to you. I am also eager to witness the spectacle this auction will unfold. She swung open the door, one foot already crossing the threshold, but then abruptly halted, glancing back at Yi Linfan, and then casting a subtle glance toward the corner where Murong Shui concealed herself. No wonder the young gentleman is so indifferent toward me, hardly even deigning to glance my way. She playfully blinked, her words laced with a hint of teasing understanding. So this is the hidden beauty in the Golden House. The door was gently closed behind her, and Sume's footsteps echoed down the stairs, gradually fading away. Chapter 77. The Auction Storm. Is a priceless chip worth less than a piece of paper? As Sume departed, the enchanting sweet fragrance dissipated entirely from the private room, leaving only the ravaged table, marred by the sword intent, and a breath in the corner that nearly melded with the darkness. Murong Shui emerged, not casting a glance at Yi Linfan, but instead lowering her gaze to the shattered table and the water stains that had been wiped away. Nangongyu, Li Jiani. One is the empress of the Great Xia, the other the future sect master of the sword-seeking sect. What kind of past does this man carry that he would set his sights on these two figures standing atop the clouds? A tempest swelled within her heart, yet it was quelled by an even stronger impulse, curiosity. She yearned to uncover everything about this man. Will you not explain? She finally spoke, her voice betraying an unrecognized dryness. Yi Linfan disregarded her teasing remark about the hidden beauty, simply pouring himself another cup of tea, his movements unnaturally composed. There is nothing to explain. He raised the teacup to his lips, speaking calmly. The bait has already been cast. Now we must observe which fish is the most plump and cunning. Murong Shui ceased her inquiries, understanding that further questioning would yield no revelations. This man was accustomed to concealing everything behind a mask. Rather than straining to guess, it was better to witness with her own eyes. She moved to sit opposite Yi Linfan, pulling out a pristine chair and pouring herself a cup of tea. Then I shall await the spectacle. 3 days later, at the Four Directions Pavilion, the most renowned and secure location of Longsheji. Today, the square pavilion is devoid of its usual clamor and commerce, replaced instead by an almost palpable sense of oppression. The central hall has been cleared, with only a makeshift platform erected in the midst, upon which rests a solitary chair. Beneath the platform, distinct factions are seated. He Lianzhan of the North Mang Sky Wolf Valley remains bare-chested, arms crossed, eyes closed in meditation. Yet the menacing aura emanating from the giant axe beside him causes the surrounding air to grow tense. Opposite him sits Tua Balai, his countenance dark enough to draw water, leaning on his golden spear which grates against the ground with a harsh sound from time to time. Qin Xian of the Sword Inquiry Sect, accompanied by several disciples, quietly occupies a corner. His face is as stoic as water, an ancient long sword resting across his knees. Yet the quivering scabbard betrays his inner turmoil. Most striking of all is Su Mei, the holy maiden of the 10,000 Poisons sect, clad in a vivid red gown, radiating brilliance like a flame. creating a stark contrast with the dark-robed figures beside her. Leisurely, she cracks sunflower seeds, as though she has come not to participate in a critical auction concerning the relics, but rather to enjoy a spectacle. By heavens, this fellow truly dares to play. At the railing on the second floor, Ba Dao Quang Shan, clutching a wine gourd, gazes down at this assembly of the elite youth representing the pinnacle of martial prowess in the world today, unable to suppress a chuckle. In his many years, he has witnessed audacity and arrogance, yet never before has he seen someone openly auction their allyship. The master has arrived. With a resounding greeting from Wang Ba, the side door of the hall swings open. A figure, clad in black and wearing a bronze mask, strides leisurely onto the platform under the gaze of all present, taking a seat upon the solitary chair. He is the gun demon, Wu Ming. The moment he appears, all eyes, be they scrutinizing, indignant, curious, or amused, instantly converge upon him. Yi Linfan disregards their stares, resting his elbows on the armrests, leaning slightly forward as his gaze sweeps across the hall. Your time is precious, so I shall dispense with pleasantries, he states, his voice soft yet discernible to all. Today's auction features the allyship qualification of my gun demon for the upcoming ancient relic expedition. It is the sole qualification. The highest bidder shall claim it. The currency for bidding is not gold, silver, or elixirs, but rather what each of you deems capable of swaying me. Intelligence, resources, promises, all are permissible. Now let us commence. There are no superfluous niceties, no stirring rhetoric. His words are simple, direct, and blunt. This forthrightness further solidifies the already charged atmosphere of the hall. Tua Ba Lai is the first to lose his composure, violently slamming his spear against the ground, producing a resounding clang. Wu Ming, you are unbearably arrogant. Who do you think you are to demand that we bid for your friendship? Yi Linfan does not even deign to glance his way, merely uttering two words indifferently. Next. You. Tua Ba Lai's face reddens with anger, yet he is firmly restrained by the protector behind him. At this moment, Hulian Zhan opened his eyes, and within those wild, fervent orbs blazed an inferno of combat. The gun demon. He rose to his feet, his voice resonating like a thunderclap throughout the hall. You and I tread the same path, a path that shakes the heavens and earth with our very flesh. Without a shred of superfluous dialogue, he cast forth his offerings. From my Tianlang Valley, I present 3 treasures. First, a vial of the blood of a savage beast, sufficient to elevate the physical prowess of a cultivator at your level to unprecedented heights. Second, the first 3 volumes of the Tianlang Dominant Body Technique, a closely guarded secret of my Tianlang Valley. Third, the friendship of myself, Hulian Zhan, and the entire Tianlang Valley. On this journey, we are the finest of companions. Upon uttering these words, the audience was taken aback. The blood of a savage beast is a sacred elixir for body refinement. The esoteric technique, shrouded in secrecy, is worth its weight in gold. Furthermore, the friendship of Tianlang Valley represents an invaluable resource for any body cultivator. Hulian Zhan's offerings were devoid of pretense, embodying tangible benefits and serving as the highest acknowledgement of Yi Linfan's identity as a body cultivator. This sincerity was beyond reproach. Yi Linfan finally directed his gaze towards him, pausing momentarily. Your offerings are indeed the most substantial and sincere of today, he began, a hint of acknowledgement lacing his words. In the path of body refinement, having an ally is far preferable to acquiring an enemy. A smirk of pride graced Hulian Zhan's face. In his eyes, this transaction was nearly assured. However, Yi Linfan's tone shifted. Regrettably, what I seek is not merely to smoothen my path. He shook his head. I require a key to unlock a lock that I must open. Your offerings are commendable, but they do not possess the key I seek. Hulian Zhan was momentarily taken aback. He could not fathom what could possibly outweigh the tangible enhancement of strength and the acquisition of a formidable ally. Yet, as a paragon of Baiming, he did not erupt in fury like Tuobo Lai. Instead, he merely regarded Yi Linfan with a deep gaze before resuming his seat. Lost in contemplation, a brief silence enveloped the hall. The rejection of such sincere martial resources prompted all present to reevaluate what the gun demon truly desired. I, of the Jin Zone, shall also present 3 offerings. Qin Xian finally spoke, his voice imbued with the distinctive pride of the Jin Zone. First, a 9-transformation body refinement pill, an elixir refined in our sect, capable of assisting body cultivators in purging impurities. Second, the honorary title of General Jin Yuan of the Great Xia, which, while devoid of real power, grants you a position such that none dare to provoke you within the Great Xia's borders. He paused, meeting Yi Linfan's gaze concealed behind his mask, and continued. As for the second condition you previously proposed, I regret to inform you that it cannot be fulfilled. The matter concerning Lin Suxin affects our sect's reputation and cannot be used as a bargaining chip. However, he swiftly altered his tone and presented his final offering as compensation. As an exception, our Jianzong allows you to enter the sword pool for a 3-day baptism. The millennia of sword intent within will undoubtedly refine both your body and will to an entirely new essence. The mention of the sword pool baptism elicited even a fleeting glance of interest from Kwangshan on the second floor. That place is the very foundation for nurturing the core disciples of the Jianzong, its value far surpassing that of any elixir or official title. This chip cannot be deemed insignificant. Yet, Yi Linfan merely tapped the armrest lightly. It appears that the Sword Inquiry sect still fails to comprehend my words. I have stated my desire for a key, yet you continue to seek to barter with gold and stones. Your offerings are commendable, yet they remain unaligned with my true wishes. You. Qin Xian's countenance darkened considerably. Yi Linfan, however, chose to disregard him, shifting his gaze to the final participant. Sume. Having finished the last sunflower seed, Sume clapped her hands and rose to her feet. Unlike others, she did not proclaim her stake loudly. Instead, she sauntered gracefully amidst the vigilant gaze of the protectors, making her way directly to the platform below. I have understood your request, dear sir, she said with a charming smile. Hence, I have prepared 3 items. She produced a black jade slip, enveloped in layers of prohibitions. Firstly, this is the key you desire most. Next, she unveiled an exquisite brocade box. Secondly, from the southern frontier, 3 millennium blood bodhi seeds, renowned for their remarkable efficacy in healing both spirit and body. Consider this a token of our first meeting. Finally, she winked at Yi Linfan. And thirdly, naturally, the friendship of the 10,000 Poisons sect. Those of our ilk do not mingle with the righteous sects, do they? With a flick of her finger, the jade slip transformed into a streak of light, precisely landing in Yi Linfan's hand. All eyes converged upon Yi Linfan and the jade slip he held. Yi Linfan grasped the slip, his consciousness delving within. In an instant, a torrent of immense information surged into his mind. Nangongyu, originally named Suyu, the former saintess of the 10,000 Poisons sect, each secret and scandal long buried beneath the dust of history. This was indeed the key he sought. Sume, this woman, had truly offered one of the greatest secrets of the 10,000 Poisons sect as a bargaining chip in this collaboration. Yi Linfan retracted his consciousness, his expression inscrutable beneath the mask. He stood up, causing the hearts of all present to leap into their throats. I declare that the victor of this auction is. He raised his hand, pointing towards Sume below, the 10,000 Poisons sect. Chapter 78. The instance officially commences. The Fire Phoenix stumbles upon a shocking revelation. The moment his words fell, Qin Xian abruptly stood, a formidable sword intent erupting from his being, causing the surrounding air to emit a faint tearing sound. Lord Wuming, are you mocking my Sword Inquiry sect? His inquiry was laced with suppressed fury, each word carrying the sharpness unique to sword cultivators. Tuoba Lai roared in indignation, his golden spear striking heavily against the ground, causing the solid stone beneath him to crack, spiderweb-like fissures radiating outward. You believe the words of a demoness? What do you take us for? Though Helian Jean remained silent, the ferocity emanating from him was palpable, muscles coiling and blood surging, causing nearby tables and chairs to tremble slightly, betraying his current state of mind. The atmosphere in the hall was compressed to its utmost limit. As if on the verge of an explosive eruption, Yi Linfan's gaze calmly swept over the furious crowd, lingering not a moment on Qin Xian and Tuoba Lai, ultimately resting on Helian Jean, pausing for an instant. Helian Jean, I have noted your sincerity. His words bore no emotion, yet they momentarily stifled the impending fury within Helian Jean. The phrase I have noted served as both acknowledgement and an invisible partition. At that moment, a deep rumble echoed. The entire Four Directions pavilion, and indeed the whole of Longxi gathering, began to tremble violently. The beams creaked under the strain, and teacups toppled from the table, shattering upon impact. A presence, more ethereal, ancient, and vast than the light beam that had appeared earlier, erupted from the deepest recesses of the Tianlai mountain range. The sensation was akin to that of a colossal beast, long dormant, finally awakening its eyes to survey the insignificant beings upon this earth. All present, regardless of their cultivation levels, felt a pang of trepidation under this overwhelming pressure. Faces turned ashen, and the confrontation was forgotten as they rushed out of the Four Directions pavilion, gazing skyward towards the Tianlai mountain range. Above the undulating mountains, heavy clouds were violently torn apart by an unseen force, revealing an immense black vortex. The vortex rotated slowly yet resolutely, its center shrouded in unfathomable darkness. At its edges, lightning flickered, and the space warped like rippling water, fleeting images of pavilions, towers, and ethereal islands dancing within, insubstantial and dreamlike. The ancient ruins, unexpectedly, had officially awakened. Murong Shui stood behind Yi Linfan, equally feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from the ancient past, the force causing her inner fire essence to stutter in its flow. Yet her mind was consumed by a tempest of another nature. Nangongyu, Lin Suxin, the current empress, the former saintess of the Sword Inquiry sect. One reigned at the pinnacle of power, embodying maternal grace. The other, a long-buried legend, had faded into obscurity. Why did this man, cloaked in a bronze mask and known for inciting chaos within Longxi Gathering, seek information on these two individuals? It defied all logic. He had rejected the body-refining holy medicines and secret techniques from Tianlang Valley, capable of driving any martial practitioner to madness, as well as the promised sword pool baptism and titles from the Sword Inquiry sect. Those were incentives for which warriors would battle fiercely, yet in his eyes, they paled in comparison to the jade slip held by Su Mei, which contained private secrets. This was no mere exchange of interests, unless what he desired was not profit, but the very roots of enmity. A thought, surging unbidden into Murong Shui's mind, rendered her rigid, as if her blood had ceased to flow. What was the singular, and indeed the most significant, intersection between Nangongyu and Lin Suxin? It was the unresolved case that had shaken the court 17 years prior, yet was forcibly suppressed. It was the third prince of the great Xia dynasty, who had perished at birth, whose name was never inscribed in the royal genealogy. According to legend, the mother of that third prince was none other than Lin Suxin, the then-renowned saintess of the Sword Inquiry sect. The malevolent force behind the deaths of the mother and child subtly pointed towards the then-consort, Nangongyu, who had just given birth to the second prince. A deceased royal, an extraordinary gunman who chose a path of no return. A man harboring inexplicable animosity towards the Sword Inquiry sect, relentlessly pursuing the investigation against the current empress. Murong Shui's breath momentarily halted. She gazed at the figure standing at the edge of the high platform, staring into the distant vortex, feeling an inexplicable chill surge from her spine to the crown of her head, leaving her limbs frozen. This man, this gun demon, was no mere vagabond of the martial world, nor a secret disciple nurtured by any sect. He was the third prince of the great Xia, who should have perished 17 years ago. This speculation was so outrageous, so astonishing, that it rendered her mind blank for a fleeting moment. A corpse, not only resurrected, but reappearing with such dominion and forcefulness in the public eye. He returned to the eye of the storm, not in search of treasure, nor for fame. He had returned for vengeance, against the Sword Inquiry sect and the lofty empress. Go. Qin Xian could no longer concern himself with the troubles of the gun demon. He barked at his fellow disciples behind him, transforming into a sharp beam of sword light, soaring towards the direction of the Tianlai mountain range. The ruins were opening. Opportunities awaited, and all grievances must be temporarily set aside. Ha! At last it has arrived. This is the matter at hand. Helian Zhan erupted in wild laughter, casting a glance at Yi Linfan, whose fighting spirit had not waned but instead intensified. With a powerful push of his legs, the ground erupted into a deep pit, and he shot forth like a cannonball towards the entrance of the ruins. Tuoba Lai and other factions who had caught wind of the commotion immediately sprang into action, rushing towards the eye of the storm. In an instant, the once crowded and chaotic streets were left with only a handful of individuals. Yi Linfan descended from the high platform, with Su Mei and Murong Shui flanking him, forming a delicate triangle. It seemed our collaboration was to commence ahead of schedule. Su Mei looked at Yi Linfan, her smile radiant, the earlier tension having no effect on her demeanor. Yi Linfan offered no response, merely lifting his gaze to the enormous spatial vortex above, his masked face revealing no emotion. Sword Inquiry sect, Nangongyu, let all grievances and resentments be settled from these ruins. It was time for us to depart. He took a steady step towards the outskirts of the city, his pace unhurried yet remarkably resolute. Su Mei chuckled lightly, her bare, snow-white feet treading lightly as she followed, her purple gauze skirt fluttering in the wind. Murong Shui trailed silently at the rear, her emotions a tumultuous blend. She had thought she was merely trading with a mysterious powerhouse to escape the shackles of her family and seek her own martial path. Little did she realize, she had unwittingly stepped into the very heart of the royal vortex, drenched in blood and power. The ally she had chosen was a specter bent on avenging the current empress. The game was far grander and perilous than she had anticipated. The three figures, two in front and one behind, swiftly vanished into the dense forest path leading to the Rift Mountains, their silhouettes swallowed by the thick canopy above. Shortly after their departure, a figure gradually emerged from the shadow of a rooftop opposite the Four Directions Pavilion. Clad in the most ordinary coarse linen robe, his appearance was unremarkable. blending seamlessly into the darkness, evading notice. This was none other than Chun Mo, the leader of the Dark Raven. He cast a glance in the direction where the trio had disappeared, without pausing for a moment. In a flash, he transformed into a nearly imperceptible wisp, silently trailing after them, his movements stirring not a whisper of wind. Meanwhile, at the far end of Longxi Gathering, in an inconspicuous inn, Uncle Zhong, having meditated with his eyes closed, finally opened them. He pushed the window open and gazed at the swirling vortex on the horizon, then glanced at the direction in which Murong Shui had departed, culminating in a barely audible sigh. The lady's choice had surpassed the bounds of his control. Adjusting his attire, he exited the inn and leisurely followed suit. Two shadows, one in front and the other behind, traversed a considerable distance, stealthily advancing toward the perilous Rift Mountains, unaware of each other's presence. Chapter 79. The Rules of the Hunt. Praying Mantis and Cicada. The Rift Mountains, rather than merely a mountain range, resembled the burial ground of an ancient colossal beast. The moment one stepped into its domain, the clamor of the outside world, Longxi Gathering, was utterly severed. Towering ancient trees obscured the sun, casting a patchwork of shadows, while the air was thick with a dampness laced with the scent of decaying earth and a faint metallic tang of blood. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the ancient relics became even more palpable here, like an invisible giant hand gripping the heart of every intruder, rendering the flow of true essence obscure. In contrast to the illustrious talents that had transformed into fleeting lights, rushing into the forest, Yi Linfan's steps were remarkably steady, almost slow. He did not rush forward. Instead, he moved like the most seasoned old wolf, returning to a hunting ground he had long forsaken. His senses were heightened to an extraordinary degree. The myriad scents carried by the wind, the moisture content of the soil beneath his feet, the direction in which birds took flight in the distance, and even the freshness of claw marks on the tree bark. These seemingly insignificant details, to others, formed a precise and vivid map in his eyes. This instinct, honed through blood and life in the Amazon rainforest, the Siberian tundra, and the African Great Rift during his previous life, rendered this ancient, perilous mountain not a place of danger, but rather a stage upon which he could unleash his lethal skills. Are we not following them? Murong Shui, trailing behind him, could not help but inquire. She sensed at least 7 or 8 formidable presences that had already distanced themselves from them. Let them scout ahead, Yi Linfan replied, his voice muffled beneath the mask. There are plenty of awakened beings in these mountains. Someone must feed them. Su Mei walked barefoot on the ground strewn with withered branches and fallen leaves, making not a sound. She resembled an elegant and lethal violet flower cat, keenly observing the silhouette of Yi Linfan. The young man seemed quite familiar with this place. Could he have been here before? Yi Linfan offered no reply. He suddenly halted, raising a hand to signal for silence. He crouched down, pinching a bit of soil and inhaling deeply. 300 paces ahead, to the left, there was a nest of freshly birthed shadow leopards, at least 7 of them. To the right, approximately 500 paces away, a solitary iron-backed earth dragon was dozing. We shall pass through the center, he stated. His tone as unremarkable as if he were discussing the weather. Murong Shui and Su Mei exchanged glances, astonished by the revelation. Logically, as cultivators of the 4th rank, their perception should surpass that of a physique cultivator, granting them a refined awareness of their surroundings. They could indeed sense the presence of various beasts ahead, but the information returned to them was merely a vague energy mass, allowing only for a general assessment of location and strength, lacking in finer discernment. Yet Yi Linfan could precisely identify the species of the beasts, their numbers, and even their specific states of having just given birth or napping. How do you know this? Murong Shui couldn't help but inquire. The wind tells me, Yi Linfan replied, rising and brushing off his hands. The scent of blood from the shadow leopards mingled with a faint, yet distinct, milky aroma. The earth dragon's long, rhythmic breathing stirred slight air currents that, if one listened closely, could be differentiated. This explanation left both young women momentarily speechless. Was this a warrior's ability? No. It was clearly the survival instinct of an old hunter in the mountains. Murong Shui's mind was profoundly shaken. A prince raised in the palace and the general's residence, regardless of his innate talent, could not possibly possess such seasoned experience in jungle hunting. This was not something one could master merely through cultivation or natural gifts. This level of environmental insight and familiarity with the prey's habits was the result of countless details distilled from experience, honed through numerous encounters at the precipice of life and death. Such a skill could not possibly emerge from a pampered prince. Even if he had been fostered in a general's household, where he should have encountered military strategy and battlefield tactics, rather than these primal, savage, yet terrifyingly efficient jungle laws. What had he truly experienced? What bloody secrets lay hidden in his unknown past? At that moment, from the direction of the iron-backed earth dragon, a deafening roar erupted, followed immediately by the clash of weapons and furious shouts. Damn it! Where did this beast come from? It was the voice of Tuoba Lai. Clearly, this eager young prince from Beimeng had collided head-on with the sleeping earth dragon. Let us go, Yi Linfan said without a moment's hesitation, not even turning his head, as he led the two women swiftly through the central area. As they traversed the battleground, the anguished roar of Tuoba Lai and the thunderous bellow of the ironback dragon resonated clearly. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood. You did this on purpose. Murong Shui trailed behind Yi Linfan, her emotions a tumultuous sea. The path they chose was of their own making. Yi Linfan's response was devoid of sentiment. I merely selected the cleanest route. Murong Shui fell silent, grasping the essence of Yi Linfan's strategy. In this vast hunting ground, those eager to reach the finish line became mere pawns for him to eliminate threats. He need not lift a finger. Through his acute judgment of the environment, he orchestrated the potential dangers to turn upon one another. This tactic, while not entirely honorable, was chillingly effective. Sume chuckled lightly, catching up with them, her breath fragrant. Little brother, your method of wielding another's knife is truly masterful. I am growing increasingly fond of you. The trio pressed onward, with Yi Linfan consistently anticipating danger. At times, he would circumvent a slumbering, formidable beast, and at others, he would steer clear of seemingly innocuous swamps teeming with venomous insects. Occasionally, he would pause to etch a mark upon a tree trunk with his dagger, thereafter altering their course. Each time, shortly after they departed, the path they had intended to take erupted into fierce clashes. The team from the Sword Inquiry sect encountered a horde of golden silk demon apes skilled in coordinated strikes. Meanwhile, Hellion John from the Wolf Valley confronted a gargantuan Earthshaker bear in a direct confrontation. It was as though an invisible hand was deftly manipulating the strings of fate, arranging a series of bloody skirmishes for everyone but them. Murong Shui transitioned from initial shock to subsequent numbness, eventually left with a profound sense of helplessness. She realized that her once proud strength and talent seemed utterly pale in comparison to Yi Linfan's almost supernatural survival instincts within this primordial jungle. Upon reaching the edge of a precipice, Yi Linfan paused once more. Below lay an expansive river valley, where a mighty river surged, its roar resounding. On the opposite bank, the outlines of structures cloaked in a faint halo came into view. They had reached the periphery of the ruins. Meanwhile, a chaotic melee unfolded within the valley. Tuoba Lai, along with his already depleted team, was now besieged by a horde of four-armed aquatic beasts, their bodies covered in green scales, resembling crocodiles. These creatures, the four-armed water apes, ruled this waterway. Tuoba Lai's protector, a third-grade grandmaster, was ensnared by three particularly massive water ape kings, leaving him utterly preoccupied. On the other side of the valley, Qin Xian led the disciples of the Sword Inquiry sect, forming a sword formation as they battled another group of water apes. Though they appeared more composed than Tuoba Lai's group, each bore injuries, clearly indicating substantial depletion of their strength. It seems we are the first to arrive. Sume covered her mouth and laughed lightly, gazing at the grim scene below, devoid of any sympathy. No, there are others who arrived before us. Yi Linfan's gaze, however, was directed towards a concealed thicket on the opposite bank of the river. There, Hellion John was gripping his enormous axe, observing the carnage in the valley with a cold demeanor alongside the men from Tianlang Valley. Despite the bloodstains adorning their bodies, their breaths were steady, indicating that they had retained most of their combat strength. This northern prodigy was not solely endowed with brute force. He also understood the virtues of patience and the wisdom of watching the tigers fight from the mountain's vantage point. What shall we do now? Shall we wait until they finish fighting before we proceed? Murong Shui inquired. Why wait? Yi Linfan shook his head, a subtle arc forming beneath his mask. He retrieved a small porcelain vial from his bosom, uncorked it, and a faint, slightly sweet and fishy scent wafted into the air. He scattered the powder from the vial into the valley below, carried by the wind. What is this? Sume asked with curiosity. A mere seasoning, Yi Linfan replied nonchalantly. The mad beast powder acquired by the Black Snake Lord from merchants in the southern regions, said to incite frenzy in demonic beasts and awaken their ferocity. No sooner had he spoken than the four-armed water ape horde below erupted, as if plunged into boiling oil. Their crimson eyes sparkled with madness, their attacks became chaotic. Yet they were tenfold more ferocious than before. A thunderous roar reverberated from the depths of the riverbed. Following that, an immense head breached the water's surface. It belonged to a creature far larger than all the water ape kings combined, sporting a spiraled horn atop its head. The four-armed water ape emperor. This slumbering sovereign had been thoroughly provoked by the mad beast powder and the brutal combat. Its emergence rendered the battlefield's dynamics utterly chaotic. Neither Tuoba Lai's forces nor the sword formations of the Wenjian sect could withstand this apex beast comparable to a peak third-grade grandmaster. Even Helion John, observing from the opposite bank, wore an expression of profound gravity. "Let us go." Yi Linfan stowed the porcelain vial and turned to walk along the opposite side of the cliff. Now, the path was entirely clear. Murong Shui stared dumbfounded at the turmoil below, then glanced at Yi Linfan's tranquil figure, seemingly untouched by the chaos, a chill rising from the depths of her heart. This man was not merely scheming. He was toying with them. He treated all the prodigies, every faction, and even the formidable beasts of the mountains as pieces on his chessboard, manipulating them at will to exhaust and annihilate one another. Meanwhile, he moved like a specter, traversing the blood-stained path laid by others, calmly advancing towards his destination. This was the true embodiment of a demonic strategist. Chapter 80, The Phantom of Ur. The Scorpion and the Phoenix navigating around the chaotic battlefield of the river valley. The trio sought out a tranquil shallows where the water flowed gently and easily crossed the river. All the while, the furious roars of the Beast Emperor and the desperate screams of humanity echoed behind them, yet none of it could halt Yi Linfan's steady pace. It was only when the sounds faded completely that he arrived at a secluded glade in the forest, where he finally paused. "Let us rest and recuperate." Yi Linfan, with a succinct demeanor, found a clean stone to sit upon, deftly extracting provisions and a water pouch from his bosom, as if in the familiarity of his own backyard. His leisurely posture starkly contrasted with the tumultuous figure who had recently stirred the winds and unleashed the beast tide. Murong Shui did not take a seat. Instead, she stood before Yi Linfan, her chest subtly rising and falling, her bright phoenix eyes fixated intensely on the bronze mask adorning his face. The sights and experiences of their journey, particularly the final eruption of the crazed beasts, had utterly transformed her understanding. The speculation that lingered in her heart now appeared both clear and obscured. It was clear that only the most intense power struggles within the depths of a royal palace could cultivate such a callous disregard for human life, and such a calculated disposition. Yet it remained obscured how a prince, who ought to be of noble lineage, could possess such a primal understanding of survival in the wild. These two diametrically opposed, indeed utterly contradictory traits, elegantly fused within the man before her, rendering him ever more enigmatic and perilous. "Who exactly are you?" she finally inquired, her voice betraying a tremor she herself had not recognized. Yi Linfan's chewing momentarily paused, yet he did not lift his gaze. "I am the gun demon, nameless." "Surely, you are already aware of this?" "You know that is not what I am asking." Murong Shui stepped closer, her eyes piercing him. "Your hostility towards the Asking Sword sect, your obsession with information regarding Nangongyu, and your—" she hesitated, the subsequent words too treacherous to utter. It was not merely a speculation. It was a staggering secret that could plunge the Murong family into irrevocable ruin. Nearby, Su Mei, arms crossed, observed the scene with keen interest. She sauntered with feline grace between the two, casting a flirtatious glance at Yi Linfan. "Oh dear. It seems the treasure you keep hidden in this gilded chamber possesses quite the temper. Have you begun to interrogate one another so soon? Might there be some unspeakable secret shared between you?" Her voice dripped with seductive allure, laced with an undercurrent of subtle provocation. Yi Linfan finally raised his head, his masked visage turning towards Murong Shui before settling on Su Mei's charmingly smiling face. "You appear rather intrigued by the secrets of the Daxia royal family?" He did not respond to Murong Shui, but instead posed a question to Su Mei. Taken aback, Su Mei quickly recovered, replying with a playful tone. "Who in the world isn't curious about royal gossip, especially regarding that unsolved case from 17 years ago, which stirs the imagination?" She deliberately emphasized the term unsolved case, scrutinizing the reactions of both Yi Linfan and Murong Shui. Murong Shui's body stiffened momentarily, yet Yi Linfan seemed oblivious to her insinuation. Continuing his inquiry with a detached calmness, "I am more curious about another matter. What became of the followers who trailed behind you at the auction? How is it that you are the only one remaining in these mountains?" The smile on Su Mei's face froze for the first time. The question was far too incisive. Without waiting for her response, Yi Linfan continued, his voice low yet piercing. "Selling me information about Nangongyu was a gamble. A considerable wager, naturally fraught with risk. It seems you have lost your bet. Have your subordinates been eliminated or recalled? Regardless of which, it underscores your precarious position within the sect, as this transaction has become exceedingly perilous. Nangongyu, originally named Su Yu, bears a surname that epitomizes the most orthodox and core lineage within the 10,000 Poisons sect. And you, too, share the surname Su. I surmise the previous generation's contest for the title of Saintess must have been quite the spectacle, one a paragon of virtue, the other a dark horse. You presented me with her intelligence under the guise of a transaction, purporting it to be an exchange for allyship in accessing the relics. Yet in truth, you are utilizing my hand to confront an adversary you cannot shake. What you have provided is not leverage, but rather a blade, a dagger handed to an enemy. Thus, you and she have never been allies. One could even assert that you desire her demise more than I do. A profound silence enveloped the air. The clearing was left with only the whisper of the wind rustling through the leaves. The allure and mirth upon Su Mei's visage gradually faded, replaced by an unprecedented gravity and chill. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes now resembled two invisible daggers, piercing deeply into Yi Linfan. She couldn't fathom how he had deduced the deepest power struggles within the 10,000 Poisons sect from mere intelligence, a few conversational exchanges, and a meticulous observation, even precisely analyzing her motivations and current predicaments. This man's intellect transcended mere prodigy. It was inscrutable as the divine. Morong Shui was equally astonished, never having anticipated that Yi Linfan would suddenly direct his focus onto Su Mei and unveil such astonishing secrets. The current saintess of the 10,000 Poisons sect was, in fact, a nemesis of the Empress of Daxia. The magnitude of this revelation momentarily rendered her oblivious to her initial inquiries. After a prolonged silence, Su Mei managed to muster a smile, albeit devoid of any allure, leaving only an icy demeanor. Lord of the Gun Demon, you have truly broadened my horizons. Likewise, Yi Linfan replied, lowering his gaze once more to resume his meager repast. I simply detest harboring a ticking time bomb within my ranks. Now that we have clarified our intentions, at least concerning Nangong Yu, our objectives align. In just a few words, he transformed Su Mei from a latent threat, a duplicitous ally, into a clearly defined accomplice. This mastery over human psychology instilled in Su Mei a profound sense of helplessness and apprehension. She inhaled deeply and nodded. Very well. Since you have laid your cards on the table, I shall not withhold my own. Indeed, I am her sworn enemy. My ineffectual subordinates were stripped of their powers by the elders of the Moon lineage the moment I entrusted you with the Jade Slip, and have been returned to the sect. In this expedition to the relics, I require that legendary treasure to suppress the backlash from my cultivation techniques. As long as you assist me in acquiring it, the new generation of power from the 10,000 Poisons sect will stand as your most steadfast ally. At last, she revealed her true cards and intentions. Yi Linfan remained noncommittal. We shall see. This encounter concluded with Yi Linfan's unequivocal triumph. He not only resolved Morong Shui's inquiries regarding her identity, but also thoroughly discerned Su Mei's true nature, firmly establishing their collaboration on the foundation of a shared adversary. Morong Shui stood aside, observing the two as they forged a new agreement, her heart a tumult of emotions. She felt like an outsider, utterly unable to partake in their elevated exchange. At last, she comprehended why Yi Linfan chose Su Mei as an ally. They were kindred spirits, accustomed to operating in the shadows, both burdened with secrets and enmities unimaginable to ordinary folk. At that moment, an intense sense of crisis abruptly halted their conversation. They simultaneously lifted their gazes towards the depths of the dense forest. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed ominously, growing nearer with each step, causing the earth to tremble beneath them. A ferocious, menacing aura filled the air, reminiscent of ancient primordial chaos, overwhelming and oppressive. A colossal head emerged from the treetops, a 10-jong-tall giant ape, its body cloaked in dark green fur, with eyes like jade, glinting with a cruel light. Perched upon its shoulder was a diminutive figure, another ape, this one entirely white, cradling a fruit the size of a fist, radiant and resplendent. The jade-eyed demon ape and its guarded dragons, saliva fruit. Su Mei gasped in astonishment, her voice tinged with greed, yet underscored by fear. This jade-eyed demon ape was the true sovereign of this territory, its strength undoubtedly reaching the pinnacle of a third-tier grandmaster, perhaps even brushing against the threshold of second-tier mastery. With a thunderous roar, the jade-eyed demon ape detected their presence, raising its enormous hand, akin to a fan, and uprooting a towering ancient tree that required several people to encircle. It hurled the tree towards the trio with ferocious intent. The shadow of the tree instantly engulfed the entire clearing. Chapter 81. The path is chosen by oneself.